Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to patriotsoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
In Santa Clara, we're looking for mostly sunny, highs near 68.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Curry finds Thompson, bounce past Draymond, goes in, throws out Wiggins. Left corner won't shoot it. Over to Curry, to Thompson. Thompson double clutched it. It's good! Klay Thompson for three. He's got 38.
Tim Roy on to call it. Oh, baby. Looks like Klay is back. Splash Brothers are back. And the Warriors win 2 in a row. They get their first win on the road. Look, we're going to talk a lot of Niners today because there's a big-time game happening in Mexico City later on tonight. Niners and Cardinals. So this is a huge game. Cardinals win. They improved to 5-6. They dropped the 5-5. They dropped the Niners down to 5-5. And next thing you know, we got a battle in the NFC West. But Kyler Murray, it sounded like he's not going to play due to the hamstring injury. That baby is tight. DeAndre Hopkins has a hamstring injury. Sounds like he's going to play. He may be compromised a bit, but look, Colt McCoy is going to play in this game for the Arizona Cardinals, and I wouldn't sleep on him, especially after last season. We know what happened last season. We had the Eno Benjamin play, Shasky. As I say, good morning to everybody out there. Getting off of work, getting off your graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Teachers, students, ushers, firefighters, policemen. Look, I could do it all day long. You guys know who you are, janitors. Good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to the whole entire world. What's up, Shasky?
What's up? What a game. What a game. What a feel-good game. Actually, 2 feel-good games. Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night was fun.
Was the Warriors' I don't know, it's so early. Most complete win of the season?
How many times we're going to say that this year? That was their most complete win of the season.
To this point.
To this point. I'm just saying, like when you go back and look at a season, there's like 25 times I feel like we're going to say, man, that was the most complete win of the season.
Monte, we're almost 25 games through the beginning of the season. We've only said that once. So I'll take it where I can get it, right? Like it was a great win on Friday, and I thought it was a real feel-good vibe win in terms of just spreading the love around to the entire roster. And then yesterday, Klay was just nuclear. I mean, the first quarter, he couldn't miss. It's incredible. And then, everyone's going to point to, Azubuike pointed it out, but I was thinking the exact same thing he was saying. He had 18, maybe it was 20 at that time, maybe it was less, and he's red hot clearly. He comes into the lane, takes 2 or 3 dribbles into the lane. He's about where the free throw line is. I don't know if he takes a contested floater or what, if he's going to, but he's in range to take a mid-ranger. And then he says, you know what? Wiggins is also 4 of 4 from three-point land right now. Let me throw it out to him, and let me get him going as well, because that's the better basketball play. And then, boom, Wiggins knocks down a big-time 3. So I know we're going to be lost in the hoopla of Klay scoring as much as he did. His overall floor game was significantly better in terms of discernment, passing, ball movement, and he was just on fire yesterday. And it was great to see. It was such a feel-good moment for me watching Klay Thompson.
And it started Friday night. And you saw it in the first quarter, Friday night, Klay Thompson making the extra pass.
Yeah.
The Warriors went back to playing Warriors basketball, where it went to good shot to great shot. You know what? We could get a better shot. This is a good shot, but we can get a better shot. And Klay Thompson did that Friday night against the New York Knicks, shooting 8 of 16, 20 points. The legs look like he's coming back. He's got life in those legs. He's starting to play a little better defense. And then, of course, last night was just unbelievable. The 6th time he scored at least 40, or excuse me, the 15th time he scored 40. The 6th time in his career he's hit 10 threes in a game. 10 and 13
That's crazy.
from the three-point line. The 10th time in his career, 6th time in the career he's done that. Of course, he holds a single-game record for most threes in a game, 14 against the Bulls back in 2018-19. So 41 points from him. And then, like, he was so special. You gloss over Steph Curry's stat line,
Dude.
and he's 33 points, 15 assists, and 6 rebounds, and he doesn't even score in the first quarter.
What do you have? One turnover?
One turnover last night.
That's incredible.
So it's like
That's
the one
incredible.
turnover.
That is
also, he didn't score in the first quarter. He didn't score. And the Warriors scored 40 in that first quarter. They were up 18. Of course, the Rockets crawl back, and
that
we'll get to that.
second quarter was rough.
Look, the bench, they got issues. We got to figure out the bench, and we got to figure out Jordan Poole, what the hell's going on with him. And then the free throw discrepancy, it just happens again. The Knicks shoot 34 free throws Friday night. They make 32. The Warriors shoot 13. It's like you're a minus 21 for the free throw line Friday night. Last night, you're a minus 12 that are worse in the league when it comes to opponents shooting free throws and made free throws. So they got to fix that.
It felt like Looney and Draymond were with 5 fouls the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And some of the foul calls are very frustrating. It was just a really good win for the Warriors. I don't care if it's against the Rockets. At this point, beggars can't be choosers. You were 0 for the road this year. You got to take a win wherever you can get it. It was just a feel-good win.
Doubt.
I know that there's going to be some debate about, wow, you fought so hard against a team that's not very good and you needed an epic performance. Look, at this point, I will take any win that I can get for this team on the road. Just start there. So now you've had 2 really good games in a row, back-to-back, 1 big road win to start the entire little roads trip that you're on right now. It's a great step forward.
Well, I got to tell you, last year they needed a game winner against the Rockets. We all forget that. Steph Curry needed the game winner against Kevin Porter Jr., the Houston Rockets at Chase Center.
Was that the game Kevin Porter Jr. was going off?
Going crazy.
I know he
Playing
had
solid
multiple
defense.
good games against them.
Play solid defense. Yeah. Look, he's a fine young player. Last night he had 30 points.
I thought he broke his leg late in that game.
The kid plays hard.
Yeah, he does.
He plays really, really hard. They got some dudes on his team. You're like, who's what? And like when prepping for the job, when I'm doing pregame live, I try to take a clip at the other team and take some notes, right? So I'm watching the Rockets. They're playing the Pacers. I'm just like, oh, God, this is a bad team. 3-13 coming in last night. I'm just like, they take bad shots.
Yeah.
They're the worst team when it comes to transition defense. Their field goal percentage inside the three-point line is some of the worst in the league. I mean, it's just awful, 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 awful. However, when you play the Warriors, you know it's going to be a big night. Steph Curry jumps on the floor. It's like playing against Jordan, right? You're going to give it your best shot. And then right now, the Warriors have to deal with that. They're the champs. People are going to give them their best shots. As Steve Kerr said last week after the Phoenix game, look, people want to kick our ass. We celebrated and danced for 8 years.
Yeah.
We did all that stuff. And now teams want to take it out on us. So nobody's going to feel sorry for the Warriors right now. And they got to fight through whatever they're fighting through. Now, the team meeting Friday night, the elephants in the room.
Yeah,
Friday morning.
What did you make of that? Because a part of me was like, what's going on here? Like when it starts to come out. The other part of me was like, I wonder who said what. I want to know who was talking to who, what was said. Because clearly the message was sent, no?
Yeah, I mean.
But who was sending the message, I guess my question is.
I guess it was a team meeting. According to sources, Draymond Green led the team meeting. A lot of it was, not a lot of it, but some of it was Klay, like, hey, Klay, play team basketball. You don't need to carry the load.
So their own teammates were basically saying that.
It was a team meeting, yeah,
Gotcha.
Players only, basically. And not only that, you had the youngsters, hey, you want to play, you got to earn your minutes.
Mm-hmm.
No more moping, no more whining. So whatever was said.
Interesting.
Whatever was said. Now, I don't have all the details there.
Yeah.
But Michael Green basically said it Friday night. I'm not sure
what I saw.
I'm not sure if Raymond Ritter or company wanted him to reveal that, but it was revealed anyway.
You guys had him on, and then later on he said stuff,
at
right?
the podium.
Yeah.
Yep, at the podium inside the Chase Center. So,
yeah. He had a good game Friday night.
He had a good game Friday night. I thought he was okay yesterday. 8 points, 4 or 5 from the floor. But Friday night, 12 points, 3 rebounds. And he's running the floor. He's getting comfortable at the small ball 5, diving to the rim, dunking, using his pump fake, which I thought was really good Friday night against the New York Knicks. So, look, man, 2 good wins. You play the Pelicans tonight. You're probably not going to have Klay. You then got the Clippers and Jazz. When I look at the week, before the week, I said, okay, can I get to 3-1? Can I give you 3-1 this week? Against 3 really good teams. New Orleans is going to be a playoff team.
Yes.
Utah's playing very well to start the season. And then the Clippers for the first time on Wednesday night.
Is Kawhi going to play?
He played the other night. He's played the last 2 nights. So, you know what? It's going to be a good week. You go 3-1 this week. Now you're 10-10 and you're 500. But I look again
after the first month. I'll take that.
This is why I don't get why, and maybe it's just me. But sometimes I don't get why people panic so early in the season. I get being slightly concerned, but they're 3.5 back in first place Portland or Utah in the Western Conference. The standings aren't going anywhere. There's an absolute logjam in the Western Conference. Teams are inconsistent right now. The Clippers can't find their footing. The Pelicans are 9-7. The Lakers stink. Sacramento's rolling, winning 6 straight. The West is going to be up and down all season long.
Remove the record, because I think most people don't even know what the record of the Warriors is. Whatever. I just watching this team every single game. They've only played one really, really good game, top to finish, on both ends of the floor. So that's why people were worried. Wow, they haven't really put together an entire basketball game on both ends, right? And I think form matters. Forget the records, fighting super hard to beat Team X. I don't really care about that. I'm more worried, are you playing good basketball? Right? And, for the Phoenix game is a great example. The Phoenix game felt really high level for, 2 quarters.
Yeah, well.
And then the bottom fell out, right? And you're like, wow. And it's just...
Well,
it's been very lackluster.
Yeah, they gave up 72 points in the first half of that game. I don't even know if they put together 2 quarters.
I just
gave up 72 points.
It felt high intensity.
I mean, it was definitely intense because the Warriors were fighting it. They were fighting it. They were trying to get on a roll here and get their first road win, but Phoenix put it on them. Phoenix put it on their asses, and they humbled them all. And that may be a turning point. Getting blown out like that against the Phoenix Suns without 3, they're key rotation guys to say, all right, we need to wake up. We need to start playing some good basketball. So now you're 8-9 after starting off 3-7. Life is getting better for the Golden State Warriors. It's getting better. They're 5-2 in their last 7. Now, some people may point to James Wiseman being benched and going out to G League as a product of that.
I watched that G League game on Saturday night at 1 in the morning on NBC Bay Area. Did you watch it?
I did watch a couple clips.
And
19-11. 19-11. He did some good things. He did some bad things.
Kevin Dana was in his bag.
Kevin Dana is good. Kevin Dana was good. Zeta Cato was good.
Did you see who was at half court?
Joe Lacob and Nicole Lacob.
Yes, I did. They stood up at halftime. I was actually here for that. I'm happy that he was there. To me, that everyone's going to rip that. I'm not ripping that. I thought that was awesome. Why is that a bad thing?
I'm trying to figure that out as well.
What do you mean?
A lot of people were ripping Joe Lacob for going to Santa Cruz.
On air or on?
No, I just saw a couple tweets. I saw a couple tweets here and there. And it was just like,
I'm not. Who cares? Yeah, I'm glad he's there. He's showing support for his young guy. He's trying to, help bring this guy's spirit back.
I'm with you.
I have no problem with it.
I'm with you.
I actually thought it was an encouraging step forward. The guy's confidence is shattered clearly right now.
Right.
The guy Wiseman just needs any positivity to cling to at any moment. That's what I want to see. I had a good time watching Patrick Baldwin Jr. too. I think there's a lot of little tiny positives to find from that. But I'm more concerned, obviously, about the big league club. And I just look at it and I go, man, Kuminga had one of the sickest dunks I've ever seen.
Sick dunks.
But then he just can't stay on the floor.
Can't stay on the floor. He fouls. Doesn't know where to be offensively. Moody's not playing right now because he's turning the ball over. Steve Kerr said, look, he's not allowed to turn the ball over. Doesn't have that leeway yet. Jordan Poole.
Can we stop on Moody for a second? What would his ideal role be for you right now? Watching what this team needs right now, what would you be having him do?
What he needs to do is try to figure out his role in terms of, am I a ball handler? Am I a shot maker? Am I doing the dirty work? Just play. But when he handles the ball, he seems a bit timid right now. When he shoots, it's not looking fluid.
No, I agree with that.
Defensively, he's been a step slow. He just needs to play better. The role is there for him with the second unit.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I to your point, on facilitator, I thought he'd be more like a, combo guard. And it feels like when DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, and him are together, it's only been a couple of minutes. We're talking about seconds on the floor, not quarters on the floor.
Played 4 minutes and 39 seconds last night. Didn't play until the second half.
He just feels like a perimeter floater. You know what I mean? Where he's just kind of floating, and then the ball will come to him. He'll take a couple dribbles and immediately pass.
Doesn't finish well. Yeah, it's clunky right now for him. But this is why Friday we were discussing this, and I was thinking maybe you just give him 15 minutes. He's playing 15 minutes, but he doesn't know when he's playing. He told that to us last week at the Gay House. He doesn't know when he's playing. So a message with your mind. You can stay ready all you want to. But when you're sitting for 3 hours and then all of a sudden you get your number called, it's like,
Yeah.
well, great. What am I, I got to make this count. And you're trying to make you're putting so much pressure on yourself to make the right basketball play. Then you mess up. Like we always think, if you're on the air, right, you're like, ooh, don't mess up the three, don't mess up the three, don't mess up the three. And then you get in your head, you're like, oh, man, I just messed up three. You're thinking too much. He's thinking too much out there on the floor. Like Klay Thompson was before these last 2 nights. He was thinking too much, way too much. Now he's letting the game, and you heard him on the post-game show yesterday, basically said, I just need to simplify things.
Yeah.
If I simplify things, catch and shoot, extra pass here and there, then I'm back. And you get the Splash Brothers for the 17th time in their career dropping at least 70 points.
I mean, that was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. And Steph Curry, like, quietest 30 and 15 I've ever seen in my life. And that three at the end was so sick.
So sick.
I mean, ridiculously sick. It's just, Steph Curry's just unbelievable. The thing is, though, B, I'm looking at this team. They're taking steps forward. I'm encouraged with where they're at. To your point, like, they've been through the wildest first month that I can think of. And they're right kind of where they need to be. Now, that being said, it's such a long season. There's a long way to go. But they just need to keep stacking these victories. And then I think all of the other things are going to kind of fall into place. A Jordan Poole thing, I just don't know what to make of it, B. I'm not really sure what's going on with him right now. The inconsistency is so frustrating for everyone involved. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. I don't. He doesn't look aggressive offensively. He wasn't looking for a shot. He's over dribbling.
Well, did you see that sequence yesterday? He got a foul out of it, and I thought it was kind of a weak foul. He dribble, pump fake, passes to someone else, gets it right back. Yeah. Dribble, pump fake, pass it back out. Like, it was, the whole sequence felt like little brother, big brother in the backyard, and I'm like, dude, this is the Rockets. Like, just play. Just like, what are you trying to go one-on-one here?
He's a little erratic right now. 888-957-9570 is Klay back. Is Klay back? I know I did some trolling last night.
What's that?
I just asked everybody in the app on Twitter. Does Klay need to come off the bench anymore?
Okay.
Are we done with that, finally?
And what was the point of that?
Well, the point is, all the callers who called, I tried to play the game last couple of weeks. If Klay comes off the bench, what does it look like?
Okay.
This guy's not a bench player. He's a starter. And he needs to play next to Steph. He needs to get his legs back. And the same thing happened last season where early on didn't look good, right? He got in the rhythm. And by the time the postseason came around, Klay was Klay. Now, he's not the Klay from 2019, 2018, but Klay was pretty damn good. And you see the last 2 games, all of a sudden, shot selection, right? Shot selection's a lot better.
A lot better.
Making the extra pass is a lot better. All of a sudden, Klay looks like a damn comparable 2-guard. So, Klay Thompson, it was good to see that last night. 50% shooting the last 2 nights.
Yeah.
And I just think, you know what? I'm sitting there thinking, man, I can't believe that discussion. This is why we got to just relax a little bit.
Let's meet me in the middle.
No. It's an 82-game season.
Well, meet me in the middle here.
I can't meet you in the middle on that one.
Why not?
I didn't think it was logical.
For 12 games. Just hear me out. He looked like crap for 12 games, and his own teammates had to sit down and isolate him in front of a team meeting to play better. So, like, all things can be true. You can have all the faith in him and the loyalty and all that, which a lot of people have. And I can also sit here and say, guys, come on. He just needed to play better basketball. And then his own teammates called him out. He played better basketball, and I'm happy he did. I want Klay Thompson playing this kind of not 41 points, because he's not going to drop 41. We knew he was going to have a good game at some point. But it's about being consistent over a long period of time. It's about having good shot selection over a long period of time. This is such a great step forward. It was a great game. I'm super happy for him. That doesn't mean that the first couple of weeks didn't happen.
But some of the stuff was outrageous. Some of the stuff I was hearing and I was getting thrown at me was outrageous. Talking about being washed and this and that. And look, Steve Kerr said it Wednesday night after the Phoenix game. He's got to just make the simple play. You don't need to force all the shots. And I think quietly, him playing at the end of that Phoenix game may not mean a lot to anybody, but he decided to stay on the floor.
Okay.
He's like, let me work through this. Let me get my rhythm. I'm going to play with the second unit. I'm going to play this out. I need to play. I need to get better. And mentally, I think that did something for him. Okay. And then all of a sudden, you turn it over Thursday, you get the team meeting Friday, and then boom, you get a great game. So Klay Thompson, it was good to see him back. Now, is he all the way back? We'll see. It's against the Rockets. It's against the New York Knicks. But you know what? it was a good sign for him.
It doesn't matter who it's against. It's just form matters. He's in form right now, and I want to see that he can sustain it and be a little more consistent with it and keep the smart IQ discernment when it comes to shots and making the extra pass. Yeah, moving forward.
Don't force.
It was a great move
By
forward.
the way, the Warriors, first time in franchise history, they had 3 guys make at least 6 threes.
Wiggins, Steph, and Klay?
Yep.
Wow. First
time in franchise history.
KD never did that with them.
Not at
That's
least 6
surprising.
threes. That is very surprising.
That's surprising. Wiggins was just quietly great yesterday.
Wiggins been so consistent.
No, I know, but yesterday specifically, like he was hitting threes.
If he would have hit those dunks, those 2 dunks.
How sick was that pass from Draymond?
Oh.
The little pass back, and he came flying in.
And then the Steph alley-oop.
Oh, my God, dude.
All right, we got to go. God. All right. What's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and ChooseChange.org. Your phone calls coming up. SFA drummer Robin Casey, and then we'll switch gears to the 49ers as they get ready for Monday Night Football in Mexico City, playing at Azteca Stadium against the Arizona Cardinals. A lot coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, Please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
This Black Friday, where do prices dropping mean upgrade your home shopping? Lowe's, actually. Save big this holiday on some big home appliances, like a limited-time Samsung Bespoke Laundry Pair. Was $2,898, now $1,719, for a total savings of $1,179. Black Friday is here. Don't miss out on savings for the season and deals to get your whole home ready at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/23. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Curry will fire it away with 5, and he hit it. Falling away. Gordon right there. Nothing he can do about this. Shot it sideways.
Yeah, he shot it from his waist.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Horrible ad lib. Just a horrible. He's just coming up with stuff out of the back pocket.
You better leave Guru alone. Hey, right on, Guru. That was the longest rejoinder in 95.7 The Game history, but I'll take it.
Give it to me one more time. I want to hear it. You can hear him processing in real time.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man, that was a great rejoin. Right on, Guru. Good morning. Actually,
that makes me smile.
He shot me a text yesterday. He's worried about Poole, and as he should be, I'm worried about Poole as well. Poole's got to get going here, but Steph Curry, you heard the shot. Tim Roy and JB on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. That last shot, the ball touched the banners. Banners. Fading away at the three-point line, and he pulls a night-night.
So sick.
And that night-night, like,
so
whoa.
Sick. Jumping in the air.
Dude, this guy's incredible, man. Like,
I thought his leg was going to get folded late in that game. There was like a loose ball. I don't know if you saw that. Loose ball.
Always worry.
Because he got crushed. I'm like, oh, my God.
Always worry.
He bounced up, no problem.
Stop worrying. Steph's fine. Yeah, I saw the play. It's athletes making a play. Athletes just trying to make a play.
Okay.
You're always worrying. Don't worry. Be happy. Warriors won 2 in a row. Steph, 33-15. It's like 33-15 and 6. No points in the first quarter. 33-15 and 6. It's 4th double-double of the season. 2nd straight double-double. I mean, the unanimous MVP season, Shasky, was special.
No,
he's playing on that level.
I was going to say better. And I know the Warriors' record doesn't indicate it, but he's playing better right now. He has to be one of the top. Because I know Luka got hurt, so I don't know where he's at right now. He's got it. It's so early, but he's got to be in the mix, right?
Dude, his last 8
MVP?
games. Oh, there's no doubt. And that was early. I know we do this every single year.
But he's having a historical season.
Look at his last 8 games. 34.5 points. 8 assists. 6 rebounds. He's shooting 50% from 3. He's shooting 58.5% from the floor.
What's his career high for assists in a season? 7.5 or so?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that? Wow.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? The thing that I'm amazed by, because Draymond yesterday had some kind of ugly turnovers, and Dre always racks up the assists, but he'll also rack up the turnovers too, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a guy that does have as much attention on him as he does, Steph doesn't turn it over that much.
No,
in comparison to other people that handle the ball as much as he does.
Yeah, those last 8 games, he's averaging just 2.5 turnovers. I mean, it's really impressive.
It really is.
Turnovers. 1, he had 5 Friday night against the New York Knicks. It happens. 3 against Phoenix. 1 against San Antonio. And then, of course, 4 against Sacramento. He had the 2 against Cleveland. These numbers are just sick. Then he had the game against Sac, where he had 47 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds, no turnovers. It was the Larry Bird game. I mean,
insane.
He's
just insane. Let me ask you this, though, because you brought up Jordan Poole, and you're like, yeah, you know what's going on with Jordan Poole. The one lineup last year that started off really well, and then it kind of leaked oil as the season went on, or at least the playoffs went on, was some variation of Steph, Poole, Klay, Wiggins, and either Looney or Draymond, right? Why is that lineup nowhere near as efficient as it was when it first kind of came out last year?
That 5 lineup?
Yeah. Or whatever that last...
Because it's really small. It's a really small lineup.
Defensively, it's affecting them?
Defensively, it's not as efficient. And then offensively, Jordan Poole's got to play off the ball, but Steph Curry loves running around as well.
Yeah. And there's no one setting a screen, it feels like.
And it happened in the Denver series. Denver adjusted to that lineup.
Yeah.
And by game 4, they adjusted to that lineup. And that lineup was ineffective the rest of the way. And then in the playoffs, it wasn't as effective. So I think, we love small ball 5.
Well, it's a sexy lineup to throw out there. It's a sexy lineup. But I don't think it's working.
No, it's not. And we always think about the Hamptons 5 and the Death lineup. Where those guys were long and athletic. Iguodala's long.
I was going to say. And Iguodala's a great facilitator, too.
Exactly.
That's the other part.
Kevin Durant, long. So, they got to figure something out with Jordan Poole. They do. Let's take some calls real quick. Let's get the SF Bay Drummer down in Houston. SF Bay Drummer, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, my guys? I was at the game last night.
Nice.
So you could hear it in my voice. I was yelling from the second deck. But, it was just great to see a GOAT, just Steph Curry in action. When he made that shot, I got it on my phone. It was on our side of the court for the second half. Then this is my first time ever seeing Klay go nuclear like that.
It was incredible.
In person, live. So that was real cool. But I was talking my mess to all the Houston folks. I was in the first quarter. I was like, yeah, it's just like old times. It's looking like a scrimmage game. And I don't like the bench. I don't like how they just let that lead just evaporate like that.
A problem.
That second quarter was ugly.
Ready to see. Yeah, it was ugly, and I'm ready to see Kuminga and Moody. If you're not going to do nothing with them at the NBA level, put them down with Wiseman at the G League too. Let them get some minutes. Let all 3 of them get confident.
Yeah.
Maybe it can help you later in the year to be contributors the way you need them to be. But Steph Curry, he owns the Rockets. He's a proud owner of the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, he owns the Toyota Center.
Yeah, so,
no doubt. No doubt.
Oh, yeah, that's his vacation home. So I call it.
I love it. Hey, glad you had some fun down there.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, SF Bay Drummer. Let's get to Robin real quick. Robin's up early. Robin's up early here on the roast. What's happening, Robin?
Hey, Robin.
Yeah, hi, you guys. I'm like you. I'm a vampire, but I still get up early. I know you're a vampire. You too, Sassy. Hey, listen, a couple of things I want to say to this. Don't underestimate Houston. People say they're a bad team. Actually, them boys are long, young, and athletic. And them boys got after. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
I'm with you on that.
Okay, and they got after the Warriors. We already talked about that second night. I'm gonna tell you something. The Warriors defense, I don't care what nobody say. sucks. Okay, them boys got after them.
She's right.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because our starters, they are a step slow, and that's due to age, and they suck in transitional defense. Okay, and so that is still problematic. It's great to see Klay have a good game, 2 good games, and I don't think he was overthinking. He was being selfish. When you're being selfish, that's not overthinking. And finally, somebody sat down and told him, "Dude, what's up? This ain't cool." That's what that was. Peace out, guys.
Hey, Robin, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Robin. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll get to our guy, Casey and Moran, after the break here. We'll talk some Niners, too. Let's pivot to some 49ers because we got a big game tonight. Big game.
So
we'll get back to the Warriors. Anthony Slater will join us at 7:30 from the Big Easy. They'll play the Pelicans. We'll see who's in, who's out of the lineup, what that team meeting was about, how many elephants was actually in the room Friday when the Warriors had that team meeting. But they win 2 in a row. They get their first road win of the season. Now, 1-8 on the road. 1-8 on the road. 8-9 overall. They're still in 11th place in the Western Conference if you want to look at the standings. But the way I look at it is, you're 3.5 back in the number 1 team, the Utah Jazz. And they get to play Utah Friday. Clippers Wednesday after this Pelican game tonight in New Orleans. All right, more coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
Bay Area! If you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. My new favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. They got you covered. Starting Wednesday, November 23rd, the entire site will be 30% off. The best sale of the year. Flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirt jackets, hoodies, men's, women's, you name it, Flag and Anthem has it. So head over to flagandanthem.com right now and start filling out your cart. My wife's already done it for Christmas shopping. We're going to be one and done. It's going to be amazing. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to gear when he's off the field. If it's good enough for CMC, it's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 7
877-451-7518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
This week, hurry to get incredible Black Friday deals at Target. Save on the hottest gifts to get ahead this holiday, like the latest tech and electronics, the hottest styles for the entire family, and trending toys you have to see to believe. And Black Friday shopping at Target is easier than ever, with free drive-up, free order pickup, and same-day delivery. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way. Only at Target. Exclusions apply.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Now let's get back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, two guys who know it all when it comes to Bay Area sports, and they'll be sure to tell you about it.
I missed that last part because Shasky turned his mic on. Let me hear the last part.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Now let's get back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, two guys who know it all when it comes to Bay Area sports, and they'll be sure to tell you about it.
He's talking about me or you?
He's talking about you. He's talking about you. He's definitely talking about you.
How mad was Steiny he had to do every single rejoin for all the shows?
Oh, it must sucked. It must sucked. It must sucked.
Hey, Steiny, guess what? I love you, buddy.
This segment is presented by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I know who doesn't love Steiny, and it's Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky.
Oh.
Not a fan right now.
Well, he was very mad that Steiny would not take his calls on the midday show.
So you know what? Here we go. We're here. And we're going to get to Casey and Alex in just a second. So, Michelle Shasky.
Oh, boy.
The better half
Don't
of
expose me.
Joe Shasky.
Kalena's probably listening. Expose him!
Yes, we will. We will.
The laughing in the back.
She's been planning a surprise party for Joe Shasky for about a month.
I didn't even know this.
planned it. Hey, we're going to be there. I need you to be there by 5:10. It's going to arrive around 5:30. We're going to surprise him for his 40th birthday, which is next Monday, right?
Yes.
So Anna's like, all right, when should we get there? I was like, man, let's get there at 4:30 so we can mingle a little bit. We had another prior engagement to go to afterwards.
Busy man.
So
I made the list.
Yeah, you made the list. You made the list. Trust me, it was a game time decision. No, I'm kidding. We weren't going to miss it. We weren't going to miss it. So we get to the surprise party.
Time decision.
No, we weren't going to go. We're not going to miss that. So Spadoni and Madsen and all the roasters out there, Michelle Shasky pledged Shasky, the butcher, a surprise party. Well, Shasky, we know how anxious he gets around here. He gets all fidgety at the house or whatnot. We get to the house for the surprise party. Michelle's like, Shasky's already here. He blew the surprise. Wait, what? How does this happen? Apparently, he got hungry. It was like, it thought there was just going to be, an anniversary dinner or something like that?
I was told, my life is on Outlook, right?
Yeah.
So my wife will send me, hey, we got to go here, we got to do this, we got to do that. Like, I always create a calendar. So if it's not on the calendar, it doesn't exist. About a month or so ago, she's like, 25th anniversary for my aunt and uncle. We're having a big dinner, blah, 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 blah. And it sounded plausible because they have a lot of parties. And I'm like, oh, all right. And whenever I go to their house, there's tons of food. Now, you got to understand. I went golfing at the Oak Club all day and had this party hanging over my head the whole time. And I know if I'm late, I'm going to be in trouble. That's number one. Number two, again, I was hungry. So not being shackled with my wife, I was able to show up to a party early for the first time ever. And so I took an Uber. You know when you order an Uber at like 5 o'clock? There was one minute away. It could have been 20 minutes away. I didn't know. It was 1 minute away. I show up. And let me tell you this. I had no idea. I thought it was an anniversary party. I show up. Now, Michelle's friend, longtime friend, and my friend as well, Jen and Jose, are walking down the street. And I go, didn't notice it was them. As I'm getting out of the Uber, I go, damn, those people got a lot of kids. Now, Jen and Jose got like 6, 7 kids, right?
Right.
And I'm thinking, that lady got a lot of kids over there. I get out of the car, and I'm like, oh, it's Jen. What's up, Jen? I'm like, what are you guys doing here? She's like, oh, our friend down the street's having a party. I'm like, what a small world. Didn't even conceive for a second that they would be, coming for a party. I'm like, oh, well, Michelle's upstairs. Let me get her. I'm yelling from the out front of Danny and Melanie's house. I'm like, Michelle, come out. Michelle comes in. She's like, get inside. I'm thinking, damn, what did I do? So I go up into the house. I'm like, whatever. They're talking out front. So I put my coat on. I'm like, I'm going to go downstairs because she said there was catering or whatever that was going to come. I'm going to make me some food. You know what I mean? I come down the stairs. There's my dad and my brother and my cousin. And I'm like, the hell are you guys doing here? Oh, surprise.
Surprise.
You idiot. You came early.
You came early to your own surprise party. Now, I'll say a couple things here. And Michelle, don't get mad at me. She's probably already mad at me. Who knows? Probably. Damn it. You should have never left Joe by himself. That's number one. You should have stuck with Joe and just kept him at the house, run a little slow, been a little late. We get there, Spadoni, and she's like, Joe's already here. He ran a surprise. I was like, damn, of course he did. Hey, Joe, surprise. We're here.
That's a 4 for your Anna, by the way.
Blame me for being Tom Coughlin of San Francisco. If you're 5 minutes late, if you're 5 minutes early, you're still late. Please. That's the way I roll. Yeah. I get everywhere early. I'm punctual. Today, for example, I show up early. I bring coffee. I come bearing gifts. How's that a bad thing?
It's
the coaching me.
I run on CP time. Color people time. We're on time.
I didn't know that was a thing.
The show starts at 6:05. I'm there at 6:05.
Always gotta be fashionably late. Always. That's why they say it.
Yeah, you always. I learned. I used to be the early guy. It sucks being an early guy. I'm sorry. I like to be a little late.
So you don't suffer from anxiety. See, I suffer from massive anxiety. Yeah. So if I show up late, it ruins my whole flow.
Yeah. Now I feel bad, so never mind.
Yeah, listen.
What do you mean?
I like to be a little late. I like to be a little tardy.
Say it, Joey. What's up?
No. I was just going to say, well, if you're hosting a party, you don't like when people show up right on time. You're hoping to at least show 10 to 15 minutes later. Right. Because you're still setting up for most of the time.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a good point.
Yeah, no,
But you're a good person, Joe. That's what we got from this.
Well, look, a party is a different setting. But again, I thought I was helping to set up for another party, not knowing that the party was for me.
Too. By the way, Jose,
it was a beautiful night.
Their kids. So one of them had the ankle brace.
Yes.
And then the other was like, "What's up, Bonte?" And he's a Rams fan.
Lucas? Is he a Rams fan?
Not the one with the ankle.
The older brother.
Yeah, the older brother.
He
came over. What's up, Bonte? How you doing? It's like, what's up, man? He just came over like we were boys.
Yeah.
I'm like, you good? He's like, yeah, man. I was like, you ready for that Niners game? He's like, I'm a Rams fan. I was like, what?
They wanted
Andy Dalton tapped that ass, by the way.
He did. Chris Olave tapped that ass. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta.
I ruined
his own surprise party.
I know. It was a beautiful night. I love my wife. She's the best.
How long did you guys stick around?
Midnight. I don't know.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back, and Anna, we looked at each other like we're old.
Let's
take advantage of having no baby.
Yeah, I'm super old.
Alex in Atlanta, what's happening?
But it was great to see a bunch of people there.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, first of all, I owe Klay Thompson an apology for doubting that man at all. The Warriors are now 15-0 when that guy scores 40 points in a game, so that was great to see.
That's an incredible
last
stat.
Night. But the one thing that still kind of concerns me about the team is just how much they're fouling every game.
Yeah.
They're last in the league in fouls per game. They're fouling almost 24 times a game. And that's allowing teams to get to the line a lot. I don't know if you guys have heard of free throws per field goal attempts. That's kind of a weird stat, but basically one out of every 4 field goal attempts the Warriors allow, they're fouling on those plays and allowing their opponent to get to the line. So they rank 29th in the league for that.
27.9 free throw attempts per game. Teams are averaging 22.4 free throw makes a game against the Warriors. Warriors both 30th in the league.
Jeez.
Yeah, and that's a frightening stat for a team that's third in points in the league, and third in points per game, and has the number 1 pace of play in the league. So the fact that we're 8-9 is primarily due to the fact that we just can't stop fouling people when we're defending.
No, it's a problem. It's a problem for them. Thanks for the stats, Alex. By the way, I'll let you finish here. Just Alex and Michael Hernandez, 5 minutes away, but really just getting in the shower. That's how we roll. Yo, where you at, bro? Oh, yeah, about 15 minutes away. Just getting out of bed, about to hop in the shower and put some deodorant on.
There's two kinds of people in this
that guy.
world. Yeah,
I didn't used to be that guy.
Yeah.
I became that guy in my later life, and I kind of like it.
Well, I mean, look, my theory is I'd rather be somewhere relaxed, calm, in the zone. I've got a whole routine no matter where I go. So I got to do my thing, man. Everybody's got their own way of living life.
I like it. What were you going to say, by the way? I cut you off right away.
Now I don't remember. I'm pulling a Steiny here. How many more minutes, Spadone?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that in a minute.
Steiny taking that shot at us. They'll let you know that they know everything. You're damn right I will.
Yeah.
You're damn right I will. If I'm right, I'm going to let you know that I'm right.
Be fine, bro.
Because in the process of being right, you get everybody telling you how wrong you are.
Yeah.
And so, you know what? I like to flex. I like to pop my stuff. So I told you guys last night on the postgame show.
What'd you tell us?
888-957-9570. All the people who wanted Klay to come off the bench, call me today.
Okay.
I want to hear from you.
Okay.
You went radio silent on me.
I guess
dead air.
Am I the one that's leading the brigade? Was I the one? Is that what you're?
Well, there was a lot of people.
I don't have a strong opinion.
I said, leave my man alone.
Who said this? Just tell me.
Oh, no. There's multiple. It wasn't just one person.
Face to face?
Oh, no. DMs.
Oh.
Tweets.
The internet doesn't matter.
Yeah. I
Real life matters.
There's some personal texts like, tell Shasky ask Shasky how he feels about Klay.
This is what my pivot would be to them.
And I'm not even trying to put you
for Klay. I want Klay to look. If the Warriors are going nowhere without Klay Thompson, don't get it dismissed. Right. I love watching Klay Thompson play basketball. I'm also assessing what I'm watching in real time, and there's going to be some ups and there's going to be some downs. Very similar to Jimmy Garoppolo. People are like, Jimmy Garoppolo, losing their minds. This is how my fandom works, and everyone's is different. I'm not sit back. Everything will be fine, guy. That's just not who I am. I'm the guy that gets there early because, again, I'm filled with anxiety, for crying out loud. So when I'm watching someone struggle for multiple weeks, when I'm watching the team, not me, the team talk to their own guy and have a closed-door, players-only meeting, when I'm listening to the head coach calling out certain players, I'm not the only person thinking this. Lots of people are thinking this. And it was a great game, and I'm so happy he had him. I want him to have more of those games. But the true test, and again, I'm not trying to pick it apart, I'm not trying to rain on his parade or anything. Really, the reality is, I knew, and I said this while he was struggling, he's going to have a good game at some point. The question is, how consistent can they be? Can he continue to have better shot selection, play within the fabric of the offense, and then where's he going to be at defensively? Can his body hold up? Can he play in these back-to-backs eventually at some point, or is that just going away forever? It's not about the singular game. It's about the totality of the season and the body of the work.
Hasn't he earned equity?
Of course he's earned equity. Why do you think? Part of the equity. 1 second. Part of the equity that he's earned is him earning the ability to work himself out of that slump.
The equity. But no, people didn't. They didn't buy that. They wanted to put his ass on the bench.
No, but I
heard you say he's like a. You brought up Kyle Korver with the guy. You brought up Kyle Korver.
I said he more resembles Kyle Korver, a sharpshooter. And again, you see Kyle Korver as a negative. As a sharpshooter off the bench that you fear than he does the two-way player that he was in 2019, 2018. Like, that's, and I'll stand by that.
I hear you. No, but there's a lot of people thought he was washed.
No one said the guy's a scrub. Right. No one said that the guy can't play at all. About him like and he's going to be benched like Andre Iguodala. We use the B word like the guy's never going to play like it's football or baseball. In basketball, even when you're a quote-unquote role player, you can still get 25 or 30 minutes, depending on what the role is. Like, here's a great example, Bonte. The guy had 41 last night. Mm-hmm. He's not even going to play tonight. And that's not a knock. That's his new reality.
20 Friday.
What?
20 Friday. The Warriors.
It's a great game Friday. I actually really like the game Friday.
But the Warriors are going to play it safe like this with Klay Thompson. And why wouldn't you? He's coming off 2 gruesome injuries. I would not push him on back-to-backs. For who? For what? As Lodell would say. For how? Like, why would you do that? There's no sense into that right now. Maybe you play some back-to-backs later this season if you need a win or whatnot. But right now, you don't need it. You don't need it. Just chill, Klay. You're all good. And it's all good for the Golden State Warriors as they won 2 in a row. Let's pivot the Niners, though. Let the Niners, by the way, if you get the legal in the box here, I don't memorize the legal at all. I'll say something like, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FMH, and HG1 in San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Is that it?
We're good. There you go.
Legal's done. How about that, Shasky? How about Monday Night Football tonight? Look at you in that jacket. Monday Night Football.
You've earned the equity to say the legal however you want it.
Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. That's illegal. Boom. Move on. No, it's the Klay stuff is fast. The basketball, it's 82 games. It's like us. The equivalent would be freaking out over the Giants 20 games in. And I've done that.
Actually, it'd be more, 40 games in. Yeah. Because they're about a quarter of the way into the season right now, the Warriors. And so a quarter of the way in baseball would be about 40.
But we do that with the Giants, 20 games in.
Yeah, but I do that with every sport. But I do that on the first drive of a Niner game. There are different fans. I don't sit here and fan police people. Like that is when Jimmy Garoppolo throws no throw. No, I'm just saying. Like when this is more of a hypothetical. I'm just having the philosophical conversation. When Jimmy Garoppolo throws into triple coverage, there are 2 kinds of people. There's some like me. Oh my God, how could he make that throw? And there are others like, that's just what Jimmy does. Let's see what he does on the next drive. Both are acceptable forms of fandom. I am not here to tell people how to root. Like, come on, man. Root however you want.
I can't live like that anymore. I can't live like I swear to God, last week when the Niners decided to freaking kick a field goal after the first drive, and you people freaked out. I said, nope, that's it for me. Same thing with Klay. Like you can say fan police, you can say all that stuff. But watching people freak out over Klay Thompson.
Because people care.
But it's Klay Thompson. He bounced back in a major way last year. It's Klay Thompson. And I sat here for 2 weeks and I played the game with you guys. Said, okay, if he comes off the bench, what does it look like? And nobody had any answers. Well, this, or maybe you start DiVincenzo, or maybe you start. And I said, come on, guys. Let's just be logical for a second.
We were saying maybe he doesn't play the first 3 minutes of the game just to get Poole going.
That's still silly.
It's just a theory.
That's still silly.
I mean, come on.
That's silly.
I mean,
it's Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Some of this guy literally tried to play defense on the torn ACL for this culture and this organization. This guy saved seasons. All right? That guy deserves equity. That guy deserves, you know what? If it takes him 15 games to roll, give him 15 games to roll. It's all good. It's not life or death. The Warriors are not 1-14. They're not 0-15. It's Klay freaking Thompson. So to see him bounce back like that in 2 games, and he admitted last night. Said, I hear the trolls. The trolls got to me. He got to me. Hold on. Here's the cut right here.
Before you go to that, just 1 second. You're acting like I'm the one who called the players meeting. No. And I'm the one who called them out.
No.
Did they have a players meeting?
No, it's you and a lot of people.
But did they have a players meeting?
They did have a players meeting.
So internally, they were feeling what I was feeling.
But Steve Kerr said it Wednesday night, and it was obvious. I said it. He's trying too hard.
Okay, then.
Shot selection was terrible.
So then why anyone that was quote unquote
But it wasn't enough to talk about the bench. Like we all went crazy over Jordan Poole scored 36 against San Antonio in the start. But he did. Hey, this is funny because trolls get to the best of us. Here's where Klay said this about his response.
When you hit 10 threes, I can confidently say they're open, and it's just something for me to build on. You know, I've been really wanting a game like this, so it felt great to just let that thing fly and play with the free mind. No, I don't care anymore. I really let the trolls get to me. Like, what am I doing? You know, like I had just a revelation where I was like, man, like just be you, and everything will play out. And criticize me all you want, but I know how great I am and what I'm capable of, and I think real Warrior fans know that as well.
Real Warrior fans. But there's some real Warrior fans who wanted you on the bench, Klay. We had that rejoin. Should have played it today, Spadone. You guys better not be roasting me. I was hoping Klay last night would be like, hey, tell your partner, I'm back. That would be great for the show.
You know what? If he thinks that I have that much sway, so be it. Like, I'm not the one who paid the guy $80 million for 2 straight years and got 0 out of it. Like, again, I love Klay. He's a champion. He's an all-time legend. When I say things, it's what we're feeling in the moment based off what he's doing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, he's playing like Michael Jordan in his prime when he was stinking it up for 2 weeks. He had a great game. I'm super happy, and I hope he can build on it.
He still starts slow. He always starts slow. Starts slow. I mean, anyway, look, let's celebrate the win. You got 41 points. It was good to see the Splash Brothers 74 points. I don't want to feel like I'm attacking you because I'm not, Shasky. I'm just giving you a hard time for it. That's all. I'm giving you a hard because you're fandom. You are a big-time fan. You are very, very emotional. But I learned, and believe it or not, I learned through media school, you can't live and die on every single possession. There's going to be more possessions. Now, there's certain junctures of a game where you freak out and be like, all right, you gotta go, right? There's certain junctures in the game, like tonight, there may be a play in the third quarter. I'm like, all right, God dang it, what the hell is going on here? But first half, like, for example, I'll take you behind the scenes of me gambling, right? If I gamble on a game.
Okay, taking me behind the scenes.
I gamble on a game. And it goes, man, you do so well when you don't watch the game that you gamble on. I sit back the first half of games I gamble on. I start taking out the trash, I start cleaning, kind of get my mind off of knowing that hey, it's going to be a second half.
So there's your anxiety.
It's going to come. That's how I deal with it.
Yes.
I learned how to deal with my ADD, my anxiety, and all that stuff. So you got to just, you got to just chill.
Thank you for educating me on how to watch games.
I'm not telling you how to watch games. I'm telling you what helped me. I'm not going to tell you how to watch a game, nor do I want to. I don't. You watch a game how you watch a game. How everybody watches a game, how they watch a game. I choose to watch games at home because I don't want to deal with anybody else. That's my anxiety. Anyway, let's go to the lines. Everybody wants to talk Warriors. We'll move the Niners at some point, I think. TC, Sat, TC.
Bonte, Shasky, good morning, bro.
Good morning.
Oh, man, just talking a little bit about the Warriors and Kings. You see my Kings balling, Bonte.
6 in a row.
Ain't letting up.
6 in a row. Like that beam. Hey, like that beam up there, Golden One.
That's what's up. We ain't letting up, Shasky. But look, a little bit on the Warriors and Niners. The Warriors, remember when I called him last week with y'all, bro, and I was telling y'all to relax. Y'all be good. Klay had his little game or whatever. You guys going to get it together. I feel you, Bonte, on a lot of Warrior fans. There was a lot of people panicking, but there's going to be a lot of Warrior fans calling in today with you guys saying, no, I told you. So I feel where you're coming from, Bonte.
Yeah, that's all. No panic. We don't need to panic. They're 4-time champs. What are you panicking for? 4-time champs. Anthony Livermore, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas, and happy Monday. Last night's game, so I got a couple things. One, I'm noticing that people are moving the goalposts for Klay. Like, even after we've, some fans like myself have said, like, be patient. He's earned the equity. Give him an opportunity to get his legs under the belt, under him. Now they're saying, well, let's see if he can do it over the course of, more than one game. Oh, now he can't play back-to-back. It's like, since when did we do this about Klay? Where the game last night, they had an 18-point lead, and the second unit squandered that thing, and you had the Rockets looking like they were a better team. And so obviously most of us realize that it is the second unit. And so I just think it's unfair, but I'm just giving some perspective that I noticed that people truly are moving the goalposts.
But Anthony, you also have to acknowledge, like, that is the part of the Klay Thompson conundrum right now, is that he'll have a great game like he did, and then they play the very next night, which is how the NBA schedule works itself out, and then he's not available for you. And so, yeah, like, I know it stinks, and you're saying, oh, you're moving the goal, but that is his new norm. And Bonte could say there's only, what are there, 12 back-to-backs this year, right?
14, I believe.
I mean, like, this is what happens in sports for certain players. Buster Posey wouldn't play on Wednesday day games. Why? Because he's catching. And in yesteryears, guys would play 135, 140 games behind the dish, and he's only playing 112, behind the dish. And that's who he is. That equates to your value throughout the totality of a 82-game season. Why are people questioning, oh, man, maybe we shouldn't have given Kawhi Leonard all this money? Because the guy can barely play right now on the basketball court. And that changes fundamentally his impact on his team's winning throughout the course of the year to put them in a position to have a better seed, to have a better matchup, to win a championship.
I really do understand that, but, Klay and Kawhi are two different players. And and Kawhi, he's been very, it starts trying to figure out, what's really going on with him. But we know that Klay is trying his best, and I just think us as a fan base really do have to give him that soft landing spot to be who he is. And he held himself accountable by saying last night at the post game, hey, I had to look myself in the mirror and say, what am I doing? I'm letting the trolls get the best of me or whatnot. And so he came out of it. And so, I just think it's best that we just kind of chill out. But, I mean, all in all, I'm very happy you had a great game. I really do hear what you're saying, but I do think that, you run a little hot, so you worry, and that's okay. But I think that...
That's why we love him, Anthony. That's why we love him. That's why we love him. Love that he runs a little hot. It's fine. Frank and Chico, 30 seconds before we break. Frank, what's happening?
Hey, guys. A pleasure as always. I just want to say this real quick. At the very, very beginning of the season, we had expectations for our youngs. I think we as fans got a little carried away. Lastly, I just want to say this. Chasky, I love you. You're the man. But this whole thing with Klay, bro, when you're saying Garoppolo and Korver, you got to calm down, buddy. This is Klay Thompson. This is Game 6 Klay. And what I'm telling you is, it was easy to see if we were looking at it. He was going to have a slow start. He's had slow starts before, and he didn't have the training camp that all the other players have had. He is a two-way player instead of 1s, 2s, and 3s. It's going to be 2, 3s, and 4s now. This team is about to take off. You watch out, and you stop talking about Klay Thompson, Jeff.
All right, Frank. It's all good. It's all good, Frank. He loves Klay Thompson. It's doesn't hate Klay. It's all good. I didn't want to do that. You did. You weren't getting out of the show alive without that. I thought about you long and hard.
I hope you do.
I will admit.
I love that I live
yesterday
rent-free.
when I said I want you guys to call me.
But Bonte, did I have a players-only meeting? I'm asking you sincerely. Did I or did they?
Kurt mentioned it Wednesday night.
You're acting like I'm the only one saying that the guy was stinky. Yeah, the whole league said he was stinky. The whole league.
Guys took it to another level. Trades, bench, washed, not starting, done. Does he have it? All the stuff.
Oh, he stinks.
Yeah, I mean, I heard. Speaking of Steiny, you want to come at us with that rejoin? I heard Steiny last week say maybe you start Dante DiVincenzo in place of Klay Thompson.
People are throwing out ideas.
DiVincenzo.
They're throwing out ideas.
It's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. This is sponsored by Lucky California. Anthony Slater, 7:30. Dante DiVincenzo.
The biggest meal of the year starts at Lucky California because they've got the best turkey prices. Right now, when you spend $50 or more, 12 to 20-pound Jennie-O fresh turkeys are just 99 cents a pound. Limit 1. Restrictions apply. Eat, drink, and save with Lucky California.
Bay Area. If you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. My new favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. God, they sent me a box of stuff, and it is incredible. They've got you covered. So starting this Wednesday, November 23rd, the entire site will be 30% off. The best sale of the year. Flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirt jackets, hoodies, men's and women's, you name it. Flag and Anthem has it. So head over to flagandanthem.com now and start filling out your cart. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to gear when he's off the field. And if it's good enough for CMC, It's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yet scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try Scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Player Claim.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's Beggin'!
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Nah, Klay. I can never roast you, man. Can never roast you. You're a 4-time champ, dude. Game 6 Klay, China Klay, Toaster Klay, Scaffold Klay. Could never do that. Nah. It's not how I roll. Not how I roll. By the way, Anthony Slater will join us in 11 minutes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Anthony Slater, who, of course, covers the team, does a great job for The Athletic. He's down in the Big Easy, and we'll see who plays and who's not. Klay's obviously going to be out. So hopefully, because I do want to talk about Jordan Poole for a second, hopefully Jordan Poole getting to start tonight can jumpstart him. Last 2 games, he's looked a little lost. I know Friday he was a little bit better. 5 of 17, though, from the floor. He wasn't efficient, but I thought he did have an impact on the game defensively. Last night, just kind of looked lost. Didn't really assert himself in the game. Didn't have any force. Wasn't impactful whatsoever. So maybe there is something to this starting bench thing. But as long as Klay Thompson's here, he's not going to start over him. So how do we get Jordan Poole started? What's the key? Does he need to play with better talent around him with the second unit? Is that what it is? Is it a personnel problem? Jordan Poole's not right, though, and they need Jordan Poole to be right if they want to get deep into the playoffs again.
I don't know what lineup combination is going to work with him with that second unit. Like, that second unit, DiVincenzo at times can set up some of the bigs. Like, he makes some really nice passes, I think, to JaMychal Green, to Kevon Looney. In terms of, like, Poole and DiVincenzo, I don't know. It feels like I pass back and forth, and I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's some synergy there. I think they're still searching for it. I was hoping that, like, Moody could get out there with him. Kuminga was playing in that second unit. Again, he had a sick dunk. I mean, one of the sickest ones off the rim.
Yeah.
But then defensively looks lost. Offensively, he's bombing. I'm just not sure what the combination is. And I don't want to, like, take the onus off of Jordan Poole because he's over-dribbling like crazy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It does feel like when he's out there with Steph, and you can't overlap all the minutes,
No doubt.
when he's out there with Steph, he gets more catch-and-shoot opportunities. He, more than others, it feels like either a layup or a catch-and-shoot gets him going.
Right. And he did a lot of that against the New York Knicks. So it was a lot of, hey, catch and shoot, boom, good.
Yes.
Catch and shoot, boom, good. And you talk about the ball movement. That's another development for the Golden State Warriors that's been a lot better over the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Is that ball is hopping around. You get 32 assists Friday night against the Knicks. You double them up when it comes to assists, 32-16. And then last night you get a season-high 38 assists. So that ball is moving around. And Jordan Poole, to your point, to catch and shoot, you saw a lot of that Friday night with Jordan Poole coming off that bench, a lot of catch and shoots. And he drilled a big 3, had a nice little mid-range jumper. When he like you said, when he gets in trouble is when he's over dribbling.
The thing that he's going to start today, right? Because you're not going to get Klay Thompson out there. And then let's just say he has a good game. I just caution myself because it's like, to me, it's not just the starting thing. Like, I know there's like this whole, like, some guys play better when they start and they're just ready to go. There's got to be more to it. It's not just the starting thing. Like, it's the lineup combinations then I feel like.
Yeah.
Instead of just like starting. Because I think it's too easy to be like, well, when he starts, he plays X, Y, and Z better.
Yeah, because last year, he played a lot with GP2, a lot with Wiggins.
Early on with Iggy, too.
Otto Porter Jr., Iggy.
Yeah. And I don't, but again, like, it feels like when they had Otto Porter Jr. out there, the space, the flooring on the space flooring was significantly better. JaMychal Green, nobody's really honoring him from 3, and I know that they're trying to play him in that stretch 5 role. It's just a clunky unit, and defensively, they just they give up. They have a long miss. They don't get back on defense. They give up a layup, then they walk the ball up. They miss a shot, then they foul. And it just feels like it's just an avalanche of issues, and then they can't get offense going. I mean, would they score 40 in the first quarter?
40 in the first quarter, outscored 37-21 in the second. And for a long time, like, there's 4 minutes left in the second quarter, they were stuck on 10. It was 27-10 for a second. So they've got to get going here. Here's what Draymond Green had to say about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
You really just stay consistent, regardless of who you are and what you're going through. Sometimes for some guys it's tougher than others. With him, we're still trying to figure that second unit out that can weigh on you, and so you just want to stay consistent. And, I think he's doing a good job. Like I said before, he's figuring it out. Totally new role for him. And, he's doing what he has to do to figure it out. And, it's on us to continue to help him with that.
It does feel like the carry has taken away his blow-by. He can still at times blow by, but he's not doing it with the same ease. He used to, like, shake a guy and get 2 full feet of separation to either hit a mid-range, hit a 3, whatever. It does feel like that little carry has taken that repertoire out of his bag.
Yeah, it has. It has. And some of that swagger we saw all last season, feels like it's a little off. Now, we could always point back to training camp. We know what happened then. We don't need to necessarily
revisit that. Is that too easy to pivot to? Because it feels like when he has a good game, we don't bring it up. Then when he has a bad game, we bring that up. And
it's been a lot of bad games.
I know, but it just feels like too easy of an excuse to file it under. Not that it isn't an underlying issue.
Right.
There's more to what's going on here with him. And to me, it's more like basketball stuff than it is like subconscious stuff.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know, but it is good that the Warriors got their first road win of the season. Niners taking on the Cardinals in Mexico City. It's a big game. I think the hype of this game, I don't know, maybe it's because the Niners were practicing in Colorado Springs. It's a huge game. Huge game. Like, Arizona wins it, now all of a sudden they're feeling good about themselves.
100%.
The Niners win this game, now you're tied with Seattle, and it's go time. When you look at the schedule for the 49ers moving forward, it gets tougher and tougher. All of a sudden, that Washington game, it's not one of those games.
Have you seen their front?
Oh,
their
my
front
gosh.
looks a lot better.
Yeah, and Chase Young's coming.
Yeah.
Chase Young's coming. So you look at the Niners and their margin for error. Arizona tonight. Then you got a short week. You play New Orleans, who's coming off a good win against the Rams. Then you get Miami, Tampa Bay back-to-back at Seattle on Thursday Night Football after a physical Tampa Bay game. Then you got Washington. Then you go to Vegas to take on the Raiders, who are going to try to play spoilers. And then you finish the season with Arizona. And you look at Seattle, who are sitting there 6-4. And this is why that Chicago and Denver game, it may come back to bite the Niners if they don't take care of business. Because you look at Seattle's schedule moving forward, Vegas, at home.
I can't. I'm not even going to.
I'm not even going to play a schedule game, but it seems favorable for the Seahawks. Then you go to L.A. to take on the Rams. Matthew Stafford's in and out of the lineup. Cooper Kupp's out. They're done.
Look like
they're tapped out. You play Carolina at home. Then you got the Niners. They got a game at Kansas City, but you play the Jets at home, who don't have a quarterback, and you got the Rams at the end of the year. So that margin for error for the 49ers, they cannot lose this game tonight if they want to win the division.
I'm just worried about Colt McCoy because last year when he showed up to Levi Stadium, he put on a display, throwing the ball down the field. James Conner had a monster game. It just felt like they were way more physical than the 49ers. And Cliff Kingsbury, sneakily, has been in just about every single game against Shanahan. I don't know what it is. His team gets up against the Niners. I'm worried about this one tonight, especially with the backup. They play different with Colt McCoy.
He gets the ball out fast. And I was watching Hard Knocks episode 2, and his teammates are like, man, Colt McCoy gets that ball out. That's how you're supposed to play quarterback. Almost like an indictment towards Kyler because he holds on to the ball too much. If Colt gets it out last year at Levi Stadium, Colt McCoy was 22 of 26, 249 yards, and a touchdown. Remember, Christian Kirk threw a pass as well for 33 yards. James Conner in that game, 21 carries, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns. He brought that screenplay. Remember that screenplay? He looked like Eddie George running across the field. It was unbelievable. And Jimmy Garoppolo that day, a pick, 326 yards, but this was not a good game. They shut down the run. Elijah Mitchell only 36 yards. So Colt does have success against the 49ers. Just can't sleep on this guy. Remember they came out, it was 17-0.
I know. The thing that I keep coming back to, because we're bringing up the Cardinals, about the Niners, Deebo Samuel. It's been kind of an underwhelming season. You don't think?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Like, right now, he's the biggest wild card for me in terms of, like, I don't know what to make of what he's doing right now. I don't know if it's injury because he has missed a game. I don't know if he's not the focal point of the offense, if whatever it is, the adjustment that they did with him as the wide back is just not working anymore. Separation as a wide receiver downfield. Is it the quarterback? Is it just he's not the focal of the offense? Something's off with Deebo, and I would love for him to have a big, I'm here game.
I feel like he's going to have a big game tonight. I think tonight's the night. And
they're going to need him. Like, they need him to win games. If they want to win in December and in January, Deebo they have to resurrect what was so, physical last year. He was such a beast for them.
Peter King said it last week and we're going to have Anthony Slater on in 2 minutes. But Peter King said it last week on Damon Ratto. Shanahan moving forward this season, they have a different game plan every single week. Kind of like Bill Belichick. 1 week, remember when they had Brady in his heyday? They come out 4 wide receivers 1 week and they throw the ball all over the yard. The next week they're going 21 personnel. They're running it right up your throat. And it feels like Shanahan has that versatility now with Christian McCaffrey in the fold. Now you have Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. And Christian McCaffrey's going to garner so much attention.
And he's going to get X amount of touches because he's a running back.
No doubt. Now you got Ayuk on film, and teams are looking like, damn, Ayuk's out there, man. Ayuk's is balling.
It does feel like he's going to get his 6 catches for 80 yards.
Maybe.
You know,
maybe he gets a lot of attention in pass defense, pass coverage.
He's just open all the time, though.
Because remember, Kittle last week only got, 2 targets?
Yeah, and one was a big one, the third down one. Yeah, you're right.
So it feels like it's going to be a week-to-week deal with the personnel, and this is why we can't get worried about the stats. I think Debo now, with all the attention he was getting early in the season, now teams are maybe going to back off. He'll see some more one-on-ones. He'll have more ability to break some tackles from some big plays. I feel like this could be a big-time Debo night. And Murphy Jr. is not playing for the Cardinals. He's out.
Where are you playing him?
Oh, in the slot.
So you're playing him a wide receiver?
Playing him slot? Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to see them get back to those jet sweeps.
That would be nice.
Because just once he gets the ball in his hands and he hits the corner and he lays out a cornerback, it just gets him all revved up. Like he almost needs a physical play right off the rip to get his body going.
All right, we'll get back to the Niners after Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider, the Athletics best on the Warriors beat. Now, Anthony, you're on the road, man. Good morning.
You know, I'll let you guys in on a little secret. When you look at the schedule preseason, you're like, gosh, I kind of want to skip 1 or 2 trips. Like Houston, New Orleans, back-to-back, always looks like a great one to skip. I didn't know that was going to feel like such a big game because who thought that?
So you skipped it. I wonder if you snuck to the Go to One Center as the Kings are playing well. They won 6 in a row. I know you've been covering the Kings as well, but we welcome Anthony Slater to the Morning Roast. One of our favorites is always here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And, yeah, it was a big game yesterday. To get their first road win the way they did it with the Splash Brothers scoring over 74 points combined by the Splash Brothers, 17 to 27 for the three-point line. And just, I mean, we can't scoff at it being the Rockets. They just got to pick up dubs right now. And getting that win last night and then, of course, Friday night against the New York Knicks, they feel good about themselves now. And who knows? Maybe they could go 3-1 this week and be 10-10 by the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, and the big thing's Klay Thompson, right? I mean, he was pretty openly searching for a game like that. And I think in a lot of ways for the Warriors, it's good that he finally obtained it.
Absolutely.
And because not only, it's great, he scores 41, you win the game probably because he does that, but also maybe he'll stop searching for it at all times. I think he looks a little fresher than we've seen, just the way he was kind of popping around the court, the legs. He was getting into his jumper a bit more. He was hitting deep threes at times. Everything's been short. So I just think that was the best sign.
He also had a couple of really nice mid-range stops where he jump stopped. He could have gone up with it, kicked it out to Wiggins. You know what I mean? It's not just the shots that he's hitting. His overall floor game was really good. It felt like he was setting his feet on his shots a lot better in this game.
Yeah, he had a weird week, right? I mean, you had the Phoenix game where everything just kind of finally came to a head. The shot selection had devolved so much. The shooting percentages had gone so low, and just he had that sequence where the entire team was so clearly frustrated. You have the post-game comments that were pretty obviously directed at him, and then you obviously have the Friday morning meeting where it's him and Draymond, which, by the way, I thought was another interesting part of the week, was Draymond Green's leadership kind of reemerging and him being able to have a conversation with Klay Thompson that woke him up a little bit, I think. And then obviously the patient Friday win, which, I think was the key game for him this week, but Klay wanted the big one. And he also got the big one this week. So it was to me, this was such a Klay Thompson week. And then we'll see how much that, materializes moving forward. I don't expect him to play tonight, but I just think to me, he's the story of the week.
Break down what you were talking about there with Draymond Green and Klay Thompson having a conversation. I think a lot of people don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so Friday morning they had a team meeting, and they've said they addressed the elephants in the room, and obviously there are many issues going on with this team, but it seemed pretty obvious, reading between the lines. It was more Klay Thompson's shot selection was a major topic within that. And, Klay revealed within it that the conversation that I think was the most important to him was Draymond Green kind of, really, I think it was just kind of an honest talk between the two. And Draymond's point yesterday on it was, at times everyone can kind of stray away from themselves. And he never doubts that Klay Thompson is obsessed with the Warriors winning. But I think, just as stubborn as Klay is, his belief is the Warriors winning is often Klay Thompson, shooting them to a win. and I just think they kind of had to, Draymond kind of wanted to drag him back to the group in a sense. And, I think Draymond subtly admitted, like, at times he needs to be dragged back to the group. I think we all know the preseason thing that happened where he kind of needed that. But I think, larger picture, I think part of the issue early in the season, and I think we've all seen it, like Draymond's voice had been lessened a little bit for obvious reasons. You see a lot of these defensive mistakes where in past years he's yelling at Jordan Poole because you missed the pick and roll rotation. He's scolding Wiggins because maybe he didn't have energy on that box out or something like that. We hadn't really seen that, and I'm not saying we've seen it like super boisterously on the court, but the fact that he had that important conversation behind the scenes, to me at least, hints it's coming back a little bit.
Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game does a great job with The Athletic. Anthony, I think that is big time because when everything happened in training camp, everybody said, well, maybe Draymond needs to do less of the screaming and pointing out people. And I just always thought Draymond can be Draymond Green without all that. You got to take the good with the bad, right? Draymond Green, when he's barking like that, and he's getting at officials and he's getting at coaches, you get the full Draymond Green experience. But that's what makes him a Hall of Famer. That's what makes him kind of the engine that helps the Warriors go. Now, Stephen Curry is the heart and soul of this franchise. There's no doubt about that. He is the culture. But you need Draymond to be Draymond, and I think that's a big-time development moving forward. Now everybody's starting to get in line. You see the defense get a little bit better with the starters in the half court. So that's huge there. What else did they talk about, though? Because I heard there was something about the youngsters as well. Some of the guys maybe not happy about the minutes they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've seen the mood on the bench, right? It's been kind of sullen. I think there's been a lot of, in my opinion, understandable, you could say pouting. I don't know what word you want to use, but just like, this is not where Kuminga necessarily thought the start of his second year would be. Moses Moody either. James Wiseman certainly not. He's in Santa Cruz at the start of his third year. And a lot of that is because the situations they were dropped in, and when you're drafted, you don't choose your situation. Kuminga, for example, in Houston yesterday, watching Jalen Green get all the shots he wants. How many shots per game is Jalen Green at?
Dude, he took a horrible 40-foot three-pointer off the backboard late in that game. It was unbelievable.
Hey, imagine if Jonathan Kuminga took that shot. How many weeks is he on the bench?
That's a great point. That's a great point.
So it's just like, it's a lot harder for young guys to be, buy into the team, buy into the program. You could explain it to Klay Thompson, I think, a lot easier. Like, look what it's always delivered to you. You have 10 years of evidence. Young guys got to get their careers off the ground. Contracts are coming up soon in the NBA, right? How quickly do contract extensions talk come up? So, I just think, buying into the group was, I would say, the general theme, it seems, of that meeting. And that includes the young guys having to buy into roles that are very hard for, I think it's easiest for Moody just because it's a little bit more how he's wired. But that has been, obviously a problem early in the season. Then it bleeds to the defense. And, I remember doing a story last season, early in the season. It was kind of on accountability. Mike Brown was very much at the head of that, but also Draymond. He's got to kind of be able to get on the whole team, and that includes the young guys, and that's where I think it's been toughest.
So sorry, Shasky, where are we at with Wiseman? I know he's going to be down in Santa Cruz for at least 10 days. What's the long-term plan with him for this season? Not long-term in terms of like 2023, 2024, but for this season. Can we expect him to be back in the rotation at some point, or will he just be down there in Santa Cruz for a while? Maybe it's just not a fit here with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I think it's still very much like to be determined. From my understanding, like it was send Wiseman down for 10 days and reassess, almost like an injury. How they're like, hey, sprained his ankle, grade 3, reevaluated in 10 days. That's almost like what this seems to be. Like, send him down to G League. He's going to play in Salt Lake coming up. I think they have 2 games this week. I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday against the Jazz G League team. So that means he'll get at least 3 games in. I believe they play late in the week, so probably 4. My guess would be he's there longer just because he just needs these reps. And look, he can come back next week. That's fine. What do we expect? Like maximum, he's taking JaMychal Green's minutes, which is like 8 to 15 per game, depending on if he has a good first half or not. I don't think anyone believes that that's like best for his development right now. I think what he did the other night, which was gosh, he probably played like 30 minutes. He had 19 and 11. You know, he had good moments, bad moments, but he was out there a bunch, you know, getting reps. And, you know, that's just what he has to do. As far as long-term, could he get back in the rotation? Probably, you know, probably would need like a Looney injury or something. Or, you know, Draymond went down last season, and that would have probably opened the door a little bit for him. JaMychal Green, that would probably nudge him into the current picture a bit more. But I think he's a name that the deadline time will at least be, you know, I think that's when you have the pivot point potentially. Not saying they will or won't trade him, but I think that's when you need to make a longer-term decision on him, especially with $12.1 million on the books already for next season.
So, like, we got these young players coming off the bench that are unreliable, inconsistent, you know, whatever you want to file it under. You got a couple of veterans in JaMychal Green, you know, Lamb, who I guess is a veteran, even though he's unproven, and then DiVincenzo, and then you got the Jordan Poole thing. How do they navigate these woes in the second quarter? Is it simply Jordan's got to play better and uplift everyone, or is there more to this?
You see the rotation tweak last night? So Looney played that second quarter stint, you know, that when Steph's on the bench, basically. We'll call him the non-Steph.
Yeah.
But they give up like a 13-0 run or something for the second quarter.
And he caught a couple fouls.
Yeah, they switched that up at halftime, and they took Draymond Green out earlier. They separated him from Steph, which they don't normally do. They don't like to separate those two. But they put Draymond with the second unit instead of Looney to start the fourth quarter. So I believe it was Poole, DiVincenzo, Moody, by the way. No Kuminga, no Lamb. So it's Poole, DiVincenzo, Moody, Draymond, and JaMychal Green. They didn't, you know, blow the Rockets off the court, but I think, you know, they were maybe like a -1 in like 6 minutes or something like that. That's, without Steph Curry, you will take that, right?
Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah. Given how this year's gone?
Yeah. So, you know, and there were some nice moments within that. Draymond hit DiVincenzo backdoor for a layup. You know, they got defensive stops, which that second unit often doesn't. I think Draymond helped with that. So I'm not sure you'll see that tonight in New Orleans because I think the rotation is going to be all jacked up potentially with rest. But I think moving forward, I think it's a good idea. Maybe you have to separate Draymond and Steph more and put Draymond with the second unit a bit more. Maybe pepper Klay Thompson in there if he's playing well, and just give them really better players, you know, in that unit. So I'd say Draymond in the second unit will be the next attempt at something, and maybe that gets Poole going. Because remember we saw late last season, that final month with that Steph missed, Poole and Draymond got a little Draymond Steph action. Maybe they can jolt him to life that way.
Yeah, that kind of led me to my next question. How do you unlock Jordan Poole? But that's one way to do it, having him playing with Draymond Green. But if he's not playing with Draymond Green, I thought Friday night, even though he was 5 of 17, catching and shooting and not dribbling. You know, he's getting in trouble over dribbling. When it's 1, 2, 3 dribble, okay, fine. Or catch and shoot, fine. But how do you unlock Jordan Poole if he's not playing with Draymond Green?
Yeah, you know, I like the 17, you know, because I'm talking shot attempts.
Right.
Because what the recent history has been is if he's starting, he's aggressive and often playing well, but he's mostly just aggressive. When he's been coming off the bench, he's been somewhat timid, kind of. I mean, I think it's something the whole organization is trying to solve a little bit, but it's just he has proven to be a starter in this league. He's going to be paid like a starter when this contract kicks in, but he just at this moment can't be a starter on this team. And how do they get him playing with just the same, you know, kind of zest coming off the bench? And I would agree that I thought he at least came with the right mindset in Houston. Sometimes his shot just isn't there. It wasn't yesterday, but. You know, they just got to keep hammering it into him. You're a sixth starter. Play like a sixth starter when you're out there, but also, you know, he has to play a lot of the non-Curry minutes, and they keep, you know, reminding all of us that means he's got the best defender on him. I know at times teams now will bring back their good defenders. Phoenix did it with Mikal Bridges. Bring them back in the game when Poole is by himself and put their best defender on Poole. Because if you can contain Poole with Steph off the floor, who's creating?
No one.
Exactly. Yep, that's a good point, Anthony. Big Easy, so it sounds like Klay's going to be out. Anybody else? Draymond, Steph? Who else is going to be out? What's your hunch?
Yeah, it's a TBD at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if you might see, you know, Steph, Draymond, Wiggins type rest. They rested all those guys in New Orleans the last time. And I think part of it is 2 big flights in the past few days. And really a long week coming up. They got Wednesday Clippers at home, Jazz Friday at home, then they go back there at Minnesota Sunday. So this to me profiles as the type of game where Rick Celebrini would prefer, some of the vets to rest.
Oh, man. All right, Anthony, man. Good thing you stayed home. I'll see you Wednesday at Chase Center. Should be a good one tonight down at the Big Easy. Hopefully everybody plays. If not, we'll see what the role players can do. That means a lot of Jonathan Kuminga tonight.
Yeah.
There's no Draymond Green. A lot of JK. All right, Anthony, man. Get some rest.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider.
The Draymond Green conversation with Klay Thompson, did you find that fascinating?
Friday night, yeah, I did. I mean, was I blown away? No. But Kerr and Curry basically said what we were all thinking Wednesday night after the Phoenix game. He's taking bad shots. He's got to let the game come to him. So Draymond taking it upon himself just to have that one-on-one conversation because they're boys. They've been here forever, a decade in the Bay, right? If there's anybody who's going to talk to, Steph has his way of talking to Klay, then Draymond has his way of talking to Klay. And I just think seeing the core group, the leadership of the Golden State Warriors, whether it's Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, say, hey, Klay, you're Klay.
Yeah,
you're fine.
I meant not the Klay portion of it. I probably should have clarified. I meant more Draymond having that cachet again back with this team because it did feel, and he kind of referenced it, Anthony Slater, regarding like his voice had lessened.
Right.
And I think that was a great way of putting it.
It did.
And so to hear that Draymond, at least I was always like, I didn't know who initiated the conversation, but it doesn't really matter. The fact that Draymond was able to use his voice again, I think even the biggest Draymond hater would admit that, like, when the Warriors are at their best, he is a vocal, outspoken leader who can call people out in a positive way at times.
I think that was the underrated thing about what happened in training camp is that he did lose that voice. And it was like, man, how does he build his trust back without doing all the barking?
Yeah.
But if you take away the barking, again, he can't be Draymond.
No.
That's not who Draymond is. And so for him to talk to Klay and getting some of that voice back, it's a hell of a development. And as Anthony said,
could be a turning point.
As Anthony Slater said, losing Mike Brown is a big loss.
Yeah.
It's a big loss because he had that cachet in that locker room.
Yeah.
He was a guy who could check Draymond, but also talk to Draymond and talk to other players because of Draymond Green. And now without Iguodala playing, how loud is his voice? Can his voice be loud when he's not playing?
I don't know the answer to that. It's a great question. I don't know.
So I think him getting that cachet, getting that leadership back, it's big for this team because they need him barking out defensive signals.
Yeah.
They're one of the worst teams defensively. Last year, they're a top 8 team defensively.
It felt like the emotional toll of a lot of missed shots, whether it's Poole, even Draymond Green, you name it, Klay Thompson. Seeing Klay hit buckets early in that game felt like, boom, the dam's breaking. You know what I mean? In terms of the joy for the team. There was a play where Steph threw it to Klay and started celebrating before he even took the shot. And it was like, all right, the spirit is starting to come back. It's turning around. And it was such a watershed moment for them early in that game. What do you have, 20 in the first quarter?
20 in the first quarter.
Oh, they needed that so bad. They needed that dam to break.
7-9 in the first quarter. 4 threes, I believe. Could have been 5. Just unbelievable. Hold on.
I was surprised he only had 11 20-point quarters in his career.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
For some reason,
11.
in my mind,
just 11.
In my mind, I thought he had more. Not that that's not an accomplishment. It is, but like in my mind, he had more than that.
7-9 in the first quarter, 4 or 5 from the 3-point line.
Crazy.
He started off. He was 6 for 6.
Crazy.
His first 6 shots were 18
I think Wiggins
points.
At one point was 4 or 4 from 3 too, simultaneously.
He was. Quietly, Andrew Wiggins. I mean, every time you look up,
he's so sick.
It's like, all right, what did Andrew Wiggins do tonight? I didn't really see much of him. Oh, wait, there's 22 points. There's 5 rebounds. There's 2 steals. He's 6 of 11 from the 3-point line. Oh, and he's got Jalen Green on Wiggins Island. He's snuffing him out and forcing Jalen Green to shoot 4 of 15 and 1 of 8 from the 3-point line. So, I mean, the 3 there, the trio. Think about it. Steph and Klay drop 74. Wiggins adds in 22. That's 96 points.
That makes it a lot easier to win a game.
That makes it a lot easier. And I think the rebounds as well. Even though they got out rebounded yesterday, Houston, a young athletic team, they're like a top 5 team when it comes to offensive rebounds. Because they miss a lot. They got the worst field goal percentage, but they get to a lot of balls.
Well, they're really tall and long.
Yeah. Dude, they got some tall, long. That Tari Easton kid was something.
17's nice, dude.
No doubt.
He can defend. He can put the ball on the floor. He's a very good player.
No, he's a very good player. But you get Andrew Wiggins, just dropped 22. It's like, damn, all right. And then you get Dre and Looney back on the boards like they were Friday night. When Draymond didn't have a rebound in the first half against Phoenix, he comes back against the New York Knicks. He drops 10, 9, and 7, crashes the glass for 9 rebounds. Looney drops in 8. I mean, that's what you need from the starting 5. So the starting 5 is they're grinding in the form. And they really haven't been the issue all year. It's getting the bench and finding the pieces for the bench. How are you going to shake this up?
He brought up a great point regarding Kuminga. I don't think he said Moody, but he was talking about, hey, look, he looks over at his teammate from the G League team, Jalen Green. They played together on the G League team before they were both drafted, and Jalen Green's getting any shot he wants on the court, and he'll make a couple nice plays, and then he'll shoot them out of the game. And then you see someone like Kuminga has a sick dunk, like over 2 or 3 people, and then does a couple bonehead things, comes out, we don't see him again the rest of the game. It's just really hard. It's really hard right now because the team's trying to win. Moody gets a couple of minutes out there, but they're like afterthoughts right now.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't know what a game like tonight, if you rest a couple guys, yes, you're going to give them extended minutes, but I don't know how in like a game, even against the Rockets, for example, who we all think stink, like I don't know how you give them 8-9 minutes at a time.
What's the carryover effect, right?
I don't know. I think it's easy to say, like, you got to play them. And you've said that. I've said that. And then I'm sitting there and I'm going like, yeah, I kind of understand it, though.
It feels like they missed the boat with these youngsters for this season. Now, there's a lot of games left, right? There's a lot of games left. But I thought, again, I go back to this just covering sports and covering basketball, and you see teams early in the season, whether it's tournaments, they're going to play a guy who probably doesn't deserve a ton of minutes. But early on in the season, you got to play him to see, okay, what does he have? I'm going to let him play through the mistakes. I'm going to sit back. I'll pull him if I need to pull him. But I'm going to give him X amount of minutes. I'm going to give him X amount of minutes. And then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So then by the time you get to tournament time or you're fighting for championships, I'm not playing a guy because I know what he can do. And I know what he can't do, which does not help us. That's the same thing with these youngsters. I would have liked to see these youngsters get 10 to 15 minutes. Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, and just let us see it through. Now, I'm not talking 5 minutes in Charlotte like Wiseman got where he picked up 3 fouls in the first quarter and didn't play the rest of the game. That's not helping them.
No, it's not. But I do think that is part of the mixed bag when you play the youngsters, right? So you're talking about you got to allocate X amount of minutes, or at least that's the plan going in. And then there's nights where the guys are unplayable. Like last night's a great example for Kuminga. Lost on defense, chucking up a couple bad shots. You get the little splash play in the dunk, but everything else was subpar. And so you're sitting here like, we can't lose this game to the Rockets. I'm just in the mind of the head coach. You can't lose this game to the Rockets. Get that guy out of here.
Well, we missed that boat. We're now 17 games in.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? The first 10 games, I thought, let's do it. Let's see the youngsters playing. Now Booty's getting DMPs. He's getting garbage time. He's not playing for it. So, is it on the coaching staff? Is it on the player development team? Is it on the front office? I have no idea. But the youngsters right now are a lost cause. They're a lost cause.
Yeah, I think it's all these things. I think it's the youngsters. I think it's part of the CBA where you don't practice as much as you used to, because I do think these guys need practice. I think we underrate that portion. Working on individual drills with your trainer by yourself doesn't teach you how to play 5-on-5 Warrior basketball. Like the Warriors play a brand of basketball very unique to a lot of teams in the league. And I think it would look different for the youngsters in other systems. In this system, the learning curve is significantly higher. You see veterans can't even make. JaMychal Green's struggling to make the adjustment. He's a veteran.
And he has.
What's he, 34?
34, yeah. He's been in this league a long time, but you know what? He's now learning.
No,
I need to play the small ball 5, but yeah, no doubt.
No, he's getting better. But what I'm saying is, like, he's played for 12 years in the league, and he's still, 12, 15 games in. It's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress. It's a new system.
So imagine now you're 20 and you're Johnny Kuminga. This guy has no idea what he's doing on the court.
Pete San Ramon, 30 seconds before the injury report. You got some thoughts on Moody and Kuminga, and then we're going to switch gears. 8 o'clock hour, we're going heavy Niners. What's up, Pete?
Yeah, good morning, Roasters. Moody and Kuminga should have gone to Santa Cruz when Wiseman did. They would have had 12 games before Christmas to play a lot and play a lot together and learn what the heck is going on. Have a good day.
Thanks, Pete.
I'm warming up to that, honestly. But then the question is, so you're going to go Lamb, Ty Jerome, DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green?
Lamb was borderline unplayable yesterday.
I know, but he's had... Agreed. He's had a lot. He had an opportunity to take a layup yesterday.
Yeah, I know. He passed it up. Yeah, I know. Listen,
I wanted to pull my hair out. I'm like, take the layup.
You know, it's a game-by-game process. You ride the hot hand off the pitch.
Yeah, that's true.
That's where I'm at with that. The starters got to play great. And you know what? They're playing good. They're playing some really good basketball right now. All right. Warriors beat the Rockets 127-120. Klay drops 41, 10 threes for the sixth time in his career. Stephen Curry, 33 points, 15 assists, 6 rebounds, only 1 turnover. He was special last night, hit 7 threes. Warriors get their first road win of the season, and they improved to 8-9. Then we got a big Monday Night Football game tonight, baby. Big Monday Night Football game. We're going to talk to John Gambadoro. Afternoon drive on 98.7 in Phoenix. He's locked in on Arizona sports, baby, and it's going to be good to get a perspective of the Arizona Cardinals as we get you ready for Monday Night Football in Mexico City.
I've never met a Cardinal fan ever in my life.
Yeah,
I'm dead serious.
One. Yeah, I haven't either. This would be a first. They're kind of like Padre fans, right? Non-existent.
I know a couple Padre fans. A couple.
I don't know one Cardinal fan. Not one.
I legitimately don't know one.
Whitey Gleason's a Cardinal fan?
No, he's a Padres fan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My buddy Jameson is too. He's from San Diego.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. I thought you... Wow. Cardinal fans, where you at? All right, let's hit the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Arizona Cardinals. The Niners may not have to worry about Kyler Murray tonight. The Cardinals quarterback is currently listed as questionable for tonight's Monday Night Football matchup against the Niners as he continues to deal with a hamstring injury. All signs point to Colt McCoy getting the start, who lit up the Niners last season, going 22-26 in a 31-17 Cardinals win over the Niners at Levi Stadium. Murray was limited in practice this week. Also, DeAndre Hopkins questionable, but it sounds like he's going to go per Josina Anderson. It's going to be a good game. Going to be a fun game. NFC West rivals in Mexico City. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up next on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Gambo is what they call him. Gambo. John Gambadoro. Afternoon drive in Phoenix, 98.7. He's going to join us on the road to break down this Monday Night Football game.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
Bay Area, if you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. My new favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. They got you covered. Starting Wednesday, November 23rd, the entire site will be 30% off their best sale of the year. Flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirt jackets, hoodies, men's, women's, you name it. Flag and Anthem has it. So head over to flagandanthem.com right now and start filling your cart. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to when he's off the field. He'll be wearing it today in Mexico City. And if it's good enough for CMC, you know it's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and we have been on a tear all season long with our pro football releases that are absolutely free. Tonight, we have another one for you. San Francisco, Arizona. Game is in Mexico City. Go to TakingVegas.com right now. That's TakingVegas.com. Last Monday night, easy winner over Philly, Washington. Thursday night, over Tennessee, Green Bay. Tonight, another free pick is available between San Francisco and Arizona at TakingVegas.com. Not only do we have this release, we have Thanksgiving Day action lined up as well, along with Black Friday college football plays. Guys, it is going to be a tremendous week. We're giving out everything for free for the holiday. Give us a call or visit TakingVegas.com right now. That's TakingVegas.com. Get this free pick between San Francisco and Arizona. No questions asked. Go to TakingVegas.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast.
Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. Take him out! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there on a Monday morning. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. What is up? Teachers, students, cops, firefighters, janitors, plumbers, warehouse workers, you name it, longshoremen. Everybody out there, baby mamas, baby daddies, babies who got poopy diapers. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everybody out there as we get ready for Monday Night Football. Niners and Cardinals in Mexico City. It's going to be a fun one. Division rival, and this is sneaky, sneaky game. Cardinals can get back into the race with the win. Niners can tie Seattle for first place in the NFC West with the win. Big-time stakes here tonight in Mexico City. And here to talk about it, John Gambadoro. Hopefully I got that right, Gambadoro. Afternoon Drive on 98.7 in Phoenix. And nobody, I've talked to you before, John. You are locked in on Arizona sports. But as we say good morning to you, John, I think we've never met a Cardinals fan before, Shasky and I. And we welcome you to the Morning Roast here in San Francisco. I don't know what a Cardinals fan is like because I've never met one.
You never met a Cardinals fan?
Never met a Cardinals fan.
I mean, it's they're not, when Seattle comes here, there's a lot of fans. When Philadelphia comes here, there's a lot of fans. You got to remember, I mean, most of the people from here that live here are not from here. No, they didn't grow up. And it was the St. Louis Cardinals, and then they moved to Arizona. Yeah. So the fan base is different. It's a good fan base. But it's different because a lot of us are transplanted that have come to move out to Arizona.
Huh. Well, let's start here with the head coach because Cliff Kingsbury is an interesting guy. They gave him a contract extension. It just feels like the relationship between him and his, hundreds of millions of dollars worth quarterback, Kyler Murray, aren't on the same page.
No, Kyler's regressed. I mean, they drafted him number 1 overall. They drafted Josh Rosen, traded him to Miami. They didn't think he was any good. They drafted Murray number 1 overall. He did some pretty amazing things, but he's regressed. He's a talented kid, very talented, incredible arm strength, great accuracy, but he just doesn't read defenses very well, guys. I mean, if the first read is not open, he's in trouble. He looks to run, he bails, and so he's taken a step back this year. You saw last week against the Rams how much better they were with Colt McCoy getting rid of the ball quickly. So Kyler's got talent, but he's got almost 60 games of starts under his belt, and he struggles to read defenses pre-snap.
John, let me ask you this then: the draft where you guys selected Kyler Murray number 1 overall, Bosa went number 2 to the 49ers.
Yeah, that was their guy. If they didn't take Murray, they would have taken Bosa.
They would have taken Bosa. Do you think Cardinal fans or people out there in Arizona, even some in the organization, wish they had selected Bosa instead of Kyler Murray?
No, you need to get a quarterback. The Cardinals have never had their own quarterback that they drafted and developed, and he turned into a good one. They had guys like Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, where just guys, older veteran guys that have come over at the end of their career and had some success.
Jake Plummer?
But the young quarterbacks that they had drafted, Jake Plummer didn't work out. Yeah. Josh Rosen didn't work out. There was some young guys. Matt Leinart they drafted didn't work out. They needed to draft a quarterback.
So you just kind of put this under the rug there at the very beginning, they played better with Colt McCoy. Are they better with Colt McCoy under center than Kyler Murray right now?
Right now, I think so.
Oh, boy.
I think Colts, I do. I really do. I think they're a better team. I mean, Kyler's struggling. He's not, and when he's not healthy, which he's not, and there's a lot of talk right now that he may not come back until after the bye. So McCoy played him 3 games last year and won 2 of them.
At Levi Stadium. Yeah, Levi Stadium he won.
He beat you guys pretty good.
Yeah. No, he threw some He threw some deep passes. He was like 22 or 26. It looked very good. And you know what, John? I was watching the Hard Knocks. I'm a sucker for Hard Knocks, so I've watched both episodes of the Arizona Cardinals. I get a kick out of it because it's like, man, this is chaotic. What the hell is going on in Glendale, Arizona? But Colt McCoy, after last week's win, kind of took a leadership role, and I did notice the players kind of rally around Colt McCoy, and that, to me, spoke volumes. Like, wait a minute, does McCoy have a louder voice in that locker room than Kyler Murray?
No. I mean, no, he's got a voice. I mean, Colt hasn't started for 11, hasn't been a starter for 11 years. He's a 35-year-old backup, 35-year-old backup. The Cardinals, guys, the Cardinals need Kyler Murray to be great. You drafted him number 1 overall, you paid him $200 and some million. They need him to be great. But he took a step back this year, and I don't know how he's going to get better. If it doesn't, he's not going anywhere. Right? Cliff could get fired, but they're not going to get rid of Kyler Murray. They're tied to him for a while now. But Colt McCoy, right now, you're asking me today, who's a better quarterback for them today? It's Colt McCoy. He gets to the line of scrimmage. You can read the defense. Pre-snap, he knows what he's going to do. Kyler doesn't. Kyler's got a lot more talent. He throws the ball better. He runs it better, but it's not clicking for him this year.
It feels like their season's on the line tonight. Like this.
Yeah, of course. Every game. I mean, once they lost to Seattle, they had to go 6-2. Wow. Then they beat the Rams. Now they got to go 5-2. They can't afford to lose another game. I mean, Atlanta won yesterday. Washington won yesterday. They have to win this game to be in it. I think a loss here, and then they're buried. They got the Chargers coming up, the bye, then they've got New England. So the schedule doesn't get much easier. I mean, it's going to be good teams, but yeah, they put themselves in such a hole at 3-6. They can't afford a loss here.
Why does Cliff Kingsbury play Shanahan so well? It feels like every time the Niners face off with Arizona, either Arizona just flat out kicks their butt, or it goes neck and neck till the very end. What is it about this matchup?
And I think it's because Shanahan's my opinion, I think Shanahan's just too conservative. We'll see tonight with Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk playing well. Like, you guys should have. That offense should be just absolutely clicking. Although you're not throwing the ball to your tight end this year, and we can't figure that out. But I think Chris Shanahan plays a lot of conservative football. He plays it close to the vest. Where McVay owns Cliff, and McVay, in the past, I mean, Cliff had only beaten McVay one time, just one time, until last week.
Wow.
So McVay owns Cliff owns Shanahan, and Shanahan owns McVay. I don't know. Go figure it out.
Yeah, it is very weird. John Camaduro, Afternoon Drive on 98.7 in Phoenix, Arizona. He's locked into Arizona sports. We could talk about the Suns for a second, but we won't do that after the Warriors got blown out last Wednesday, John. Defensively, I love Isaiah Simmons. J.J. Watt's he's a Hall of Famer. What's going on with the defense, though? Because they just can't seem to get stops. Is it Vance Joseph as a defensive coordinator not calling the right defense? What the hell is going on with the Cardinals defense?
You see, I think Vance has done a great job. The majority of the money in the Cardinals is on the offense. The vast majority of the money they put into the offense. They don't have a lot of money in that defense. You go look at that whole defensive line. I mean, J.J. Watt's playing well, but he's an older guy. They're relying on a lot of young players: Isaiah Simmons, David Collins, Myjai Sanders. The star of the defense is Budda Baker. He's as good as anybody in the league defensively. He's a great player. Jalen Thompson, great player, but. They put all their money into the offense. DeAndre Hopkins, Kyler Murray, Zach Ertz, James Conner. The money's all there. So they're relying on young players. Cameron Thomas and Myjai Sanders are their two young pass rushers that they drafted, and the two linebackers, Collins and Simmons. I think their defense has actually played pretty well, to be honest with you. I know the numbers may not back them up, but they've done a pretty good job.
Now, I just watched that Seattle game where they needed stops at crucial times, and Seattle either ran the ball down their throats with Kenneth Walker III, or they hit the tight ends, Noah Fant for a big play. Just situational football just doesn't seem to be there for that Cardinals defense.
No, but if you go back and you look at it, I mean, they held the Raiders to 23 points. They held the Rams to 20. They held the Eagles to 20. They held Seattle to 19. So they had a run where they were playing pretty well, and then. The offense puts them in a lot of holes, guys. I mean, the field position, some of the turnovers, sometimes the offense puts them in a really bad spot. Now, they may give up 12, 13-play drives to 60 yards. It's not a great defense, but I think and I understand, when people say, the Cardinals defense isn't that good. When you look at the numbers, sometimes it's not. But the first game against Kansas City, they got railroaded, and a lot of those numbers has to do with the fact that Kansas City just broke out a can of whoop ass on them, but they had like 500 yards of offense and 33 first downs, and so they've been trying to catch up to those numbers ever since the first game against the Chiefs when the Chiefs put 44 on them.
Yeah, well, the Chiefs did the same thing to the Niners and destroyed all their defensive staff.
It covers up your numbers because honestly, the Cardinals defense is not bad. It's not great, but it's not. It's not a bad defense.
They do have playmakers. I like some of their personnel.
What's your thoughts, or what is a Cardinals fan's thoughts of Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think we always felt going in that the 49ers would have been better with Garoppolo than Lance. I think here the feeling was, I hope Lance plays because he's just young and he's inexperienced and maybe talented, but it may not. Like the 49ers have a Super Bowl. I predicted the 49ers would win the division. I think that they've got a Super Bowl team.
Okay.
But when you put a young quarterback with not a lot of experience out there, that could derail the whole thing. So we kind of always felt that they were better with Jimmy Garoppolo. But I guess the feeling is with Garoppolo is like, how far can he take you? But he's taking you to a Super Bowl. I don't know. I think Indianapolis, somebody would have grabbed him if he would have been available. Somebody would have grabbed him. He'd be a starting quarterback somewhere. So I think he's a starting quarterback in this league. I think he's good. If you have a great defense and a running game, I think he can win you a Super Bowl.
So the feeling on Shanahan out there, though, I want to get back to that one. Do Cardinal fans feel like Shanahan's a bit overrated due to the ownage by Cliff Kingsbury?
No. There's a lot of respect for the 49ers. They're a well-coached team. They're a good team. Great defense. Now that you're seeing Brandon Ayuk start to play well, and then with the McCaffrey trade, you guys were all in, and Elijah Mitchell coming back, and you do have a great tight end. You just, the Cardinals have always struggled against tight ends. So when you look at the tight end numbers, and you see that your Kittle's not getting it a whole lot, you kind of worry. But you guys have had some pretty big injuries too this year, haven't you?
No doubt. Trey Lance, Eric Armstead, Trent Williams. The list goes. Jimmy Ward. The list goes on and on.
Those two guards are really good. Like, they haven't given up a sack this year.
Yeah, Burford and a rookie in Burford and Aaron Banks, second-year player, which is a shocker because that was the biggest question mark going into the season. And the biggest question now is Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. If I was the Cardinals, just lined up J.J. Watt over there, have Simmons blitz on that side. It just
don't give them the secret sauce.
They know. They watch film. John, let me
Humphries is out. Justin Pugh is out. Rodney Hudson's out. Last week, they started one starter on the offensive line. One starter. They had 4 backups in. This team has been decimated by injuries.
Let me ask you this, and before we let you go, John, we do appreciate your time. You got a lot. Yeah, we love you. Who's the Cardinals' biggest rival in the NFC West? Is it the Niners? Is it the Hawks? Is it the Rams? Because the Niners and Cardinals have great games in the past. Cardinals and Seahawks have had great games in the past. And I know the Rams have had your number, but I'm curious because it feels like the Cardinals up here, and I don't want to sound like I'm an elitist or anything like that, but it feels like they're the Padres of the NFC West. Yeah, an afterthought.
Yeah, you remember when they were in the NFC East?
I do.
The Giants were rivals with the Cowboys, and the Cowboys with the Eagles, and the Eagles in Washington, and the Cardinals were when they were in the NFC East, the Cardinals didn't have a rival. I would say Seattle. Because a lot of Seattle fans come here when they play, and Seattle's been, with Pete Carroll, they've been a perennial playoff team every year. So as much as the fans here hate L.A., and they hate the Dodgers, and they hate the Rams, and they hate the Lakers, and I think their biggest football rivalry is Seattle.
Interesting, man. Well, enjoy the game tonight. Mexico City should be a good one, man. Kingsbury, Shanahan, Garoppolo, Colt McCoy. These two teams always battle. They always battle.
You don't want to talk about the Suns kicking the Warriors' ass again?
You know what? It may have woke the Warriors up, but let me just say, it may have woke the Warriors up. They won 2 in a row since then, played a little defense, and Klay Thompson has erupted. It was an embarrassing loss last week, though. No, 3 rotation players not playing. They get blown out by the Suns. It did bother me. John. I'm not going to lie.
All right, no Chris Paul, no Landry Shamet, no Cam Johnson. Woo, telling you.
Why don't you meet us in the playoffs before you puff your chest out?
Yeah, I was hoping to see you in the Western Conference Finals, man, but we know what happened in Game 7.
Yeah, I think that was a great win last year by Golden State, but I don't think they'll be able to do it this year. Wiseman didn't develop. That bench is terrible. They got rid of all their key bench guys. I just don't think they'll have the depth.
We'll see, John.
We'll have him on again.
Yeah, we're going to have you on again. We'll have you on. When the Suns come visit Chase Center, we'll have you back on.
January.
All right, I'm in. Give me a call.
Sounds John Gambadoro, man. Thanks for the time, man. Afternoon drive on 98.7 in Phoenix. Nobody more locked in on Arizona sports than him. He's great, man. That was fun.
Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray. We agree here, right? quarterback, head coach, most important relationship
No doubt.
in sports? Is there anything close? Like, I don't even think there's much close. Like, I'm watching Andy Reid.
Pitcher catcher.
Oh, that's a good one. No, that's a good one. That's actually a really good one. Buster Posey hugs. Yeah, that's
There
a
you
really
go,
good
Buster
one.
hugs.
But like, I'm watching Andy Reid and Mahomes last night, and there was like no doubt in my mind they were going to win that game. There's not a
By the way,
doubt in my mind.
I was telling Spadoni, those all white. I love when they go all white.
It was a
Kansas
great
City.
uniform game.
Red helmets,
Yes.
all whites.
Yes.
It looks sick.
They're amazing. And we all knew Herbert was going to somehow throw a pick, get sacked. We
Or
just
Mahomes
knew.
was going to steal the game.
We knew. We just knew it.
They own the AFC West.
And I look at Arizona, okay, and as much as I know they play us well, when I zoom out, I always see them as dysfunctional.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Watch the Hard Knocks. You get an up close and personal view at the Arizona, and I'm like, oh, this team is wild.
Yes.
I mean, this from Steve Kine, the GM.
I know.
I mean, to the Bidwell,
Yes.
to Kingsbury, they are dysfunctional, but it's kind of organized chaos, right?
Yes.
They're still 4-6. They win this game. All of a sudden, they're feeling good about themselves.
Well, the analogy I would make is that they remind me much more of a dysfunctional basketball team than a dysfunctional football team. And the reason why I say that is because like they've got such big personalities.
Yep.
Cliff's a big personality, right? Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt.
And then
Kyler.
Kyler's a huge personality. And
J.J. Watt.
yeah,
DeAndre
Hopkins.
Buda Baker.
Even the GM likes to talk.
Yeah, Steve Kime is I don't know if you watched it. He was literally driving he was driving to the facility in episode 2. And he had the Arizona Sports Talk Radio on.
And he's listening to it.
He's driving down the freeway listening to the Sports Talk Radio.
Bob Myers.
I don't even think Bob listens that much. Maybe he just gets little excerpts here and there. It's like, all right, what was these dudes talking? Or these clowns in the morning talking about?
I think he gets a kick out of me being ridiculous.
Yeah, probably. He probably.
At least that's what I would like to believe.
Yeah. I mean,
in my own mind.
Sure, yeah.
Party of one. My
Steve
table's
Kime.
ready.
Yeah, I know. Well, we know. Steve Kime.
So what? He's listening to Sports Talk Radio in the car.
Sports Talk Radio in the car driving, and he's just talking, and he looks stressed out. I'm like, dude, you need some medication, man. This job's too much. And he's been a part of the Cardinals organization for over 20 years. He worked his way up, kind of like Spoelstra did with the Miami. It was pretty cool. But he's a Cardinal lifer through and through. Went to his son's high school football game. But just watching him on Hard Knocks, guys decide when they want to practice, when they don't want to practice. They don't need a trainer sign off. This is Buda Baker. Yeah, I'm feeling tight today. Yeah, I'm not practicing. Like, it's wild what's going on down there.
That's my point with this team is that they're very dysfunctional, but why do I fear that they can beat or lose to anyone on any given day?
Because they can.
Because I'm telling you, that's the erratic basketball nature that I view their team. Like, are they load managing today? Or they just don't want to play? Like, what's going on? Most football teams, like, I look at like Mike Tomlin. I never questioned the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, are they ready to play today? They might get their butt kicked because that happens, but it's not like they're like totally focused on that team. I know is going to give you the best effort they can. They might fall short because their quarterback's not good enough or they can't get enough stops or whatever. I look at Arizona. I'm like, I have no idea who's going to show up tonight.
And look, and I want to throw it out, 888-957-9570. What's the key to the game tonight? What's the key? What are you looking for tonight? Because I know the Niners are undefeated this season when Jimmy doesn't turn the ball over. That's my number one thing. If Jimmy doesn't turn the ball over, he plays clean football. Okay. They're walking out of Mexico City with a win.
I'm going to go trenches, and it's an easy, stupid football thing to say, but I thought that they got punked in the trenches and with tackling against Arizona last year in the game at home.
They did get
punked.
I
can't unsee that, and so I want to get, because Chandler Jones isn't on this team, but he was kicking butt last year. And then James
on 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Trey Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness!
It's that physical.
And then James Conner killed them in that game
Killed
too.
him.
And so I'm very interested to see the physicality on the line. I think it's going to start there with the 49ers. If they can, really get some push with their D-line, I think that this can be a game that they should have in the bag. But if they don't I worry about their playmakers. Rondale Moore is a stud.
No, Rondale Moore can go.
I like him.
He's got speed.
I think he's underutilized.
He is. Speed. I don't know why A.J. Green's on the roster at this point. Feels like he's an afterthought. Robbie Anderson has done next to nothing for them since he's been traded over from Carolina. He dropped a big-time pass against Seattle, and then the next play, Kyler Murray fumbled. John Gambadoro was talking about, the Cardinals, how they're better right now with Colt McCoy, which I found to be very interesting. And then I watch Hard Knocks, and I see him on the sidelines, or other teammates like, man, Colt gets the ball out quick. That's what we need. It's like, damn, that's not good for Kyler, who just signed a big fat extension. Maybe they should have waited on Kyler Murray. That's disappointing. I'm a big Kyler fan.
I am too.
And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the body language. I'm disappointed in his demeanor. Like, the way he points fingers, the way he talks to you. It's a lot. It's a lot from Kyler, man. Like, he's got to grow up.
Well, okay, remember when the contract extension came out and there was the language about studying, and you were really angry that came out?
Well, that was you don't do that. You got to protect your team.
I'm with you on that, but remember I was saying, like, that's really telling on Kyler Murray, and believe me, I'm infatuated with his talent, but I also realize, like, this dude's kind of not all there, like, when it comes to the leadership
I didn't
aspect.
like that. Somebody in that organization should have protected him.
This is them being dysfunctional, right?
Yeah,
this is them.
like, wait, you're going to give him all this money and then have this clause get released?
It's a bad look. And like,
Terrible
hey,
look.
we support you, but you better do these 15 things behind the scenes. So, okay, now that we know what we know, and I'm watching Quinnen Williams yesterday, okay, and Quinnen Williams looks very good for the Jets.
He's balling.
I personally, probably, if you would have given me the option, go back in time, Nick Bosa's probably still the right pick, okay? And you know I love Nick Bosa. I love Nick Bosa.
Oh, you mean for the Niners?
Just in general. If we were just ranking Kyler
Do you think
and Nick
Arizona
Bosa,
takes Nick Bosa if we had to redraft? You think Arizona
no,
goes...
that's the question I was going at.
Because we asked John...
Knowing what we know now.
John was like, no, you stick with Kyler because we need a quarterback.
You're going to get a defensive end who's probably going to get 100 career sacks. It's hard to find that.
Are they kicking themselves?
They've been to the playoffs once with Kyler, and he kind of rejuvenated the organization. I'm sure they're selling a ton of jerseys, and there's a business aspect to this.
They're probably down on him right now. Like, if they don't make the playoffs this year...
Oh, it's a lost year.
And word is that DeAndre Hopkins is going to be on the block, and they're going to probably move off of him. It's all bad for Arizona.
Well, so as we discuss them, and I think that's one of the things that we don't discuss enough, DeAndre screwed that season. Kyler's got a lot, and Cliff's got a lot of shouldering the blame. When you get suspended for the first third of the season, you're screwing your team.
You've seen what he's done when he's come back, though.
Oh.
He's making up for it. Most targets since he's been back, catches.
Fonte. He's a stud.
He's an absolute baller.
He destroyed the Niners in the COVID game,
Right.
2020, week 1. Remember, he was unguardable.
Yeah. He was unbelievable. And I need 4 points from him tonight. Just 2 catches, 25 yards, and we're good. Just give me that, DeAndre. And if Ayuk wants to give me 3 catches for 30 yards and the Niners defense give me a couple sacks, we're good there too.
So do you think that they should have taken Bosa?
No, I don't. But I wonder how they feel about Kyler.
Yeah, I do too.
It's like if Kyler would have dropped to the Niners at 2,
I think we pass on him.
You think they take Quinnen Williams?
I do think they take. And you know what? Like, we might have been pissed off for a couple of years. Quinnen is...
You know, I did want
I
Quinnen.
watched him a lot yesterday.
Dude, Quinnen is...
He dominated that Patriot game.
He's having an all-pro season.
He's incredible.
He's having an all-pro season.
It took a little longer than Bosa. He's incredible. Well, also, Bobby Saleh got that team playing.
He does. Zach Wilson's not playing.
That guy. I thought I had a good game. He said that at the podium.
Did he say that last night?
Yeah, he said, I thought we did enough. That's what he said.
They scored 3 points, and they didn't cross the Patriots.
They punted on every possession.
They didn't cross the Patriots' 35-yard line.
They were horrible. I watched that whole game.
Yeah, I watched a lot of that game.
Because Nash was over at the house. He's a big Patriot fan, and I watched that entire game.
You guys had to go, I had
No,
Red
but we
Zone
had Red Zone on the other TV.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Come on, we were multi-TVing it.
Yeah, I had Red Zone on, Eagles, Colts.
Lucas filled out 17 different daily fantasy lineups.
Fight on. Yeah. Huge win for SC, by the way.
Oh, dude,
Caleb Williams.
Caleb would be the number 1 overall pick if he were coming out.
Absolutely.
Prove me I'm wrong. He's Patrick Mahomes. He is nice.
Oh, I'm not going there yet.
Well, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm just saying.
I like Caleb.
He is nice.
Caleb's good. The truth is going to come with Caleb. Win another game, beat Notre Dame Saturday, win the Pac-12 championship.
He's nice.
You're probably going to be in the college football playoff, and then you're going to play a top-flight defense maybe in Georgia.
Do you really think Saban's not going to make the playoff? One second.
How can they?
I don't know. I just have this feeling that they're somehow going to get in with 2 losses.
No, so Georgia's number 1.
Yes.
They beat LSU.
Tennessee's done.
Tennessee's done.
Hooker got hurt.
Spencer Rattler dropped 63 on them.
They're done.
All right?
They're done.
Ohio State, Michigan, one of those guys are getting in.
Not both.
Not both.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One of them.
Yeah.
And they're going to win the Big Ten championship.
You're probably going to be USC.
Probably going to be. And then TCU's undefeated.
Who if they played?
They win games, dude.
I know, but it's
they win
like,
games.
come on.
They beat everybody in the Big 12.
If I'm running the television network, do I want Bama and freaking Bryce Young, or TCU? Come on.
I kind of want to see TCU.
TCU wins out, they're definitely in.
Yeah.
And
They
SC
shouldn't.
wins out, they're in. But the only thing that makes it all weird is if LSU beats Georgia, then
Dead.
everything gets
See?
crazy.
So then LSU and Georgia
it'd
gets
be
in.
LSU over Bama.
Yeah.
Bama's not making it.
Yeah,
It'd be
Bama's
LSU
done.
before
I think
you.
Bama's done. I think Bama's done. Bama's done.
See, as a TV guy, I want to see Bryce in a playoff. That's just me, selfishly.
That's why they're expanding it.
Well,
for that exact reason.
I've been all over the expansion.
Shoot, we got a break, man. We're a little late here. Brought to you by Freeball Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Niners game tonight? Monday Night Football. Kyler Murray's not playing. Colt McCoy will get the start. Does that worry you from last season? You worried about Colt McCoy? Come on, Niner fans, you're not worried about Colt McCoy. 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the game, sponsored by ChooseChange.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Roasters! If you're searching for the best Black Friday clothing deals, look no further. Our new favorite brand, Flag and Anthem, they got you covered. And tell me it's cold, so you want to be covered up this week. Starting Wednesday, November 23rd, the entire site will be 30, as in Steph Curry 30% off their best sale of the year. Flannel shirts, pants, jeans, outerwear, shirts, jackets, hoodies, men's, women's, you name it, Flag and Anthem has it. So head over to flagandanthem.com now and start filling your cart. Plus, it's Christian McCaffrey's go-to gear when he's off the field. If it's good enough for number 23 CMC, it's good enough for me. Flag and Anthem, premium clothes without the premium price tag.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
This week at Staples, save 60% on.
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 60% on.
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 60% on.
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 60% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/3. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
At the Home Depot, we have Black Friday savings all through November. And with that comes a joyful holiday bustle that we just love to hear. Although we also love the sound that comes after the holidays, when people put their new tools to use. In fact, we love it so much, when you buy select Milwaukee M18 kits, you'll get an extra tool for free. So after you're done filling the air with holiday magic, you can fill it with the sounds of doing. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
In Santa Clara, we're looking for mostly sunny, highs near 68.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the Morning Roast, my favorite show. Just leave me alone, please.
I call cap on Goo. We're not his favorite show. His favorite show is Steiny and Guru.
I'm a roaster.
12-3. You're not a roaster, Goo.
I'm a roaster.
No, you're not. Goo, you're a roaster?
I'm a roaster.
Okay, all right. That's fine. That's fine. Are you a roaster, Shasky?
Yeah, I'm going to be oven roasting my turkey this week.
Ooh.
My cousin Mike is doing the deep fried turkey. He does it every year. We were talking about our different procedural steps to doing a deep fried turkey.
We're not doing any Thanksgiving. I guess the only traditional dish would be mac and cheese. Is that traditional for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving is whatever your family likes. Like, to me, I don't really like, for example, like if you like ham, eat ham.
Dude, we're doing crabs, mac, potato salad, garlic noodles.
I love garlic noodles.
It's a who's who.
Who doesn't like garlic noodles?
It's going to be wild. It's going to be fun. I wish we were doing gumbo.
What was it? Is it PQ barbecue? What is the PQ? There's a udon place that I always go to. I think it's PQ Chicken. Anyway, they make the best garlic noodles. Fantastic.
Oh, PPQs?
Is it PPQ? I think
PPQs, yeah.
I always do the Uber Eats.
Shout out to PPQ and Millbrae. They're big roasters.
Well, there's one on. Is there one on Clement?
One on Clement in 20.
Is it
24th.
Clement or is it
Clement
Irving?
24th? And they're about to move to Gary and 21st.
So it's PPQ.
Yeah, PPQ.
Yeah, they have killer garlic noodles.
Yeah. They have one in Millbrae by the house. I go by there. Those are my guys around there.
I do love garlic. Who doesn't love garlic?
Shout out PPQs. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the 49ers game. What's the big thing you're going to be looking forward to? I want to just see this offense hum. Today, I want to see that offense be in rhythm. Don't turn it over in red zone opportunities. Make Arizona pay when you're in the red zone. I need sixes and not threes. Last week was cool. Chargers tough team.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm not going to throw my nose in any win. They could win today 10-9. Spadoni and I were talking earlier. The Philadelphia Eagles yesterday beating the Colts the way they did. It was an ugly game.
I was rooting for the Colts.
It was an ugly game, but you know how big that win was for them?
It was humongous.
Humongous.
Yeah,
to bounce
you can't
back
lose
from Washington.
to the Jeff Sundays.
No, you can't lose to them. You can't lose to them. And you get that win. Now you're feeling good with the one loss. And you get sued. And Dominican Sue. Linval Joseph. Did you feel a little butthurt about Sue saying it came down to the Eagles and Niners?
Yeah, and I think that we could use him as a player right now to stuff the run. So, yeah, I am a little like, again, it's not the end of the world, but I'm like, darn it, I would have liked to have had Ndamukong Suh.
Especially with Eric Armstead out tonight.
It feels like his season's over, doesn't it?
No, he'll be back.
You think so?
He'll be back.
Plantar fasciitis is no joke, dude.
It's no joke. And then Javon Kinlaw, you hope that he's back.
Is he, so he's eligible to return from IR. There's only like X amount of slots, and they've only used a couple of them, right? As people that can return.
He didn't travel to Mexico City. He's still rehabbing. They're hoping to get him maybe by December. Maybe. We'll see. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. He's got some thoughts on Niners, Cardinals.
Hey, Jay.
Monday Night Football. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, baby?
So, I'm watching the game last night, and I'm wondering if Jimmy and Kyle watch what Travis Kelce does and says, damn, we actually have a Travis Kelce on our team. Like, I just feel like, and is Kittle too nice? Like, I feel like if maybe he had a little bit more bark in him to command the ball, I just feel like we have this great all-pro weapon that we never utilize.
Will you meet me here? Their skill set's a little different. Like, I know they're both tight ends. Kelce is just a larger physical human being to begin with, and he's also just a premium route runner with great hands, and the way that they use him is more as a split-out, like, big-bodied wide receiver than they use him as, like, a guy hand in the dirt, blocking and then running a route, right? Like, the way they use him is just totally different.
No, I agree, but I also feel like Kittle had a 1,500-yard season.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy can run after the catch. I think he has great hands. I think all the things that Travis Kelce does, I think Kittle can do. We just don't use him that way.
Yeah,
and I'm just asking, hit him in the seam. The passes that Dwelly gets or Warner gets, those routes, they never go to Kittle.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that was something that bothered.
A good point.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jay. That's something that bothered Baldy, Brian Baldinger, who will join us tomorrow at 7:30. One thing that bothers him, he's like, you're throwing to Ross Dwelly, you're throwing to Charlie Warner. Can we scheme that up for George Kittle? Now, devil's advocate here, you could say, well, if it's George Kittle, he's probably getting doubled. But there's still one play. I keep going back to that one play at SoFi Stadium when McCaffrey goes out to the flat, Kittle runs up the seam, and he's wide open because of McCaffrey's presence. Kittle may not be Kelce, but can he be more of a factor? Absolutely. He's a tone setter. When you get him out there on the edges, when you get him out there on a drag route in a seam, he makes things happen, and dudes don't like to tackle him. Now, I do worry about Budda Baker. I call you the worrier of the show, but Budda Baker has taken out Kittle's leg twice.
He hurt his knee in the Halloween game.
Halloween game, Thursday Night Football, Glendale.
Yeah, and then obviously week 1 in 2020 in the high Jimmy Garoppolo throw.
Yep.
I do worry about that. The Kelce thing, I've just come to the conclusion, like, Kelce is just, I thought Gronk was the gold standard for tight ends. It's Kelce. I can't believe I'm saying that. Like,
Gronk was a better blocker, though.
Yeah, they're just so
Kelce
different.
more. They're so different. But he is a top 5 tight end of all time. Travis Kelce. I thought Antonio Gates.
Tony Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez, Rob Gronkowski.
I'm taking Kelce.
Like, Kelce's just nasty.
And I think it's also the pairing of Mahomes. Like, had Tony Gonzalez had Mahomes, I'm sure he would have even better numbers.
Right. And think about Kelce. Tony gets hurt yesterday. It was a Cardarius Tony from, or Cardavius Tony, whatever his name is, from New York Giants.
He fits.
What is it, Kyle?
Kadarius?
Kadarius. I got it right the first time. Kadarius. All right. Kadarius Tony gets hurt yesterday. McCall Hartman's back at home breaking TVs. Travis Kelce is, everybody in the building knows Kelce's the 1A, 1B, 1C, and he still scores 3 touchdowns.
He's on the side on the final drive. They're in the red zone. There's like 30 seconds to go. I go, they're just going to throw a little crossing route, and he takes 2 steps, turns left, and is wide open.
If Derwin James can't stop him, no one can.
Wide open.
He just gets loose every single time. Doesn't matter who it's against. It's so frustrating.
Did we all know he was getting the ball? Well, am I the only one? I'm like, how is he wide open? I don't get it. He's so good. He's so good. And that's obviously Mahomes factors into it. But can Kittle do more, Bonte? Absolutely, he can do more.
You may not need him to do more.
I would like to see Debo do well tonight, because I do think that keeping Debo engaged is important. Because I can understand if I'm him, and I'm not saying that he's a diva. And what I'm saying is, like, guys want to touch the ball. When they run a bunch of routes and they're not seeing the ball, like, eventually you got to throw them the ball to A, keep the defense guessing, and to B, keep that guy engaged. And he's a stud. I mean, he's a playmaker.
I would love to see Debo go off. I would.
They don't need him to go off.
I just want to win.
No, I know.
It's the point of the season where Baldy, what do you say? There's frost on the pumpkin now. Now the season has started. And I'm looking around the league, and I'm seeing Minnesota get mollywopped by the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm seeing the Patriots, return a punt for a win with 5 seconds left against the New York Jets in what was a very physical football game.
The most Belichick win of all time.
The Baltimore Ravens. You think anybody's complaining about a lackluster win over Carolina? No, they're saying we got the dub. Cincinnati stealing one in Pittsburgh yesterday without Joe Mixon and without T. Higgins. I mean, Joe Mixon got hurt with a concussion.
T. Higgins made a lot of plays.
T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase. T. Higgins was balling. Yeah. T. Higgins is nasty. Like, nobody's going to complain about wins. The Philadelphia Eagles are not complaining this morning about the win. Sports radio, maybe, and some fans, maybe, but Jalen Hurts come here saying, we stole one.
Yeah.
Those are the marks of good teams, when you could steal one when you don't have your A game. Tonight, I just want to win. Build the momentum. Keep winning. That's 3 in a row if you win tonight.
Speaking of the Kelceys, as you brought up Travis Kelce, and now you referenced Jalen Hurts. Did you see the podcast? The Kelceys have a podcast.
Yeah.
And they had Jalen Hurts on. I'm just very impressed by the young man.
Dude, I tell you what.
Very impressed by the young man.
Last Monday night, before I left out the Chase Center, Warriors were playing the Spurs. Had a segment on ESPN Monday Night Countdown, and I thought Robert Griffin III did a hell of a job with this interview.
Robert Griffin III is one of my favorite announcers.
He is really good.
I like him a lot.
And they pair with Mark Jones on Saturdays for college football.
I like him a
this
lot.
is the dynamic duo.
Yeah.
So he's sitting there in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts, Michael Vick, and Donovan McNabb. Randall Cunningham couldn't make it. They're talking about how, the black quarterback in Philadelphia and how they all evolved. And Jalen Hurts' maturity, how he said, look, man, I want to take a little bit out of Randall. I want to take a little bit from Donovan McNabb. I want to take something from Vic. And Vic was like, man, I took something from McNabb and Randall. And I was
That's
like,
pretty cool.
man, but Jalen Hurts is always, think about it, the guy got benched in the national championship game.
I know.
And had to do an interview right after the game.
After winning the championship as a freshman. I think he was the SEC.
No, they lost to Clemson that year.
Wasn't he the SEC player of the year?
But he was the SEC player of the year.
Or rookie of the year, or whatever their determination is.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, he got benched.
And then came back, did the interview. The next year, Tua gets hurt in the SEC championship game against Georgia. He saves the day to get him back in the national championship game. Goes to Oklahoma. They go to the college football playoff. He's a very impressive kid. And look, Philadelphia's leaking a little oil. They are. But you know what? They got the win. Even though Dallas is coming, they got the win.
I was rooting for the Colts.
And Philadelphia's going to be a problem with that defense, man.
What about the Vikings?
Fraud alert. Fraud alert. Fraud alert. Come on, man.
I said last week, I don't know where, I was at a softball game. I'm like, does anyone really, truly believe that the Vikings are that good?
Like that? You like that? He's not wearing no chains today, huh?
Dude,
they ain't throwing no ice on them?
They got punked.
They got punked.
Is Micah Parsons the defensive player of the year, like in the catbird seat or whatever they call it?
You would think so.
Is it the catbird spot?
Catbird seat?
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
I just hope they don't get Odell Beckham. Let's go to Antonio.
I hate the Cowboys, but I want the Niners to face them in the playoffs so bad.
I'm a roaster.
They're going to be tough. Guru's going to be wearing all
I didn't say
Cowboy.
anything about him.
Guru's going to be wearing all. You already did earlier today. You already took a shot at Guru. He's going to be wearing all Cowboys gear today. All Cowboys. Antonio, what's
Cooper
happening?
Rush jersey?
Yeah, man. Hey, the Niners are going to win tonight. We're going to get payback on Colt McCoy, and I think Brandon Ayuk's going to have like a Klay Thompson game today, man. 10 catches. 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. And as far as like the greatest tight end ever, I go with Gronk. Gronk, I seen him, towards the Legion of Boom defense in the Super Bowl.
Did.
And I saw Travis Kelce get locked up by Levante David in his Super Bowl. So give me Gronk. But Kelce is in the top 5 though, and I wish Kittle would be used more like him. And Kittle is kind of like nice, like Curry and stuff. And he's not really like aggressive, like give me the balls type stuff. So, but he needs to be that way. But we're gonna win by 2 touchdowns tonight, y'all.
2.
Oh, covering the spread.
2 touchdowns.
Covering the spread. What about Elijah Mitchell, Christian McCaffrey?
Love that duo.
How are those carries going to be divvied up?
I think you just go with the hot hand. Like let's start with McCaffrey and see where it goes. Obviously, you're going to mix it up. What I loved last week, I didn't anticipate this. First drive. Elijah Mitchell's coming in and getting carries. It felt like for a long time, Shanahan had it kind of divvied up. So, he'd either go with one guy the whole game or specific drives to specific people. To see them go in the first drive of the game, an emphasis to get McCaffrey out of the game, let him get a breath, bring Elijah in. I thought that was smart, and I'd like to see them do that again.
Yeah. How you feeling about Jimmy Garoppolo today?
Feel confident.
Have you had the confidence level of Jimmy Garoppolo? And you compare Shanahan with this as well. I think my confidence is at an all-time high when it comes to those two guys. I was very impressed with the way they went into the bye week against the Rams. I know the Rams are a joke and they're done.
Yeah.
But that was the nail in the coffin for the Rams season. The Niners going down to SoFi and beating them. But I'm telling you, that's something about that drive when they were up 24-14. And Shanahan said, we're going to throw the football. We're going to throw the football to ice this game and put it away. And he trusted Jimmy Garoppolo to make a play to Ross Dwelly and make a play to George Kittle. My confidence has never been higher in Shanahan and Garoppolo right now.
Over the last 4 or 5 years?
Yeah,
really?
Period, yeah. Like 2019, because you could tell that there was something off between the two. Shanahan was still getting in his grill a little bit.
That last game against Seattle in 2019, I'm not sure where I stand on that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I
got to think about that.
Right now, I feel like Garoppolo has the best weapons he's ever had around him. The offensive line is.
I agree there.
Outside of Mike McGlinchey, the offensive line is playing a lot better.
Oh, but watch McGlinchey road grade.
I mean, you win this game. And I just think Jimmy and Shanahan are feeling it right now. They're in a nice groove here. I'm looking to see them add to that. You get 3 in a row, then boom. You're playing the Saints next week, then boom. All of a sudden, you get ready for December, and December's going to be special because you got the Dolphins, Bucks, and the Seahawks. I can't wait for that 3-game stretch. This is what it's about. It's where everybody goes crazy.
Well, and this is a spot in the schedule where you'd like to stack a win.
Stack wins.
This is a spot where you get a little closer, obviously, to being number one. Well, you'd be 4-0 in division, which would be monster, right? 4-0 in the division. You'd have another game against Arizona. Who knows where they're at down the stretch?
Yeah, they could be getting ready for Cancun by the last game of the season.
And then you can afford to lose to, let's say, the Bucks, for example. You could even lose to the Dolphins, and you're still okay. 4-0 in division, you're fine. And then you still have that huge matchup against the Seahawks, because if you beat the Seahawks and you have the same record, you would have the tiebreaker. Yep. To me, that's what I'm looking at. Win the division.
You know, the margin of error for the 49ers, too, is pretty thin. Because when you lose a game to Chicago and you lose a game to Denver, you look back and say, that doesn't look good. And so now you look at the schedule moving forward. You got some tough games here. Miami, Tampa, Seattle, Washington, Arizona tonight, Vegas, New Year's Day. They're not going. Devontae's a problem. He's going to be a handful in that game if he's playing. If he's playing, we'll see who's out. I know things can change on a week-to-week basis, but when you look at the Seahawks schedule compared to the Niners schedule, you're like, they've got an easier road to winning the division. So a game like tonight, you lose this game.
It's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world.
But it's not good.
But it's not good. It puts yourself behind the 8 ball. So get a win today in Mexico City. By the way, how's your Spanish?
Más o menos. It's so-so.
Más o menos.
Little good, little bad.
I know.
Muy pequeño.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's the teens? How do you say the teens?
Thank you.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Count Bonte Hill.
Yeah, my guy Jose, when I used to work.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
My guy Jose back in the day at UPS taught me how to count till 40.
Oh.
Because we had these doors. I was like, all right, you need to go to door 35. And he didn't speak a lick. He goes, like, 35. Hold on, amigo. And he broke it down. So I used to learn I used to know how to count to 40 in Spanish. Now I only know how to count to 10. Other than that,
what's the weather like in Mexico City this time of year?
Wait, no Spanish, man? Kyle, no Spanish? Spinoni, no Spanish? Damn, this weather I saw 65 degrees.
65 degrees?
Yeah. No Spanish?
Well, the ball's supposed to be flying because, you're up at altitude.
Yeah.
So that should be interesting. I'm excited to see the stadium.
More fluent in Spanish or Russian? I'm definitely more fluent in Spanish.
Oh.
I do understand Russian. Russian's a hard language. You ever try to speak Russian?
No, I have never tried to speak Russian.
So let's make that happen this year, okay?
It's hard. Weather. I heard it was 65 degrees at the altitude, Azteca Stadium. They played in Mexico before, though.
Yeah.
And they played
against
Arizona.
the Cardinals.
Yeah, and they lost that game.
Yeah.
Was that Kurt Warner?
Why you got to do this to me?
What'd I do?
I hate those losses. Kurt Warner killed the Niners. I watched the Football Life of Edgerrin James Friday night.
It's pretty good.
Because you guys were taking a while to get the game going on. And after watching the Joe Theismann Football Life, I did not know that him and Drew Pearson went to high school together.
Yeah.
And the first ever pass from Joe Theismann in his high school career was to Drew Pearson.
How dope was that?
It was incredible.
It was dope.
And Drew Pearson, I played second base. He played shortstop. All we did was turn double plays growing up.
That was pretty sick.
It was great.
And then you get did you see the Rod Woodson one?
No, I have not seen that.
Rod Woodson. Now, Rod Woodson, we always talk about Dion and Ronnie Lott and all these other Darrelle Revis, Charles Woodson. Rod Woodson is a top 5 cornerback of all time. It didn't transition to safety, where he could have been a Hall of Fame safety. All-time legend.
What I didn't ask you, and as I'm trying to sign into the Zoom as the boys are about to come in.
Zoom?
what was it like with Matt Nahegan, our program director, showing up to the gatehouse with his son in hand as dowry to try to go see Chris Mullen?
I was going to big time him and just wave at him and be like, hey, Matt, how you doing, man? Hey, Mully, that's my boss right there. Hey, enjoy the game. But, he's the program director here at 95.7 The Game, and, you never know when that pink slip is coming. So, hey, Matt, why don't you come in for a second, man? Chill out. Chill out for a segment. Little nerve-wracking. Look. I need your cadence when you come in. It's the gatehouse at Thrive City, okay? Okay? It was a little nerve-wracking. It was always good to see Huddy. That's my guy. Boston probably was just chilling. I was going to big time him. Now, you know what? He's not here. He's not here today. Sam Lutman. Kyle Matson's in for Lutman. Lutman just walks into the gatehouse. I look over to my right during the post-game show, and Lutman's just right there. I mean, he's got the secret code or something. He just comes right in. And now, happy birthday to Mr. Lutman, who's celebrating his 60th birthday.
Oh,
and
happy
Sam,
birthday.
He got a jersey signed by Chris Willen because that's his dad's favorite player.
Really?
But Lutman he comes to the game, hey, I'll be seeing you by the gatehouse. It's like, all right, text me. I'll look over to the right, he's already there.
Oh.
So he's one of those guys.
Was he walking around scratching the back of his head?
Oh, my gosh, he does that too. See, I thought I had a problem. I used to scratch the top of my head whenever I would think.
Is that a nervous thing, or?
I don't know. I thought I would look cool. Like,
I
don't know if it is for
like
him.
the statue thinking
man? Yeah, thinking man. Yeah, so I used to always scratch the top of my head like, I don't know. Lutman just scratches the back of his head. He's always looking. It's like, dude, what's back there? You got a wing worm or something, bro? What's going on? Anyway.
Let's flex.
Let's flex.
But he's in range to take a mid-ranger. And then he says, you know what? Wiggins is also 4 of 4 from three-point land right now. Let me throw it out to him, and let me get him going as well, because that's the better basketball play. And then, boom, Wiggins knocks down a big-time three. So I know we're going to be lost in the hoopla of Klay scoring as much as he did. His overall floor game was significantly better in terms of discernment, passing, ball movement, and he was just on fire yesterday.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
What, Spinoni?
Just looking at me. I don't know.
What? You know what?
It was a great flex moment.
It was a great flex moment.
It's a good thing I got it.
He gets the flex moment talking about Klay Thompson's game. That guy.
That was the motivation for Klay's big performance.
Called hazard pay, working with you.
Hey, I'm not comparing Klay Thompson to Kyle Korver and Jimmy Garoppolo, man.
They're called reference points.
We got great shots. We rebounded better down the stretch. I think they were killing us on the boards all night.
Oh, that's what happened, Klay. That's what happened as Kyle Matson logs into the Zoom. Whitey Gleason and Dan Dibley in the building. Hello, Dibley. Hello, Whitey.
Hello. What's up? So the Klay hater got the flex moment of the day?
The Klay hater got the flex moment of the day.
I roll. You know I love you, Butcher. I'm just kidding you.
He knew he was going to get that smoke today.
Yeah.
We're talking 20, 25 minutes last week coming off the bench. It's like, we bought through this exercise.
And it's funny because Bonte earlier was like, you knew I couldn't let you off the hook like that.
No, I couldn't.
The
streets were talking. The Jackals were saying,
the
Bonte,
streets.
They said, Bonte, if you don't get on Shasky tomorrow, you can't walk in this hood anymore. And that means something to me.
Yeah.
It means something.
Means a lot.
I got to get back in the neighborhood.
What did he say that was wrong? What did he say that was not correct?
What did he say that wasn't correct?
Again, I agree with you. Look, Whitey, look, no one said, and I even said, I prefaced everything I said with, he's going to have a good game at some point. The question is always, and it's not moving the goalposts, this is the reality of how you assess things. It looked bad for 10 games. Right? It looked bad for 10 games. Shot selection was bad.
And that's it.
I would tinker with certain things. Shot selection was bad.
Right? But he went a little far. He went farther. 20, 25 minutes. Maybe starting Mooney.
I'm trying to fix it.
Starting Moses Mooney to see what it looks like to help the second unit.
That's a creative
I've heard
solution.
I've heard this guy named get brought up. Dante DiVincenzo! In the starting lineup. Like, people want to start this guy. Dante DiVincenzo! I mean, come on, man. Like, we just went through the exercise. It's so fresh in my mind. We went through the exercise last year when Klay got back. I said, just give it time. It's going to be all right. And by the by the end of June, we're all saying Klay Thompson this and Klay Thompson. That's all I had to go.
But you're acting like I'm the only one who said it. His own teammates had a team meeting.
Exactly. Well, there's a lot of people hiding today, though. I asked people to call the show. All
and
you
I didn't hide.
haters,
I'm here. I show up every day.
There's nowhere to hide.
There's nowhere to hide.
Exactly. And I respect that.
Nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
But all you other jabronis out there, you know who you are. You guys are radio silent today.
Why is someone a jabroni for saying, man, Klay is killing him? Which he was.
He was.
His own teammates had a meeting to tell him that he was killing them.
And to his credit, he figured it out. But for the people that said last week,
great.
Wow, he's killing them. That was true.
I kind of feel like the meeting's getting overblown here. Steve Kerr said it Wednesday night. He's got to be better with the shot selection. He's trying to force it. He's trying to hit a home run.
Yeah.
We all saw that. It was just a matter of time before it comes. The shots were short. His legs weren't there. It was a matter of time. But we overreacted sports so much to where we're saying, you know what? Just bring him off the bench. He's washed. Like, what?
Well, I would never have allowed that into the conversation because they're not going to bring him off the bench. He's the only time you say last week. The only time he ever came off the bench was his rookie year. That's it. Since then, he started every game. Steph Curry's come off the bench more often than Klay Thompson has. That's
crazy.
Klay's rookie year because they're different dudes.
Yes.
Steph is like, I'll come off the bench, no problem.
Right.
Klay's not like that. It's no judgment, but Klay wants to start, and Klay will start.
No, but it's also, we forget that Klay Thompson gets off to slow starts. That's what he does.
It's just hard to calibrate anything that he's done pre-injury to what we're seeing now. Like it's almost unfair to like. And I know that's the only reference points we have, but to use what he's done before and then try to use that to contextualize what's going on now. And I'm trying to be fresh and use what's going on now, and that's all.
This slow start was more damaging to the overall team scope than other slow starts because they've been terrible.
That's a good point.
And it wasn't just a slow start because, and you said, we all know, and you're better connected than I am, obviously. He was taking terrible shots. He was taking more 3-point shots than he'd ever taken at any point, and he was missing more of them. Yeah. So it wasn't just, it's a slow start. It's like, wow, he was letting all of it affect the way he played, and they worked it out. They figured it out. And the last two games, to me, that's the most encouraging thing is they played, warrior basketball.
Very encouraging. As a team, 38 assists last night, season high, 32 assists Friday. They played as a team.
They had to struggle to beat the Rockets.
But you know what? Had to hit a game winner last year to beat the Rockets. So I'm not going to complain. Anyway, what's going on?
A win's a win. I mean, and that's ultimately what we talk about with the Niners as we eventually will transition to the Niners tonight. If they beat Arizona, 11-10, a win's a win.
If you predict 11-10
Dude,
and they hit that,
this will not be 11-10.
I swear to God, Nostradamus will be a thing
This will not be. I do have the Netherlands -1 against Senegal right now. 0-0 at the half.
I watched Qatar yesterday. Is it Qatar? How do you pronounce it?
It's Qatar, but you can say Qatar. You can say whatever you want.
Okay.
Is it really a boring
game?
I believe it's Qatar.
But no one calls it that, right? That is what it is, but no one says that.
It just
Everybody says Qatar.
It's Qatar. It's Qatar. You can say it however you want. Yeah. Just whatever you do, don't show up as a Danish journalist with your camera on because you're going to get your camera snatched.
It's worse than live.
That whole thing is. I mean, don't even get me started on the atrocity that's going on there.
You're in all week.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah. We get some Jockbritty going on.
Stretch 9.
Yeah, we got Jockbritty 11:45 all 3 days.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Jockbritty.
No.
Steiny and JD. Yeah.
Thanksgiving Classic.
Wednesday.
It's midday madness.
Guru's out.
Oh, so you really don't want that smoke?
I mean,
you really don't want that smoke with me?
What are you talking about?
Get Jockbritty at 8:45. Let's go.
Jockbritty is slotted. Look. I like it at 11:45. It fits with the lunchtime crowd.
It is. When I'm getting out of my workout and I'm about to go get something to eat, I listen. I sit there and I wait, and it's my favorite thing. Why don't you come back? What's holding you back?
I'm not coming back at 11:45. What are you talking about?
Not only that, but you have not earned the right to come with the champ yet.
Maybe you should come off the bench and come into Jockbritty.
Your cute little undercard. Your cute little undercard wins.
Come off the starters, baby.
I don't think the chickens are right. Bird, you should be going with the duck because somebody's ducking you.
Duck Dibley is your new name. Mr. Duck Dibley. Shout out Kyle Madsen for that one. Nobody's calling it at 11:45. That's Baby Chaz time. Fridays, 11 o'clock is swim class. So we're not doing 11:45.
Well, Friday, no one's in here. I don't think.
Yeah, nobody's in here. Not this Friday.
Don't be on flag and
how dominant I was during Jockford. Who has a high score?
He heard.
He knows. Who has a high score?
I believe you did.
Like top 3 high scores, right? Just pure domination.
It's like Antoine Jameson's 50-point
First of all, that was Summer League. Second of all, the rules the rules you were playing with are not real Jockberty rules. You guys were playing like Wild Wild West rules. And if you want to go back to the real origins of Jockberty, we didn't have double Jockberty rounds. So when I was cuffing Kreidler around on the regular, it was a 1-round affair. So miss me with your, I've got the all-time record.
I never won daily double.
There's only one way to settle this, but I don't know.
Dibbly doubles. I never won a dibbly doubles. I just dominated. So if
I'm
you
Wilt Chamberlain. You're Ray Allen.
Hey, don't be a ducker. Don't be a ducker.
No one's ducking you.
Oh, don't be a ducker. 8:45. Let's make it happen. Tuesday.
Show up 11:45. You're not that busy.
Summer League. Steiny's still part of it, right?
Tuesday wouldn't work.
He's pulling a Fortin ball on you.
Yeah.
14
You're still playing in the
seconds.
G League, coach.
Go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In the interest of the sport,
yes.
We want to make sure that when that happens, we have the best match possible. Dibs has a remote tomorrow in the morning, so I don't think.
So you're going to try and catch me tomorrow? You're going to catch me outside tomorrow when I'm live at Mad Dog in the Fall.
Wednesday,
I'm drinking Estrellas at 7 a.m.
I'm not going anywhere Wednesday 8:45.
Wednesday, I don't know.
Wednesday 8:45.
I'm a guest here,
Thanksgiving
so
Day special.
It's really not my call.
Thanksgiving Day
Guys,
special.
how can a game that's so much fun cost so much vitriol? Just either show up or don't. It's at 11:45.
Because this guy's like the leading scorer in the G League, trying to pump out his chest.
Don't ride with Dan Dibley.
I am.
Don't ride with Dan Dibley because
I need support. I need a support group.
Yeah, I know you do.
Dan Dibley here. This guy's like the star on the G League at night, trying to come at me.
Jalen Green.
You're Jalen Green. You're trying to come at me? You're trying to come at me?
Winning with a score of 11 points is not impressive, Dibley.
It's like Floyd Mayweather to win the game.
Waiting for a decision to win.
How many times did Floyd Mayweather lose in his career?
Well, he should have lost a couple.
How many?
I mean, he ducked two. He ducked a lot of fighters. Antonio Margarito, Manny Pacquiao,
untouched. Don't make me start flacking.
We could maybe do something.
You're like Wednesday. Riddick Bowe throwing the championship belt in the trash can because he didn't want that smoke with Lennox Lewis.
But it's up to Dibs. We could do something Wednesday, but it's up to Dibs.
He doesn't want the smoke. It's okay. It's okay. Just
I mean, maybe. First of all, there is no smoke when you're coming from a AAA. You're Roy Hobbs. You're a AAA home run champion.
Playing the same guys I was playing.
Yeah, I've cuffed around everyone. There's not a person on this staff that I haven't beaten.
You're like Nebraska playing San Jose State in the late 90s. Let's just get this cupcake out the way.
You beat Steiny, who flames out, and you beat Guru, who is 1 in 39,000 in his career.
Lay off.
Guru's the Jordan Poole of Jockberty. He's up. He's down.
Yeah.
He plays great. Yeah. Then it's like, what happened?
He's a volume guesser too.
Steiny playing today?
Sure. And you know what?
I have a strong opinion.
I'm gonna go Greg Louganis on the whole thing. I'm gonna take a long dive, and at the end of it, I'll swoop in and get the win. Because that's what we do. There's no excuse.
Can I switch the topic
Check my
for a second?
record. No, you cannot. Check my record.
Okay.
I'm like 114, 8, and 2.
Wow.
I'm untouchable.
Is that really the record?
I don't know, I guess.
I lost like twice because people complained about how I phrased the question.
No, it's because you would buzz in early. You've never played under real Jockberty rules.
No, if you know the answer, you know the answer.
No, you wait for the entire
All I need
answer
is
to
one
be
key
read.
word.
Gotcha. And that's where he...
Isn't that more impressive?
No, it's really not.
What's more impressive? Whitey says 3 words of a question, I buzz in and answer it, or you got to wait for the whole question when you already know the answer. It's like sitting in a test knowing you got 50 minutes. I know the answer when I'm going to use the entire 50
what
minutes
you do
to
is
test.
you think about the audience when you're doing radio, and I couldn't expect you to understand that.
Yeah. I'm thinking about Dubs.
I don't know, Joe.
The audience understands wins.
If we ever actually played, someone would inevitably be so unhappy that it might not be worth doing. I don't know.
Well, we can't play with Wild Wild West rules. We have to play with actual gentleman's rules, and he can't do that.
I only use my left hand to buzz in, not my right hand?
No, just wait for the entire answer to be read. That way everyone has the same chance. Listeners as well. When you've got 489 on the YouTube, and you've got Twitch, and you've got 100,000 people listening, nobody wants to hear 3 words and hear you, Bate. Gotta be a gentleman.
People did get tired of me winning.
Categories today? What are the categories today?
Oh, you can't say it yet. No, you can't because
he'll
guys
tweet
start
him out.
prepping.
Or
a little early. I'll show you if you want.
Sorry.
No. That's no problem.
I'm sure there's a Thanksgiving twist to one of them.
That's what I was hoping. He usually is very good
Exactly.
with them. Like, I live for when he starts reading off the categories.
It's great.
I
It's
like
a great
trying to
bit.
guess
I'll tell you the
them.
categories. I don't care. I'll tell you the categories.
Just give me one.
Well, the first Jockberty round is both sides made great points.
I know all three already.
Wow, Steiny.
What are you doing with D.O. in quotation marks?
Is Willard chiming in on that one?
And Ray Area.
No way!
Oh,
See, now that... Whitey, your creativity is what I live for in these.
Those are the categories of the first round.
It really is one of the best things. I don't know. Whoever created it or got it to where it is now, it's really one of the most incredible things out
fun.
there.
Sometimes it's fun, but sometimes
it gets emotional.
A little, maybe too invested, but that's all right.
Extremely
it gets
creative.
heated. Yeah,
It gets heated.
it's one of the few things that have survived since our and here it goes. Our firing.
That's right.
Every time we do a show together, I have to reference our firing.
okay.
March 11th, 2014, 3/11/14.
I don't know why, but he does.
I have to. It's one of the few bits that survived the Rise Guys era into the modern era where we're both back.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I like it.
Sorry, Whitey.
No, it's okay.
It's fine.
It was a day that will live in infamy.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
Wow, you got fired on your wife's birthday. Damn.
That's
not even funny,
Yeah,
man.
that's not.
So,
damn.
The three of us get the So we had a new producer at the time, a guy named John Goulet. He's now a big boy.
Yeah,
with Colin Cowherd. John Goulet had worked for 2 days at the station as our new producer.
Okay.
And so on day 2, we're
Do you remember also the email said he's the new producer of the morning show? And we're like, wait, morning Rise Guys? It didn't say Rise Guys.
No, it didn't.
Morning
and
show.
so, these guys are so nice. Whitey and Kreidler, like the two nicest guys you'll ever meet. And they're like, hey, John, Kreidler, hey, brother, I'd love to show you around town, brother. And, help you assimilate to the city. And John Goulet's like, okay, clearly awkward because he knew
we were out.
He already knew that we were out. He knew.
That's a little nefarious.
It's really it was really dirty. So
really,
it wasn't up to him though. He was
no. But my point is that that's weak.
And this is, by the way, this is not. This is look. This is a previous. This is 2 PDs previous, by the way. Shout out
Canada.
Pre-Canada. So sorry about that. So we get the old close the door meeting, and then sorry guys, we got to fire you. And then as we're leaving, the boss goes, "Hey, Whitey, Kreidler, you guys stay." I'm like, wait, what the absolute blank? So these guys got reassigned to Sacramento. I was the only one who got shown the door.
Yeah.
I got reassigned to the curb.
So you got the Kelby Tomlinson treatment?
Pretty much.
Oh my God.
That's absolutely right.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Damn.
Go down there, get your reps, play hard.
I'm sorry. I should not have made a joke like that. I'm sorry.
Go down to Sac.
It's a good call. But now with social media, you're like, I got to tell my wife before. Hopefully she won't find out. And then you realize it's all over. It's all over everywhere. Yeah.
It's actually called the James Wiseman treatment as we transition to James Wiseman. I did too.
Oh, dude.
He looks so good and so bad in the span of 14 seconds. It's like offensively, James, 3-ball, okay, beautiful. And he dives to the rim, dunk, wonderful. And then on defense, he doesn't know how to, he doesn't know where to be.
The pick and roll, he just either comes flying way out and the guy goes right by him, or he's nowhere to be found.
Sits way too far.
Under the rim. And I'm like,
thank you.
I would almost rather him be super physical and get a couple of fouls, trying to go after the ball as opposed to being floating in no man's land. Like this is the other thing, this phantom screen now, okay? You go up and you're supposed to set a screen, but you don't want to touch anyone, and now that's a thing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Bonte, you know what I'm talking about? He sets screens and never puts a body on anyone, and I never know if that's the phantom screen or if that's just how he screens from here on out. It's just... A screen is meant to be set so that you get in front of someone to stop their momentum.
But there's also the phantom screen where you phantom screen and then you immediately roll.
The screen and slip
screen, exactly.
But he does neither.
Right.
The screening is just driving me crazy. I'm with you. It's a mixed bag.
I don't think that he really is that dedicated to be Kevon Looney. He wants to be the third Splash Brother.
He doesn't want to do the things that the Warriors want their centers
the
to
glue
do.
guy stuff.
You got to be rugged. You got to be physical.
Exactly.
You got to get your body in there, and he's may not be that player. Just may not be. You may have to chalk it. So it does stink. I don't like the fact that people are keeping track of when he got benched or when he started getting DMPs. The Warriors are 5-2. Like it was all his fault that they were losing. No, he had a hand in it.
It's deeper.
He had a hand in it.
But he's in the mix.
Am I really going to blame Wiseman for a loss to Charlotte when he only played 5 minutes in the first quarter?
No, and to your conversation earlier about maybe, and a caller said Moody and Kuminga and Wiseman, they all need to go to Santa Cruz. Well, then we're out of bodies. We're down to like 4 guys on the bench.
Is he going to suit up?
When Wiseman got hurt, Bonte, unfortunately got hurt. How'd they play after he got hurt in his rookie year?
They played a bit better, but we all forget it was mostly Steph. Steph started averaging 37 a game.
Well, and Jordan Poole started to come through the last month. He played a lot better.
They played better. So it's like, and I get what you're saying. They played a little better, but they were 15-5 down the stretch. But Steph Curry wasn't human. Mm-hmm. He was on a Kobe-like run.
Averaged 41 points for a month.
It was like 37 for a month, 37-38. It was like ridiculous.
I would trade Wiseman if I could for Pirtle. Like that. Although
Who's
Pirtle's
free agent?
Yeah, that's the only thing that would concern me.
I'm warming up to Pirtle. Yeah. But I'm like, is that a big difference maker?
He's just a lot better than Wiseman.
Yes.
A lot. And he's a player who you can actually play.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's where, and I was listening to Zach Lowe talk about this, and I hadn't considered this portion. The Warriors brass, however you wanted to define that, they are not in a position, ego-wise, pride-wise, whatever to go, Jakob Poeltl as a rental for our number 2 overall pick. Whether we all think that the number 2 pick is a project or not, their thought is like, we'll get a guy on the buyout market as opposed to trading the number 2 overall pick who can give us 7 or 8 minutes.
Now,
That's what their
I understand that. If they did that, it would be like management telling the fan base, we blew it on Wiseman.
We went.
Right. Yeah.
Attention, please. You know what, though?
Attention, please.
And it's okay if you blew it on Wiseman. Like, you still won a championship last year, and you still have Stephen Curry, and if you could help him, you're going to be back in championship contention.
That's why if I could get a veteran for Wiseman and forget all the other stuff about what it says about the pick, whatever, I would do it.
In a vacuum. I would too.
I think they're warming up to do it. I really believe they're warming up to do something like that.
But then what do you do with Kuminga and Moody? Because that's not going to go away either. And you have 2 guys on the... Like right now, it's one or the other for a minute or 2 a half, and they're doing nothing. You do need a body.
Yeah, I mean, you could play him in mop-up duty. You could play him in spot duty. Hey, Moody has it today. You play him. If Kuminga has it today, you play him.
I love Kuminga. They're giving him every chance, right? Going back to last year, he's in the rotation, then he's out. They're going to put him back in, and he's out. No, he's going to play, then he's out. Well, he's going to play again. I mean, they're giving him every chance.
And the rookie's not going to get better. Those type of chances. Hey, I'm going to play 6 minutes in the first half, and I'll play it all in the second half.
But will he get better if he goes to Santa Cruz? I don't think so.
I don't know.
He needs to learn to play the Warriors way because athleticism-wise, he's off the charts, but it's in terms of, like, how do you play with this Warrior team?
Agree.
And if he doesn't fit, then ultimately he'll have to go play elsewhere as well.
Yep, no doubt.
Pretty good dunk last night. Pretty good dunk.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. What else is coming up? Other than Jock Brady at 11.
Looks like Colt McCoy will start. Rap sheet saying that the expectation is Colt in, Kyler out, and we'll talk about how much that helps the Niners or maybe even hurts them based on the past performances.
Yeah, and why can't the 49ers beat Arizona? Why do they have so many problems with Arizona? What's going on there? We'll look at that today.
Good. Any Spanish? You guys speak any Spanish? Nothing? No.
La familia está bien?
Nice.
That's good.
Qué lástima, lo siento. Ojalá que se mejore pronto.
He's probably cursing me out. Shut up. That's it for us. You guys have a good show.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, in for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Thrilled to be with my buddy Dan Dibley. Thrilled to be with you. Thanks for listening to 95.7 The Game. Glorious day to be a sports fan, Dibs, right? I mean, we got Monday Night Football. We got the Warriors again tonight against New Orleans. I guess it's a great day to be a sports fan unless you happen to be a fan of the Warriors who happens to reside in New Orleans and you're thinking maybe going to one of the Warriors' first couple visits.
Yeah, that's 2 visits down.
Whoa.
And I mean, I don't know if we've seen the official list of DNPs, but we know that Klay won't play. And do they sit Steph again and Draymond and Wiggins? Do they sit everyone yet again on the second half of back-to-back?
It's the way it goes.
Right.
Yeah. Steve Kerr said on their last visit, he was kind of apologizing, and he said, fans probably should check the schedule before they buy tickets.
Right, but what if you're that little kid in New Orleans who scrimped and scraped every single dollar they've ever had just to see Steph Curry in one of 2 visits to New Orleans, and both happen to be on the second half of a back-to-back, and if he doesn't play in either one, that's devastating.
Yeah, you get over it.
Well, we've seen that before where,
the kid in Denver?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so we flew that kid out to Golden State, and, we were able to accommodate that one individual. Are we going to look at that same situation tonight in New Orleans, or will Steph play? And, we know that Klay most likely won't play, but we'll keep an eye on the DNPs, which should come up, by the way, during our show. We should get that news.
Something to look forward to. How are you feeling about the Warriors after that win last night, win over the Knicks? They had the team meeting to address the elephants in the room, and they haven't lost a game since, and they've got a road win now.
Yeah, I feel better. I'm probably at a 5 now on the panic meter from a scale of 1 to 10. I was up to about a 6.5, but the fact that Klay Thompson is now playing better and, seemingly over his early season funk in terms of, I mean, the fitness is still coming back, but he's not hunting shots like he was, and the shots are going down. And it feels like the team is now looking to feed him early in games more than they were before. But the team meeting, I think, when they addressed the elephants in the room, it had to be more than just Klay's shot selection.
Yeah, I honestly think that there may have been some elephants lined up to get in the room. You address some of the elephants in the room. It's like, next, bring in the next elephants in the room. But that happens when you've got championship aspirations. The last 2 games, it's nice to get wins. It's great that they're playing more of a Warrior style of basketball offensively. But to me, it's still crystal clear that if they're going to contend for a championship this year again, that they're going to have to get some help. They're going to have to bring in some roster help. And then, that's okay. That happens. You got a long ways to go. But the notion, and I think you guys talked about this last week, the idea that this team is just going to, you know what? They'll figure it out. If that's your view of this team, they'll figure it out, they'll be fine, then you should be wearing Kyle Madsen's Dumbo hat today because you belong in fantasy land.
Exactly. Is he wearing a Dumbo hat?
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not making fun of his hat. It literally is a Dumbo hat.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Disneyland, so I'm not surprised by that. But, either the young players suddenly get a lot better, or the bench veterans that you have play better, or you find a way to bring in additional help. And right now, you've got a 13-man roster because you have the 15th spot that's open, and you've got Andre Iguodala, who does not play.
Right.
So are you going to try to make it through with a 13-man roster, or are you going to get some additions?
Yeah, I think best case scenario, Wiseman plays well down in Santa Cruz, enough to where some other team says, we like him, he's not a good fit for you guys, but boy, young guy, tremendous upside, and you're able to get something back from him. That's really going to help you this year. I think the 2 timeline plan, to me, if you're smart, and the Warriors are obviously brilliant, I think they recognize, that's probably not syncing up the way we hoped. It was worth a try, but we can't squander what we're getting out of, Klay last night and Steph this year. If we're going to take advantage of what they're doing right now, we got to get some veteran help now.
Right, and it's tough to do unless you trade James Wiseman for a veteran, and if Iguodala plays, if he's able to play at all, and then you use the 15th spot, well, then maybe you have a bench that is sustainable enough to where you could make a deep run. But right now, if I look at what you have on the bench, you've got Jordan Poole. He's basically a 6th starter, and that's great. JaMychal Green, maybe he's playing his way into being useful.
A little better. Mm-hmm.
But after that, DiVincenzo is a little bit up and down, and Ty Jerome, not so much. And
I like him, but he's not.
No, I mean, Jeremy Lamb has been, up and down. He flashed a little bit, and now he's kind of regressed.
Anthony Lamb.
Did I call him Jeremy Lamb?
Yeah.
Anthony Lamb.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you look across the...
But that says it all right there. I mean, we're still like, who is that guy again? I mean, he's playing great, but who is he again?
And I think if you look at Moody, who can barely crack the rotation at all, he can't. And Kuminga...
That's really interesting.
Kuminga has a very short leash, so you need at least 1, if not 2 more veterans on the bench.
I think so, yeah. Moses Moody's an interesting case. I thought last year... Okay, lower ceiling, so to speak, than Wiseman or Kuminga, but a higher floor, if you will, and it looks like he's way ahead of them in terms of defensive principles, understanding all that. But then this year got to a point where, Moses, you ain't playing, and I guess it's a matter of fouling too much and turning the ball over.
Yeah, and that's been a problem with this team across the board, not only Moses Moody, but the thing about the second unit, we saw it last night, the starters come out. Klay Thompson is unbelievable. Klay's back in the first quarter.
That was amazing.
And, Steph and Wiggins, everyone playing great, and you blow out Houston in that first quarter.
Then what happened?
And then the second quarter.
13-0 run.
Man, and that's where, and I know that Steve Kerr tweaked the rotation a little bit, but I don't know if you can tweak it enough to where you can offset those big deficits that you have in the second quarter.
You can't just play your top six the whole game. That would be the ultimate tweak, and it's probably not sustainable. So, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard the next couple of days, so that means, among other things, we do have Jockberty coming up today. Right now, let's go to the coach in Vallejo on 95.7 The Game. Coach, what are you doing? Hello, Coach.
Coach.
Hey, Coach. Hey, Coach.
I'm sitting here watching you guys on YouTube, and you're looking good.
Thank you, Coach.
Hey, what I really want to say is, and Dib, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but Jordan Poole is not a starter. And I hate when people say he's the sixth starter, because the guy, if he's a starter, you got a very bad team. And, I think he can make 10 mistakes and never come out the game, but Kuminga can make one, and all hell breaks loose, and Kerr yanks him. I think if Kuminga was given the same leash as Jordan Poole, same with Moody, they would put up numbers and would have a better game than Jordan Poole. That's just my take, guys.
Thank you, Coach. Let me just real quickly say, Coach called JD and I on Saturday, and he was saying, hey, the Warriors should go after Dwight Howard. And Dwight Howard had a monster game in, was it Taiwan or China?
Yeah.
Dwight Howard apparently has, from what he said last month, he has no interest in being like a guy coming off the bench. He still thinks he's the man. So that's probably why he's not a good fit here. But as far as Jordan Poole goes, Jordan Poole, Dibs, correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan Poole has a longer leash, so to speak, because he's proven he's more of a proven player than Kuminga.
And he's signed for 4 years, so that he's going to be here, and he's a guy that you need to rely on. And in terms of offense, he can give you a lot more offense than Kuminga. And defensively, Jordan Poole is a flawed player, but ultimately, you need him on that second unit to come in and light up the scoreboard. Last night, not so much. 10 points on 3 of 8. You'd like to see him a little bit more aggressive.
5 of 17 against the Knicks, too. So
that's 8 of 25. That's 32%. No, that's not great. It's not great, but if Klay can snap out of it, then Jordan Poole can too.
Do you think that, speaking of the elephants in the room, you think maybe Jordan Poole on some level, it's a punch. The punch is still bothering him.
Yeah, absolutely. How could it not? I mean, in terms of, and this is where I wonder about the elephants in the room when they got addressed. I wonder if that was one of the elephants that got addressed in that team meeting. And if, Draymond Green came out again to the team and talked about, how that has affected not only Jordan Poole, but the whole ethos, the whole vibe of the team. They have won a couple in a row now. Mm-hmm. And I know beating Houston's no big shakes, but I wonder when you talk about elephants in the room, if that wasn't one of them.
Yeah. 2, 3, 2.
That's a 2.
2. All right.
Need a little
Shouldn't
bit
have
more.
tried it. Yeah.
In there.
Shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah.
Real quickly on
number 2.
Jordan Poole starting over Klay. And you nailed it last week, obviously, Dibs. For one thing, Klay doesn't want to come off the bench, and if you did that, you would risk losing Klay, so that's not going to happen. Secondly, even if you did that, what would you solve? I mean, if Klay's playing as poorly as he was playing, it doesn't really matter if he's starting or not. So, and I know Jordan Poole's played better as a starter, but I don't think that was ever really the solution, and hopefully now we don't have to worry about that anymore. 888-957-9570. Austin joins us from Redwood City on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing, Austin?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey, look, here's where I got. Hey, I liked the game yesterday. Yesterday. It was pretty cool. I just like to see the starters come back and put the lead up a little bit more before they put the bench in. And also, I want to touch base on these turnovers. Do you guys remember when Curry was doing these one-hand passes and turning the ball over? It seems like everybody on the team now is doing the exact same thing Curry was doing in the past, and they're doing it now.
All right, we'll get to that, Austin. Coming up, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We'll get to Austin's question. Plus, can we downgrade the Dubs elephants in the room to maybe, I don't know, mice in the attic? That's next, and this is sponsored by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
The biggest meal of the year starts at Lucky California because they've got the best turkey prices. Right now, when you spend $50 or more, 12 to 20-pound Jenny O fresh turkeys are just 99 cents a pound. Limit 1. Restrictions apply. Eat, drink, and save with Lucky California.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart with TaylorMade. The TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Wood Age is here, featuring 60 layers of carbon layer for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. And now available, the new TaylorMade high-toe milled wedges, designed for a lower launch and more spin. While you're there, pick up the popular TaylorMade Tour Response Stripe golf balls. Come into the Golf Mart and have one of our experienced experts custom fit you for free today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit, and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
He's not here today, Steph, but thanks. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Going to talk about those warrior elephants in the room. Where did they go? Did they all leave? Can we downgrade them to Dibs, maybe ants in the hot tub? That's what I was dealing with yesterday. I mean, I don't know.
I think they're mice in the kitchen. Yeah. They're not quite ants in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Until you get above 500, I'd say mice in the kitchen right now.
Okay.
You know they're there, and you set traps, and you haven't caught them all, and then you go to bed, and you hear a little bit of that skittering, and a little bit of dropping still.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But, you're 8 and 9. There's still something going on.
I think so. By the way, Austin just called, and thank you, Austin. And you can reach us, of course, at 888-957-9570. Austin was asking about the Warriors kind of emulating some of Steph's careless turnovers. Are they getting carried away with that? Turnovers are definitely an issue. But as far as Steph goes, he had 1 turnover last night. As far as the shooting has been incredible, but Steph Curry with 15 assists and 1 turnover, that's incredible.
Yeah, and a lot of it is the adjustment on, I think, what Austin was saying about the one-handed passes and just the general carelessness with the basketball, the reckless passes. He seems like he's doing that a lot less in terms of just trying for the home run pass.
Yeah.
A 15-to-1 ratio is incredible. And
it is.
You could see early on that maybe it's because of the meeting, but they all wanted to kind of get Klay going. They wanted to feed Klay, get Klay comfortable. Steph deferred early in that game, and it obviously helped his assist total, and it helped Klay get off.
I think the most encouraging sign from the last 2 games, as we said on the changeover, is the fact that the Warriors, the last 2 games since they had the meeting about the elephants, or whatever the nature of the critters is, they discussed everything going on with Klay, and then they were playing last 2 games, sharing the ball, playing Warrior basketball offensively. So is this a thing, Dibs? Last night, you had Klay with 10 threes, Curry with 7, Wiggins with 6 threes, most combined threes by a trio in NBA history.
That's something, yeah, especially when Wiggins adds a very quiet 6 threes, which it's only quiet because you had Steph with 7 and Klay with 10. 23 threes between 3 guys. It's remarkable, but we do all have to remember that was Houston. So let's slow down a little bit.
You're absolutely
Houston
right.
Starting 2 20-year-olds and a 19-year-old. That was basically like taking on the G League Ignite in terms of the relative inexperience. So it was great. I'm not discounting it, but you do have to give some perspective to the fact that Houston is maybe the worst team in the West, maybe the worst team in all of basketball. And by the way, you had to gut that one out.
Yes.
That thing was in doubt.
You're right. You're right.
Into the final minute. So it's great. 127, most threes by a trio in NBA history. But you needed a couple of late buckets for Steph to be able to give him the night-night.
Houston has some nice players. Şengün didn't have a very good night. Looney, I think, did a good job on him. Green, I think, is a really talented player, but they still, and some of this is by design because they would love to get Wembanyama. They just look like a JUCO team, don't they? I mean, They're running up and down the floor and throwing the ball all over the place sometimes. You can see the talent. So I think you're right. That's a great point. And that's why I think, okay, maybe you can downgrade the elephants, but there's still issues there. And if the Warriors don't defend better, last night they gave up 120 to a Rockets team that's not very good. They ain't going to come anywhere near accomplishing the things they need to accomplish.
Yes, they've held one opponent under 100 points all year, and that was San Antonio. And in a game, they won by 37. In a game, they were up by 41 when they finally were able to play James Wiseman. So this is not a team that is a defensive juggernaut. We know that. And if you look ahead, like New Orleans tonight, it's going to be a tough game. Tough game without Klay, and we don't know who else will sit. There's a likelihood that more players will sit on the second half of a back-to-back. And by the way, coming up, you've got the Clippers Wednesday, Utah Friday, and then you go at Minnesota and at Dallas. You got a little bit of a tough schedule ahead. So tonight might be one of those games that you just give up on, and then you've got 4 pretty tough Western Conference games ahead.
Yeah, and last night, Steph played 37 minutes, and I think he might have played even more than that against the Knicks. So hopefully he'll play, but I'd be surprised if he does. You're right, though. The fact that you had to struggle like that, you got your first road win, that's nice. But as I said earlier, in my opinion, the notion that, they've won 2 in a row, they had the meeting, they're good now, that's just a fantasy.
Agreed. Is this factor fantasy?
Whoa.
Thank you.
So what are the elephants remaining, or the mice in the kitchen, as you put it? Jordan Poole, certainly one of them.
Yes, absolutely. Like, which Jordan Poole are you going to get night to night? Is it the Jordan Poole that's going to be aggressive and trying to score and feeling good and money time, or the Jordan Poole who went 0 for 5? I think that was against Phoenix, where he just decided that he wasn't really interested in shooting the basketball. So why is Jordan Poole not playing with the same confidence and the same swagger as he did before? And the other elephant in the room is the second quarter. What happens? What the hell's going on in the second quarter to where you gave up a 13-0 run to Houston.
Right, and looked terrible in the process.
And it should have been a 23-0 run, quite frankly. You can't defend. You can't score. What's going on with your bench team? That, to me, is the biggest elephant still in the room.
I agree, and there's really only so much you can do about that. You guys need to play better.
Right. You need to be better. It's impossible.
Yeah. Jordan Poole, I think, he's always going to be a somewhat streaky player, but whatever's going on with him right now is a big problem because they rely on him so much. And last night, Wiggins, as we said, picked up a lot of the 3-point slack. But if Poole doesn't start playing better more consistently, that's going to be a problem too. Maybe it is the punch or lack of confidence or something. I don't know. Steve Kerr says, of course, that part of the problem for Poole is the fact that defenses now, they're focusing a lot more of their attention on Jordan Poole than they used to.
And that's fair. But if you're a good player, if you're an elite player, a player worth a contract as big as he got, you can find ways to get in your bag and still get buckets, right?
Yeah. Yep. 888-957-9570. The Warriors with their first road win. So, they're 8-9 now. They're not that far out of first place in the West, and they're playing better of late.
Half game out of the 10 seed right now. Almost to the play-in spot.
They're just a half game out of the play-in situation. But when you look at how they're doing it, obviously you'd rather win than not, but I think there's still a lot of work left to do here. What are some of the other mice in the kitchen? We mentioned the bench. Defensively, they're nowhere near where they need to be. Jordan Poole. And I still think it would be nice to have some size, at least at the end of the bench. I know they love to go small, and Looney plays well, and you got Green now. Both Greens playing some center. I just think it would be nice to have some size available to you. Wiseman was supposed to supply that, but he's obviously in Santa Cruz.
Right, and he doesn't seem like he's in Santa Cruz just for 10 days, and he'll be back in the rotation.
You were not impressed by his latest debut there.
No, it was okay. I mean, he showed signs of what he can be.
He made a 3.
Offensively, he's got a nice array of things he can do. He can shoot the ball. He's got a nice stroke. He can't really post up. He can't really score with his back to the basket. He can't really beat you off the dribble. He's very long and athletic. He can dunk. We know that. He's not a great rebounder, Whitey. He doesn't, even against G League players, he was unable to get correct position or even fight when he didn't have good position to get under the hoop.
And I didn't see nearly as much of that game as you did. It looked to me like the team they were playing the Lakers team. Is that right? Or it's a Salt Lake? I don't know.
Yeah, the Lakers.
Lakers, thank you.
South Bay Lakers.
They didn't have a lot of size. And still James Wiseman, I mean, his rebound numbers were decent. Here's what he's supposed to be working on, according to his coaches down there. Gaining confidence, learning to finish at the rim, learning to play smart but solid defense, and learning to make better decisions. The rest of it, he made it 3. The Warriors, as far as they're concerned, if that boosts his confidence, that's a good thing, but we really don't want him shooting a lot of threes.
Right, and he seemed to me, as I was watching the game, it seemed to me like he was drifting out toward the three-point line a lot more than they would want, looking to get his shot off.
What he wants to do, right?
Yeah, and that's where I think he's comfortable as more of like a small forward, but the Warriors need him to be a big man. They need him to play center, and that ultimately might be the disconnect that keeps him from being a part of this rotation.
888-957-9570. Drew joins us from Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Drew, what are you doing?
Hey, I think that signing Poole was premature, and that may be the thing that really comes back to bite them the most, because after his performance last year, he's not going to replace, Curry, and he's like the second coming of Monta Ellis. They should have considered trading him and getting somebody that they needed, because if they have such light years, they should have seen that Wiseman was not all that. That is what I have to say, and I think it's going to come back to bite them, that they paid so much money for Poole. They didn't need to. Don't do something you don't need to do from a logistical standpoint. It's not like they were going to lose him in free agency. 3/4 of the way through the season, then they could have decided to pay him, or they could have maintained the option to move him for something valuable.
Thank you, Drew. I tend to agree with you.
Yeah.
I said that at the time I wouldn't sign him. He would have been a restricted free agent. I would have let him play this year to prove his worth, and then you have a clear idea what you're dealing with. It just makes sense. But what's done is done, and I'm wondering if the punch had anything to do with the fact that they gave him as much money as they did and signed him when they did.
Well, they said that it didn't, but I can't help but wonder if it had some sort of an impact on it. But the bigger issue to me is, okay, now you got your contract, and whether or not we thought that was a good move or not, and I'm kind of with you in terms of I would have waited, let him play out another year, let him show us exactly the player that he is.
It's kind of what Phoenix did with Ayton. It's exactly what Phoenix did with Ayton at the time. Oh, that's going to hurt his feelings. Well, it's fine now. They got him. They saved some money, and he's still theirs.
Right, and he goes out and you show the kind of player that you're going to be, and then you go out and you earn that contract. But the Warriors decided to ink him early, and now you have a player who's been wildly inconsistent in terms of, what he's trying to do offensively, how aggressive he wants to be. And that, to me, is the biggest issue. He's never going to be a lockdown defender, but you want him to kind of maybe be Steph light at some point in terms of his ability to score.
Yeah, the path out of this for the Warriors, and it looks like they're headed in the right direction, I know, but the path out clearly starts at the defensive end. That's what Steve Kerr says. And it was interesting. Somebody asked Steve Kerr after the game last night about Wiggins and his three-point shooting. And Coach Kerr took it right to his defense. Like, yeah, but his defense hasn't been as good. So that's it. We've said this in recent weeks. It's easy to look at the Warriors and identify problems. This isn't right. That guy's not playing well. When it comes to figuring out solutions, that's been tougher. So I think for the Warriors right now, and what Coach feels is like, the solution is we have to play better defense. It has to start with that. The other things are great. Klay playing better is great, and that actually helps you defensively if he's into the flow and not forcing shots. But if they don't play better defense, they're in big trouble.
But who can play defense on this team? We know that Draymond can play defense. Wiggins has been a great defender. Kevon Looney, sturdy. Klay Thompson at his best, good defender.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, he can defend.
A lot better. Lot better than he used to be.
And I would say he's not even average. He's probably a slight tick above average. He's not an elite defender, but he's not a defender who hurts you. But then you go to the second unit. Jordan Poole, turnstile. Jonathan Kuminga, lost. JaMychal Green, tries hard, but not very good. Dante DiVincenzo, he's a pretty good defender, but not a great defender. Moses Moody, you mentioned earlier, maybe a little bit of a lateral movement issue, and then you're out of bodies.
Yeah, I know.
Anthony Lamb, who I call Jeremy, not a great defender. So you've got 5 good defenders, 4 of them start, and then DiVincenzo, and then when you go to the second unit, they cannot defend.
I remember when the Warriors drafted Moody, I think I was in with you and JD, and I was in for Steiny, I think, and we were talking to somebody who saw Moses Moody in college, and this was someone who had covered him and was raving about him and saying, oh, he's a great pick, he's smart, he can shoot, he's a good team defender. But even that guy, and I think he was a newspaper writer, but even that guy back then said,
I know him.
He doesn't have great lateral quickness. And I thought, okay, well, that's interesting. And I think that's part of the problem he's having now is he's just fouling too much. It's a little surprised to see Moody, who we thought was, well, Moody's pretty much got a spot in the rotation now. Lee's gone, JTA's gone, Moody, you can plug him right in. But no, you can't. And I think the fact that he's having trouble keeping up with other players defensively, that's why.
Well, this whole team fouls too much. And so you bring a guy in off the bench who also fouls too much, and you're kind of stuck.
Because they're old, right? It's because they're old and they're slow.
Well, even the young guys foul too much. And James Wiseman, when he was here, he fouls too much because he doesn't really have the defensive acumen. And Jonathan Kuminga fouls too much. And Moses Moody, maybe not quick enough, so he fouls too much. And Jordan Poole tries to cheat on defense, and he fouls too much. And that's where you get into this bad free throw disparity that Steve Kerr has talked about, ad nauseum, in terms of you got to defend without fouling, and that's why you get into so many of these close games.
Yeah. It's Whitey in for Willard today. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 the game. Dibs, by the way, tomorrow you got a special event going on, right? You're going to be somewhere before the show even.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone around here is glued to the World Cup, and Netherlands scored a goal.
Yeah, right? 1-0 over Senegal. Tomorrow, I'll be at Mad Dog in the Fog for the middle game of the 3 games. Mexico taking on Poland.
We're doing the show tomorrow.
Yeah, you and Kyle are doing the show, and I might stumble in about, I don't know, maybe 9:30, 9:45.
What?
Yeah, your boy could be staggering in. I'll be live at Mad Dog in the Fog.
I was
on
day drinking.
Haight Street, yep. It's Upper Haight, new location, 1568 Haight Street. I'll have to confirm the exact address, but it's right up there by Haight and Ashbury. Come on out. I'll be there for the Mexico-Poland game, drinking some Estrellas with all of my Mexican national team fans.
Oh, tremendous. So that's tomorrow, and then you wrap that up, then you come in, boom, let's do the show.
Yeah, jump in a cab and maybe stop off for a little breakfast, and then I'm thinking about 10:15 would be about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance, join Dibs tomorrow. And join us here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, or give us a call at 888-957-9570 from the 408 Dibs. We need to DNP Pool and give minutes to Moody and Kuminga. Moody will improve with minutes and experience. That's the whole thing so many fans feel about the young players. Well, they have to play. They're going to improve if you play them, and if you don't play them consistently, they're not going to get any better.
Well, that's just not... I mean, that's the case, yes.
Maybe.
But if you want to go out and lose by 25.
Yeah.
And the Warriors don't want to lose by 25. And so you've got a starting unit of Steph, Klay, Draymond, Looney, and Wiggins, veterans across the board. None of them new. All of them know how to play basketball. They come out and they stake a lead. And then, okay, we're going to play the young guys by hook or by crook. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, you're all in there, and then the lead evaporates, and then now you got a deficit.
Yeah.
And now we go back to the starters, and they're thinking, what the hell, guys? You know, we gave you this, and then you left us with an absolute mess. So that's not the way you go about winning basketball games.
That had to be one of the elephants in the room. The fact that the young guys, some of them were almost moping on the bench, clearly unhappy they weren't playing more, and they didn't seem to be supporting their teammates, and it looked like maybe there was a disconnect between the young players who wanted to play more and weren't playing well enough to play more, and the veterans who publicly have stated, Dibs, they've publicly said, this won't work, we need other veterans. I think that's one of the elephants in the room.
It has to be.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's tough because the team itself is kind of hamstrung in terms of what they can do, because there's a sense that they don't want to trade these young players. That's the future. And if I'm Joe Lacob and I believe in Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, I'm not trading them, because in 5 years, when Steph, Klay, and Dre are all gone, I still have to have a team that people want to come see. So I'm not going to trade all those guys to bring in a couple of, you know, veterans who'll be here for a year, maybe 2 years, and then after 2 years from now, when Klay's gone and Draymond's gone and I'm left with Steph and Wiggins and I'm left with nothing at that point. I want this thing to go on and on. So it's a disconnect. So you're not going to trade the young players to bring in a veteran, yet you got the veterans who are thinking, please don't play the young guys.
Yeah, but what if I could get, and I know this is really difficult to pull off when you look at the particulars, but what if I could package some or all of those guys and bring back the Slim Reaper, the Durantula, Kevin Durant?
Bring him back.
Would you be up for that?
Not at all.
Really?
Not
I would, but I don't think there's any way you can do it.
Well, you would have to trade either Draymond or Klay.
Yeah,
so if you want to trade Draymond, Wiseman, and Moody for Kevin Durant.
Can I have Ben Simmons too?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No?
Based on the salaries, you'd have to trade Draymond and Klay. So you trade Draymond and Klay for Simmons and Durant.
And then Durant's going to be, if you're trading Draymond for me, I don't want to go there if Draymond's not there, right? So it just doesn't work.
Yeah, what do we do? Because KD would not come here unless Draymond was here. We know that. I won't come without Draymond. By the way, Warriors number 1 in the association in personal fouls committed. So, I mean, short of any possible moves, that's the number 1 thing that needs to get shored up.
Yeah. Last year, I think they were 3rd. I think they were tied for 3rd last year. They still won the championship. To me, some of that is still because they do play a lot smaller than a lot of teams, but there's a lot of reasons for it. Here's the thing about the young guys, and it does look like the last 2 nights maybe everybody's on the same page more or less as far as the young guys. But the Detroit Pistons have a lot of really young guys, and they're terrible. They lost in Sacramento last night.
Beat the Warriors.
Yeah, they did. They have a lot of young guys, some of whom want to get more minutes, and their coach, Dwayne Casey, said, I guess Friday, he said, look, the young guys, don't count your minutes. Make your minutes count. Isn't that it?
Yeah.
And that's what I hope Steve Kerr, somebody told the young players on the Warriors. Don't be counting your minutes. Make your minutes count.
And I'm sure he has. And at the same time, though, the leash here is a lot shorter than the leash is in Detroit.
Yes.
Because you're in a spot where your starting unit is unbelievable, right? The best unit in all of basketball.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in Detroit, you know that even when you play your best and you're playing everybody, you're probably still going to be up against it.
Do you think that we can, to a degree, dismiss some of the early season losses because the Warriors were a veteran team and it's early in the year and they lost at Detroit and Orlando. They just, it's hard for these guys coming off a championship to give the type of effort with the urgency that the coaches demanded because these are veterans and it was so early in the year.
I'll give you that to an extent, but when you lose to Charlotte and Detroit and Orlando all on a road trip and you lose in the fashion you did, you lost to Charlotte in overtime, Detroit hammered you for the most part, and then Orlando was just better than you at the end.
Yeah.
It's fine for the first 36 minutes of a game, okay, championship hangover, sure, but then you get into nut crunching time. This is where good veteran teams win these games, and the Warriors just haven't. So, and the hangover's over, by the way. You're 17 games in to an 82-game season. You're almost a fourth of the way through the season now. There's no more excuses about championship hangover.
What are the Warriors right now? Because to your point, most people who do this for a living say you got to wait 20 games before you know anything. We're almost there. So what is this Warrior team right now? To me, it's definitely not the championship team of last year, but what are they?
They're top heavy is what they are. And if this was an NCAA team, you would love them because you could play 5 guys. You could play 6 guys in the NCAA tournament. But the NBA doesn't work that way. And I think that this team is vulnerable. They're one significant injury away. And I'm not saying Steph, Klay, or Draymond, but any one of those other players, if they lose any one of the reliable 6, they're in real trouble. They're vulnerable and they're top heavy.
Yeah, so they need bench help. They're just a little thin. And the test with Klay is, as great as he's played the last 2 games, if he has another one of those games where nothing's going in, then what does he do? Is he going to revert to the Klay where he's hunting shots? We'll see. I think there's reason to think, okay, they fixed that, but it's something to keep an eye on as well.
Definitely, and that's where, he's hot right now, and he's back, and all the rest of it. And he's silencing all of the trolls out there, as he said in the post game. And that's great. You're coming off a 41-point game. You won't play tonight. Wednesday against the Clippers, we'll see. Hopefully he continues this upward trend of being back to the old Klay.
Yeah, you got the Clippers. You got the Jazz, right? And the Jazz turning some heads.
Upstart Jazz.
What is that about?
The plucky little Jazz,
I don't know how good they are, but when you look at their roster, that's not really a tanking roster. Maybe they'll trade some guys, but that's not a terrible team. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 49ers in action tonight at Altitude. Style points, do they matter, and do the 49ers need some tonight? That's next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out. Let's drink some Estrella and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Rock out with your favorite bands, whether it's throwback classics or today's top hits. Sit back and laugh at stand-up comedy from well-known icons and tomorrow's legends. Plus, so much more. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
And now an important message from music superstar Willie Nelson.
Hi, I'm Willie Nelson, and for as long as I can remember, I've been fighting for legalization of the one thing that can bring comfort to millions. And of course, I'm talking about Skechers. You see, Skechers shouldn't be illegal. They help so many people ease...
Can we stop the commercial? Willie, I don't think Skechers are illegal anywhere.
Really? But they feel so good, I just assumed that the man made them illegal.
No, you can wear them anywhere, Willie.
Well, pass the Skechers.
Skechers comfort feels so good, it should probably be against the law, because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has all the fits and features you need for ultimate comfort. Fits like Arch Fit, Relax Fit, Wide Fit, and more. And features like max cushioning and air-cooled memory foam. It's legalized comfort.
You know what? I'm going to wear my Skechers across state lines.
You do that, Willie. You do that.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Don't miss the Jim Irsay Collection, coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, will exhibit historic sports memorabilia, presidential artifacts, the world's greatest guitar collection, and more. The evening will be topped off with a free concert by the all-star Jim Irsay Band, featuring special guests Ann Wilson, Buddy Guy, and John Fogerty. It's one night only with the Jim Irsay Collection and the Jim Irsay Band on December 10th at the Bill Graham Auditorium from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your free ticket now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more, like our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data, all on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Goo. Goo is actually not here this week, and I'm in for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, along with Dan Dibley. Of course, we got football tonight at Altitude, Dibs, 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. Technically, as you probably know, a home game for the Cardinals, but there's going to be a lot of 49er fans there. First, I think people need to know about your experience playing, exerting yourself at Altitude.
Yeah, I've done a lot of that, Whitey.
Yeah,
I mean, you know that. I've done some snowshoeing up at Squaw. And, yeah, exactly. I've done a lot of altitude work. And what I've discovered is it's a little bit more taxing in endurance sports than it is in these short burst activities such as pro football. Now, it can be exhausting, and this is where I think the 49ers have an edge. The longer drives, the longer you're on the field, is where you might have a little bit more of a difficult time with the thin air. So I look for the 49ers to pound the rock tonight, really try to keep the Arizona defense on the field.
By the way, I think it was Josina Anderson reporting today that it will be Colt McCoy under center. Colt McCoy I think Ian Rappaport said it's uncertain yet.
Yeah.
But Josina Anderson said Colt McCoy, last time he faced the Niners, of course, 22 of 26 for 249, one touch, and a passer rating of 119.4.
Yeah, it's troubling. Nice uptick. That's a good take right there. Troubling in terms of what he's done in the past, but I look at where this Niner defense is right now, today, on this day of days,
yes,
so to speak, in Mexico City, and I don't see that Arizona has the same ability to come out and light them up, although James Conner, the running back, is a bit of a problem for the 49ers traditionally.
Yeah. As you know, I played a couple years ago. My brother-in-law, Mike, and we played against his two sons, touch football in a parking lot in Albuquerque, which is like 5,000 something. So, there's elevation. It's not Mexico City. And it's pretty tough. We ended up losing that game. I think we had a lead, and then so hopefully the 49ers had time to get acclimated in Colorado Springs. It looks like perhaps the 49ers, the powers that be, those who made the choice to go there, didn't really realize they were going to face that bad weather.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a bad beat where, the best laid plans of mice and men, you're trying to go to altitude and trying to get sharp with the altitude, and you realize, geez, we cannot practice outside. It's 9 degrees out there. And I think it's going to be a little bit warmer than that in Mexico City. I have to check my Dibley Doppler.
I think you're right.
But
it's going to be more altitude too, though.
A little bit more. I don't know what the difference is between Colorado Springs at 5,800.
I think it's at 66 something, and then Mexico City's at 7. I just happened to read that last
Right,
week,
so it's not that much of a difference, but I wonder how much the cold temps affected their ability to get real practice in.
Yeah, this is a golden opportunity for the 49ers to take over first place in the NFC West. After all the ups and downs, trials and travails, it's right there for them.
Yeah, it's on a platter, and then that you kind of control your own destiny with Seattle still on the schedule, and you've got Arizona again, but you feel like this would be the tougher of the two Arizona games. This is the road game, and, exactly. And then you come back home and you got a game on a short week, but this is one where Niners are favored by 8. You feel pretty good about their ability to go out there and get this one done.
Last week, I was in for Damon, and we talked to George Kittle, and I had been in for Damon the week before when we talked to Trent Williams. I mentioned that because to both of them, I asked them, looks like the team's coming together. Kyle Shanahan's even talked about that. You got McCaffrey now. Players are healthier. Is there a sense on the team that things are coming together? Both of them said, we don't look at it that way. It's week to week. But do you get this? And I understand that from a playing standpoint. Don't you get the sense that right now there's an opportunity here? Looks like with players coming back, the 49ers with these new weapons and McCaffrey, it looks like they have a chance here to take off kind of like they did last year.
Yes.
Middle of the year, yeah.
Absolutely. And I know the schedule gets a little bit tougher after this game in terms of, you've got Tampa Bay on the horizon, you've got Miami still to come, difficult games, but you're getting guys back healthy, and that to me is the biggest feather in their cap. And also the fact that Christian McCaffrey now will have an additional week to have learned the system. And I know he came in on a short week. He had a couple of days.
Yeah.
And he only played about 20 plays, and he started to flash. The next week, the historic 3-touchdown game, 1 passing, 1 running, 1 throwing. Last week, a little bit of not a step back, but they went in another direction. But I think now his 4th game with the 49ers tonight in Arizona, I would expect that he is ready to take off yet again.
Yeah, a huge opportunity tonight because we know they had their missteps, the 49ers did, and this is a chance here to put the cleats to the neck of a divisional foe and further establish that they're headed in the right direction. Do style points matter, Dibs? I was talking to, I don't know if you know Kyle Madsen from Candlestick Chronicles podcast, Niners Wire.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he stinks.
Well, he covers the 49ers. He said, at some point here, you got to prove that you're a legitimate Super Bowl contender and put up some points on somebody. I don't know that style points matter. I think there's every chance the 49ers post some of those tonight. But at this point of the season, I still don't think it really matters.
I don't think it matters ever in terms of the NFL. I mean, think about Minnesota, and we talked about this before the show. Negative point differential right now. But if you look at where they are,
8-2, right?
They're the 2 seed.
Yeah.
So would you rather have a positive point differential or an 8-2 record? I mean, that's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Yes, but I could also argue that, you know what? They have put up some style points. I know overall they're underwater there, as you would say. They're upside down. But, I mean, the win over Buffalo, there's style points involved in that.
Yes.
That was incredible. But do you think maybe that took too much out of them, and then yesterday they're just like, we got nothing after that?
It might have. I mean, that was a wild game, but another way to look at it is that Dallas is good.
Yeah.
Dallas is better than we think.
Yeah.
And Dallas's defense is nasty, and Kirk Cousins got sacked 7 times in that game. So
you don't like that?
No, it's hard to. You like that? No,
Nope.
Actually, I don't, guys. And thanks for asking. But I think when you look at that matchup, Dallas is going to be a tough out for just about everyone. I would love to see a Dallas Niner game and just watch the fur fly in that one.
Yeah. So if the 49ers win tonight, they would, for now, playoffs don't start today, I don't think.
No,
they don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope.
But they would be in the 3 seed, right? If they win. Yeah.
They'd be the
zoom
3
all the way
seed,
up to the 3 seed.
And Seattle would fall all the way down to the 7 seed based on, just the head-to-head factor with the Niners having beaten the Seahawks already this year. So there's motivation there. There's always motivation in every game just to flat out win that game. I don't think the Niners are looking at the standings thinking, all right, this is our chance to vault into the 3 seed.
Here we go, guys.
Yeah.
3 seed. Come on.
Exactly.
We got
3 seed on 2,
Yeah, we don't know for sure how good the 49ers are. But there's a chance that they're one of, if not the best team in the NFC. Who in the NFC worries you the most? from a 49er standpoint. Who in the conference right now concerns you the most? The up and down Vikings, 8-2, but upside down in their point differential. Dallas Cowboys, Jerry said, I think it might be a team that takes you to the Super Bowl. That's what he said yesterday. Yeah. How about those Eagles struggling yesterday to get by the Colts? Who scares you most in the NFC?
Probably the Eagles, yeah. For me, I'm sorry, give the number. I jumped the queue.
That's okay. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. Dibs, which team scares you the most in the NFC?
Well, Whitey, I'd like to say the Eagles, and it's not only because of the fact that they have the best record, but the mobile quarterback. And we know that mobile quarterbacks give this defense problems traditionally.
Give him Fitz.
Jalen Hurts is having
he's Kalena and Fitz.
Yeah, exactly. Kalena and Fitz. That's a 3. He's having an MVP caliber year. It's Jalen Hurts is the big factor, but also that defense, that Eagles defense has been very difficult. So it's both sides of the ball for me. Yeah. Dallas is dangerous. Their defense is good. I'm not sold on what they can do offensively. I know yesterday was a big breakout, but still Philly for me.
Did you see what their kicker did yesterday? Is it Brett Maher? Did you see what he did at the end of the half? They're kicking
a 60-yarder, right?
60-yarder, and then there was a catch on the sideline, and there was it was unclear whether the player got in, was in bounds or not. So they rule it, yes, it's a catch. So he kicks a 60-yarder right before he kicked it. Timeout ordered by the review booth because they decided, we're not sure he caught it. So the kick doesn't count. So they went back, looked at it, and then ruled, yeah, that's a catch. So do it again. And he made it again. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Rob's in Palo Alto. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Rob?
What is up, fellas? Good morning. I just wanted to say one thing to the listeners, and you guys probably know this. The 49ers are second in passing efficiency. And that has a lot to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. And if he can play mistake-free football again tonight, it's like that's bang, 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 bang. That's 3 games in a row, and it's like Jimmy with a chip on his shoulder. And remember that play where it broke down and he had to roll right and he hit Ray McLeod, while running to the right and just drops in the breadbasket. It's like I haven't seen that stuff from Jimmy ever. And I've always been in his corner, like low key, like the whole hashtag Trey area thing. I was like, nah, Jesus Christ. I low key have my podcast of my own, and everybody would come on and be like, yeah, Trey or this guy or that guy or anybody but Jimmy. And I was like, well,
Gotcha, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the call. I do think it seems not only like Jimmy is playing with more confidence now. Your friend Ray Ratto disagrees with me. To my eye, Shanahan has more confidence in Jimmy right now. And I know he didn't have a choice. It's like, he's the guy here because Trey Lance is hurt. But I think maybe the 49ers, in spite of themselves, have finally figured the quarterback thing out. And it turns out Jimmy might have been the answer all along.
He might have been, but Kyle wants better. And that's why he drafted Trey Lance. So the fact that he wants better and he's covetous of Trey Lance is why he sent those picks to get Trey Lance. But in the meantime, yeah, Jimmy's been good and Jimmy's been more than serviceable, and here we are with a chance to win. And
he's been very good, hasn't he?
He's been good. He's been good.
Really
for what
good on
they ask
third
him
down.
To do. Yeah, good on third down, and he's been, good to the extent that this is how they want him to play. Now he's not going to be able to light you up and bring you from 17 points down. I don't think.
Why is it that I don't know if you saw last night after the Warriors game, the Chargers and the Chiefs, and I think I know the answer to this, but still it drives me crazy. So the Chargers score with, I don't know, less than 2 minutes to go.
Too much time.
Yeah, and you know that, okay, the Chiefs, they haven't scored on every drive, but on that last drive, you're not going to stop them. So is that because they defend differently? They play a version of prevent, for lack of a better term. Why is it that every time Mahomes in that situation, they're not going to, that they are not going to stop them.
It's the old prevent defense.
Yeah.
And, defense has changed the way they go about it, trying to just, play a little bit more conservatively, playing in that.
Keep everything in front of you.
Yeah,
make tackles.
Two safeties deep, and just,
But it's
keep
incredible.
everything in front, especially when you're dealing with Patrick Mahomes. And I don't know what the answer is, because if you all out blitz him and he beats you, and now it's a jailbreak and you might get beaten on one play, but at least then you'd get the ball back, right?
Yeah.
If the expectation is that Mahomes is going to score, then let him score. Let him score quickly, right? And give your guy a chance to then be the game winner.
Yeah. Football is so much more like basketball than it used to be. But if you played that defense the whole game, the Chiefs would score every time. So why do you play that at the end of the game with the game on the line? Why is that the way teams choose to defend them?
Right.
I know it's a little more complicated than that, but it's just sitting there watching that going, they're going to score. There's no way the Chargers are going to stop them.
There's too much time. And we all know that when they score, when San Diego or LA rather goes in and scores, it's like, well, they left them too much time. And then it's boom, 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 3, 4, 5 plays, whatever, touchdown, game over.
Yeah. And then the other side of that is, it's not that easy to score a touchdown if you're the Chargers. Like, we can't just score on whichever play we want. We can't wait until, all right, it's 5 seconds. We're going to score now. You can't do that either. So anyway, the 49ers, I think tonight need to and will win big. And they've also got to put to rest this whole idea that they can't beat the Cardinals. That's got to be aggravating. I don't know what it is, but that has to be aggravating, especially for Kyle Shanahan, who I think since he's been there, the 49ers are 3-7 against Arizona?
Yeah, it's just been it's been awful. Yeah. It's been terrible. I mean, the Cardinals won both games last year. In 2020, they split. In 2019, Arizona won both. And so just in the past 3 years, you're dealing with a situation where you've had a hard time. Yeah.
1-3 the last 2 years against stinking Arizona.
And Arizona hasn't been that good. And even though last year when they lost to Arizona early on, they were undefeated and they looked like, okay, this might be Arizona's year.
Yeah, 7-0 they started.
You look at how they are this year, and it seems like they aren't nearly the same team that they were last year, yet all of us, when we talk about this, you got to be a little bit cautious in terms of just the nature of the rivalry.
Yeah, and let me tell you something about Dibs that a lot of people don't know.
Nice.
Yeah, he and I used to do a show together here on 95.7 The Game years ago, about 10 years ago, roughly. And I remember you coming up with a term, franchise trend. Franchise trend is this franchise, they haven't beaten that other team at this stadium in 20 years or whatever it is. So is this a franchise trend? Franchise trends are not necessarily meaningful because they have to do with guys in the same uniform, but not the same guys. So the 49ers' frustrations against Arizona, is this kind of a fluky franchise trend, or is there something actually going on here that may have some implications for tonight?
Well, we'll find out tonight. I think right now it is a franchise trend, and you look
fluky,
back,
right? It's gotta be.
It's super fluky, and you look back the last 7 years, and Arizona's 11-3 against the Niners, going all the way back to the 2015 season. And that, I know those were different times where you had Chip Kelly, you had Tom Sula, you had Mullins, you had CJ Beathard, you had a lot of weird situations. But I look back at last year with the Colt McCoy. That's a game that the 49ers absolutely should have won. You should be able to beat Colt McCoy, yet James Conner runs roughshod 3 touchdowns in that game. Arizona gets to 8-1. And that's the game where the Niners fell to 3-5, and you thought, well, that's it. Write them off. It's over. And that game was in Santa Clara. And that was a game that, by the way, wasn't maybe as close as the score indicated. Arizona jumped out to a 14-0 lead after the first quarter, and they took it to the Niners throughout the ball game. So is it something where the matchups of the teams favors Arizona? Is it the coaching matchup, or is it just kind of a fluky thing?
I don't know, but I know you go back to, wasn't it the opener, Kyle, 2020, the pandemic year, and the 49ers are home against Arizona, and they lost that game? And they, that was coming out of the trip to the Super Bowl in 2020, and they opened against Arizona with no fans there, and I think it was really smoky, if I'm not mistaken, because there'd been fires, and they lost that game. And it was like, oh, what an ugly loss. And there it was to the stinking Cardinals again.
Yeah, 24-20. Calamari goes 26 of 40 in that one. And
so maybe he's part of it. Pardon me, but you made the point earlier, they struggle with mobile quarterbacks, and he's certainly that.
Yeah, and he ran for 91 yards in that game and a touchdown, and he threw a touchdown. Jimmy G, 19 of 33, not great for 259. He did score a couple of touchdowns with the arm. They ran the ball okay, but ultimately that game was in the balance. And Kenyon Drake, if you remember him, with the 1 yard run in the fourth quarter, turning the tide. That game was a back and forth affair, but the Niners were a little bit of a backwash there. But Niners unable to get anything done after the Kenyon Drake touchdown with 10 minutes left.
That was also the game, remember, that I believe it was Dante Pettis was the WR1 and Trent Taylor was the wide receiver 2. And Jimmy Garoppolo's last gasp fourth down pass at the end of the game went to Trent Taylor.
I do remember that.
Tough.
Yeah.
No, those were the days, too, where he didn't throw to wide receivers. And I'm just looking at the box right now, Kyle. 2 catches for Kendrick Bourne, 2 for Jordan Reed, 2 for Trent Taylor, none for the aforementioned Dante Pettis.
None, huh?
So 6 catches by wide receivers. And then that was kind of the year where, and I'm glad you refreshed that, Kyle, because we all were saying, you need a receiver you can actually throw to. And now you've got Brandon Ayuk, you got Deebo Samuel, you got Juwan Jennings. You have receivers you can throw to. You have an elite tight end. You've got 2 running backs you can trust. It feels like this should be a game where you could hang 30 on Arizona.
Well, Kittle, they need to throw it to Kittle, right? It cracks me up. You read on Twitter, fans go, well, Debo's got 2 touches and Kittle's got 1. You got to get the ball to your playmaker. You can't just give them the ball. It doesn't work that way. But I am interested as to why Kittle hasn't caught more passes. How much of that is the way they're defending him, and how much of that is, he's got a lot of miles on him.
I think it's a little of both, and I also think that it's a situation where you like to have him in to block because he's such a good blocker, and you have other weapons now. It's not like 2020 where you had wide receivers you didn't want to throw to.
Yeah, like Jimmy's going back. Where's Kittle?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was the safety blanket. Now you've got Deebo, you've got Ayuk. If you're going 2 wide receiver set, if you have 2 running backs in, you can use Juszczyk in the passing game. Eli Mitchell's been great between the tackles. Christian McCaffrey's a weapon. Juwan Jennings last game was huge on third down. So, and I don't think that George Kittle's a guy who is going to Kyle's office saying, Kyle, I need my touches.
Yeah. Between you and I, let's say you're the 49er quarterback. And I know the plays are designed for certain things.
I almost was once. But
I thought so.
Yeah.
But just between you and I, who's your guy, like, no matter what the play is, like, yeah, I know I'm supposed to, this guy's over here, but this is the guy, my safety blanket, that my trusted, if all things fall apart, I'm looking for who?
It'd be Christian McCaffrey for me.
Absolutely.
If not Deebo Samuel, just because of Deebo's ability to, if it's 3rd and 7, I can throw it to Deebo at the line of scrimmage, and I have a pretty good chance that he's going to be able to yak his way to get 7 yards. And Christian McCaffrey to the same extent. He's not as physical with his yards after the catch, but he is so slippery, and he's able to make those quick cuts and get forward and be able to get those yards. But as far as like, who am I looking for as a route runner? It's Brandon Ayuk. If it's if it's 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 6, and I know a play is going to be blocked up well, and I have a guy in the pattern who I know is going to be able to get open, that's Brandon Ayuk.
Such a sophisticated answer, but of course you know this offense.
Nuanced. I'm a man of nuance.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah. Are you ready for my stat of the game? Whitey's stat of this game?
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right, I got it for you in just a second. First, Matt in San Rafael, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Matt? How are you? What are you doing?
Right now, I am driving home from the chiropractor.
How'd that go, by the way?
It was cracking.
All right.
Nice. Of course it is.
Call of the day.
You got a 5 for that, yeah. That's what that means.
So anyway, no, you guys are talking about getting it to your playmakers, and I was just thinking the same thing in terms of, this offense last week against the Chargers, the struggles in the red zone, settling for field goals, the fact that we struggle with mobile quarterbacks and our secondary suspect, and you're coming into DeAndre Hopkins and Kyler Murray, you're going to need to score in the red zone every time you can, and I'm really worried about Jimmy and, the ability to score in the red zone. I know we're in Mexico. I know it's the World Cup, but this game tonight, you're going to have to win, and you're not going to do it by kicking.
Nice uptick, Matt. Great call. Very well done. What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I've got the stat of the game, and if you're a 49er fan, it's going to make you feel great. That's up next here. This is sponsored by Pfizer. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Fresh cut trees are at Osh. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and pick out your perfect tree. We've got firs of all kinds, including Douglas, Nordman, and Noble in sizes from tiny to tall. Whether you're looking to make a statement or simply enjoy the quintessential holiday fragrance of a fir. This year, slay the holidays with help at Osh. Our 14 stores throughout the Greater Bay Area and Central Coast are the place for home, hardware, and happiness.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7.
And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7eleven.com for terms.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast, 6 to 9, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dibs, that's a 3, my man. That's a 3.
Just a 3, Dibs?
That's all?
Is he giving himself a 3 for something, or is that just kind of a generic reference to things?
It's a generic reference, but he's probably giving himself a 3.
What would you give him for that reference?
I'd give him a 2.
That's what
quite frankly.
But you guys are going at each other lately because there's this whole issue of whether you're ducking him for Jockberty, which is coming up today.
Yeah, Jockberty today, 11:45. Tomorrow, 11:45. Wednesday, TBD, to be determined. It's like we need to meet at Camp David and really like sketch out the rules for Jockberty because he made his bones. He established himself in a different time. It was a different era. It was a different show. But all a great player can do is deal with the rules that he's got to deal with at the time he plays. And I get that. Yeah. And I respect that. And, it's Steiny.
Do you respect it?
I do respect it, but what I want to be clear about is that Jockberty is played in a certain way, and you play it as gentlemen. And I know that when he and Steiny and Guru played, it was not a very gentlemanly exercise. It got ugly. And, I used to listen to it. There was a lot of crying about, I buzzed in first. Bonte would cry.
Well, there's always been that, and there always will be.
Well, it's different when we're all in studio. I'm on delay. The whole thing about I'm on delay is no longer a factor, but I've always been raised to where you allow the answer to be read in its entirety.
Okay.
Then you buzz in.
Gotcha.
And then somebody else will determine who buzzed in first, and sometimes you get the call, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. The first day of any season, especially baseball season.
Steiny.
Goo! Yeah, Steiny.
Oh.
That's a great example.
I think in his mind at that time, it's like, I buzzed in first.
Right.
I buzzed in first,
He
guys.
was on delay.
Yeah.
And he couldn't wait to get back here in studio, and since he's been back in studio, his winning percentage has been very similar.
We haven't played that often, and he does have a win under his belt. For the SummerSlam, I think he won a match.
Yeah, and I guess this will be the turkey trot coming up starting today.
That's coming up. That starts today on 95.7 The Game. Yesterday, by the way, before we get back to the 49ers, what a great day to be a Bay Area sports fan with the 49ers taking on Arizona. Big game. It's kind of an ideal game for a real fan because it's like They should win, and if they win, and it's a significant win, puts you in first place. You got the Warriors tonight in New Orleans after winning last night.
Big game. Warriors are rolling right now.
They are playing really much better basketball. No question. And Klay is back, clearly. Klay is the man again. Klay is Klay. He may be better than he ever was.
Championship window, it's wide open.
Wide open. But before we get back to any of that, yesterday, Dibs, I thought, watching football, was a great day for maybe the greatest, most exciting play in football, which is an endangered species. Yesterday was a great day for the kickoff/punt return.
Yeah.
Great day.
And you think it's an endangered species?
Well, I know the kickoff return is. Cordero Patterson yesterday returned a kick for a touchdown, and Atlanta's win over the Bears.
His ninth time, right?
Yeah.
Record setting.
Isn't that a record that'll never be broken? Because you don't return kicks that often now. They're trying to outlaw the kick return.
Right, and they've made it so that so many kicks are now just automatic touchbacks. It might be one of those unbreakable records, which I understand why they did it. Player safety, which is always kind of a crack up to me because the NFL doesn't give a crap about player safety.
Not at all. They just, as long as people think that they care or that they can make the case that, look, this is an example of how we care. Yeah.
The majority of games are played on an artificial surface that is basically painted concrete.
Yes.
But player safety,
right?
We don't want kickoff returns because that's a dangerous play. But what about the other 88 plays that are being held on this artificial turf across the country? Well, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
As I channel my Bud Selig. And so that to me is kind of a joke, but I think you're right in terms of, the endangered species nature of the kick return. And even sometimes when you get a big kick return, he's at the 40, he's at the 50, he breaks out of the 40, 30, 20, 10. Oh, there's a flag.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, God.
By the way, Cordero Patterson, I was talking to Kyle Madsen about this earlier. Cordero Patterson apparently blocked him on Twitter once. And I said, I guess he's a good blocker, too. And Kyle said, yeah, he's a pretty good blocker.
Wow.
Missed the whole... blocked him on Twitter. So he's a good blocker. Yeah, I guess so. I guess he's a good blocker.
And that's unlike Kyle, who's always quick with the puns.
Yeah. A
little bit of an off day.
So I guess what happened is Cordero Patterson checks his what's that called? Checks his name, checks his mentions, and Kyle had said something disparaging about him, and Cordero Patterson blocked.
It was not it wasn't even disparaging. He was name searching, vanity searching. Some people call it.
Yeah.
And I had said, Cordero Patterson's a really good player as long as you don't ask him to do any wide receiver stuff.
Blocked.
And now he's playing running back and returning kicks, and he's very good at running back. He's an excellent running back.
Very disparaging. Yeah.
Anyway, best kick returner of all time.
Yeah.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Out your tweet.
Totally. Exactly.
So I think that's one that maybe will never be broken. And then yesterday, the play of the day.
Totally.
Marcus Jones, 20 seconds left, a 3-3 barn burner between the Jets and the Patriots, and the Jets punt him and he returns it for a touchdown, and the Patriots win. That was incredible. And there was clearly a clip at the end of that play. It's like, we're going to let it go.
That's a no call.
What an exciting, thrilling finish to that game.
Without a doubt. Punt return and a kick return. And, that's the thing about, especially the morning wave of action on an NFL Sunday where you got the 8 games going. And I know that for you Red Zone watchers, it's the witching hour. Scott Hansen calls it the witching hour. And at about 12:30, all these games can turn on a dime.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember this, but years ago, you and I were talking about Red Zone, and you at the time had Xfinity, and I at the time had DirecTV, and I have Xfinity now, and it's great. But we were arguing about who the host of Red Zone is, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Because you were saying it's Scott Hansen. No, it's, what's his name?
Andrew Siciliano.
And we were going at it like, I know who it is.
It's Scott Hansen. It's always been Scott Hansen.
No, it's Siciliano. Yeah. Wah, wah.
And it's just a difference of, and it's weird that they have to have 2 different ones, but
why they do that. Yeah,
I guess the DirecTV can't commingle with the Xfinity and whatnot. But yesterday was fun for that because you did have a nice copious amount of red zone. Of course, the day started with Qatar, Ecuador, and
sure,
Qatar basically playing their way out of their own tournament, which was kind of fun.
That's a terrible rule.
Kind of fun.
You host a tournament, you get your team in the tournament. That's worse than an all-star from every team makes the baseball all-star game. Yes.
Well, I understand why they do it, and it is a little bit silly because, and I'm thinking about South Africa when they got to host, and they were a patsy, and Qatar or Qatar, depending on how you want to pronounce it, they're going to get crushed by everyone. But it leads itself to a good gambling opportunity.
Yeah.
Fade the host.
From the 510 here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Good morning, fellas. Dibs, what about the Raiders walk-off? Miguel from the town.
Very nice walk-off. And
Spadoni's so happy because the Raiders beat Denver twice.
Yeah, and that's honestly, if you're going to save a guy's job, that's the way you save his job. And what is it? Is it Nathaniel Hackett, the coach of Denver?
Oh, he's
got to go. I mean, that game was the coach gets fired bowl to me because... I mean, I don't know if Josh McDaniels needs to come back either. He's been an absolute unmitigated mess. But Max Crosby, how fun is he to watch? That guy's an absolute monster. Maybe the most underrated, underappreciated defensive player in the league.
Now, the Colts almost won yesterday. They almost went to 2-0 under Jeff Saturday. And I know the Eagles came back and barely beat them.
It's a cover, though. It's
that could be, thank you. That could be a trend. I mean, I could see teams struggling with their coaches, looking at that going, you know, it's pretty cheap. We save a lot of money by finding a guy who just our fans know, and it's worked in basketball. You've had guys who never coached before, and I could see the Raiders doing something like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know who it would be, but finding some guy that...
Rich Gannon.
Yeah, there you go.
Charles Woodson.
Yes.
Charles Woodson works.
It'd be
exactly.
Perfect, yes.
And here's Jeff Saturday's big move. He walks into the locker room, and it's like, Matt Ryan, you're a better quarterback.
Yeah.
You're better than Ellinger. You're my quarterback now.
Right.
All right, guys. I got to go. I got ESPN duties. And, next thing you know, they're a competitive team again. And I'm a little surprised they didn't win that game. They look good under Jeff Saturday. They're a whole new team.
I know Ray. I was on with Ray Ratto and when that came down, and he was like, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life." But I could see how that could become, at least in the short term, if not a trend, something other teams are going to try.
I don't think so. I mean, this is a one-off based on an owner who does things in his own unique way.
Did you know that he has? He's putting all his museum pieces. There's a tour. Here
in the city. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and there's a concert.
He's got great pieces apparently. So
okay.
I mean, that's I got to tell you that apparently is his focus more than it is his football team. But the Colts aren't out of it, by the way. They're sitting at 4-6-1, just a couple of games out of the playoffs. I don't think they'll get there. The AFC seems to be for the most part, pretty much resolved. I mean, the Jets maybe sneak in. The Chargers, I'm not so sure about, but it looks pretty good in terms of the Bengals, the Patriots, and then the rest of the good teams in the AFC.
What do you think of the Bengals all white that they wore yesterday?
I don't love it. But
I want to like it, but I don't like it as much as I think about it. I think that's cool, and I watch it, and I think, doesn't look that good.
Yeah, I like the stripes. I like to see the Bengal stripes. I like the old orange and black helmet with the Bengal stripes on it. Seems to fit a little bit more.
Yeah. As far as tonight's game, the 49ers and Arizona, as promised, the stat of the night. Great news for 49er fans. The 49ers lead the league in YAC, yards after catch. Arizona defensively dead last in defending yards after catch. Dead last, Dibs. This is a mismatch.
Yeah.
Debo gets the ball. Arizona can't stop guys after they make the catch. And that's the 49ers' bread and butter.
Yes, exactly. And, you have Christian McCaffrey. You got McCaffrey and Debo, both YAC monsters. And you've got Eli Mitchell back now, who's been so good in a short sample size running between the tackles. I think that this is a game that the 49ers offense has an easy time of it with Arizona's defense. This feels to me like the big offensive breakout game.
I think so.
That we've been waiting for.
Right, those style points that Kyle needs to see.
Exactly. I'm feeling 31-20 Niners in a semi-coast tonight at Estadio Azteca.
I'll go 34-13.
Wow, series blowout.
Yeah.
Time enough to turn on the Warrior game at that point.
Absolutely.
How will you navigate this? The two events virtually being simultaneous.
Probably we'll have to go Warriors on the phone and then the 49ers on the TV.
Okay.
I think that's.
And I know you're on the road, so what's the situation at the in-laws to where can
Casa
you
de
commandeer? Yeah. Do you get to commandeer the TV? Will they watch the Niner game anyway?
Yes, they will, and they have two TVs, so I could probably at some point, if things weren't to my liking, I'm going in the kitchen or whatever and taking over.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think that'll be an issue. So that's my plan at this point. Streaming the game on the phone and then the basketball
Warriors on the
game.
phone?
Yeah.
And does that change based on how many Warriors either play or don't play?
Maybe. Game time decision. Yeah,
just
how
like
close
the rest
game
of them,
is, how close the 49er game is. I think if there's anything to the fact that the 49ers have struggled against Arizona, I think some of that maybe has to do with the 49ers, as silly as it sounds, maybe overlooking them a little bit, like last year when Colt McCoy came in and destroyed them. So that's not going to be the case tonight. There's no way, given where everything is, that the 49ers are going to overlook Arizona tonight. There's no way.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I can't see that being see that being the way it goes, especially considering where this team is now in terms of the offense. They're starting to hum, and the defense, back-to-back second-half shutouts. This defense is starting to feel like we want to be the best defense in the National Football League. I don't think they are right now, but they are a couple of good performances away from being that. And also, if you're the Niners, you got to smell blood in the water a little bit in the NFC. You saw Philadelphia have to survive Indianapolis, and you saw Minnesota go down. Dallas looked good, but the NFC, it's not wide open, but you feel like with a solid performance, you can really step into that elite group of teams in the NFC.
Yeah, hopefully you've gotten beyond kicking games away earlier in the year against Denver and against the Bears. And at this point, if things do come together with healthy players rejoining the roster and McCaffrey there, this is the time for them to start putting it together as they did last year, which obviously is perfect timing if you can do that. And I think Jimmy has a lot to do with that. And Jimmy has played rock solid to very good. You look at the Charger game, and I know overall a lot of people expected more from the offense, but his third down numbers were incredible. That's hugely important.
Yeah, it's definitely important, especially when you have an offense like the 49ers do, which is, very conservative, not taking a lot of shots down the field. It's an offense that usually needs 2 to 3 to 4 first downs per drive in order to get a touchdown. So in order to keep those things going, a lot of times you need third down conversions. In last game, what was Jimmy, 8 of 10 on third down?
Some of them were longer ones too.
Yeah, and so if he can be that effective on third down, then you can mix and match with some run plays as well, and this offense can really hum. My only concern, and we beat this thing into the ground last week, red zone efficiency. Niners are 16th in the league in red zone efficiency. Field goals might be good enough to beat in Arizona, but when you get into games coming up like Miami, the Miami game, a team that's going to be able to score on you, you need to be more efficient in the red zone.
Well, they should be with all McCaffrey there now and Elijah Mitchell back. I mean, there's reason to think they've got more weapons now, so that should translate. And I don't know.
And against the Chargers, they had the big drop from Brandon Ayuk, which would have been a touchdown if he just holds on to it.
And you mentioned you were talking about something a few minutes ago. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. But you said something about a short sample size. And when you look at those numbers and you start ranking teams on their red zone efficiency, I mean, some of those numbers, just a play here or there, can shift the rankings dramatically, right? So we 16th, that's terrible. And sometimes, it's not as bad as it looks.
It's not. And, in terms of a whole season, you can look at the sample and take a better determination of exactly how a team is.
But it does have to be better. You're right. It has to be better if you're going to win the Super Bowl.
Especially when you're going to go up against higher-powered offenses. And maybe in the NFC, you don't have to worry about that, although Philadelphia, Minnesota's been good offensively before yesterday, so those teams seem to be
got destroyed yesterday.
It's one of those games where, and maybe you're right, it was a little bit of a hangover from the Buffalo game where it was such an emotional win, and they had to go into overtime and they had to play all the way to the last gasp to get that done.
You're going to win. You're going to lose. You're going to win. You're going to lose. You won. Yeah, then, it was unbelievable.
Then the letdown when you have to go to Dallas and take on a good, very physical Cowboy team. But I think that when you get into the playoffs, you're going to have to be able to be...
That game was in Minnesota, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to double check that.
Yeah, you might be right, which makes it even more ghastly. But you're going to have to score more than 20 points to win playoff games in the NFC.
We know that Kyle hasn't had the utmost faith in Jimmy.
Our Kyle or their Kyle?
Neither. Okay. I don't think.
Yes.
Okay.
That works.
Yeah.
Kyle runs the show.
Yeah. So the thinking has been Jimmy is serviceable. We can win with him. But I mean, and he said this, but to get to where we want to get to, we need somebody else. Well, right now you don't have that choice. So are the 49ers right? Is this headed to a cataclysmic failure because Jimmy at some point is like, he can't be trusted? I feel like he's playing his best football now, and Kyle has more faith in him. And I feel like, but I've been down this road before, like, you know what? That's all in the past now. But isn't that still looming, that possibility that Jimmy at the worst possible time throws the ball the wrong team again?
It's very possible, and he hasn't really done that much this year. So, of course,
does that mean he's overdue, or does it mean he doesn't do that anymore?
I think it depends on the offensive line, really. And Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't usually make those throws when he's got time in the pocket. The Jimmy oh-no throws tend to happen when he's under some duress and he makes a bad decision or forces a ball. Sometimes he'll just flat out throw high and overthrow a guy, and a pick will happen, or it'll be a tip ball. But
Garoppolo throws it so high.
For the most part, I think it's just when he's under pressure. The pressurized throws is where it gets to him. And so far this year, the offensive line's been a little bit better than we all thought.
Yeah, pass blocking's been good. Run blocking has not been so good. You concerned about Trent Williams telegraphing plays, tipping the play?
Well, even when he tips it, though, it's funny because you still don't have a chance to beat him. And that was the other part of that.
Yeah.
The big headline was Trent Williams tipping plays, but the sub-headline was it doesn't matter because he still blocks you on the play. So I'm not so concerned about him tipping plays unless it starts to affect the other guys in the offensive line.
Yeah. I told you about my big tip, right?
Yes, Steiny. Boy, Steiny and JD in for Guru today. So Steiny and JD and Dibs playing Jeopardy today. And as we mentioned earlier, Dibs tomorrow would love for you to join him for some World Cup.
Yep, Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street. It's Mexico, Poland, 7 a.m. You're not doing anything else anyway. It's a short week. It's Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Come on out, see Dibber Claus, get yourself an estrella. We'll be drinking morning beers tomorrow at Mad Dog in the Fog, watching Mexico take on Poland, of course, today. 8 minutes from now, the USA taking on Wales, the first World Cup game for the U.S. in 8 years. Wow. 8.5 years, actually, if you want to be technical. So World Cup fever has caught on here. Tomorrow, it's Mexico, Poland. Come on out and see me. Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street, and tell them Dibs sent you.
I have an ignorant question. Dibs earlier was breaking down some soccer for me where we're watching some football. Ignorant question. Why is the World Cup at this time of year when it's never been played at this time of year before?
Because they chose to play it in Qatar, which is a whole debacle in and of itself.
Gently weeps.
Yes, thank you. Is that the Beatles?
It is.
Okay,
it
yeah.
is.
It's they chose to play it in a place where in the summer, the traditional time where you would play these matches, it's 120 degrees, and these two teams cannot survive in that heat. The real question is, why did FIFA choose to play in Qatar? And for that, I will direct you to the Netflix documentary about the corruption of FIFA, because this decision to play in Qatar goes back about 50 years, and the corruption that has been in place in FIFA, the International Organization of World Football, they made this decision, and it was basically a money grab.
No.
Yeah,
Pro Sports
that.
Money Grab?
Yeah.
No.
Pro Sports Money Grab.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Yeah. All right. So is there going to be soccer on tonight at the same time as the 49ers? And No,
that's really not true.
Okay. Just a question.
It's 10 o'clock right now in Qatar or Qatar, depending on how you prefer it. USA,
well, how
England.
should we say it? Everyone I hear says just like you, well, it's Qatar or Qatar. Which is it?
It depends on where you're from, quite frankly. And this is
I'm from Vallejo, so how do I say it?
Qatar. Yeah.
But I thought it was
Q-Town, dog, is how you say it. They're in the Q, dog. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's Qatar. And again, it depends on where you're from and how you want to pronounce things. Like, the Niners tonight, they're playing at Aztec Stadium. Or it's really Estadio Azteca is the real name, but that is the Spanish name for the stadium. So do you want to call it by its actual name, or do you want to Americanize it? And this is what we do with virtually every pronunciation we ever have.
Okay.
Do you Americanize something, or do you try to pronounce it the correct way?
So the real way is Qatar.
Qatar.
Right? Qatar.
Yes, just Qatar.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to that. Here's one thing that worries me about Colt McCoy, who, according to reports, is supposed to be the starting quarterback tonight against the 49ers. He does one of the things, Dibs, that I think it's an underappreciated skill for a quarterback. He gets the freaking ball out. And Kyler Murray doesn't. And, part of that is Kyler Murray has learned over the years, going back to when he played Pee Wee football. If I hang out on the ball, I can make something happen. Either I can find a running lane or I can find someone downfield. So that's the way he plays. And for Trey Lance, it's been similar too. Some of these guys with the big arms, they learn if I hang out on the ball, I got a chance to make a big play. Colt McCoy gets the ball out. He gets the ball out. Jimmy does the same thing, and that is an effective way of countering the 49ers pass rush. So it's a little, as confident as I am in the 49er victory tonight, I'm a little bit concerned about Colt McCoy's ability to get the ball out.
Yes, he can get the ball out, but one thing we've seen from this 49er defense is in the bend but don't break vein, they've been terrific. You haven't seen them get beat by a lot of big plays over the top. I know the Chicago Bears game in the opener was an example where they got beat by a couple of big plays.
I still can't believe they lost that game.
That was a weird one.
I still can't believe it
Well, Justin Fields broke out of the pocket and they just lost Dante Pettis.
He got hurt yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
But that couple of big plays in a monsoon and the Niners couldn't recover. But other than that, this defense has not given up a lot of big plays. So go ahead and get your quick throws out of your hand, Colt McCoy. The Niners will rally up and tackle.
Mm-hmm. All right. Coming up next here, what's next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. After 2 straight wins, are the Warriors back? Is Klay back? That is sponsored by ChooseChange.org. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey's in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I don't know who's good, and that's really awesome. That's what made the weekend so fun. I'm leaving that weekend questioning everything about who's going to win the college football national championship, who's even going to go to the playoff, who's going to win the Heisman Trophy, who's going to win the Super Bowl if it's not Buffalo.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Player Claim.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny Guru, 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Guys, what do you got? Dibs, Willard, what do you got? 49ers, Giants, Warriors.
Hey, Steiny. Mark Willard's not here today. He's enjoying some holiday time. So Kevin, Michael, Whitey, Gleason in for Willard. Steiny will be along later this hour, right, Dibs, for the return of Jockberty. It's the Turkey Trot classic.
Yeah, exactly. The Turkey Trot tournament.
Yeah.
3 T's. Yes, like Tony, 3 T's.
Right. Yeah. And the third leg of the Turkey Trot might be played Wednesday in AM Drive.
It's possible, yeah.
Bonte and Dibley going at it head-to-head. It could happen.
It could happen, but quietly I'm leaning toward it not happening. There's something about watching Bonte so thirsty to have this happen. He's chasing it, and he wants it so bad. And
why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing?
It's
why
not
would you
a bad
deprive
thing.
him of that?
Because it's fun to deprive him of that.
Huh.
Because Bonte's gotten just about every other thing in his world that he wants except this. And so he can accuse me of ducking him. And by the way, he's using chicken noises to say that I'm ducking him. So Bonte, you may want to work on your animal kingdom a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
But there's something about him being so thirsty for it that makes me want to deny that. That's all.
All right. So we will
see.
have.
Yeah, we will see.
Yeah, John Dickinson in today playing Jockberry as well. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to this week for the Warriors as well. They got the Clippers coming up. They got Utah coming up. And they've won 2 in a row. I will say this, Dibs. You look at the teams here in the Bay Area, and some people will say that, culture is kind of an overblown thing. It's just what we say about teams that win. But we've had, not so much this past season with the Giants, but the year before, they had a winning culture. Brandon Bell even told somebody, it's better now than it was when we won championships. We know the 49ers have established a winning culture whereby everybody's on the same page for the most part. This has been, so far this year, a real test of Warrior culture. And it looks like, based on the way they've played since that team meeting, it looks like they got a lot of things settled in-house and got that culture back in order after the elephants in the room meeting.
Definitely. And I think it's a matter of time to see just how many of the elephants in the room got recognized and how many of those things got shown the door. Certainly a win over New York and a win over Houston. Those are good, high-quality wins, Whitey.
Squirrels in the attic, maybe, some of them now.
Maybe. Could be rats in the kitchen. Could be...
rats. Before it was mice in the kitchen. Now it's rats.
Yeah, not much of a difference, really. I mean, they all have to go.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going to tolerate either, but something about the mice. Oh, yeah, exactly. Rats on the table, mice in the kitchen. Thank you, Spadoni, for clarifying. But
yeah.
Ants on the patio and... ants in the picnic. There's something, though, that's still...
I had ants in the hot tub yesterday.
But how do ants live in the hot tub? They don't if there's water.
They came up, they're looking for water, so they got just under the cover, and they were nesting there because there's a little bit of water when it comes on, and the jets come on, there's some spray. So they were on the side, not in the hot tub, but on the rim of the hot tub, and they had some eggs in there, and they're nesting.
And this happened in your hot tub?
Yesterday, yeah. And I'm looking, I had to check, is it time to fill up the hot tub with water? Oh! The hot tub is full of ants. So
what did you do?
I had some ant spray because they've been around. They've been making their presence felt. You spray them down, wipe them off, and we've got company coming for the holidays. I'm not going to tell them
that there were ants in the hot tub.
No, of course not.
So would you spray it with ant spray?
Ant spray,
sure. Did you have to drain the hot tub or?
No, they were just on the outside.
Okay, so you didn't spray in the water. So the people are going to be having like a raid. Hot tub a raid.
I don't think so.
Right. The chlorine will kill it, whatever happens.
You got so many chemicals in there. Yeah.
So. One time at Thanksgiving, I was up at a friend's house in Sun River, and they had a hot tub at the house, and there was 4 families there, 16 of us, and for some reason I didn't go in the hot tub, and boy, was I happy because all the people that went in the hot tub got something called hot tub folliculitis.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's an inflammation of the something.
It was an inflammation sensation.
Follicles?
Oh, yeah.
It's like
it's like a nasty rash. And I think 12 or 13 of us on this traveling party all had hot tub folliculitis.
Wow.
But not your boy.
Yeah, see, Raid clears that right up.
Yeah, exactly. Problem solved. There you go.
Yeah. Steph Curry...
He's good, Whitey.
He is good. I don't know that we've ever seen a player doing quite what he's doing. And if I'm wrong, help me. At age 34, typically there's a trade-off where an athlete, as he advances in age, maybe the skills start to decline a little, and then there's a trade-off, and they apply the things they've learned to the game. But Steph, there's no trade-off because physically it looks like he's actually getting better at age 34, and to me that's incredibly unique.
It's fantastic to watch, and it is unique. I mean, to see the level that he's played at this year is awe-inspiring. The way he goes out there and seemingly does things you've never seen before, and I know we've seen it before, but think about the Houston game. The step back 3 followed by the just throw it in the air rainbow Purvis short 3.
That's like a kid in his room playing Nerf ball. When you're like, I'm going to fall on the bed and throw it. Oh,
exactly,
win, right? Exactly. And he's doing that in an NBA game.
In crunch time, too.
Yeah.
Like in the high leverage moments as well. But you got to tip your cap to Klay Thompson for... And to say it was a turnaround,
I don't wear one like Mark
not,
does often, but if I did,
fair.
I would tip it. Yeah,
it's not fair to say turnaround, but he was struggling at the start of the year. In his last 2 games, boy, Klay is back better than ever.
Mm-hmm. So, just playing Warrior basketball again, you could see that clearly. Going back to the Phoenix game, it was hard to watch. At the end of the Phoenix game, when he was, the game was already settled, and he was getting the ball, dribbling down court, and letting it fly. Because clearly he's like, I got to make shots. I got to get back to me being me. I got to prove to everybody. I got to prove to me I can make shots. And it was hard to watch.
Very hard to watch.
Yeah. So then they had the meeting that had to be the biggest elephant in the room. And then, wow, something clicked. And from the Knicks game on, he started not only making shots, but even if he weren't making shots, which he is, just the fact that he played better and took better shots, I think would have been a huge improvement.
And I wonder, in terms of the elephants in the room, if Draymond Green, because he was reportedly the one who spoke in this meeting, if he didn't come out first and talk about his elephant in the room, which is, not only the punch of Jordan Poole, but what has gone on since then in terms of, the way he's played, because he hasn't been full Draymond. He hasn't been the same passionate, barking, aggressive Draymond. So maybe he came out first and said, guys, before we open this up to, talking about how bad Klay's been, let's talk about me. That would be the best way to kind of, break the ice a little bit. And I wonder if he did that, addressing those elephants in the room.
You guys had Ramona Shelburne on last week, right?
Momo.
Yeah. And she wrote the piece about Klay. And she said something, I heard you guys talking about this. She said something like, the punch wasn't about the money, but it wasn't not about that.
Right.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, you know exactly what it means.
Either it's about it or it's not, or it's partly about it, but it wasn't about it, but it wasn't not about it.
It means that was, at that time, one of the elephants in the room, to borrow their phrase, because Draymond Green wanted a max. We know that. He said as much in the offseason, and I don't know if Bob Myers openly laughed, but the response from the Warriors was basically crickets, and they basically told Draymond, no, Draymond, you're not getting a max. And so the next thing that came up was Jordan Poole's getting his big bag. So maybe that, at that time, was an elephant in the room. And so I know what Ramona was saying.
To it. Yeah,
she's saying it wasn't about the punch. It wasn't Draymond saying, you're not getting a contract, I'm knocking you out. But it wasn't not about that, because that might have been one of the elephants in the room.
Okay, I suppose so.
Do you know what she's saying now?
Well, I just think there's got to, frankly, I know she's a fine writer and reporter. There's got to be a better way to say that. It's like, I shouldn't have to sit there and go, I think I know what you mean. Anyway, I think
it was pretty clear. I think it's a you problem.
All right. It may be. I'm working on it.
I thought Momo was very clear with the way she wrote that down.
It's not about it, but it's not about it. I think this has to be
hard to say she's not right. You got to admit that.
I do. I would think this has to be frustrating for Coach Kerr. He was on the Last Dance team with the Bulls, where they were able to, and Phil Jackson was able to say, hey, you know what, guys? We've got a great team. This is probably it this year. They're going to get rid of me. Michael won't be here. So this is probably it. So that was a rallying point. And this is the second time that Coach Kerr with the Warriors has said, this may be it. Because he was saying similar things Durant's last year. But the team splintered then. He had to be frustrating for him. Wow, with the Last Dance team, we all pulled together. Durant is last year here. We couldn't do that, though they almost won. And then this year, he's been talking about, this may be it for our core players, and they've still been splintering. So maybe after the team meeting, they brought all that together. But, if you're Coach Kerr, you got to be thinking, we need to pull together here because we don't know how long this is all going to last, so we need to make the most of it.
Of course.
Why can't we do that as a group? Looks like maybe now they are.
Well, I think that they can as an A group, like the A group, Kevon, Steph, Dre, Klay, Wiggins. I think that they understand it, and they are doing it as the A group. But the B group is more like a C group, and in many terms, it's a D group. You've got Jordan Poole, paid in full, trying to figure out where he fits with this team. He's not sure about, what his role is. Do I start? Do I come off the bench? What am I supposed to do? Who am I supposed to be? And then you've got the other players, DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green, new guys trying to figure out this system. And then you've got the young guys. You've got Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, and they don't even know if they fit. So it's really kind of two different problems to me, Whitey, because you have the one group who's like, okay, we're champs. We know how to be champs. We're revved up. We know how to do it. We know these early games don't really matter.
Right.
We'll throw the switch when we need to, and we'll get this thing going. But the rest of the roster is in such upheaval that I don't think that they know what they're supposed to do.
Here's what surprised me about the elephant in the room thing. The fact that I think we first heard that term from JaMychal Green, didn't we? Isn't JaMychal Green, who just got here, the one who talked about elephants in the room? He was very outspoken, and he's played really well since then. So I guess he was not happy with his minutes or the role that he had. He assumed he'd have a larger role, and Coach Kerr addressed that and said, I haven't done him any favors. But again, I'm not being critical. It surprised me that of all the people, JaMychal Green was one of the ones that came out and said, yeah, we had some elephants in the room we had to address, and now we addressed them, and now he's playing well. So good for him.
Right, and I'm sure the elephants in the room were more than just, hey, Klay, stop taking so many bad shots. I mean, that's something.
I almost did my elephant again, but
it didn't go well last time. You got a 2 for your elephant. It's too much air, not enough noise.
Right.
You need to get more of the actual noise.
Yeah.
And your trunk work was decent, which kept it from being a 1, quite frankly. But there had to be more elephants in the room than just Klay's shot selection.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure a lot of it was just the overall feeling of the team and, Draymond trying to let some of the newer players know how things go around here.
So looks like for the most part, that's behind them, at least for now. Who knows what would happen if they lost that game? But they won. They got their first road game. And Steph was so happy. That's another thing that's been missing from the Warriors for much of this year is that joy. And that may seem a little, Pollyannish, but we know that Steve Kerr in the past has talked about the importance of playing with joy. And the last 2 nights, Klay has been so happy, right? And it's been such a departure. Last night after that, he had, 20 in the first quarter? He was so happy. And Steph last night was so happy that they won. So those are real positive steps in the right direction.
Definitely. And it's always easier to be happy when you're seeing the ball go through the hoop. But certainly the elephants in the room team meeting helped Klay Thompson the most. Whether it was, him and the team just realizing that now is a time for him to start anew and to take better shots and to still look to score, but take better shots, still be as productive. And whatever that meeting did for the whole team, we don't yet know, but we know what it did for Klay Thompson. It kind of recentered him and allowed him to get back to being the Klay that he needed to be.
What does this team need right now? Getting ready for this week, and they're just a game under 500 now. Got the road win. Got Clippers coming up, right? You got New Orleans tonight. You got Clippers. Got the Jazz. You look at this team. What does this team need?
They need to continue to improve defensively.
I think you're right.
Because right now they're no longer the worst defense in the association. I think they're 3rd to worst now or 4th to worst in terms of points per game allowed. So that's a start.
Yes.
Now we know that this defense needs to be top 10, maybe even top 5 if they want to be a championship caliber team. You look back at last year, and Boston and Golden State were both in the top 4 in all the defensive metrics. And that ultimately, when you get into April, is the kind of team you need to be. You're not going to be able to hang 125 on everyone and be able to make it through 2 months of NBA playoffs. So for me right now, keep getting the defense to improve. That's job number 1.
Yeah, I know some people have asked the question, Mike Brown's not there anymore. Is that why they're not as good defensively? And I don't think so. Mike Brown's in Sacramento, and they're playing really well now, but their defense is still not very good. And he's a really good coach. He was a good coach here, but he inherited a really good defensive system. So I don't think that's part of the issue. I don't think Mike Brown left and all of a sudden we don't know what to do anymore on defense. I don't think so.
I mean, if that's the case, then these players have learned nothing over the years. Because Mike Brown...
It's a fair question, but I'm not buying that.
It's a question. I don't even know if it's a good question. It's no crown of superiority, certainly. It might be a fair question. But, I mean, Steve Kerr and his coaching staff has been great over the years. And they've been a deep coaching staff. And you've lost other coaches before. Silas went to Houston and
Gentry and Walton.
Exactly. So you've lost coaches before, and yet you've still been successful. So you're telling me that Mike Brown leaving as defensive coordinator has made it so now that you don't know how to play defense? That to me is a little bit laughable.
It's fun to watch, isn't it, when the Splash Brothers are on? And I guess it's Wiggins last night, an honorary Splash Brother. I know we all struggled last year. Some of us struggled with Jordan Poole, the Poole and the Splash Brother. I don't know. Right now, Poole is not Splash Brother worthy, but maybe Wiggins is. And it's nice to see the Warriors playing like that. That's such a fun way to watch.
It's really fun to watch, and especially with Steph and Klay. And there will never be a third Splash Brother.
Thank you.
There's no Jordan Poole party. Great, and he can splash in his own pool. That's great. Andrew Wiggins. We don't need to come up with a wet sort of nickname
for
Wiggins. Wiggins. We don't need to throw him in there as well. There are 2 Splash Brothers, and when they have a third player contribute, Well, this team's tough to beat, and yet you look at it, and I hate to highlight anything negative as it pertains to...
Why?
You had to dig deep to beat Houston. You had an historic performance from 3 players from three-point line, and yet you had to dig deep to beat the Rockets, and the Rockets, they stink.
Yeah. Well, they got some good young talent, Dibs.
Yeah,
and that first road win, it's always a tough win. It's always a tough one.
You never want to look past any victory in any league. I'm never a fan of feeling guilty or feeling bad about a win. You take a win and you bask in it. You can look at things that you need to do better going forward, but I would never discount any win. Never.
So as far as tonight's game, the 49ers and the Cardinals, we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of fans that think the 49ers should be scoring more points and they need to do better in the red zone. That's all true. But you don't care. You said this in the changeover. You don't care if it's 11-10 tonight.
11-10, yeah. Give me 11-10. Give me an 11-10 win.
So are we talking, 3 field goals and a safety or a touchdown?
I was thinking 4 safeties and a field goal would be about right. That's one way to get.
Yeah.
The easiest way to 11 is a field goal and a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. But you never know. I'm actually looking for more points tonight. Mexico City, Estadio Azteca, and a high scoring affair for the Niners. I don't know if Arizona gets more than 20. 31-20 was my earlier prediction. I'm sticking with it.
34-13. And you're going to get a little extra length from the kickers. Yeah, potentially.
With the altitude.
Yes, with the altitude.
And a little bit more length in the trip to the locker room, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think that it's the road team that has to go out the stadium and up the hill.
Seriously?
It's a longer halftime than normal because one of the locker rooms is really far away.
Hill?
Yeah, and I think there's a bus involved. You got to get on a bus to get to the locker room.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
No transfer, just one, a couple stops on the bus, and then you get to the locker room.
Man, I wonder if they could fit everybody on one bus.
Probably not, yeah. I mean, that'd be pretty crammed. You'd hate to have guys standing up,
if there's traffic.
On,
where's the team? They're stuck in traffic. They can't get here.
Brutal coming back from halftime, yeah.
All right.
15-yard penalty.
Yeah. Easy win for the 49ers tonight, right?
Should be.
Right?
I mean, and this is one of those games where, and you talk about, whatever, it's not a must-win. It's not anything in those terms, but it is fairly pivotal in terms of if you win, you're the 3 seed, okay? And you're rolling. If you happen to lose this game, well, now all of a sudden, Arizona's got, some life back in their wings. And Seattle takes a look and they,
Cliff Kingsbury's a fraud.
He is.
Yeah.
I think they're 8-17 since they started undefeated.
Mm-hmm. This may be the end of the Kingsbury era. And you've got Kyler yelling at him on the sidelines, and we had everything in the offseason. That's not just all on Kingsbury, but the way the organization handled the signing of Kyler Murray. That hasn't worked, and it looked like it was going to work, and last year was, as you say, the shining example, 7-0 start, but that ain't working. And that's one reason why it's got to be so frustrating for Kyle Shanahan to keep losing to that guy and those guys.
Right, and this is a big game for Kingsbury and for Arizona because if you win, you're 5-6 and you're back in it without a doubt.
DeAndre Hopkins is playing tonight, right?
Yeah, and Niners would lose, they'd go to 5-5, and they're in a spot where Arizona now holds the tiebreaker over the 49ers. So this game is pivotal for the Niners in terms of can you win the division? Because if you win, you're tied with Seattle. You hold the tiebreaker over Seattle. You now lead the division with 7 games left to go. And for the most part, you kind of control your own destiny at that point.
Do you have any reason why, any explanation as to why Seattle's playing as well as they're playing? Because I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time figuring it out.
I think that it's as easy as, the quarterback has been rejuvenated. Gino's been playing great. And they have a good defense.
They do.
And they finally are able to run the football.
They're playing Pete Carroll football, aren't they? I
Right.
can tell you, we got some young guys. Gino,
You got to get some gum chewing in there.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they've been great. Seattle, for the most part, even though, I think that they're starting to come back down to earth. Teams are starting to figure them out a little bit, and the Niners certainly hammered them. And Seattle hasn't had a great game against a great defense yet, and that to me is going to be the hallmark for them the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think if you're the 49ers, and obviously they're focused game to game, but if you look at the big picture in the NFC, I don't think anybody scares you. You look at the Eagles, and I know they barely beat the Colts, But the Eagles, their first loss to Washington, how did Washington beat them? By running the ball down their throats. So if you're the 49ers, you're like, I think we can do that. And I know the Eagles weren't at full strength up front that game. But you look at that, the Vikings, for as great a start as they're off to, as we've mentioned, they got destroyed yesterday. They got their spleens removed, and they've given up more points than they've scored. Dallas is coming on, but I don't think they're especially well coached, and I think we see that in the biggest moments. So if you're the 49ers right now, keeping your head down week to week, but right now, your chances of being the top team in the NFC are pretty good.
They're pretty good, but you're really not looking at a spot where you're going to have home field throughout, and so that's something that you need to be a little bit.
I proved that last year in Green Bay, didn't I? I don't need it. It'd be nice to have, but I don't need it.
Right. That was kind of an odd victory over Green Bay. I mean, you got a big play on special teams that carried you to the victory, but that thing was in the balance, and then you were unable to go to SoFi and beat the Rams. Obviously, you'd want to have home field throughout, but right now, if you had to go through Philly, that would be the toughest spot, I think, of all the road destinations.
Can we agree on this? You mentioned the Rams. I don't think you need to worry about the Rams this year.
No, they could be just about all over.
Yeah, if you were OBJ, and I know you're not, because I think you're Joe Lacob, right? We established that. But if you're OBJ, where are you going?
He's supposed to Dallas.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
It's out of them and the Giants, and I don't think he's going back to the Giants.
Back to the Giants would be, I mean, do you want to go back to the Giants? And
they came down to earth a little bit yesterday, too.
They did, but if you looked at quarterbacks, you'd rather play for Dak than Daniel Jones?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just a chance to be the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe help them get back to Super Bowl. But I don't think that's happening either. Nice win for them. No question about it. What's up next on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Tell you the best thing about the Warriors' back-to-back wins. That is coming up next, sponsored by Solo. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
These days, there isn't enough easy to go around. So here's some. Meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat commuter that makes EV easy. Easy to drive, easy to change, and at under $19,000, easy to afford. It's even easy to order at drivesoloev.com.
Hey, it's Dibs. You know I'm a big football fan, and so naturally, I cannot wait for the World Cup to start. I'm going to be out at Mad Dog in the Fog Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. at their new location, 1568 Haight Street, in the Upper Haight, as Mexico takes on Poland. I'll be there for the whole game, then I'll be heading on back to the studio for the show. Come on out, let's drink some Estrella, and join me at Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street in San Francisco, 7 a.m. on Tuesday.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit, and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco. uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4 championships. Steph, Draymond, Klay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
Where do Black Friday deals come with happy holiday feels? Lowe's, actually. Save on holiday decor like 1-quart poinsettias was $2.98, now $1.98. And holiday living 100-count mini string lights was $3.98, now $2.98. Find unbeatable deals on top brands like a Craftsman 20-volt drill kit for $59, was $79. Black Friday is now. Get the deals while you can at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offers valid through 11/23. Poinsettia offer in-store only. Selection varies by location. Limited 8 per customer. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last.
What's up, Birds? Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. You know you can listen to us every single morning, 6 to 9 a.m. Check us out on YouTube while you're at it. Now back to Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Thanks, Joe. In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. By the way, Football Fridays are sponsored by, we were talking about this earlier, Dibs, the Jim Irsay Collection at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium on December 10th. For free tickets, visit JimIrsayCollection.com. Yeah, you can see all his guitars and memorabilia, and I think there's a concert. I think one of the women who was in Heart is singing at the concert. It's unbelievable.
Is that Ann Wilson?
It's either Ann or Nancy, and I apologize, I'm not sure which one.
I took a guess. Couldn't remember Nancy, so I went with Ann.
I'm going to go ahead and say I think you might be right.
Nice.
Yes. So anyway, the Jim Irsay Collection. He's got all his stuff. That's great, right? What am I going to do on all this stuff? It cost me a lot of money. I will take it around and show it to people, and they can enjoy it too.
Yeah, that's fun. I mean, if you got that stuff, if you're a billionaire and you've got time and you've got Jeff Saturday running things back home, I mean,
you know everything's under control there.
Totally.
Yeah. On the text line here, Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. From the 925, talking about the 49ers. Come on now. They lost to Chicago and Denver and Atlanta. Niners still haven't beat a good team yet, Dibs.
Oh, the Chargers are a good team, I would argue. And Chargers in a real good battle last night against Kansas City came up just short.
They did.
I think that is a quality win. And everyone wants to look at the Atlanta loss as a bad loss. I think Atlanta's better than people say. But if you look across the NFL this year, how many really good teams are there? Kansas City is a good team. Miami, they'll have a chance to play Miami. The Eagles are good. Other than that, I mean, there's some pretty good teams. Like, I like Tennessee. I like the way Tennessee played on Thursday night. I think that they should be a good team. Minnesota is pretty good.
If I say, hey, Seattle's been good this year and the 49ers beat them, would that count? Are we still...
We're still out on Seattle, I think, much like we're out on the New York Football Giants in terms of, like, are you really a good team? If you looked at the 4 teams right now who are going to be left standing come conference championship weekend, you'd probably say the Chiefs would be there and the Eagles.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, the rest of it's kind of up for grabs, right?
You know, Tennessee's really good.
I think Tennessee's really good.
Yeah.
And the way they play, it travels. It's good at home.
Exactly.
It's good on the road.
Methodical, not flashy, but especially in this very volatile.
And physical, too.
Yeah. In this especially volatile NFL where teams are up, they're down, that really methodical style maybe makes even more sense than usual.
And I think that's the way the Niners are kind of trying to play, you know, with a good defense and a good ground game and a quarterback who's not flashy but tries to avoid mistakes. I think Tennessee can be a tough out, certainly for some of these finesse teams, although we saw them take on Kansas City, what was that, 2 years ago? And they got that early lead, and then the Chiefs just blitzkrieged them. So I don't think Tennessee's built to win it all, but they could be a tough out for many teams in the playoffs.
Yeah. So 49ers tonight and the Arizona Cardinals, an opportunity for the 49ers to slide back into first place. And as far as that Atlanta game, yeah, they lost to Atlanta, but to your point, Dibs, Atlanta's better than we thought they were going to be. And that was a game, and it's not an excuse. If the players make it, it's an excuse. But for us to look at it and go, wow, the 49ers they had a lot of injured players in that game. That's not an excuse. It's an explanation for why they played so badly.
Yes, and it's also was a bad spot, I think, in terms of second game on a road trip. All those injured players, Atlanta had a chance to kind of load up and take down San Francisco. And also the way they went about it against a somewhat dilapidated Niners defense. They just ran it down their throat. They were more physical than the 49ers. They took it to them.
Is that how you're going to approach Jockberty today? You're going to be more physical than your opponents? You're going to try to ram it down their throat? I'm going to take
more of a Patrick Mahomes approach and just let JD and Steiny kind of showcase their offensive skills, and I'll just wait for the 2-minute drill and then try to come soaring back to get the win.
Are you that good that you can play that way and still win?
I've won in many different ways. I've gotten the lead and gone 4 corners. I've come from behind. I've scooped and scored late in Jockberty games. There's a variety of ways which I can win.
Pardon me, this is a silly question, but have you ever tried not to win and still found that you're winning anyway?
Is this thing on? Yeah, Whitey, I have.
Yeah. Really?
I may or may not have attempted to take a dive in the past and then still found my way into a victory.
Yeah. So what about the rumors that you and Bonte...
Way off!
You and Bonte, head-to-head, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking forward to it.
Really?
In 2028, I like a thirsty Bonte. A hungry Bonte hunts best. So we're going to keep Bonte hungry unless the people, 888-957-9570, unless the people really want to,
Oh, because you're a man of the people.
I always have been, Whitey.
I know that.
Unless people want to advocate and cogitate and really, if you're passionate to see it, then maybe I'll capitulate.
Wow.
But right now, I'm the champ.
Kind of guy
He's after me. I'm not after him. I mean, Bonte Schmonte. Quite frankly.
Wow.
I mean,
really?
Jockberty follows me. Okay. When I'm on with you, Jockberty follows me. It doesn't follow Bonte. So if Bonte wants a piece, why don't you come to 1145? Why don't you come on my turf?
Yeah.
On my territory.
All right. Fingers crossed. I would love to see it. Fingers crossed. We have an update on who's available for the Warriors tonight. We have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green.
Oh, they're all in.
Will not be participating this evening in the Warriors contest against the Pelicans at the Smoothie King Center. Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney are questionable. Warriors just announcing. So tonight, the Dubs and the Pels, Curry, Thompson, Draymond all out. Wiggins and Looney are questionable. Warriors just announced. So that means it's Kuminga time.
So this is the second game, the second and final game in New Orleans, and neither of these games will feature Steph Curry.
That's correct. That's correct. And it's just unfortunate for the fans that would want to see that both times the Warriors have been there, it's been on the second night of a back-to-back.
So if I'm little Timmy in New Orleans,
you're not.
I'm making my hand-drawn sign, and I'm showing up outside the stadium with tear-stained cheeks. Where is Steph?
Hey, little Timmy.
I scrimped and saved
I know,
to
little
see
Timmy.
Steph Curry.
I thought you'd have maybe a little accent.
And all
Timmy.
I got was Anthony Lamb.
Yeah. Little Timmy, your dad's a dumbass. Whoever bought you the tickets. Yeah. He needs to check the schedule. Like Steve Kerr said, you just got to caveat emptor. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. It's the NBA.
No, I'm with you, but we've seen in the past where we pulled the heartstrings, and it's like, my whole life has hinged on being able to see Steph Curry at the Smoothie King Center.
It's not just kids. There are some adults who are big fans who would be very disappointed. We always focus on the kids, but the kids really,
the hell with the kids.
They may react the most strongly initially, but then they get over it. Right? It's like, but for other, adults are big fans. Like it's kind of a lingering, gosh, I was hoping to see Steph. But that's the way it is. That's the NBA today.
That's the way it is, and that's just the nature of the schedule. And, if the NBA really wanted to avoid these situations, they would not schedule back-to-back games.
Thank you.
But they don't care. Mm-hmm. They're trying to cram as many games as they can into the calendar that works for them, which is October to June. That's their window. And so that's what they do. The Warriors have, 14 or 15 back-to-backs this year.
Everybody does, right? As somewhere in that range.
And Klay's not going to play any of them. Mm-hmm. So Steph might play a few of them, but by and large, in these sort of spots, you're not going to see the best players. And the league's okay with it because they're still going to have more than 15,000 at Smoothie King tonight.
You know what I'd like to see? What we saw last year in Detroit, and last year in San Antonio, and last season in Miami, where Steph, Draymond didn't play, and the Warriors won anyway. I don't know if they have the wherewithal to pull that off, but that would be nice. The best thing about the last two games is that the Warriors have played Warrior basketball offensively again. Much more balanced attack. And last night with three guys with the most combined three-pointers for any three in NBA history, a great sign. The Warriors playing now that Klay is sharing the ball again, playing balanced Warrior basketball. Fun to watch and tough to guard.
Yeah, but tonight you won't see it. Don't miss Jonathan Kuminga in bonus minutes. And can you get Wiseman back from Santa Cruz for just one night? Because this would be a great Wiseman gets run evening. I know he can't.
Yeah, but the last time they were in New Orleans, he barely played in that game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jockparty is coming up. Dibley, Steinmetz, and John Dickinson. Took me a minute to remember who's playing today. That is next, and it's brought to you by Pfizer. Jockparty next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mailing rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Golfers, teed up at the Golf Mart with TaylorMade. The TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Wood Age is here, featuring 60 layers of carbon layer for better energy transfer and faster ball speeds. And now available, the new TaylorMade High-Toe Milled Wedges, designed for a lower launch and more spin. While you're there, pick up the popular TaylorMade Tour Response Stripe golf balls. Come into the Golf Mart and have one of our experienced experts custom fit you for free today. The Golf Mart, home with a 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's Babbel.com.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I still think it's Tampa, but I may be going down with the pirate ship on that.
But yeah, I mean, this might be a sinking pirate ship. I mean, who are you going to pick? The Niners? There might be players left. You're going to pick the Packers? Desperately need to trade for a wide receiver, and one just went to Arizona. Maybe the other one will go to Green Bay.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern, from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
In San Rafael, mostly sunny, highs near 66.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Jock Purdy. Now entering our studios, he's never met a D3 game from the 80s that he doesn't like. It's Matt Steinmetz.
Thank you very much.
And our next contestant, some call him the Lewis and Clark of 95.7 because of all the traveling he does, John Dickinson.
It was a gather step.
And a returning champion, catch him at Mad Dog in the Fog tomorrow in the Upper Haight for Poland versus Mexico, 7 a.m. and drink some Estrellas. It's Dan Dibley.
Thank you very much.
And now, your host for Jockparty. He's never played travel ball. It's Whitey Gleason.
Thank you, Kyle. Welcome once again to Jockparty. Welcome to the Turkey Trot Classic, a 3-day event, which may or may not actually involve the morning show as well here by the end of the 3 days. We have, Steiny, welcome back to Jockparty.
Thank you.
We have, of course, the Jockparty round with 3 categories, $1, $2, $3 values, 1 Dibbly double in there. The double Dibbly round, $2, $4, and $6 values with 2 Dibbly doubles in there, followed by final Jockparty. Remember, as you guys know, to shout your name, to buzz in. Remember to phrase your responses in the form of a question. JD, good to have you back with us today. JD, an underrated Jockparty player. Yes,
and JD's surprisingly left-handed. I never knew that. I've known you 11 years.
All these years.
Yeah. Well,
the old lefty.
Southpaw.
There's an upset.
Eh? Players will try their luck with these categories in the Jockparty round. Both sides made great points. What are you doing with D-O in quotation marks? What are you doing? So each correct response will start with a D-O word and Ray area. So Jockparty round, both sides made great points. What are you doing? And D-O in quotation marks and Ray area. I'll tell you what, Steiny, since you haven't played in a long, long time, let's start with you. Choose a category. Good luck to everybody. Let's play Jockparty.
Let's do a little Judy Collins. I've looked at life from both sides. Both sides for one, please.
I love the young
That
people.
works. That works.
Both sides made great points for one. Your clue. In November of 66, Washington beat this Big Apple team 72-41 in the highest scoring NFL game ever.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who are the Giants?
Giants is right, Dan Dibley. You've got $1 and you've got the board.
I've looked at love at both sides now, please, for 2.
Starting already.
Let's go.
This guy is unbelievable
Let's
with
go.
that.
That's the
Got like one of
Dibley
those
double for
metal
this
detectors
round.
on the beach.
Yeah. You have $1. How much do you wish to wager here?
Let's go $2, Whitey.
All right. Your clue, in 1983, Detroit beat Denver 186-184 in a game that went this many overtime periods.
What is 4?
I'm sorry. That's going to cost you, takes you to -1. It's 3. It was a triple overtime game. Triple overtime. That's okay. No harm, no foul. A little bit of harm, but not too much. Still your board.
Both sides made great points for 3.
To complete the category. In May of 79, the Phils beat the Cubs 23-22 behind 2 homers from this Hall of Famer. Anybody? Anybody?
Boop, boop, boop. He hit 4 homers.
Who is Mike Schmidt?
He hit 4 homers that game.
Who is Mike Schmidt?
He hit 4 homers that game. It was like 23-22, right?
Our fact checkers are on it.
Yeah, fact checkers are on it.
Well, I guess he still hit 2.
He certainly did. He hit 4 without hitting 2. That completes that category. Dibs to your board. Dibs -1, JD nothing, Steiny nothing.
What are you doing for 1?
This MLB team has won their division 9 times in 10 years.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who are the Dodgers?
D-O-D-G-R-S. Yes, Dodgers $1 for you, Steiny. The lead and the board.
Doing for 2, please.
This Tony is the 10th leading rusher of all time.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who is Tony Dorsett?
Dorsett is right. Look at Steiny with $3
Let's
now.
finish the category.
What are
Doing
you
for 3,
doing
please.
for 3. He's the Eagles' all-time leader in passing yards, attempts, completions, and passing touchdowns. Who is Donovan McNabb?
Oh, Steiny.
Oh.
Who is Donovan McNabb? Yeah.
All right.
That completes that category. JD, excuse me, I gave Steiny your points in the wrong category there. So it's 3 for Steiny. Dibs -1. Steiny not yet. JD not yet on the board. We have Ray area remaining. What do you want to do? For 1, 2, and 3.
For 1, Whitey.
Ray area for 1. This Raider great just kicked the bucket, and the bucket went 47 yards with a hang time of 6 seconds.
Dibs.
JD. Yeah, Dibs.
Who is Ray Guy?
Ray Guy is right. You're back to 0.
Ray area for 2, please.
Steph Curry broke his record for career three-pointers.
Steiny.
JD.
Who is Ray Allen?
Ray Allen is right. JD with 2, so
All right.
he's just behind Steiny.
Finish it up.
Ray Area for 3 to complete the round. Last season, this 49er led the NFL in punt return yards as a Steeler.
JD.
Yes, JD.
Who is Ray McLeod?
Ray McLeod is right. Was that legal? It was a
That was-
little
that
bit
was
tight.
in there.
Okay,
It was
good.
in there.
Well done. I know they get
It was tight. It was tight.
They get
Neither Steiny nor I was in,
Yeah.
so I think
All right.
those are the times where you can allow a little bit of leniency.
I was going to. I don't want to ruffle any feathers.
No, I appreciate
Yeah.
it. No feathers ruffled here.
Yeah. Well done, JD. You have 5. You have the lead now. Steiny with 3. And
I'm sorry. Is this thing on? Thank you.
Dibs is at 0 as we head to the Dibbly Double round. We have 2 Dibbly Doubles out there, 2 $4 and $6 values. And here are the categories.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
Mike Schmidt, 2 homers that day.
What was the score of that game?
23-22. I'm looking at John Scheib's article. He only homered twice. Dave Kingman homered thrice. So you're
A's
welcome.
legend.
Stand down.
That's wrong.
What? Yeah.
Moving on.
Here are the categories in the Dibbly Double round. I think I'm catching something, lining up for shots, and quarantine sensations. That's T-E-E-N, and that's the operative word. So I think I'm catching something, lining up for shots, and quarantine sensations. 2 $4 $6 values. 2 Dibbly Doubles out there. Dibs, you trail, so you get to go first in the Dibbly Double round.
I think I'm catching something for 2.
He caught a record 149 passes in 2019 for the Saints.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who's Thomas?
Michael Thomas is right. Steiny. That gives you 5 and you're tied for lead.
I'm catching something for 4, please.
First Dibbly Double of this round. How much do you wish you wagered? You have 5. JD has 5. Dibs is at 0.
3, please. We don't do that anymore.
Oh, we do it a
You haven't
lot.
played in months.
Yeah. Here's your clue. Good luck.
you.
With 90 receptions in 1998, this OJ was the last player to lead the league in catches for a season with fewer than 100.
Who is Oscar Jones?
No, it was it's incorrect.
Sorry.
OJ McDuffie.
I wouldn't have gotten that.
OJ
You should have said a
McDuffie.
Penn State guy.
Dolphin
Might have
great.
it.
Yeah. Takes you back down to 2. That's all right. You're still in great shape, and it's still your board.
Catching something for 6, Whitey.
Here's your clue. Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, and this player are the 3 former 49ers ranking in the top 10 in career catches.
JD.
Yes, JD.
Who is Randy Moss?
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs. That was incorrect. Dibs.
Who is Isaac Bruce?
Sorry, that's incorrect.
Huh.
Who's Anquan Bolden?
Oh, good one.
Who is Anquan
Hey,
Bolden?
he was good, man.
Yeah. So that really wreaked havoc with our scoreboard.
Top 10 in catches,
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah. Career catches.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So JD.
You gonna confirm that one?
Yeah. Isaac Bruce was like
Fact check it.
14th.
Okay.
Yeah. JD -1, Dibs -6, and Steiny leads with 2. So I believe we're still your board, Steiny.
Randy Moss, 15th.
Let's go to lining up for shots for 2, please.
Your clue? He says he needs to work on his flopping, but he still shot more free throws than any other active player.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who's James Harden?
Sorry, that's incorrect.
Steiny.
Yes, Steiny.
Who's LeBron James?
LeBron James is right, Steiny. You've got 4 now.
Lining up for shots for 4, please.
In April of 1990, this team made 61 free throws in an OT win over Utah, including 23 from Kevin Johnson.
JD.
Yeah, JD.
Who are the Suns?
Suns is right, and you've got 3. So Steiny 4, JD 3. Dibs is a -8 in your board, JD.
Let's go lining up for shots for 6.
Oh, boy.
You currently trail JD 4-3. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. You really are.
I knew you were going to do that.
MZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station. This is Jockberty.
He doesn't forget anything.
No, he doesn't.
He's the real elephant in the room. Steiny, for those of you who aren't familiar, Steiny famously read the legal like that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. You really are.
As he looked for it, which we've all done.
It's so great.
Yeah, Steiny 4, JD 3, Dibs -8, and how much do you wish to wager?
What
here,
is
JD?
the max that I can wager in this instance?
The max
Only
would
having
be
3.
It'd be 6.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that's the value on the board.
I'll go 6.
No chickens
6.
here. Ooh, boy.
All right.
All right.
Within 3, it's the NBA record for consecutive free throws made set by Michael Williams of Minnesota from March of 93 through November of the next season.
Man. I'll say 95.
What is 95?
What is 95? He got it in. The answer is 97. Within 3, 94 to 100.
You got it.
You got it.
Wait,
Yes.
what?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
hear that.
Yeah.
Disclaimer.
That's what he said to start. Within
Yeah,
3.
within 3.
Look at JD.
Yeah, 97 is the correct answer, so well done,
Jim
JD.
Cosmore famously hit 137 straight at the Jerry Lewis telethon.
So you just shut your yapper.
These are facts, Steiny. I'm
Are
sorry.
they?
As factual as your erroneous Mike Schmidt take. Anyway, JD, you're bored.
Quarantine sensation remains. Scoreboard, JD. Well done, JD. That was clutch and that was gutsy. 9,
was
Steiny
both.
4, Dibs -8.
Quarantine sensation for 2.
In 1997, this 16-year-old Swiss Miss won the Australian Open to become the youngest major champ in tennis history.
Dibs.
Yeah, Dibs.
Who is Martina Hingis?
That's right, Dibs. You're at -6 now. You're bored.
Let's go.
You have 4 and 6
quarantine
remaining.
sensations for 6.
For 6, in 1958, this 17-year-old became the youngest to score a goal at the World Cup.
Dibs.
Did he get that in? Dibs.
Who is Pele?
That's correct. Takes you to 0, and we complete the round with quarantine sensations for 4. As a 19-year-old in 1984, this Met struck out 276 batters. Steiny.
It was Dwight Gooden.
My goodness, right, Steiny. And that's big. So we complete the double Jockpity round.
Lock me
Here
out.
are your scores as we head to final Jockpity. We got JD with 9, Steiny with 8, and Dibs 0.
I needed that one, which is
Yeah.
why I guessed on 6, because I needed to run the table in that category.
Right. It was well played.
Yeah,
Quite a
little
comeback.
late. I appreciate you allowing me in late on the Pele.
Yeah, the judges said you were in there. Yeah. So
Just beat it.
Decide what your wagers are
Steiny
going to be
didn't like it.
based on this category, guys. Dunks giving. Dunks giving is your category. Dunks giving. And are you going to play? It's
Yeah,
totally
of
up to you.
course, of
Okay,
course.
good. All right. Decide what your wagers are going to be. Don't tell us. Honor system here. Let us know when you've made your decisions.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. JD leading with 9.
JD
Steiny
on
with
to
8.
his second piece of paper.
I think we need to, just for this I
is
think we
big.
all need to minimize our YouTube/Twitches in case anybody sends in the answer while everybody's thinking.
Oh, okay.
All right. That's a good call.
I don't
right
have
there.
anything in front of me.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I
right
don't
there.
have a strong opinion. Thank you.
I like when Whitey goes, something you might not know about Dibs.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
From the open. Exactly.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Is everybody ready for your clue?
We're all ready.
You ready, Steiny? Ready,
You
JD?
know, I'll do my guru. You know my bet.
Everything?
Yeah, everything. Exactly. Thank you.
Here's your clue. Since 1996, when it became an official NBA stat, these 2 players, both of whom began their careers with the same franchise, ranked 1st and 2nd all-time in most career dunks. Good luck.
Jeez.
Since 1996, when it became an official NBA stat, these 2 players, both of whom began their careers with the same franchise, ranked 1st and 2nd all-time in most career dunks. It has been quite a match. John Dickinson with a very gutsy dibbly-double wager. He's got the lead at 9. Steiny with 8. Dibs nearly got back into the money round. Came up just short. Since 1996, when it became an official NBA stat, these 2 players, both of whom began their careers with the same franchise, ranked 1st and 2nd all-time in most career dunks. Dibs, we start with you.
Who are Shaq and Dwight Howard?
That's correct. Your wager.
Not a damn thing.
All right, well done. Over to Matt Steinmetz. He's shaking his head. Doesn't look happy. Steiny?
Who are Jordan and Pippen?
Jordan and Pippen. What was your wager, Steiny?
It was all of it.
John Dickinson. What do you got?
I
What do you
have
got?
who are Dwight Howard and Shaquille O'Neal.
And what was your wager?
8.
Congratulations! Quite a win for John Dickinson. Wow, good match. Everybody, congratulations, JD.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't like that question. Could you read it one more time? It was very confusing to me.
No, he got it right. He got it right.
No,
and-
you can read it again because
Threw me
it
for a
took
minute.
the second read through
Yeah.
for me because they didn't start at the same time.
Right.
But since 1996, when the stat became official, these two players who started,
both whom began their
Go
careers
ahead.
with the same franchise.
ahead. Yeah.
Right.
Ranked first and second all time in most.
So
of the
Shaq
dunks.
didn't even need the 93 to 96 or 92 to 96 to still be
That's correct.
one or two.
Right.
But that threw me. Was that Shaq started in 92.
it actually brought it home for me when I thought about it because Dwight Howard, such a unidimensional dunker, he stinks.
So did he come? Like he came to mind, Dwight Howard.
He came to mind first.
I could not think of somebody to come to mind.
So I at first thought Dominique Wilkins, but like then 96, that's too
Right.
late. And then I thought, who dunks a lot? Dwight Howard, that's all he does. And then who else? Shaq.
Yeah.
They both started with Orlando.
done.
It's got to be
Well
those
done.
two. Well, not well done. I took the bronze.
It was very well done, though.
Yeah.
You actually,
Well, what happens
tied for
there?
the silver.
Yeah. He gets
Yep.
the silver because he actually was allowed to participate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was on the sidelines.
On the text line, cheer up, Steiny looks like he just lost his dog. You gonna be okay? We're worried
I
about
just
you.
can't win a game here. I just cannot win a Jockberty game. Are we playing tomorrow and Wednesday?
It's up to you. Yeah,
I would love to.
No, for
All
sure.
I would love to
Tomorrow,
get a win.
Tomorrow will be an inebriation sensation, though, for your boy. So don't expect much out of me.
Hey, I'm dead serious. So the boss is kind of giving you the okay to be a little loose.
He's giving me the yellow light, not quite the green light. Basically, because I got a live appearance tomorrow, 7 a.m. One of the rare pre-show.
Nice.
Not only is it a live appearance, but it's at a bar. Mexico takes on Poland, and I know we're all locked in on the World Cup now. Mexico, Poland, 7 a.m. Mad Dog in the Fog, 1568 Haight Street. And it's sponsored by a beer sponsor, Estrella. So how can I go to an appearance and not drink beer? To me, I would be bereft of duty if I didn't show up at least half in the bag.
I would agree.
I agree. And as somebody that recently has done a Warriors pregame show at Harmonic Brewing out in Thrive City, they offered me a Kolsch. And of course, I had to accept.
What are you going to do? You don't want to
So
be rude.
I did, yeah. So I co-signed to
Well,
that.
you know what? And that's where the boss is living in
I didn't ask for permission.
Neanderthal
Why?
times, to tell you the truth.
How so?
Well, I'll tell you how so, Whitey.
He's all mad now.
I was
Hey, we're
I
getting
was a
free
writer.
beers.
I was a writer covering the Golden State Warriors, and it was just common practice that after the game, once you got all your quotes and you're ready to do your story, I would have a beer.
Sure.
One beer, just because I liked it.
Yeah.
The other day, we're at Santa Clara Hilton. Mm-hmm. Lowe bought us a beer. We sipped on it. The boss goes, "Get those out. Get them. No, don't do that. Don't do that." I said,
Don't
"Okay,
do that, Goo."
Lowe, all right, Lowe bought it.
Yeah.
I don't care. Put those down. Get them off the air."
Wow.
Like, okay. I mean, what you think I'm going to get sloppy on one Miller Lite? Anyway.
Maybe I should have asked for permission.
Yeah. It's better to ask for forgiveness
right.
than permission.
Don't need to ask for
Always.
permission.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to ask for permission next time either.
Yeah. What do you guys have coming up here with we got the Warriors
Wow.
tonight, or some of them playing against New Orleans and the 49ers in Mexico City?
Yeah, it's a big day of sports, and the Warriors. That was a fun game last night.
It was.
The Houston Rockets are.
They're like a JUCO team.
Yes. And Klay was terrific. I think he's played differently the last two games, don't you?
No question.
Yeah.
He's playing
Since
Warrior
the team
basketball.
meeting.
Yeah. With the elephants. We're going to, Jermichael Green talked about the elephants in the room.
We started to talk about what the other elephants may have been.
Yeah.
Because he used the S on elephants, not the elephant in the room. So we actually were talking a little bit about what the other elephants might have been and how Draymond Green could have taken the first elephant out in his opening statement and whether or not he did that.
Yeah, there's like what happened was those elephants came into the room like, how they're attached and they just walked
Well, there was a
in.
line
yeah,
of them.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Exactly.
like some of the elephants left is like bring in the other elephants.
Trunk to tail, right?
Yeah.
I have about 7 elephants I thought were in the room.
Yeah.
About 7.
All
I
right.
had 4. A couple of them matched, but leave it to Steiner.
Yeah, I know.
Steiner had to go page 2 on his elephants list. I think.
I talked about some of these on Saturday. JD, this 49er game tonight, they struggle with Arizona. There's no reason for that, right? I mean, they're going to win tonight, right? Especially with Colt McCoy playing.
That didn't matter last year. In fact, it made it worse
he had
last
a
year.
Great game, I know.
But I think the Niners do win tonight, although I think it's closer than people think. I think it will be closer than people think.
Spread's 8, so you would think that Arizona and the 8 would be the more sensible side?
I think the 49ers win and don't cover.
Okay.
Well, they're giving, 10 now?
8's the spread, yeah.
Wow.
Or maybe maybe it's a sweated out cover at the end where they score a touchdown or kick a field goal to put them up 10 or 13, something like that.
Well, they lose tonight. They're in 8th in the NFC.
They're not going to lose tonight, though, are they?
Well, and that's kind of what I've been thinking all season. It just feels like everybody is assuming that the Niners are just going to get it together. They'll get to 10 wins somehow. You better win tonight, then.
Yes.
Better win tonight.
I think they will. You better win tomorrow in Jockberty.
If they don't win
already
tonight,
won 2 in a row. Come on. What do we? They're already getting it going.
Well, that's what I mean. They got to win tonight because if they don't win tonight, then it's like okay, they're 500 team. They win, they lose, they win, lose, win.
You win tonight, you're currently a 3 seed.
Right, and that's why I was saying this game's so pivotal. You win, you're the 3. You lose, you're the 8. And you look ahead and you got a Washington team that's still on the schedule. They'd be ahead of you. Miami's got a better record than you.
Yeah.
Tampa would be ahead of you. Seattle, again, they'd be ahead of you. So the road is much tougher, I think, ahead than you would have thought 2 months ago.
I agree.
Well, yeah.
I agree.
All right.
It's not an easy schedule.
Yeah.
You
Dibs.
rolling?
Yeah. Thank you, Dibs.
Oh, you're rolling.
Thanks, Spadone.
Oh, yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah.
Tidy, in and out.
Thanks, Kyle. JD and Steiny are next right here. We'll all be listening. 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. My record drops to 3-32 in Jockberty.
You're better than that. Come on, Steiny.
I don't win. I knock on the door. I'm like a Halloween prankster. I knock on the door and then I run away. I don't want to kick it in.
I'm one of those with Jockberty where I think people think I have a better record than I actually do. It's one of the, JD was
Hey, Klay Thompson. Boom. That was the game.
He's back.
Yeah, he's been back for the last 2 games. And I mean the one thing, and we're gonna get into the Warriors, the elephants in the room. We're gonna talk 49ers for sure. They play in Mexico City tonight, but the Warriors, they beat the Knicks on Friday. They beat the Rockets last night. They play the Pelicans today. The one piece of bad news, no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, no Klay Thompson. JD, the thing I'm thinking is how do you get it rolling? If you're gonna load manage the big guys here and there. Like tonight would be a game where you get tonight. Okay, now you beat a couple teams on the road after starting 0-8. You come home against the Clippers. Now it's feeling good, but I mean, I don't know now.
Well, I think the case against what you're saying and the case for load managing is the fact that I think it's pretty clear already that the Warriors are going to have to really use the veteran players a lot more than maybe they anticipated this season in an attempt to try and win as many games as possible to get to the top half of the Western Conference, because the young players have been so unplayable in the grand scheme of this thing. So I think you could almost make a case because of the extra use of the stars that those days are going to become more important, especially earlier in the season. And maybe as the season goes on, you do it a little bit less and less. I typically am with you, and I'm not comfortable with it and really don't even like when teams kind of punt on games like the Warriors are, at least in theory, doing by making it a developmental game. But at the same time, they are playing better in the last 7. I know we could quibble about what all that means, but it is 5 of the last 7. They are now within a game of 500, and to me, you let tonight be about the young guys and you see what you've got. Doesn't mean you're automatically going to lose. And then you re-ramp it up after giving everybody a few days to refresh back at home on Wednesday night?
Yeah, I think, listen, I think the most positive aspect of the weekend, and, JD, I just kind of wonder why it came to this, why it had to come to this, but it did. Klay Thompson played the last 2 games unlike he's played any of the games this season. He took good shots. He didn't rush. He wasn't hungry. He wasn't thirsty. I thought we were talking about Klay on the podcast that we did, and we talked about, God, does he even have a 7 for 15 in him? Well, he was 8 for 16 against the Knicks, and then he obviously exploded last night. So, I mean, I said it before the show. He keeps shooting like that, or at least gets back to, I think he's up to 38% now from 3.
Well, 10 of 13 will do that.
Yeah. The bottom line is, if Klay plays like Klay, they got some action, JD.
I said this last night on Warriors wrap-up. My issue with Klay, and I was really hard on Klay, especially after the Phoenix game, because that was the game where it became apparent that his teammates were like, bro, what are you doing? And I think that led to, in part, this team meeting where the elephants in the room that we're going to get to were addressed. But a part of the reason why I was so hard on Klay was it wasn't that he was missing shots. It was the way that he was playing.
Exactly.
It was the fact that he was, as I've said many times, trying to take 2 shots for every miss in an attempt to almost get his percentage up. It felt like he was not hunting a good game. He was hunting a 40-point game. Every game.
Yes.
And when it didn't happen initially, or he'd start cold, he'd chase it. It was like, I missed my first 3. Now I got to make my next 7 to have the 40-point game.
Right.
And rather than just letting the game come to him. So however it was addressed, and I think we've got some reason to believe, based on what has come out about this team meeting, that Draymond came at him in a way where he said, look, dude, you're being selfish. When you focus on the team as opposed to yourself, it's all good for everybody. You play better, we play better, and then those big games come, but they come when you're not trying to go out and get them.
Right.
It's just when you're and Klay Thompson clearly made a conscious effort in the game against the Knicks to move the ball. I mean, there were you could see it. You could see him thinking it.
Yeah.
Am I going to shoot? No, I'm not. I'm going to drive. I'm going to get rid of it. And a couple times he did get it back. Solid game. I almost want to, and last night was awesome. Last night was a legendary display of shooting that really only he and Steph Curry can put on among current players. And he still got that in the bag. Less frequently than he used to, Steiny. But to me, the bigger tell for the whole weekend is, can he play like he did against the Knicks more consistently? And I think that's where it becomes about how he was trying to get the job done as opposed to even the results. So whatever needed to be said got said.
Right.
And Klay got the message and changed his game, so he gets credit for that, at least moving forward.
He does. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation. JaMychal Green was talking after the Knicks game, and he said the Warriors had a team meeting, and they addressed the elephants in the room, elephants plural. I made a list of what I thought the elephants were, and Klay Thompson obviously was, well, maybe not obviously, but he to me was number 1. And JD, it's to me it's just strange. Yeah, he played right, like he played the right way the last 2 games. I don't understand how he played the previous 6 games like he played. Like, when you're playing like that, you're playing like that.
I think he knew and he didn't care.
I know.
And I think that's what was ticking his teammates off.
I think you're right, but why the hell didn't he care? And why did it take them saying, Klay, what are you doing, for him to care?
I think he got so consumed in, and he admitted this, I think, a little bit last night. He got consumed in everybody talking about how he wasn't the same.
Right.
And I think he got defiant, a word we've used a lot, and you have, to the fact that anybody that said he wasn't the same, like he was going to prove him wrong with every shot.
Right. Exactly.
And I think it snowballed. I think he also wants the team to do well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he did get selfish, but he wants the team to do well so badly that I think with each miss he was thinking, I'm killing the team too. So
I agree with that.
I think some of it comes from a good place.
No doubt.
Some of it came from a selfish place.
Right.
Some of it came from a good place to want to help the team. And it sounds like Draymond, and this was another thing
just to chalk up.
If Draymond Green was the guy that was able to go at Klay Thompson, let's say, like, dude, just be yourself, move the ball, you'll get it back, stop being selfish. If Draymond could do that and it carried weight in Klay's eyes to where Klay changed his game for the better and that becomes a turning point for his season and thus maybe a turning point for this Warriors season, it's also a tell that maybe Draymond Green's leadership and voice in that locker room is back when we thought it was potentially gone forever.
I hear you there.
We don't know
hear
yet.
you there. Right. And to me, we may never see if Draymond had a voice, lost a voice, and then regained his voice. There's still the issue to me with the youngsters and the oldsters and how you mesh those two entities to try to win a title. Let's go to Yule. Yule's in Houston. Hey, Yule, what's going on? You were at the game last night?
Yeah, what's up, Steiny? What's up, JD? Yeah,
hey, man.
I was at the game with my family.
Nice.
It was like a very good game to watch. I live here in Houston, so I usually watch the Warriors when they come down. And, the first quarter, it was almost like old times. I thought it was going to be a scrimmage game blowout, but the lead evaporated. And I thought I was going to see more from Kuminga and Moody, but I think they should have went down to the G League with Wiseman as well. I want them to contribute at the end of the year, and they need run too. Like, I know they're going to get run tonight, but I don't think it's enough, like, for them to get their confidence up. But it was just legendary to see Klay go nuclear. Like, this is the first time I ever saw it, like, live in person. I always watched it on TV. And then, like, for Steph, I got the video on my phone, like, when he made that dagger three for the night. That was, like, just amazing just for my little 1-year-old daughter and my older daughter to witness, like, a GOAT in person. Like, just really to watch that. So,
no doubt.
I'm just thankful for the Warriors.
Thanks, Yule. Appreciate the call. Glad you had a good time. That shot. I mean, I can't believe. What is he in his 13th year? Something like that?
Yeah.
Curry. I'm telling you, JD.
Oh, the fadeaway. Yeah, the fadeaway night.
I mean, he don't even hit the rim. I'm telling, like, and
well, it's gotten to the point where that shot goes up. I think it's going in.
I do think it's going in, but
in the context of, all right, this is the true dagger shot, because he's hit so many dagger shots like that over these last 8 years or so.
I mean, for me, JD, it's, he's played 1,000 regular season games or so, 800. And he plays that game last night and makes some of the shots he makes. And 13 years in, I'm like, you got to be kidding me with these shots. Like, these shots are crazy that he's making. They're from so far out.
No doubt.
Like, they shot 54% or 51% from three last night. Three guys made more threes in a game than any three guys have ever made in a game before. Klay had 10. Curry had,
Curry had 7, I believe.
7, and Wiggins had 6 for 23. Three guys combined for 23 three-pointers.
Yeah.
That's the most ever that three guys have combined for.
And it was 23 of 38.
I mean, just absolutely, positively incredible. Incredible. And Klay was at the heart of it. Now the question is, and see, but this is kind of what I mean. My question, okay, can they keep it well,
60% from three.
Incredible.
For those three.
And it still was a little closer than you'd like, JD.
Yeah, I don't see for last night.
But okay,
I don't
fair
care
enough.
about that.
Fair enough.
You know
they got
why?
their first win
because they hadn't won that game at any
true.
point. So it doesn't matter. Like, they were 0-for, whether it was Orlando or Miami or Detroit or Sacramento, wherever they were playing when they were in a game like that where they had a chance to win it. Charlotte, they didn't win it. So to me, you can't. The first time you get one like that, when you hadn't won any game like that before, it has to be counted as a net positive.
You're right. You're right.
Like, we can't be rating wins right now when you're 8-9.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm worried about this stretch coming up. If I were a Warrior fan, they're at New Orleans, then they come home Wednesday against the Clippers.
They're beatable.
Then the Jazz.
They're beatable.
Then they go on the road, play Minnesota and Dallas. I mean, that's one, JD, where can they get can they win 3 out of 5 of those? To me, that would be pretty darn good with 3 of those being road games.
You're counting tonight as part of that?
Unfortunately, I am.
So you're counting. So what you're saying is, can they go 3-1? in the 4.
Essentially.
Kind of. Now, because, and we'll see. You never know. I do think, and we don't know if Wiggins and Looney are going to play or not. They're questionable. Steph, Klay, Draymond are out. That's been announced within the last hour. Wiggins and Looney are questionable. If Wiggins and Looney play and the Pelicans overlook them a little bit, the young guys play well, I think Pelicans overlooked them a little bit in that game a couple of weeks ago, and the Warriors hung around.
Right.
So, it's probably a Pelicans win tonight, but I'm never going to be one to completely rule a game like that, especially in today's NBA, where teams on a nightly basis play down to the level of the competition.
Right. Let's go to Junior. Junior's in Fremont. Hey, Junior, what's going on, man? Oh, okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Golden State Warriors, they win last night, 127-120. Klay Thompson goes for 41 points. 10 for 13 from 3, 14 for 23. It's the game that he wanted in a big way. And according to Klay, hopefully the floodgates open now. Not going to play tonight. Neither's Curry. Neither's Draymond Green. But when they get back to the Bay on Wednesday against the Clippers. Jermichael Green talked about the team meeting. We'll talk more about that on the other side. Talk some Warriors on the other side. And we got Lorenzo Neal. Lorenzo Neal at 1 o'clock. Of course, the 49ers are in Mexico City. I'm telling you right now, they better win that game, JD. If they don't win that game, I'm coming hard tomorrow. I'm coming hard tomorrow on Shanahan.
It'd be fair.
I think so.
At 5-5 with 7 to go.
And a loss to the Cardinals?
It'd be more than, again, when's the last time the Niners beat the Cardinals? They've lost 3 of the last 4 to the Cardinals.
Well,
and the only one
Cliff
they won
Kingsbury,
was when
baby.
the Cardinals were out of it already.
That's right. And Colt McCoy beat him last year.
So the last 3 meaningful games that the 49ers and Cardinals have played, the Cardinals have won all 3. That's not nothing.
No, it's not.
That's not nothing at all, Steiny.
No, it's not. All right, 888-957. Sorry about that, JD. 999 or 888-957-9570 is the number. JD and I are going to talk about some of the elephants in the room. And maybe some of those elephants got a little smaller last night. Maybe a couple left the room. But Jermichael Green talked about a team meeting where they addressed elephants in the room. What do you think the elephants in the room were? 888-957-9570. I'm back with JD on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Fresh cut trees are at Osh. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and pick up your perfect tree, including Douglas, Norman, and Noble Firs. This year, slay the holidays with help at Osh. Visit 14 stores throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast for home, hardware, and happiness.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
At CDW, we get balancing disparate clouds can be messy.
Yep, it's like an ice cream cone. The more scoops you get, the greater the risk of failure.
Well, if you want 5 scoops, you should get 5 scoops. And with the Nutanix Enterprise Cloud solution orchestrated by CDW, you can manage applications and data across all your clouds from a single point of control.
Is it weird that my mouth is watering?
A little. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Nutanix.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Curry finds Thompson, bounce past Draymond, goes in, throws out Wiggins. Left corner, won't shoot it. Over to Curry, to Thompson. Thompson double clutched it. It's good! Klay Thompson for 3. He's got 38.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, no Guru today. John Dickinson in instead. We're talking Warriors. They beat the Rockets last night, 127-120. Coming up in a half hour, we'll be joined by one of the greatest fullbacks of all time, Lorenzo Neal, like he always does on a Monday. And we'll get into the 49ers and Arizona Cardinals. So did I read this correct? So Denver is the mile-high city. That's 5,280 feet, right? We talking over 7,000 for Mexico City?
Yeah, the altitude is higher in Mexico City than it is in Denver.
Yikes. That's going to be a factor.
Which is why the 49ers practiced in Colorado the last 3 days leading up to this game.
Right. They got a little weather.
Yeah.
But at least they were at altitude.
Well, that could help them for Philly in January.
That's true. We're talking about the elephants in the room, This is Jermichael Green from over the weekend. Take a listen.
We addressed the elephants in the room. We had that hard conversation that a lot of people don't want to have. We had that conversation. It was much needed. And I think it got people more focused and locked in into what we had to do as a team.
One of the things, there's stuff going on with this team, and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. To what level crap is going on? Not quite sure. Maybe less crap now than 3 or 4 days ago. But what do you think are some of the elephants in the room? We'll just go one by one here. And if you want to join in at 888-957-9570, what do you think they talked about, if they talked about elephants in the room?
I got a sense that things were coming to a head from being in Phoenix last week. And the way that game went down, and the Suns not having some rotation players, and the Warriors still just being just so bad defensively and unenergetic. And I think Klay Thompson was at the top of my list. The shot selection for Klay Thompson, I know you talked about it. We've addressed that. I think just the commitment to playing hard and playing defense, I think from even the core champion guys, has been an issue. I think they've been in coast mode, especially in a lot of these games against some of the lesser opponents in games that they've lost, where they want to be able to win it with their offense and not expend a ton of energy setting a tone defensively. So I think one of the things that may have not originally come up, but it's, hey, we got to play harder. We got to play whatever. And I could see somebody saying, well, you guys have got to play harder. Like if a starting player is saying that, or if maybe Steve Kerr is addressing, like, you guys have to, like, we can talk about the young guys, and I think the young guys being completely unable to contribute would be a third one at this point. And like, hey, you can't sulk. You got to be ready to play. You got to play with energy. You can't be pouting. So, I mean, those are a couple of them. I think Jordan Poole, would be another one that would be on my list of elephants in the room. Hey, you want to start? Great. You ain't starting right now, so suck it up and play well when you're coming off the bench, that kind of thing.
Let's go back to their defense, because one of the things I have is bench has been, overall defense has been awful. Mm-hmm. That's starters and bench. Did you see the Steve Kerr quote from after last night's game? He was asked about Wiggins. And I just think it's kind of interesting that the first 20 games, whatever it is, what about deep? Well, Steph's been fine. Wiggins has been fine. Draymond's been good. Well, not according to Steve Kerr. This is what he said about Andrew Wiggins last night. I don't think his defense has been as good as it was last year. I think he knows that. I think it goes hand in hand with our team's overall defense. Every single guy has to look in the mirror, coaches too. We have to think about our schemes and possibly make some adjustments because we're giving up too many points. All right? Guess Wiggins hasn't been that good defensively.
Well, yeah, and that stuck out to me last night as well. I also think they need Wiggins. Like, Wiggins can't coast. Be at the level that maybe Steph or Klay or Draymond can, because Wiggins is younger. And they're just in a weird spot. Like, they need Wiggins in a lot of ways to kind of carry him on defense or anchor him on defense, guard the best guard on the other team.
And we don't
or
have
the best
to worry
wing.
about him.
And that allows a certain level, because he's only 27, right? He's not 33, 34, 35. And so I think if he kind of senses, you know what, I'm part of this champions core now, I can kind of pick my spots a little bit. I think it sets a bad tone. That is an underlying issue for the Warriors collectively. It's that there are different agendas is probably too strong, because I think that's almost a separate conversation. But I do think you've got Klay, who's trying to, he's got boxes he wants to check. And you've got Steph, who has boxes he wants to check. And they're contingent on Wiggins now having to be this other player that he hasn't been to this point. And then the young players have things they want to do that are maybe incapable of doing. But I think Wiggins is key because he's young prime. And if he plays harder, in a way it allows the others to not have to play as hard. And I think that the veteran players want to not have to play as hard, but still pick their spots and able to win games. So that's, I hope I'm articulating that properly. But
and to take it a step further, I think what the Warriors want out of Wiggins is kind of what they were getting from him last year. I would not call Andrew Wiggins a stopper.
Carry us a little bit defensively.
But we're going to put tonight. Let's just say we're going to put you on, Brandon Ingram. All right, and and we're not going to worry about Ingram. He's all your responsibility. But by not having the other 4 guys have to worry about him, it makes their job easier. And he did that a lot in the playoffs last year when he just guarded a guy and just did a nice job on him. Didn't shut him down, but guys didn't have a big game against him either. Filmo Mike. What's going on, Filmo?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
I like when y'all are together, man. Y'all get kind of deep with it, sort of like Ratto and Damon. But anyway, I had a question. One of the elephants in the room I had was kind of like the 2 different timelines, the youngsters versus the OGs. And then I had a question for y'all, since y'all like journalists. Maybe I should ask Ratto. When did team meetings become? So I'm 38. I've been hearing, we have a player-only meeting. When was the first team meeting that really made significance that y'all can remember?
Oh, gosh.
I don't want to get off subject, but I just wanted to ask y'all that question.
Thanks, Filmo.
Well, historically, it's a bad sign if you're having team meetings. Because, and I mentioned this with Whitey on Warriors this week on Saturday, it's kind of, all right, well, they had their team meeting, and that's great. They played better against the Knicks. But typically, if a team is a bad team, it only lasts for a handful of games. And then the old habits come back. And then it's like, well, what do you do now? Do you have to have another meeting? And you find yourself. So I'm optimistic that the Warriors are not going to have to necessarily be one of those teams. But, I mean, how many team meetings did the Cohan-era Warriors have?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, yeah, my feeling on team meetings is they help in the short term, but I don't know that anything gets solved long term. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, there have been team meetings that we've never found out about that either worked or didn't work. Here's one of mine. You know, I think we haven't even talked about the Draymond Green Jordan Poole lingering punch. And when we bring up Jordan Poole as an elephant in the room, we don't know how much that overlaps with his issues. In other words, I don't think Jordan Poole's playing right. He's not playing well. I mean, is it safe to say he doesn't want to come off the bench? See, this is what I was telling Evan on the way in here. I was saying, okay, so I know he signed his contract. I know he knows the team he's on. I know he's cognizant of where this franchise is. So I wonder if he's just like, you know what? I'm not going to start for this team for 2 more years. Like, I'm not going to be a starter in this league for 2 or 3 more years. And I wonder if that's like bothering him.
Or he thought maybe that he'd be in the lineup with Klay.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Hey, in the regular season, why can't we play Looney goes to the bench?
He also might be saying, he also might be looking at what happened the first 17 games and outstretched arms saying, okay, so I can't, if he's going to start playing like this, I'm never going to start. You know what I mean? Like,
meaning Klay.
Correct. If you're going to let Klay play like this as a starter, okay, I'll never get on the court then as a starter because he's been awful.
I think some of it, rather than getting too deep in the weeds at this point on Jordan Poole's mentality, I think some of it is as simple as he just plays better with better players, and he, at this stage of his career, is not able to carry an inferior group of players.
Correct.
Like, to me, that's because you look at, he gets plugged in for Klay the game against San Antonio, and it was humming.
Right.
He's playing with Steph and Draymond and all of that. They were 18-2 and 29-9 with him as the predominant starter last year with Klay Thompson. So I think that unlocked a level of play in him, which, fair or unfair, it's just real, has not been there when he's been asked to be a more true sixth man. Like him as a sixth man, since Klay Thompson came back, really he hasn't thrived in that role or even been good in that role. So I think that's an underlying issue or an elephant in the room that I think has to be addressed. His mentality on it, I don't really know. How much the Draymond, I don't really know. I'm a little reluctant to go too far on that because we don't know.
Well, he has,
but it ain't working.
Well, he has. To me, it feels like Jordan Poole does. And I know it's easy to say he just got paid $140 million. What are his problems? But he is. This is a new role for him.
Sure.
Now he's come off the bench before, but they're asking him to be. They're asking him to do it all year, obviously, and play a certain way. So that's an adjustment. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there because he's a young player and he helped them win it last year. Let's go to Mario. Mario's in Santa Clarita. I believe there's an amusement park in Santa Clarita, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. What's up, Mario?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
I just think that Warriors, despite everything, they might be good, you know?
Thanks, Mario.
All right.
They might be good.
They might be.
They're 8-9 right now. Let's clean that up with a Leroy. Leroy in Oakland. You got an elephant in the room.
Save us, Leroy.
I do. Hey, Steiny. Hey, JD.
What's up,
hey,
buddy?
Miss you, Goo. Listen, I think the elephant in the room is kind of the major thing that they talked about in the meeting, and that's how selfish everyone has become since the punch. It's like everyone just kind of took their side and went their own separate way and going, I'm going to shot hunt and I'm just going to be about me. And that's not strength in numbers, and that's not the Warriors' way. And I think they talked about that in the meeting, and hopefully they got that squared away, because in the end, they're going to have to become a team. They're going to have to be together, and it's going to have to be strength in numbers as always. And then let me run something by you guys real quick. I was noticing, like, in our losses, like, we're always letting the other teams 6th or 7th man get off. And I think, honing in on defensively, we got to make sure we don't let the other teams, 6 and 7 guy get off. And they've been getting off a lot. And they even got off the other night, but because of Klay's big game and Curry's big game, we were able to overcome that. But keep an eye on that, guys. God bless.
Yeah,
part of it is the Warriors. That's just other teams have better players coming off the bench than the Warriors do.
Well, that's true. Other teams have more athleticism. I think the defense is a big problem. I mean, and I'm trying to think if it's solvable. I think it's solvable in stretches, but I think
it's regular season solvable.
What do you mean?
Because it doesn't have to be as good in the regular season to be solved.
Right. But I wonder, like, I truly believe one of the things that was going on is, sometimes you just know you're not playing as hard as you really need to. Like, to me, they need to get back to, like, all right, let's try to scratch out a win no matter, like, do it all. Because, those championship teams, JD, they were great defensive teams. I mean, they could clamp down.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
They
could
can't
flip a
do
switch.
that anymore.
They could flip a switch. They could go through the motions for a half,
Right.
come out in the third, we're going to hold you to 18, score 35, night.
Yep. Klay could lock his guy up. Iguodala was a good defender. Wiggins, obviously. Draymond. So that gives you 3 really good defenders on the floor, and then you throw Looney in there, another good defender who's a good helper. I don't know that they can become a really good defensive team with their personnel right now. I don't. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. It's crazy. I called Dan Davone's show and Shamari Block about a week ago, and I stated that what Kerr needs to do is take himself and maybe 2 other staff and sit down and have a meeting so they can iron out whatever the wrinkles they're experiencing, and they did that. And the reason why that was necessary is because of the last caller, Leroy, what he was talking about. He touched on it, and he's spot on. These guys were playing for themselves. They weren't playing for each other.
Right.
I think that was the biggest elephant in the room. I think Kerr pointed that out. And I also think that is going to help them moving forward, because now they realize that, hey, you know what? We're strength in numbers. We don't have no strength when we're playing by ourselves. Thanks, guys.
All right. The idea that Klay was being selfish. Okay. But here's where I'm coming from, JD. If you say Klay was selfish, or was playing selfishly, and I thought he was, well, they got a bunch of selfish guys right now.
Who else?
In a crazy kind of way. I think Jordan Poole right now is that way. I think Kuminga and Wiseman have been selfish believe it or not.
Really? I could see Kuminga. I don't know about Wiseman.
Well, okay. When I say selfish,
by the way, another night where Kuminga plays and plays terribly and doesn't play.
Selfish is too strong of a word. But what I'm saying is,
why isn't Kuminga playing?
Wiseman, he's wrapped up in himself, and rightfully so. He's got no idea what's going on in his career. Kuminga, wrapped up in himself. Doesn't mean he's selfish, but his head's spinning around.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like, there's so many levels. Those guys are just playing right now when they get out on the court. They've got to start to be competitive when they're out on the court, and then they got to learn how to play with championship players. So I do think there's disappointment there with Kuminga and Wiseman. Guys, you're not going to be stars right now. You're just not. So why don't you latch on to one or two things and focus on it?
Well,
and it just doesn't feel like they're doing that. It feels like Wiseman and Kuminga, they want to score and they want to.
Well, they feel like that's the only way they know how to impact the game in a positive way.
That's the way it is.
And I think the Warriors coaching staff, I'm sure, has told them that that's not the case. But when push comes to shove, it's what it always falls back to, I think, is, if I'm not scoring, what else do I do?
We're going to talk Niners in about 10 minutes with Lorenzo Neal. Lorenzo Neal joining us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk 49ers. They play the Arizona Cardinals with a little doubleheader simultaneously, though. 2 screens for you tonight?
3 screens.
Oh.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to need.
What's the third?
I don't know that I'm going to. Well, that's the thing. The third is kind of
a miscellaneous?
Yeah, you track things.
So do you have, 2 TVs mounted?
I have one bigger TV. It's not massive, but it's a 46 incher. I have one 46 incher, and I have 2 32s that flank the 36.
How come you never invite me over, man? To watch a game.
Come over anytime. Usually I'm working. I got the studio, got the home studio going. My place is small.
That's all right.
But it's effective. It's highly effective. But yeah, I got the 46 in the lab with the 2 32s.
Well done.
And so, yeah, there'd be a 32 on. I'll go back and forth. One gets the sound.
Sure.
The other 2 have, I actually have some wireless headphones. So if I want to really lock in, I can just put
This guy, he's got it locked.
Yeah. But I usually one game will get the sound. I don't know. Probably the Niner game.
You have the true lab.
Yeah.
Not Guru.
Yeah, and then I've got the table set up, which can come out, and then I got, I can hook up all the microphone stuff and all that, the Zoom. I can lean right, and I got the computer.
Sure.
Yeah. It's all mobile.
That's nice.
It's all mobile.
Tony's in Oakland. What's going down, Tony?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How we doing today?
Dynamite.
All right, man. So right before you guys say the topic, I just want to put my little 2 cents in. Steiny, I agree with you, and I also disagree with you. So I think Jordan Poole actually isn't being selfish enough. I think that the second unit needs to realize that everything needs to be run through him in the second unit. As you can see in the San Antonio game, there were times where Kuminga was given half-ass screens. I mean, the young guys, they got to do the dirty work, man. They got to stop playing checkers and play chess. You got to if you want points, you want to score, you got to do the dirty work. I see Moody. He tries to play defense, but he plays too aggressive. He's trying to be too much like Gary Payton. You got to be mind manipulative. If you want the guy to go left, you got to force him that way. Don't always reach for everything. I think those are the 2 biggest elephants in the room besides Klay. Is that Jordan Poole needs to run the second unit better, and the young guys just need to play dirty. They need to start playing grown man basketball. They're not being selfish. They're being senseless. They're not thinking before they act. They need to play better than that. All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Hey, that's good stuff, Tony.
You know
I don't have a problem with anything you said.
I will say about Poole, and I'm reluctant to kind of get in his head.
Right.
But I do think there's a little bit of, but you mean I got to carry these guys?
Right.
I run with Steph
right.
and Draymond and average 20 a game, and we win.
Yeah.
At a championship level in the regular season last year for half a year,
right?
Until Klay comes back, and it's you want me to carry these guys?
I do think there's some of that there, but I also
that's beneath me. Even though although you're getting paid $30 million a year coming up for it not to be beneath you. Now, I could understand that more if you're getting $4 million a year, although technically I guess he's only getting $4 million for this year.
Right. I hear you there. I mean, he hasn't been good.
You think that's part of it, though?
Yes, I do. I absolutely think it's part of it.
You want me to carry these dudes that are 2 levels behind me right now? And that makes me look worse.
That's why I make a distinction between Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and then Poole. Pool's advanced.
Pool's in his own.
Yes.
It's almost as if the Warriors have 2 different teams, Steiny.
Exactly.
They have the veteran team, they have the young team, and then they have Poole and DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green who play on both teams.
Right.
And Poole's like, I don't want to play on that team. I want to play on this team.
Exactly. I mean, some guys really...
It's like if you're playing pickup and you get with your guys that you like.
See, that's...
And then all of a sudden you got to, the numbers don't add up, so you got to go play for the other team. You're like, I don't want to do that.
Dude, there's nothing more frustrating than that. Seriously. When you're out on a court, you look at the other team, it's like, they got some good players, and I don't have that great of players, so now you're already in a position where you feel like you have to do too much. Or you say, you know what? He's got to figure it out. He's got to figure it out. I think he will. But I also think, he is a different kind of guy, but I can't explain. I think he keeps a lot to himself, actually, Jordan Poole. But you're right. Look, one of the elephants I had in my room, my room was basically there's a disconnect between. I think there's a few disconnects, and we're gonna get Low Neal on the other side to talk some Niners. We'll wrap up the Warriors right now. For now, I think there's a disconnect between the young guys and the old guys on the team. I think there might be a little disconnect between the front office and the coaching staff too.
I could see that,
and just because some people may want to play Kuminga and Wiseman a little more than Steve Kerr does, and Steve Kerr probably saying, I can't play him if we want to win. All right, here's what's coming up. We got Lorenzo Neal on the other side. Why does everybody think the 49ers just going to roll tonight? That's Cliff Kingsbury on the other sideline. Next segment, sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs. And high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I was in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Lowe's a little late plowing the field. He'll be with us momentarily. The 49ers play tonight, JD, against the Arizona Cardinals. No Kyler Murray. Colt McCoy's going to start. And I'll tell you what, the 49ers, I mean, unless I'm missing something, they're about as healthy as they've been this year, right?
Yeah, for the most part, still no Eric Armstead. Kind of looking through the injury report from the last couple of days here and on Saturday and where it left out. Yeah, no Armstead, Ebicom questionable. But other than that, yeah, you're right.
All right, well, let's welcome him in. Lorenzo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. He joins us every Monday at 1 o'clock. Hey, Lorenzo, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm great. How you guys doing? Is this my man JD and Steiny, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, You ever play at altitude? Obviously, you probably played in Denver, but was there any other place that you played with altitude like that?
Steiny, believe it or not, I was wrestling in Wyoming. I was a senior at Fresno State, just come out of football. And we're wrestling in Wyoming, mountain, and I was beating a guy. And technical pin, you win by 15. Technical pin, you win by 15, so it's just like a pin. I'm beating a guy 12-2 in the third round. Do you know I won 16-14? I had to be carried off. I was manhandling. Steiny was like in Guru. It was like, JD, someone just put a pin in me, and I was absolutely done. So absolutely altitude. I remember playing in Denver. The first half, you're just like, man, what's wrong with me? You're like, why am I just breathing? You're like always trying to breathe for air. You can't get enough. So it is definitely a factor.
Yeah, and Mexico City's even higher than Denver, apparently, by a few thousand feet. But pretty...
So not crazy that the Niners, would go and train in Colorado for a couple of days leading up to this one.
No, it's not, Jay. And what it does, though, JD, it gives you a mental edge. It gives you a psychological edge. Because now you can play Phoenix. You're playing Arizona Cardinals, a team that you know very well. It's a team that's not a horrible team, but they're not necessarily a good team. They're a team that's struggling. Yeah, they have Hopkins, and what he is unbelievable. So you're playing a team that's trying to find it, but you're better than this team, and you should be looking for some revenge. But you're going, so it's going to give you a mental edge. I think that mentally you have an edge, even though the weather was cold and they weren't able to practice like they wanted outdoors. You're still in altitude. So I think you got to give the Niners a mental edge, and this the fans and those other things. I think it's going to play a big factor tonight.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals tonight. Lo, I can't put it exactly like I want, but I feel like the Niners their season has been barely okay, but everybody thinks, it feels like, that this team is going to start winning. Do you think this team is going to start winning consistently?
I think they will. I think when you look at their schedule, it's favorable. You have the Saints, who's been struggling. You look at the Saints, they were able to get by Arizona. You think about who you have on the schedule. And I'm going to tell you a game that I don't circle for a win, guys, and you guys are going to look at me crazy, and I just think they match up great, and they're playing good ball. And I think right now, if you said go power rankings, you would just have to say, hey, let's look at Philadelphia and say Philadelphia would be 1. 2, it could either, if you want to slide Minnesota or Dallas, because what Dallas did, just because of the record, Minnesota or Dallas in there, and probably the fourth team you would say is the Niners, and then Tampa's going to get in by attrition because they're in a horrible league. But there's a team that I'm telling you, if they become a wild card, and if you're the Niners, I want no parts of them. They scare me because they're physical, and they got the best front forward to me in football, Steiny. And you know who that is, don't you, JD? The Washington Commanders. I think they're playing good football. They're not making a lot of mistakes. They're physical, and they can get after you.
Yeah, that's a team, and the Niners are going to get a look at them on Christmas Eve at Levi's. So one of those where you never know. Maybe they play each other, then they play each other again in a first round. But yeah, they are a physical bunch. Why do you think the Cardinals have posed so many problems for the 49ers over the years? Because it seems like every time these two teams play, we look at it on paper and say, well, the Niners are the better team, but the Niners haven't always been able to come out on top. And every one of these games seemingly has been close, except for the one blowout last year when Colt McCoy and the Cardinals handed it to him in Santa Clara.
Absolutely. Great question. And I think one of those reasons is because attitude. I think when you look at, we talk about it all the time, you look at the king of the jungle, it's the lion, but the lion's not the fastest, not the strongest, it's probably not the toughest, it's not the biggest, but it's the mentality. I think the Niners, when you play Arizona, it's got to be mentality. One day you're going to play a guy, the quarterback who can, Kyler Murray, what he brings to the table is elusiveness. He can run and get out of the pocket. So he's a nightmare for the Niners. Scrambling quarterbacks we've seen have given the Niners problems. But now you bring in Colt McCoy, comes in, who hasn't been a starter for years, but he was able to throw the ball. They didn't put pressure on him. They didn't hit him, only sacked him a couple times. He had time to throw the ball, and he's a capable quarterback. And if you give him time, he's going to tear you up. So I think styles make fight. This is a team that thinks that they can beat the Niners. It's a team that matches up well against the Niners. The Niners got to go out here and play good football and go out and play their type of football, and that's physical, and that's getting after the quarterback and hitting. Don't give him time, whoever the quarterback is, and tackle. You got to make sure you get guys on the ground, surround him with Kyler Murray, whoever's going to be the quarterback. You got to hit him. You got to sack him. And I think this is going to be a good matchup. But I do think the Niners, they have given the Niners problems, but I don't see tonight being one of those nights.
Hey, hello. Did you happen to be wrestling in Laramie, Wyoming?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yes, absolutely.
That's 7,200 feet. That's Mexico City. I didn't realize. I knew they had mountains in Wyoming, but I didn't know they had big boys. Yeah, I just looked up the elevation of Laramie, Wyoming, and it's 7,200 feet.
Steiny,
so that's worse than Denver.
Oh, Steiny, I'm telling you, it was like nothing else ever happened. I was like, what the hell is going on with me? I was killing the dude, and you can go look at it, and I was beating, and all of a sudden I turned into noodles. So yes. So that's what I'm saying. This altitude played big difference. Absolutely, guys. And that's why tonight, too, you do have to give the Niners a big edge because of the altitude.
How do the Niners continue to get the running game going? Because I know they found a way to beat the Chargers, and McCaffrey was awesome, obviously, against the Rams going back to before the Niners had the bye. But there's a way Kyle Shanahan wants to play, and it seems like right when the Niners are about to start doing it that way, something happens and they just can't. So how do they become more effective in the run game down the stretch here?
Sure, JD. I think when you look at the Niners, you think about what they have, and you start thinking about the weapons they have. You look at McCaffrey and you think, oh, my God, this run. McCaffrey's not a guy that's just going to beat you up with the physicality. He's got to have lanes. You got to get him moving. He's a great cutback runner. He's a one-cut and get north and south. I think they got a 1-2, great 1-2 punch. So when you look at the Niners and you say, okay, wow, why didn't they dominate the Chargers? Guys, the Chargers aren't a bad team. The Chargers should have won against Kansas City, should have swept Kansas City, in my opinion, estimations of watching the two times these teams met. They beat a Chargers team, guys. Yes, it's got a lot of injuries on defense, but that is a good team because, guys, they have something that the Niners are hoping they have in the young quarterback, and that's a guy who can throw the ball and keep his team in it. And that's what, Justin Herbert, what he's able to do with the ball. So you look at the teams that the Niners have played, yes, we look for them to be able to just dominate. I don't know if that's going to happen, the rest of the season, but I do believe that the Niners are going to make a conscious effort to run the ball, and that number's 40, JD. Every time this team carries the ball 40 times or more, they're usually winning.
All right, Lo, have a good day, and I assume you will be on, tomorrow with Sean Salisbury for the Football Hour. Is that correct? 6 o'clock?
That's correct, brother.
All right, man.
Cheers, guys.
All right, love you, Lo. That's Lo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time.
He did run for 151 against the Chargers last week.
The 49ers?
Yeah.
What do you think about the elevation? I played pickup basketball in Denver once, and you can feel it. There's no doubt.
You can feel it.
And this is even higher, so.
Yeah, I think it's a thing.
Everybody's got to deal with it.
I think it's a thing. I think both teams have to deal with it. I think you get to about halftime, and you adjust, and I think both teams adjust. So I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a non-factor. Now, maybe if the game gets down the stretch a little bit and you're really, one side of the ball is having to work harder than the other, I could see that being an issue. I think on paper, the fact that Kyler Murray's not playing in this game, that should benefit the Niners because he's just been a handful for them, and quarterbacks that can escape have been a handful for them.
Exactly. You know what? There are a couple things I wrote down, and I'm interested to see how it plays out the rest of the year. And, I think people sometimes make a huge deal out of one game, but I am interested in how he's going to use Mitchell and McCaffrey. It feels like he's going to lean on Mitchell more because you can kind of beat Mitchell up a little more than McCaffrey, if you know what I mean. But
he was the guy against the Chargers. They developed
carries
into that. He was more successful in that game.
And I think that's the way Kyle Shanahan's going to do it. I think we're going to see games where Mitchell does have that many carries. We may see games where he has 6 or 8. But this is what Goo and I talk about this a lot. He wants big points and he wants Garoppolo to cook and all that.
But the highlights.
But the more I think about it, JD, this is a win ugly team.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple.
Yeah, the Chargers game is the template.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
and I know the Chargers had some opportunities, and
they're talented. I agree with Lo. They are kind of a figure out a way to lose team, but
I like I said this. I mean, Kyle Shanahan would rather go on a 10-play drive for 80 yards than hit a bomb for 80 yards because That way, it takes up more time. Your defense is on the field less, which is going to make that defense more effective. I think that's a big part of what he wants to do. He wants clock. He wants to eat clock.
I also think Kyle Shanahan is comfortable in the Warriors, in the Niners playing kind of bleep show games too. Like, because I remember we were watching the game last week, and I hit you when the Niners are down, and they could have been down more. And I said, man, they're not buttoned up. They're not buttoned up, and I think we always focus on, because they've lost some games because they haven't been buttoned up, penalties and just sloppiness and lack of cohesiveness, in particular on offense, or looking like the plan isn't there some of the time. But I think Kyle Shanahan believes that one of the things that team does well is the ability to win when it is sloppy and when they aren't as buttoned up. And sure, he'd want them to be more buttoned up, but they're able to almost overcome it in ways that other teams aren't able to do it. I think he views that as a sneaky positive trait for this team, even though I think, push comes to shove, you'd rather not have to do it that way. But I
think
they
that's
are not buttoned up. I feel like they're unbuttoned up more than they are buttoned up.
I hear what you're saying. I think,
which is why they're 5-4.
And I don't know why I think this way, but if they're going to play games like this, Garoppolo is a better quarterback than a Trey Lance, who's just starting out. Garoppolo doesn't turn it over a lot. He turns it over. You disagree?
Be careful. Well, he doesn't turn it over a lot, but he's always he always might.
But let me ask: doesn't every quarterback almost might?
Yeah, but he could have a couple of bad ones in any moment.
No doubt.
That wreck the game. Look, I feel like I've been the biggest Garoppolo guy at the station the last, not thinking he's a superstar.
Jimmy.
Right. All right, you'd give me a run for it. But, yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, I don't. Look, I just, as far as the 49ers quarterback situation.
What I'm saying is, don't say he doesn't turn it over, because he might throw a pick six on the first play of the game tonight, and people are going to be like,
he might.
What do you mean he doesn't turn it over?
He might. But what I think about Garoppolo is, we've just gone back. He's average. He's right in the middle.
He's been better than average this year.
Well, he has been since he's been
since the Denver game.
But here's the thing.
He's been better than average.
But here's the thing. I'll play devil's advocate. His better than average is another guy's average. You know what I mean? And I kind of disagree. I think they can win the Super Bowl if Garoppolo continues to play for the most part like he's played. Actually, I don't think that. I think at some point he's going to have to elevate it just a little bit. Just a little bit, because I think teams are going to score against the 49ers a little bit more than they did in the first half of the season.
I think that's fair.
And they have.
The one thing I try to do, I don't know if you do this, but I try and look at other teams as they go through their seasons, and it's developed enough now to where I think you can start to pick some teams. I watched a lot of the Vikings yesterday,
right?
Along these lines, they got blown out by Dallas. Watching Dallas too, that's a team that Niners could play. Philadelphia, watched that whole Philadelphia-Indianapolis game. Thought it was a really good game both ways. But I start to think of, how would it look against the 49ers? And I really feel like I know a lot of people say, hey, the Eagles are the kind of team that the Niners could go in and beat. I actually look at it the opposite way. I feel like the Eagles are the kind of team that would almost hang around against the Niners, kind of like they did against Indy.
Right.
And Jalen Hurts makes a play late, or there's a sack they don't get, or maybe they're not a little buttoned up. And the Eagles are the kind of team that would beat the Niners, I feel like, in a way that we've seen the 49ers lose playoff games. Oh, they're up 17-7 in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden they can't score, and Hurts makes a play, and then it's tied, and then the place is going crazy, and they can't. So just that kind of thing. I think Minnesota could be that could be a sweet spot for the Niners. I think that's a team where they could go in and get them.
They might be able to. Here's the thing.
Not to get off on a tangent on all of that.
No, but they're going to play those teams if they make the playoffs.
Sure, and not in the regular season this year.
Right,
either of those two.
The one thing is, this is why you got to win the division, though. Right?
I think they're going to.
Do you?
I do.
Well,
it's not a foregone conclusion.
You were saying Seattle's a good football team last week.
I think they are a good football team.
Okay, so you think
Seattle could...
you think the 49ers are going to win 11 games?
I don't know that they're going to have to win 11.
All right.
I think if they go in and win in Seattle on December the 15th on Thursday Night Football, they could win it with 10 because their 10 would beat Seattle's 10. If Seattle gets to 10, I think Seattle. You
got Seattle's rest of the schedule up there?
Is a wild card team. Yeah, I can bring it up really quickly. It's tougher than you think. But yeah, I can. Yeah,
and they're coming off a bye.
Give me 2 seconds.
They did not play yesterday. Right now, they're 6-3.
Right. So the Niners win tonight, and they're right there. All right, I have it here.
Okay.
All right, here's Seattle. Seattle comes out of the bye. They play the Raiders up in Seattle. Okay. They haven't played the Rams yet. They play at the Rams. They play Carolina up at Seattle. They play the Niners up in Seattle.
Man.
Then they go to Kansas City.
Okay.
Go to Kansas City. They play the Jets in Seattle.
That'll be a fun game.
And then they play the Rams in Seattle as their last game.
I'll tell you what. If the Rams truly stink.
They could lose to any of these teams.
Exactly. But they could beat any of those teams, too. I mean, how bad
Except
are the
for
Rams?
Maybe the Chiefs.
Right. But they could beat
Arrowhead.
The one team, I'll tell you who they are going to beat.
Well, they beat Carolina.
No, the one before that.
The Rams? Jets?
No, they're winning their next
Vegas.
game.
They play the Raiders.
Yeah, they're winning their next game.
That's the Raiders.
God, Raiders almost won.
They did win.
Did they win that game?
Raiders won yesterday.
I thought they lost.
In overtime.
They were down late.
No, Hackett.
Oh, we got action.
Hackett didn't.
I turned that game off.
The Broncos were at the point where there was 1:40 to go.
Right.
And it was 3rd and 6, I believe. Raiders didn't have any timeouts, and they passed. And it was incomplete. And so rather than giving the ball back to the Raiders with 55 seconds left, they gave it back to the Raiders with 1:40. And wouldn't you know, that extra 40 seconds came into play. Raiders got all the way down to like the 15, kicked the field goal, won the coin toss, and then Derek Carr hit Devontae Adams on a bomb in OT, and they won.
Dang.
In OT.
I missed all the action because I was there till about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, it was.
I just thought,
and look, the Broncos still would have had to have gotten a stop. It was it was the worst clock management. I mean, Hackett. I would have fired Hackett before he got off the field. Like,
holy mackerel!
I mean, it was an embarrassment.
All right, so
He's
the Raiders
done.
still in it.
He's a joke.
Well, he was a joke week 1.
Yeah. It hadn't gotten better. Like, he's a quarterback's coach.
707 or 650. When you have two good teams playing, it usually comes down to who is the better quarterback. All right, who has the best quarterback in the NFC? Who has the best quarterback in the NFC
among the good teams?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to parse it out a little bit.
Well,
because you could say.
But my point is nobody sticks out.
Well, yeah. Is it? I mean, who is it? Is it Hurts or Cousins? Or I mean, Geno Smith? You could make a case statistically has been Brady. I mean, you can't rule Brady out. Dak. It's not Daniel Jones.
I think it's Kirk Cousins.
Okay, and then I know you hate this, but. And I even texted you at one point that I thought their game yesterday for them
was so predictable.
It was kind of meaningless because the way the game played out against Buffalo the week before, that they just didn't have anything left. But it's also that's the big boy game where everybody in the country was watching them. And
I say, come on,
I'm just saying.
I know, but Kirk Cousins, at least as of a week or two ago, had led the Vikings to more comeback wins than any other team this year. They've come behind all year. So I mean, honestly, that bright lights thing, does kind of annoy me.
But there is something to be said for the Buffalo games, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, and like it's just a game. It's not a game where everybody's watching. Like, I'm just saying.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I also think
if that game had been Sunday night, Buffalo would have blown them out. Is what people would tell you.
Here's what I'll tell you. That game was so predictable after the Dallas Cowboys came off that loss to the Packers, and the Vikings had an emotional win again. Like, to me, that's where you really can kind of see something that might be coming in the NFL.
Here's
I see 40-3.
Here's what I'll give you. Let's run through this from a 49ers point of view right now. Just give me all right, because I already sort of started this. We'll go down one through toward the bottom.
All right.
Philadelphia right now. If the Niners are playing Philadelphia in a playoff game, I'm worried about that game for the Niners.
Yeah, I am too.
I think that's not a great matchup.
I agree.
For the Niners. Minnesota, I think, is a good matchup for the Niners for a lot of those reasons. They've got really good skill players. but I think the Niners with Cousins, I'd feel much better about going to Minnesota than I would going to Philadelphia.
Yes, absolutely. One thing is,
I think the Niners would beat Minnesota. I'm just going to say it right now. I think Niners beat Minnesota.
They certainly could. See, that's the funny thing about the Niners, though. If they go in as like a wild card or a 7th seed, everybody's going to say, boy, they can beat any of the top 6 teams. And they're right.
Sure.
But any of the top 6 teams can beat them, too, because there's nobody that's dominant.
Tampa, I'd worry about Tampa.
I would
just
agree.
It's Brady, because you know what Tampa always does, even when they lose? You know what Tampa always does?
Hold on. They take a pound of flesh?
They're always in the game.
Oh.
Like, even when you think Tampa should be down 20, it's a 4-point game, and Brady's got the ball. And let me tell you something. If you're the Niners, last thing you want is to be playing a game against the Bucs where you feel like you should be up more. Have we heard this before?
Yes.
And Brady's got the ball and can go beat you. So I think that's not a game that I would love in terms of the Niners.
Dallas?
I think Dallas is better than they were last year. I think the Niners potentially could be better than they were last year.
By the end of the season, they could be.
So that's it. But Dallas, a lot of penalties, unbuttoned up. Niners took advantage of that last year, although both teams were, if you remember that playoff game, neither team was buttoned up.
No,
it was
they
two
weren't.
teams that it was like the perfect match of unbuttoned up, although the Cowboys were exponentially worse, and the Niners were able to eke out that win. That's kind of a 50-50. I think that'd be a fun matchup. The Cowboys defense, though, being a level better, I think, than they were last year would be problematic. I love a Niner matchup against the Giants. I think they'd beat Washington, although it would be closer than people think.
Lowe likes the Commanders.
And then, beyond that, it's a bunch of teams that are, they'd love to play Detroit if one of those teams gets in, or even Green Bay at this point.
One thing, that extra wild card, I'm joking, but not really.
The Packers aren't dead.
No.
Cardinals aren't dead. No, they're not. I mean, the Rams really, up until yesterday, I would have said aren't dead.
They're in big trouble.
Well, they're probably dead now. They're 3-7. By the way, for all the talk about that, remember that first game of the season? Remember that the 49ers? Who'd they play that first game of the season?
Chicago.
Remember? Could the Bears be? The Bears are the worst team in the NFC.
They
are
funny?
16th. They've been close a lot.
You know what's funny is I thought they were. I was watching them last week, and I thought, Bears might have some action at 4-5.
Yeah,
but they're like 3-8.
They have the second worst record in the NFL.
3-8.
3-8. They have the second worst record in the NFL, tied with Carolina.
And
Houston's the worst.
Seattle has Carolina.
Yeah, Seattle has Carolina.
And the 49ers took care of Carolina already. See, that's the thing about the Raiders, not the Raiders, the Rams is...
Raiders going to play a role. Raiders play both.
Hey, Raiders, I'm not giving up on the Raiders.
Oh, come on.
How about that? Now I forgot what I was going to say, though, of course. You'll get used to that if you're in here for a few more days. But we can take a break. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a fun day of sports we got. We got the 49ers against the Arizona Cardinals from Mexico City. We got the Golden State Warriors in New Orleans playing the Pelicans. We'll talk about it all on the other side. You want to jump in to the conversation? You know what? I'll let it happen. Golden State, they're in the Big Easy. Zion Williamson's supposed to play tonight. 5 o'clock tip. Warriors Live begins at 4 o'clock. Sponsored by Xfinity.
Bang, bang, Niner game.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Dell Technologies' Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms. to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Young Debo. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. 49ers play the Arizona Cardinals tonight in Mexico City. Better win. I'll tell you what. If they lose.
They better win.
If they lose tonight, I'm going to have to come in tomorrow and be like, 49ers. Come on. They got to be better than 5-5. So this is a big game.
Well, doesn't it feel like they're 7-2?
It feels like people. It feels like people think they're going to finish 7-2, at least.
Well, tonight's a game I think you have to get because there are some games coming up that on paper, and you never know,
right?
But on paper are more difficult.
No
and that's
doubt.
no disrespect to the Cardinals. We talked in the last segment about how the Cardinals have been tougher on the Niners than a lot of teams have been. But when you just look at the landscape of what's ahead, it's Cardinals Saints in one category, and I think they're in probably a similar category. But then it's Miami and Tampa and at Seattle. And even Washington now, I think, gets thrown into that category before you finish up with the Raiders and the Cardinals again. So it is the get everything. In some ways, this is the game that really shows everybody if the 49ers are on track.
That's what I think.
Coming off the 3-4, beating the Rams and beating the Chargers.
Exactly.
In essence, tonight backs up what you've been able to do in the last two.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And if they don't win this game,
it wipes it away.
Well, it just. I mean, they lose tonight. They're 8th in the conference. So you can if you're 8th in the conference and you think you're going to get on a roll, that's fine. But ain't no guarantees that this team's going to win, 3 in a row to put the playoff in their back pocket. Let's go to Paul in San Jose. What's going on, Paul? How are you?
Hey guys. So I've been watching football since 2012, and I can easily say this is the worst I've ever seen the NFC. All right, whoever said the Packers aren't done, come on, you're ludicrous. Packers are cooked. Mr. Ayahuasca man, he can't handle this adversity. The NFC South outside of the Bucks, done. The Rams are cooked.
About the Vikings,
the Niners. The Vikings are good. The Vikings are good, but that O-line, what I saw yesterday, that's concerning because that Cowboys defense was, jeez, good Lord.
Well, let me ask you this.
The Niners got to take care of this game.
Let me ask you this, Paul, and I'll throw it out to other 49er fans at 888-957-9570. Everybody says the 49ers can beat. Who are you most scared of in the NFC? Who are you most scared of if you had to play them on the road?
I'll give you this. If Dak Prescott plays like he did yesterday, if he doesn't make the boneheaded mistakes, with that defensive front and the emergence of Tony Pollard, the Cowboys are looking scary. I would say the Eagles, but Jalen Hurts is kind of green. They also got a great defensive front. It's those two teams for sure, but I would give the edge to Dallas.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it.
And as long as Philly wins the division and the Niners win the division, which I think the Niners are on track to win the division, you'd be hosting Dallas, which I think would help.
Yes.
Although they won there last year. I think Dallas is better this year than they were last year.
Philly's going to be interesting in the playoffs to see what they can do. I think. Are all 4 teams going to make it in the NFC East?
Possible. Washington's got action.
They sure do.
They've got action.
They absolutely do.
I think Seattle's still got action as far as a wild card team.
Oh, of
I
course.
do think the Niners are going to. Well, I think the Niners are going to win the division. It sounds like you're not as sure. I'm
not as sure.
Yeah.
Especially after I hear. And here's the other.
But every time you're sure about the Niners, they lose.
Exactly.
And you go, why the hell they lose? And everybody blames Jimmy Garoppolo.
650. If they lose tonight, that's a problem, according to the 650. I think that's correct. Let me ask you this, and I was just, and I threw this at Guru a while ago, and I'm going to repeat myself, but I do think it's I don't know, it's just worth talking about. At the beginning of the year, JD, I looked in the Cleveland Cavaliers box score. You may not know where I'm going here.
Okay.
Do you not know where I'm going?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
So the very first game, I look in the Cleveland Cavaliers box score, and I noticed that Donovan Mitchell took 21 shots, and no other Cavalier took more than 9. And I thought, okay. I know Donovan Mitchell's a scorer, but that's his first game. First game as a Cavalier, and boom, he's taking all the shots. All right, now we come around to the San Francisco 49ers.
That's why he was brought in.
And they go trade for Christian McCaffrey. the thing about McCaffrey is, if you bring him in, he becomes your number one. He becomes your number one right off the bat.
Not a doubt.
He's going to have more touches probably than any other player on the team. So I'm not saying that there are not enough balls to go around, but I am saying that's an adjustment for every other playmaker on the team, whether it's Mitchell, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Ayuk, whether it's Deebo Samuel, because McCaffrey's going to touch the ball most, unless he's not really that effective, and then they'll probably give it to Mitchell the most. So that, when I look at the 49ers, JD, they want to run the ball as much as humanly possible. So I just do not get caught up in who had this many targets, because it's just not going to work out consistently. Well, it's just not. It can't.
Yeah, I do think people are too focused at times on everybody getting their numbers. It's McCaffrey's got to have 100 yards rushing and 50 passing and a touchdown for each, and Garoppolo's got to do this, and Mitchell's going to get his, and Kittle's got to get his 8 catches, and Debo's got to get 5, and one of them goes for 60, and it just doesn't work that way. The other part, though, I think Christian McCaffrey, without a doubt, is the 49ers' number one offensive player. He is their most legitimate weapon, whether it's in the running game, whether it's in the pass game. He's better than all of them. So whatever you think of Kittle and Debo and everybody else, McCaffrey is unequivocally the number one.
You think you get any pushback on that?
Big boy. Let's ask. 888-957-9570.
See, I wouldn't argue with you, because Debo isn't the workhorse and Mitchell doesn't have the experience.
But McCaffrey is able. McCaffrey is an easier player to get the ball to.
No doubt.
Than these other guys. So when we always would struggle when the Niners wouldn't play well and Jimmy maybe wouldn't play great, he'd take the brunt of why they didn't win or whatever. And you got to get what would we always do beyond that? And every team does this, but it's well, you got to get it to this guy and you got to get to that guy. And how come you didn't throw it to this guy? And how come this guy wasn't involved? Well, where I think McCaffrey in many ways is a season saver for the Niners, as long as he stays healthy,
right,
is the fact that he is easier to get the ball to than these other guys. You can always dump it off to him. He gets open in ways that it seems Jimmy Garoppolo is pretty comfortable hitting him in those situations. And it allows, I think, the attention to be focused more on him, which makes it, I think, in turn, easier to get the ball to other players off of that action, off of that Steph Curry term, gravity. The gravity that pulls everybody toward McCaffrey makes it easier to get the ball to other places. But I think he is the guy right now for the 49ers.
John Dickinson, Matt Steinmetz joining you on 95.7 The Game.
What do you got?
I'll tell you what I got. Total yards. The 49ers, I think, were 10th before last week's game. But anyway, there's only 2 teams that average more than 400 total yards a game, the Bills and the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the third, as of a week ago, with the Miami Dolphins, they were at about 391. 49ers were at 360. But let's just give them 40 yards. Let's make them the third most explosive team. 400 yards per game, total yards. Okay. Well, they have 5 playmakers: Mitchell, Kittle, McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Ayuk. So that gets split up 80 each. Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind, McCaffrey's 80 is running and catching.
Okay.
Well, he's probably going to have more than 80 total yards.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, that's going to take away from one of these other guys. Yeah. So one of these other guys, game in and game out, are going to have 2 catches for 17 yards. Somebody's going to have that. Exactly.
Every night, right. But it'll be somebody. Might be Kittle one night, Deebo the next, Ayuk the next. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter as long as you win. As long as you're scoring touchdowns and you're winning. Touchdowns as a team, not necessarily as an individual. But the moment that you don't win, then I think it becomes, why am I not getting my touch? Because we always play that game when you don't win. It's
no doubt.
What could you have done? Why doesn't this guy? the first time the Niners lose another game, it's going to be, why didn't this guy get the ball more? Because this is the...
I can't stand that.
But this is the flip side of having all these weapons. When
Exactly.
you have all these weapons and the game doesn't go your way, there's always going to be one, to your point, that you can point at that you should have got the ball to more.
Exactly.
In that particular instance. So it's kind of a never-ending argument.
Yeah, and let me ask you this. I mean, okay, so now Jimmy Garoppolo's got all these weapons. How do you handle, what's the pecking order?
Well,
who's getting it thrown to most?
The pecking order is McCaffrey.
Right.
And then you draw a line, and then you got some guys in, Kittle, Debo, probably Kittle and Debo and Mitchell. And then you draw another line, and it's everybody else. And yeah, Ayuk is at the top of the everybody else, I think, at this point.
You think? But he's
a good player. That's not to diminish him, but I just think as far as getting open and
right.
You rank him for me, knowing who your quarterback is.
Well, what's
clearly McCaffrey.
What's the
who does Jimmy trust?
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted. Who
Kittle,
does Jimmy trust?
Debo,
McCaffrey.
Kittle's 2, but I would put Kittle in a different category. Then Debo.
If it's easy.
Yeah. Sure.
Where would you put Mitchell?
Well, but Mitchell's not.
McCaffrey.
Yeah,
McCaffrey, Mitchell.
Well, no, I put Mitchell in that second group.
Okay, yeah.
But Jimmy's also not really throwing it to Mitchell much.
No, but I will say this: if the game plan's going to form, Mitchell will probably be their second most
just in terms
used,
of runs,
most used. Yeah, touches, if you will.
Well, you look at the game against the Chargers, and I had it here. I think they were even. I think it was, or maybe Mitchell had 18 carries and 2 catches. I think it was 14 and 4.
Right.
For McCaffrey. So it was 18. Basically, right. McCaffrey had 18 touches. If you count the passes, Mitchell had 18 carries.
The pecking order says the 415 is how Shanahan draws it up. Why'd you go, It's not that simple?
It's not that simple.
Okay. Well, let me ask you how. Let me.
It can vary from game to game among, let's say, those that aren't Christian McCaffrey, because he's in his own category.
Right. I mean, the 49ers.
I mean, if I'm putting Mitchell and Ayuk, if I'm putting Kittle, Debo, and Mitchell in a second tier category, then any of those three, to the texter's point, can be
Who's the
next option.
Who's the second option after McCaffrey?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
One of those
that
three.
Is a group, right? The second option.
You don't put Ayuk in that group.
I don't. I actually put Ayuk in the next group, but
which
is everybody else with Ayuk at the top.
Is
that unfair? Is that unfair?
Dwelly?
Xfinity mobile text line, is that unfair?
I think Ayuk will be a little bigger part than that.
Well, sure, but
put it this way, JD. If yards receiving from this moment on. Let's take McCaffrey out because I think he'll probably lead them in receive. Well, who's going to lead the 49ers in receiving from this point on?
Receiving yards?
Just receiving yards.
After McCaffrey.
Well, I was going to say McCaffrey's clearly going to probably be number one, but maybe not.
He doesn't necessarily have to be number one.
Exactly.
He could be short.
Exactly.
I would lean Kittle or Debo.
Well, then, if you say Kittle, that means they're changing.
Debo because of the short stuff that turns it's
right. Well, my point is okay. If it's Kittle, well then something's going to look different, right? Because they haven't really used him a ton as a pass catcher.
That's true.
So
Kittle like a niner.
Exactly. Good text here from where is it? Stats are for losers. Oh, does having McCaffrey make Debo expendable? That's from the 650 JD.
Oh, somebody listening to our conversations during the break? Somebody forget to flip a switch?
I think it's very possible.
The answer's yes.
There's just too much overlap between McCaffrey and Debo?
No, it's not even too much. And I think I threw this at Cam Inman maybe one of the days I was in for Guru, and I think he shot it down. Maybe it was a conversation we were having off the air one day, but I said it's what I just said to you during the last break, which is I think the Niners are going to trade Debo in the offseason.
Okay.
And essentially McCaffrey being brought in makes Debo expendable, as the texter pointed out, and I think that could be a way in which the 49ers would try, while Debo Samuel's value is still relatively high, to recoup some of what they gave up to get Christian McCaffrey in here.
So, in this offseason...
Because they really didn't want to pay Debo, I think, what they paid him.
I think you're right, and I think
they did it.
I mean, they didn't say, well, we'll do it and then trade him, but they clearly were like... We'll do it, and if we need to, we probably can.
And you do see teams do this all the time, where a year ahead, and maybe you think they look to move somebody because it's the right time, and they feel like they have an adequate replacement as far as some of the production that they provide. And McCaffrey doesn't do it the same way that Debo does it necessarily, but I think there's enough production there to where you could do it. Now, Cam Inman, in fairness, came back at me and said, no, I think they're all in for one more year.
After this.
Meaning next year, because of the way the salary structure is and when the next wave needs to get paid and when all that gets kicked in. But then he said, after that second year, I would agree with you.
See, I want to know, and I'm interested to see how they're using Debo the second half of the season, because he may be kind of the odd guy out.
Good.
Even this year.
May not be happy about it either.
Exactly. By the way, Michael Irvin, the playmaker, he's joining Damon and Ratto at 3:30. 3:30 today for the playmaker Michael Irvin.
Oh, my God.
Yep. San Francisco 49ers play the Arizona Cardinals. Mexico City, altitude. 49ers look to get 2 games over 500. Right now, if they lose tonight, they're number 8 in the conference. Now, I know.
It feels a little bit like you need him to win tonight to take him seriously.
Well, I'm just...
Like, why are you not taking him seriously right now?
I'll tell you why.
Like, that kind of bothers me a little bit.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't think we're giving enough. I get it. The 49ers made it to the NFC Championship game last year. I get it. They also almost missed the playoffs. Now, I get it in terms of a barroom discussion. I'll never win that they didn't go to the NFC Championship. They obviously went to the NFC Championship. But I don't think they were necessarily an NFC Championship team last year. They got on a run. They got on a run. So this year starts, and people, I feel like, are saying, this is an NFC Championship team. And I'm looking at them saying, no, they were 10-7 last year, and now they've got and their biggest issue is at quarterback. So I don't understand why people think they're going to go 13-4.
Well, part of that was, going back to before the year, they thought that they had an upgrade at quarterback.
Right.
Which it turns out they probably didn't.
Correct. But the way I looked at it, JD, was they have going into the season, they had a quarterback issue.
For sure.
And so I'm thinking, well, they had a quarterback issue. Like, that hurts you as a team. Okay, so now we go through the season. Oh, a lot of 49, we're going to be great. We're really good. We're going to be really good. Okay, fine. You lose to Chicago. Yikes. And everyone's like, oh, how do you lose to Chicago? But I can't stand the way 49ers, some 49er fans will talk about the Commanders or the Vikings. Oh, you can go into Minnesota and win. Well, yeah, you can go into Minnesota and win, but they're 8-2. Like, they're 8-2. You're 5-4. So let's get into the playoffs first, is kind of what I'm saying. That's all. And when I look at the 49ers, I look at them more like a team that was 10-7 last year, as opposed to a team that was in the NFC Championship game 8 minutes from the Super Bowl.
Now, the flip side to that, Steiny, would be, let's say the Vikings end up 11-6.
All right.
And the Niners end up 10-7.
Okay.
But the Niners were 3-4. Right? So the Niners end up, so the Vikings end up with a better record. It's not as separated as it is now, 3 games separation right now. Vikings end up 11-6. Niners end up 10-7. So at that point, the Niners were 7-3, let's say, in their last 10, and the Vikings were 3-4 in their last 7. And what I'm saying is, at that point, it's a lot more even than it appears to be right now.
Gotcha.
And that's almost what it would have to. I mean, maybe the Vikings end up winning 13 or 14 games. I mean, I'm not saying that, but what I'm getting at is the difference between these two teams is not as great
As the records. No, I agree with that.
I think that's where 49er fans, because Niner fans get all ticked off when it's like, well, it should have beat the Bears and should beat the Broncos and should beat the and they didn't.
Right.
But I think your point, I don't want to make your point for you, but I think your point is, well, you didn't beat them, so you got to be held accountable for that.
My point is, I think some people have put the 49ers into the top tier of the NFC when they haven't done anything to be in that top tier other than, well, teams are scared of them and they have potential. You know, they could get on a run. Yeah, they could. They might. But I just don't. I think until I see otherwise, it's a 500 team. It's a 500 team with a lot of bad losses, quite frankly.
It's true. The Bears loss looks as bad as it did. The Broncos loss looks worse than it did.
Right.
The Falcons.
The Rams' 2 wins don't look as great as they were. You know, what if here's the other thing I'm thinking. If the Rams truly have packed it in, well, that's 2 nice wins for the Seahawks.
Could be.
They play them twice.
It could be now, yes.
So,
yeah, they play the Rams twice. The Niners play the Cardinals twice.
Exactly. So, I mean, if the Rams truly stink and are mailing it in, well, now it gets harder to catch Seattle.
Unless you go up there and beat them. Like, I think you go up there and beat them on December 15th, you're winning the division.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so, for sure, unless the 49ers have 2 other bad losses that we're not kind of thinking about.
And at this point, how can you consider that off the table because they already have 2 or 3 bad losses in the first half of the year? That's a fair point.
Exactly.
It really is.
650 says the 49ers favored by 10. That's a lot. I know. That is a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. I like the Niners to win and Arizona to cover at 10.
831 Steiny, we'll remember all these comments. We'll remember. Yeah, they're pretty insightful, huh? 831.
It's a trap.
Mm-hmm. They're pretty insightful. Yeah, 49ers, 10-7, team squeaking into the playoffs last year.
That reminds me of the people that are saying that you were like anybody that was criticizing Klay Thompson in his play is a fool now because he played well for 2 games.
Right.
Embarrassing.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if somebody's trolling us. Steiny and JD, any chance you can get Vivek Ranadive on the show? Where did that come from?
Why?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Speaking of Klay Thompson, we're going to talk about Klay Thompson. He was spectacular last night. And you know what? In a way, JD and I thought he was better on Friday against the Knicks than he was last night against the Rockets. JD will explain that on the other side. Golden State Warriors, Pelicans tonight. Warriors Live starts at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Next segment, sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Go Doves, baby.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARA
kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Discover life-changing sleep. Now, during the Ultimate Sleep Number event, save 50% on the 360 limited edition smart bed. For a limited time, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
Black Friday is starting early at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there is no better place to shop for all your power tools. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and many more of the year's hottest deals, November 21st through the 28th. Save $100 on Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries on us. Again, our Black Friday sale will be November 21st through the 28th. Check us out at 2897 Monterey Highway or online at fastenersinc.net.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Curry waiting. Throws right wing. Thompson launches. Buries a triple with 2.6 to go in the quarter. The Warriors lead by 3, 97-94. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy! Yeah, Timmy Roy, baby. You can hear him tonight. 5 o'clock tip, 4 o'clock Warriors Live.
With Damon Ratto.
Okay.
And then I've got Warriors wrap-up after the game.
Gotcha.
And then Kyle and Allen, not to be confused with the former quarterback, Kyle Allen, but Kyle and Allen.
Buffalo Bills?
No.
Montana State?
Carolina and, I don't know, Washington. But yeah, Kyle Madsen and Alan Stiles are going to have the 49er overtime show after. Like, the timing of everything just works tonight. So, yeah, I'm going to come on. We're going to talk about the Warriors.
What is the timing? They both start at 5:15, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors and Pelicans are probably 5:10.
Okay.
And the Niners are going to be 5:15, 5:17, somewhere in there. And, yeah, Warrior game should be done by 7:15, 7:30. I'll get on around 7:45, 8. And then I'm going to yap about the Warrior game until the Niner game ends. And maybe we do a little crossover with those guys. And
all right.
I love it. And they'll take it to the rest of the night.
I mean, there's just no doubt tonight's going to be a lot of fun. Warriors, Pelicans, and then the 49ers playing the Arizona Cardinals in Mexico City. Klay Thompson, 41 points last night against the Houston Rockets. Warriors get their first road win of the year. You know, though, JD, and I'll let you kind of explain what you said, because you brought it up about you really liked the way Klay played Friday.
Yeah, and I thought he played the same. I thought he played similarly last night, but you could notice a difference in his play, that he was trying to do something. He was trying to change it up in the game against the Knicks. He was consciously trying to pass the ball more and not take every single open shot, and I think that worked him into a flow, worked him into a rhythm, and it allowed the team to get into a better flow and a better rhythm. He was basically looking to make the extra pass in that game. And taking an open shot if he got it, but there were times where you could see him thinking, I'm not going to shoot this. I'm going to pass. I'm going to cut. I'm going to move around. And a couple of times the ball found him again and he knocked down threes. And I thought that is the adjustment in his game that needed to be made, to where it wasn't, I'm going to take every single shot, make or miss. He came out hot last night. And look, if you're hot, keep shooting. I'm totally fine with Klay Thompson taking a heat check when he's made 6 for 6. Like that.
No doubt.
Like, by all means, go for it. He probably took, I would say, 2 or 3 bad shots last night out of all of the shots that he took in the game as the Warriors wound up getting the win. So he took 23 shots, probably 3 bad ones.
Right.
He was 14 for 23. Fine.
Exactly.
You'll take that any day of the week, and 10 of 13 from 3. The issue is when the shots aren't falling, he was still taking the heat checks. And in some ways, he was taking more of the heat checks when the shots weren't falling, because he was trying to get himself back on track. The Friday night game is sustainable long haul. The 40-point games will come if the new normal becomes closer to the Friday night game, and the Friday night game is where the mentality for Klay Thompson was right.
And listen, this is the one thing about Klay that I just think a distinction has to be made. And you know, if you're saying Klay's back, that's fine, but
we don't know. Let's just
of
be
course
honest.
We don't know. But here's the other thing. I got to be honest, Klay stunk this year.
Right.
By Klay Thompson's standards, he stunk. Not only has he stunk, he was bringing the team down.
Correct.
Because he was so high maintenance, because he had to get shots up. Like, to me, there's a part of me that can't believe he was playing like that in the first place. Nevertheless, he did. That's the way that one went. JD, that was that. But he came the last 2 games. The one game he was steady Eddie, 8 for 16. Then last night he was making shots, so he took more. It's like, that's the formula for both kind of games. One game where you have it going, one game where you're just another player on the floor. But look, he got 23 that night. So I'm going to assume this is who Klay is, but I do wonder, what the heck was he thinking for the first, for some of those games? Do you think there's any chance he's not aware that he's doing it? Because I don't. I think he knows what he's doing.
I think he knew exactly what he was doing.
Right.
And it was almost like he was daring somebody to tell him to stop.
I guess somebody did.
in a way, and it sounds like maybe Draymond Green was that guy at the team meeting that was held at shoot-around the morning of the Knicks game going back to Friday. The big reason for optimism for the Warriors with Klay, it's not the fact that it's not the result. It's not that he went off and had the big games.
Agreed.
It's the fact that he changed the way he was going about doing it. Like, something needed to change.
Right.
Players were visibly frustrated with him against the Suns.
No doubt.
Going back the game before, to the point where it was almost like, hey, somebody's got to say something to him. Who is it going to be? And it turns out maybe it was Draymond.
Right.
And good for him if it was Draymond, because it could not continue the way that it had. Like, I'm not with anybody that says, oh, JD, Steiny, hey, this was going to happen no matter what. Like, Klay was just going to start making shots. No. He changed the way that he played. That's the difference. That's the nuance. And if he keeps doing that, the Warriors can start winning with him playing like he did against the Knicks. It's less about the games like last night, although I do think there will still be a couple between now and the end of the season.
This was JaMychal Green. JaMychal Green after Friday's win against the New York Knicks. Take a listen to JaMychal Green.
We addressed the elephants in the room. We had that hard conversation that a lot of people don't want to have. We had that conversation. It was much needed. And I think it got people more focused and locked in into what we had to do as a team.
All right, so that's JaMychal Green, one of the new members of the Golden State Warriors, JD, talking about they addressed elephants in the room, and we were having some fun, and I want the Warrior fans to kind of jump in here at 888-957-9570. What do you guys think the elephants in the room are? I think JD and I think most people agree that Klay was an elephant in the room, at least with the way he was playing the first part of the season. So let's say that elephant got addressed, and Klay's back in line. What's number two? To me, number two is, all right, hey, Jordan Poole, let's start getting it together now as a sixth man. We need, look, you might not like it, but this is where we're at right now. Can you be good consistently coming off the bench? We need you to be good coming off the bench. Can you do it?
Yeah, I had defense listed as my number two, just commitment to defense top to bottom. I think that's something you can put on the championship core players, because I don't think they brought it defensively so far this season, and it set a bad tone. The young players, and I don't put Poole in the category of the young players for the purposes of this conversation, but the young players being non-factors, I think, is another elephant in the room. And not even with them necessarily the production, but the way that they've carried themselves in not playing well is a little bit of a problem for me. And then, yeah, Jordan Poole was a little bit farther down the list, but definitely. And if that's Poole wanting to be a starter, or Poole feeling that it's beneath him to try and hold up the other young players that are not in his level, or whether that's Poole in the punch and the issue with Dre, whatever it is, there are about 3 or 4 different ones that could all be related back to Poole. That's got to get addressed and I think figured out.
Yeah, I have overall defense on my list of elephants. I also have Wiseman and Kuminga struggling, and maybe you put Moody in there now. That's
well, none of them are playing.
Well, that's the elephant.
Yeah.
I mean, and nobody expected them to play 30 minutes, but I think as Warrior fans, probably are a little disappointed with where those 3 guys are at. That's fine. Here's the one thing about, and we were talking big picture there, JD, a little bit of the small picture. They play the Pelicans tonight, and the Warriors have already announced no big 3. No Klay Thompson, no Steph Curry, no Draymond Green, and Wiggins and Looney are questionable. And I said this during the break. I get it. I get that the Warriors have to play this game. I get it that, Klay's got to have 15 built-in days off on back-to-backs. I get it that Steph Curry, you want to pick and choose some games where you can, squeeze some rest out of him. What bothers me about this one is I feel like they have a chance to get some momentum if they would win tonight against the Pelicans. The Pelicans are off to a pretty good start. They're a good young team, and you've won 5 of 7. And I know that's 5 of 7. I know those aren't.
Well, you were 3 and 7.
Exactly, but I know that's not your typical Warrior hot streak. But I just don't like the idea of maybe given up some momentum that you kind of you paid a price for with the team meeting and stuff like that. But I think, you have a rebuttal here.
I typically hate it when teams do this, and I think the Warriors are in a little bit of a unique position just based on the fact that they have become so dependent, I think more dependent on the veteran players than I think a lot of people would have even thought possible to begin the year. I mean, I think it's stunning to not only the fans, but the media and even the organization, how little the young players have been able to contribute to this team. And
I think that's fair.
How dependent they are on not only Steph and Klay and Draymond and even Wiggins and Looney, but how dependent they are on all of them, not just playing, but playing a lot and playing well. I mean, look at last night. You've got Steph and Klay and Wiggins doing what they did, and you won by 7, and the game was in doubt with 3 minutes left.
Right.
Still. And so, but the point I'm getting at is because you're going to have to be more dependent on the veterans for a longer stretch of this season, you need to do everything you can to protect them here and there from wear and tear and injury and fatigue becoming a factor, because you're going to have to win more games in March this year than you did last year. Like that, I think we already know that, because they're not going to have the cushion that they had. I mean, they were 18-2 after 20 games last year.
Well, and I think that's what they always had in their back pocket, even as they struggled at times last year in the middle of the season.
They could win their next 12 games, and they'd be 7 games worse than they were.
5-1-0. They're not throwing the game away. They can win tonight.
Okay.
Of course, they're not throwing it away. And here's the other thing I was thinking.
They can win if Wiggins and Looney play. I'll give them a shot if Wiggins and Looney play.
You know what's interesting to me is just because it's different.
Small shot.
It's different. Kuminga and Wiseman. But let's mostly go with Kuminga. And I said this before, but I don't think... So Kuminga, he wants to play more, okay? He wants to play more. He's not playing. He gets in... Last night, he played 6 minutes.
It was awful, by the way.
And they were a minus 12, and they take him off. But here's the thing, JD. Tonight they may want him to play 30 minutes.
Yep.
They want him to play 30 minutes probably tonight. And my point is, this kid's 20 years old. Here's where I give him the benefit of the doubt. 21 years old, and he's actually being asked to sit and not play at all, sit and play a little, or start and play 30 minutes.
Okay.
Like that's...
It's not an ideal situation for him.
Especially not, but it isn't. It isn't ideal. Because there's no established roles for this team right now, and it's because these guys haven't figured it out.
Well, and I'll bet he plays better tonight. He played better in the last Pelicans game when they did this 2.5 weeks ago on the 5th game of that road trip, and he played well. He tends to play well in these games where for a night, and Warrior fans are not going to like this, but it's true, but tonight the Warriors are the Pistons or the Rockets or the Magic. No expectation to win. Doesn't mean you can't.
Right.
No expectation to win. Young core, go play, make as many mistakes as you want. We can't pull you off the floor because you're all we got tonight. Develop. Play. Like the Warriors going into tonight are the Pistons or the Rockets or the Magic.
Do you think...
get it.
Let me ask you this.
And those guys play better in that environment. Who wouldn't?
Poole probably start tonight.
Yep. As Curry.
So what if he goes out and scores 43?
He might.
Would that make you more curious about what's going on or less?
Look at the Spurs game.
Yeah.
He started for Klay with the other starters. He had 32.
I know.
36. Whatever. I can't remember what it was, but it was his best game of the year by far.
Right.
Poole's averaging 28-7 in the games he started. I think it's 3 games, but he's averaging 28-7. And that's for Klay or for Curry.
I know. 2
for Klay, I think, and 2 for Curry.
George.
And 1 for Curry.
George wants to put a rat on the table. Hey, George.
Hey, let's call a rat, man. It's load management. We used to laugh when LeBron did this. You go, Pop, you can't make it through the season. And the sad thing is, I think our guys can make it through the season. But the brain trust is going like, whoa, pull back. We don't want to set up that 73-win season and lose the last game of the finals again. I'm kind of like, let them all go out and play.
Thanks, George. I mean, I don't want to be a jerk, but that's just not going to happen.
I have no issue with a fan feeling that way, though.
Oh, my God, yeah. I mean,
like, I tend to lean toward it for some reason.
How about the way it's New Orleans twice?
Yeah.
Like, that's not cool.
No, but I do think for some reason it bothers me less like for the game tonight, it bothers me a little bit less than it typically bothers me. Like to me, but to me you shouldn't do that unless you're in a position like if you want to, like, what are the Warriors are 8-9.
Okay.
Right? Well, if the Warriors were, that's what, 17 games? So if the Warriors were, I'm trying to think of what's the right, if they were 12 and 5 or, they don't even have to be 10, maybe 11 and 6. They were 11 and 6, even 10 and 7. I'd be like, yeah, all right, fine, go for it. To me, you almost have to reach a certain level of clout to be able to do it. Otherwise, you should be trying to win as many games as you possibly can. I think because the Warriors have played a little better lately, kind of like I laid out, and they know they're going to need these guys more as the season goes on, I'm a little more okay with it. I didn't love it at the end of the trip where they were 0-4. You're 0-4, you lose to Orlando, and then you punt? Like, okay.
Well, and that's
to go to 3-7?
And that's the thing, JD, that I wonder about is, last year they got off to a great start. So they were kind of entrenched in the top 4 all year long. And they ended up third, and they ended up winning it all. I don't think they can win it all 5 or worse. I just don't.
Probably not.
But if that's the way it looks like it's headed, and Warriors are headed toward a 44-38 year, and they're going to be number 7. They got to play a play-in game, but then they're in. You got to give them a chance. Like, you got to give this team a chance to make a run, even if it's from the 6th spot.
The good news for the Warriors right now is just when you look at the conference overall, and it's the fact that, they're 3.5 games out of the top spot right now. So things have gone completely wrong, really, for the most part. 8-9. I don't think anybody thought 8-9. Maybe 10-7 at worst.
Right.
Something like that. But they're only 3.5 out of the top spot. They're only 2 out of 6, and basically 2.5 out of 4 because it's jumbled up. And a couple of the teams near the top are Utah and Portland at 12-6 and 10-6. The 2 seed is 10-6. The 2 seed is 10-6 right now. So what that tells me is you aren't going to have to win as many games to be in the top 4 if it's the right combination. And one thing that I started to think over the weekend, and I was talking about this on Warriors This Week with Whitey Gleason, there could be a lot of teams that are low 40s, that are all, between, low 40s, 40, anywhere between maybe 38 and 45 wins, that maybe that goes all the way down to like 11th.
Maybe.
And so in essence, the 4 seed might be 45 wins and the 11 seed might be 38 wins. Think about that. So seven spots essentially separated by like 7 games, if it's as even as it has appeared to be to this point, where it's just nobody really dominates.
No.
I think there is I think Phoenix, Denver, Memphis,
Dallas,
and the Clippers, and probably the Warriors. Once they get it together, I think those are the top 6.
Okay.
I think those, good luck telling. I think those are the top 6. I didn't mention Utah or Portland yet, right? But they're playing better than a lot of those other teams. So that's 8 teams right now that you.
Where do you got my T-Wolves?
That's 8 teams you could kind of see in the low 40s minimum.
Possible,
right?
For sure.
And then you've got the T-Wolves and the Pelicans.
And the Kings,
who expect,
not everybody can win games,
who expect to be in it. But if it's even enough,
no doubt,
when all these teams play and they just keep splitting with each other, That's how it gets. Like, is somebody going to make more hay than somebody else?
Right.
And nobody really is. I mean, 6 losses right now. The Warriors have 9 losses. 6 losses is the best in the West right now. And there's...
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out.
5 teams that... So it just... You're not... The point is, I guess that's why the Warriors are feeling good, is that, at least I would be if I'm the Warriors, you're feeling good at the fact that you don't have to be as good. And
Maybe
it's already
not.
right there. You don't necessarily have to be as good.
It started that way. It started that way, but maybe not.
But
somebody can always get hot. A couple teams.
But how many are going to maybe 1 or 2 separate, but are 4
Probably
going to
not.
separate?
Probably not this year.
Probably not.
Kevin in San Francisco. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing, Steiny?
Doing well, man.
Hey, good. Yeah, no, I just want to say I'm actually excited about tonight. The bench and young players, they need to get some confidence and play with some freedom, right? They need a way to figure out a way to just kind of get it going for this team to be going anywhere. But, Steiny, I just want to say, quoting you from like 10 minutes ago, you said Klay stunk by Klay Thompson standards. I was just wondering, do you remember when I called in last Tuesday and gave you stats on Klay's slow start to the season?
Is this Glass Finder? No.
It is.
What's your last name?
Kevin from San Francisco. Kevin Grassadonio.
Grassadonio.
Let me refresh it. Let me just update my.
Oh man, come on! I know he's shooting. Hey! I'll tell you what, Kevin. I know he's shooting 37-7 from 3 right now, right?
Yep.
See, I know you've got stats in real time. I appreciate that.
Stats in real time. All I gotta say, all right, I just wanted to come back and basically let you know. Obviously, we talked about 2015, 16, 18. But then what did I say when I called it on Tuesday? You asked me how much time did he need?
Yes.
15 games. Give him at least 15 games. What was yesterday? What game was that for him?
Was it 15?
It was
all right.
For him.
All right, Kevin.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, Kevin, you're up right now. How about that? He's up.
Well,
he just no, fair. Kevin, what Kevin said is, look, why are we going crazy? Klay's gotten off to bad starts before,
right?
And he has.
This is different.
This is a little longer. Evan had did you realize that Klay Thompson has never shot under 40% from 3-point range for any month after September? Think about that.
What does that mean after September?
Well, I think it was October. Like, out of every October for his career, he's shot under 40. That's the only month.
Once November starts.
Gotcha.
He
Okay.
always
Sorry, September threw me off.
Yeah,
No
I messed that up. I know.
I was like,
my
what?
bad. I got my bad. My mistake. I got my months wrong. But once November starts, he shoots over 40% from 3 every single month.
Yeah, well,
pretty incredible. That's unbelievable.
And you know what? If
I think about it,
if he does that for the next, what would that be? 6 months? Then
they got action.
Then okay, he'll be in great shape.
Yes. Hell of a game by Klay Thompson.
All I'm saying is you can't just say that this was gonna happen. Like there's a little of the snotty tone to like, well, this was just gonna happen.
Well, I think it was. It's semantics, but I thought it was going to happen too because he couldn't continue playing like the way he was playing. What was he doing? Like, that's my question.
He changed the way he was playing.
I know, but why was he playing that way in the first place? He knew it. He knew what he was doing. Come on. That's the weird part. But you know what? It's Klay Thompson. He's a little bit funky. We love him. As long as he makes shots, we'll be all right. All right, when we come up on the other side, I got an unbelievable 49er stat to give you that Dan Dibley has just sent me. It's pretty amazing. It's all sponsored by Pfizer.
Cash me out one time!
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Hi, are you ready to start the season with savings at IKEA?
Ooh, I am. I've got my 3 shopping lists right here. One for home, one for gifts, and one for treating myself.
We can help you check off all 3 with lots of offers going all week. IKEA family members can save on all kinds of products, from bakeware to holiday lighting to rugs and more.
List number 1, here we go.
Visit IKEA to save today. Offer valid 11/24 to 11/28/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/Black Friday for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase Play or Claim.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
This holiday season, switch to Boost Mobile and get a single line unlimited plan for $25 a month and
a partridge in a pear tree
coverage on America's largest 5G networks.
How about 7 swans of swimming?
No, but if you're not satisfied within the first 30 days, Boost gives you your money back.
Turtle doves, French hens?
The lowest truly unlimited plan on the market, one line for $25 a month when you switch.
I'll take it.
Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer. New customers only. One line for $25 per month with autopay. Device must be returned in like new condition. Monthly service refunded via e-gift card. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
At the Home Depot, we have plenty of Christmas trees to make your holidays even more magical. Hundreds of full, easy-to-assemble artificial trees that look so real, you may be convinced they actually are. And for those who love that fresh pine smell, we have a parking lot full of fresh-cut trees to call your own. We'll even help you load your tree in the car so you can bring home the holidays. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
'Tis the season for grilling, and Kingsford Signature Flavors makes holiday grilling more special by making everything taste more delicious.
That's good.
Made with 100% real spices, Kingsford Signature Flavors come in multiple forms and can be used on any charcoal or pellet grill. So try basil, sage, and thyme for your Thanksgiving turkey and cumin chili for your Christmas prime rib. Kingsford Signature Flavors. Flavor you can see, smell, and taste. Find at homedepot.com.
In San Rafael, mostly sunny, highs near 66.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
The hell with the kids.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I like that one.
All right. So was it Wiseman?
Kevon.
Oh, it was Kevon.
Yeah, Kevon. He seemed genuinely excited.
I like him.
I do too.
By the way, I'm supposed to hold up this shirt, but I don't even see the feed working. I just see Jordan Poole and Brandon Ingram on game day. So I'm going to hold up my shirt. Here's the deal.
Are you supposed to do it to that camera or like that camera?
Oh.
That camera?
Oh, that one.
You're supposed to do it to the regular camera.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you don't have to do it on that
There's
one.
269 people watching right now.
Okay.
On the stream.
I just work here.
On the, so they made a shirt for me that says "The hell with the kids."
It's right there, Steiny.
What? That camera right there?
That camera right there.
Okay. Thank you.
The kids.
So now they've made the hell with the kids.
He used to be on TV.
I forgot. Yeah. So they made this T-shirt, this sweatshirt for me that you can get for yourself at
the one pointed at you.
95.7 The Game Shop.com. All right. Here it is. I'm going to show you this. You can get one for yourself. Use the discount code hoodie, and that'll get you no percentage off. But here it is.
Hold it up a little higher. A little higher.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, people.
Yeah. How about that? You want to hand it to me and have me put it in front of it? No?
I got it. There you go. There's the there it is. If anybody wants any of this paraphernalia and swag, it's what is it again? 95.7 thegameshop.com. Sometimes I struggle with, what do they call that? Like business, like traffic I got to get done. Don't forget to plug this. Don't forget to do that. Let me see, what else do I have?
Show elements, reads.
Yeah, by the way, this segment's sponsored by Pfizer. Of course, when I was younger, I thought it was Pfizer. Sweet. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka, how you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm doing all right, man. That loss was terrible for the Vikings yesterday, but I had to call. They knew, you show your true character after a loss, man, so I just wanted to call in. Man, Klay was tremendous. He's not there yet, man. He was tremendous last night, man. I just wanted to say that, man.
Thanks, Shaka. Appreciate it. You know what's weird is
Who said he was dead? I don't think anybody thought he was dead.
No.
Maybe I'm a little...
He's AWOL.
I gotta chill a little bit on that. I guess I'm getting a little too caught up in the... it ticked me off that he was kind of talking about the trolls last night. Like, he let the troll...
Klay?
Yeah, like Klay got the... And he got asked about it, and that's fine. But it's like, Klay allowed the troll... It's like, this was never about the trolls, Klay. This was about you.
That's and I'm with you there. But listen, Klay Thompson...
Like, anybody that thought he stunk was right. He stunk.
Right. You can stink and not stink for the rest of the year.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's the thing. And here's nobody was saying he's done. In fact, I'll say, he's gonna have games like he had last night. Not as many as he used to have. But you know what? Can he have the Friday game? Can he get the Friday game back? 8 for 16. Playing smart. No bad shots. Or at least not a lot of them. Integrated into the offense. Not everybody's trying to break their back to get you the ball because everybody knows you're struggling. No. Played his game the last 2 nights.
The one thing that everybody would agree on is the fact that something had to change.
Yes.
And that goes back to this team meeting where it sounds like Draymond Green went at Klay in a manner where he said, hey, dude, you've been selfish.
Right.
And that the team meeting was essentially about that, coming off of the game in Phoenix where players were visibly frustrated, and Steve Kerr said after the game that he had some internal things to address that were more about personalities than basketball.
If you watch the Phoenix game, there was bad body language on the Golden State Warriors.
Big time. It was the kind of game where you think that guys are going to be going at it in the locker room post-game.
Right.
Like somebody's going to say, hey, why don't you take a few fewer shots? And then somebody's going to say, we'll bleep you. Why don't you play a little harder on defense? And then all of a sudden everybody's kind of like, it felt like it had the potential to be ugly in that way. It sounds like it didn't get to that. But
it sounds like they may have made a conscious decision after the Phoenix game. Hey, man, we got some things to talk about. Let's not do it now. Not going to do it now because everybody's raw. The emotions running wild. Everybody's got a day off tomorrow, but we got to get this crap together.
We're coming Friday. We're going to talk about it.
Exactly. I think that's a good point. Here's the one thing, and I'll get Mike in San Pablo, and I hope I'm not stealing his thunder, but I kind of don't like that Wiseman is in Santa Cruz when he could play 30 minutes a night tonight in New Orleans.
But what about the last time against the
I
Pelicans?
know.
He played 13.
I know.
Same game. He played 13.
I know. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Mike's in San Pablo.
Steiny's stealing my thunder yet again. It's fine, Steiny. I'll let it slide this time. This Thanksgiving.
Sorry.
Happy Thanksgiving to you both. I did have a chance to go down to Santa Cruz this past weekend with my son to watch the Warriors.
Well, you got new info.
With Wiseman getting set down.
Yeah.
Say that again?
You got new info for us. How do you look?
I'll say this. He's a unicorn. He just hasn't played at all. Someone will definitely overpay for him based on potential. There's a few plays where I saw him out running twos to get down the court. I just don't think he knows what he's doing. I also was wondering a little bit watching if it's a person who just happened to be born very athletic and very tall, and he's had to play basketball. I don't see the fire. That's here nor there, but someone is going to definitely overpay. And Patrick Baldwin Jr., man, that guy is smooth. I loved watching him play, and I think he definitely has a future as an NBA player. Happy Thanksgiving to you both. Have a good day.
All right, that's Mike in San Pablo. Good stuff.
Like that call.
Yeah, I do too. Let's keep it going. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Let's talk Wiseman.
How's it going?
Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
Fellas?
Doing well.
Look, Wiseman does not fit this team. He doesn't. Even if he becomes great in 3 years, he still doesn't fit this team or this timeline, and he needs to be down there playing his behind off, so hopefully we can get something out of him. I would not want him back up here taking minutes away from Kuminga, who I believe is the guy that they really need to invest in. I was a little disappointed Kerr didn't give him a little more run. I mean, he did goof up, but man, that putback, there's just nobody on the team who can do that, and I think he's really trying. And hey, what Anthony Lamb, great, but do not be giving him Kuminga's minutes. He did not play that much better than Kuminga, I thought it, and that's the thing I think they got to do. I think they're going to be okay, but I do think they're going to have to move Wiseman and possibly somebody else because they do need some help. And Iguodala, oh my God.
Has he thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt. So Iguodala, has he officially jumped the shark in the Bay Area with Warrior fans?
Probably not with Warrior fans.
I don't know. I think a lot of Warrior fans are kind of done with him. I mean,
I think this year, in a lot of ways, this year is what last year was supposed to be.
Okay. Hey, here's
in his mind.
Here's my one question to you.
By the way, I wanted to get this in real quick, and go ahead. You first. Sorry.
The fact, Wiseman doesn't fit the system. Do you think the Warriors are going to be running this system in 3 years?
No, but
they can only run this system because they have the right players to run this system.
Right, but for him to play now, he has to fit.
Exactly.
And he's so bad now that he can't play now because he wrecks the system that much.
Right. But what I'm saying is, when you say he doesn't fit the system, I'm with you right now. But maybe when he's 24, you're going to play a different system.
Right.
Because he and Kuminga are going to be the two best players on the team.
What does he do for the next 3 years?
Well, he's got to play the way they want him to. I mean, what more do you want me to say? He's got to start playing the way they want him to.
But he's unplayable right now. He's unplayable.
No, I'm not saying he should be playing. I don't know how they get him there.
Yeah, but that's the question.
Well, I'm not saying he should play right now.
It's the same thing with Kuminga and even Moody. I don't doubt that all three of them won't be good players at some point. I think all three of them will be good players. But how is it going to be with the Warriors unless the Warriors turn into Detroit or Houston or Orlando at some point to allow them to play as much as they need to play? Like, that's the one thing that I'm starting to become convinced of, is the fact that they're not going to be able to develop into this high-end core as long as the Warriors are trying to win the way that they're trying to win.
Oh, so you're going beyond this year.
How are they going to play enough how are they going to play enough to get there is what I'm saying.
Over
the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years for both of them.
I don't know.
I mean, they thought Kuminga could play 20 minutes a night right now, and he can't. How many times, and look, I appreciate the call, but how many times does it have to, I feel like that call is indicative of how, feels like 80% of Warrior fans feel about Kuminga. Oh, that one play, he made that one dunk, that one putback, one great play, 6 horrible plays. Every time Steve Kerr puts him in the rotation, he takes him out of the rotation. Every single time. And you understand why if you're watching the game. It's not about the one play. It's about the other 5 or 6 plays. He was awful last night, save for that one putback.
That's nice.
Awful.
The highlight.
To the point where you knew, Steiny, I made the point on Twitter in the moment. I said that he's done for the night. He's done for the night. Time to take a seat. And sure enough, he was done for the night. The adjustment, by the way, because I can't remember the caller's name, so I apologize. Matt. Moody played in the second half over Lamb. So it was Moody for Lamb, and he played. It was a combination in the second half. It was JaMychal Green and Draymond Green together instead of Looney and Kuminga. First half, it was Looney and Kuminga combo with Anthony Lamb out there. In the fourth quarter, it was JaMychal and Draymond Green, a combination that lately Steve Kerr said he liked, and then Moody was out there instead of Anthony Lamb. So Moody took Lamb's minutes in the second half. Draymond and JaMychal Green took Kuminga and Looney's minutes in the second half in that stretch where Kuminga played.
What I'm thinking about is if Kuminga and Wiseman don't fit the system, at least the system now with Steph Curry, well, then maybe you do have to move them. But my point is this. When Steph Curry starts to slow down or leaves the game, the Warriors will most likely have to change their style of play. There's a good chance they won't be playing their open offense, their fluidity, if you will. Well, maybe at that time they'll want to be a team that runs 18 pick and rolls with some guard in Wiseman or some guard in Kuminga.
And a different coach.
Exactly. No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you move these guys now and then, Curry retires in 3 years. I mean, you gave up players just because they didn't fit the system. That was unbelievably unique in its own right.
That's the balance that the Warriors are facing, is when do you decide enough is enough? And I don't think you necessarily have to be there with any of them. I think we're getting there with Wiseman. I don't think they're really close to that with Kuminga or Moody, because wings are, I think, more capable of figuring out a way to play. Like, would it be totally crazy if Kuminga was a rotation player by the end of the year? That's not out of the realm of possibility. I think the same is true with Moody. And look, I've crushed Kuminga because he's deserved it. But, I'm not so close-minded to think that he can't carve out a role. He, again, like we've talked about with Klay Thompson, though, has to make an adjustment to how he's playing.
Right.
It's on him.
And
the one flash play and everything else is terrible ain't going to work for Kuminga.
But the issue is okay, when you say there's a carve out a place in the rotation, let's just say it's 15 minutes.
Right.
The problem is, if he plays 7 bad minutes in the first half, he won't get back in the second half.
Yeah.
If it's a meaningful game.
Well, welcome to being a young player in the NBA.
Well, I'm not saying
on a championship contending team.
And I listen, I'll be honest with you. If I'm a high draft pick, I would not want to be on the Warriors. What's Wiseman's ring worth? Out of here. Kuminga's ring. He played a couple minutes. Great. They would I guarantee you Kuminga would trade that ring for 30 minutes a night. I would.
But you're a selfish guy.
But I'm also 19, 20, and I didn't really contribute in the first place. You know what I mean?
No doubt. I'm with you.
Steiny, can you sign my sweater once I make my purchase? Absolutely.
You charge what for that, though? 5, 10?
That'll bring the value of the sweater down, though. It really will.
What's that promo code again?
Is there one? I made it up.
Yeah, you gave one.
Hey, make sure you get out to Mad Dog and the Fog tomorrow at 7 a.m. Get this, where our guy Dan Dibley is going to be there for the World Cup. Dibs is hanging out for the first half. He said he may linger into the second.
He's got to get in here.
Mexico and Poland. That's the soccer match tomorrow. Mad Dog and the Fog tomorrow, 7 a.m. You want to tie one on with Dibley right after you wake up. Mad Dog and the Fog. Man. So there's that. 49ers. Arizona in Mexico City tonight. The Warriors and Pelicans. Going to be a good one.
We're talking about a Niner win tomorrow.
I would bet on that, yes. I mean, the only did you figure out what my boy Cliff Kingsbury is against Shanahan? I think he's 4-2.
I think I had him 3-3.
I think he's 4-2. Mm-hmm. Cliff Kingsbury. He's on the verge of an extension, actually.
He already got one, didn't he?
He should get another one.
My fault.
Here you go. This is we had Anthony. We're talking about Klay Thompson, and this is the part.
Nah, you know what? I got the official updated
4-2.
You want me to get the updated total on Kingsbury? He was 0-2 the first year.
Those don't. You throw those out.
He's 0-2 the first year.
That's an expansion team.
He was 1-1 the second year, so he was 1-3, and then it's 3-3. He's 3-3.
But he's 3-1 in his last 4.
3-3. So he's got a 2-0 and an 0-2 and a split in the 3 prior years. So he's 3-3.
This is Draymond on Klay getting back to Klay.
He's being Klay Thompson. He is not worried about what happens with Klay. He's worried about what happens with this team. And when Klay worries about what happens with this team, Klay plays great and we win. I've always said he's the most competitive guy that I've ever played with. And the most important thing to him has always been winning. At times, we all get away from who we are. In a brotherhood, you need someone to bring you back to who you are. And I think, I have no doubt in my mind that if it was me, he'd do the same thing.
Translation.
Exactly.
Klay was being selfish, and I told him he was being selfish. He's putting himself ahead of the team.
No doubt.
And Klay acknowledged the fact that he got the message from Draymond and took it to heart and decided to make a change. That's how it's supposed to work.
I know. I just can't believe he was playing like that in the first place.
What do you think of Draymond now? I'm not
there yet. I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm not there yet. And,
that's a positive step, though, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not a bad sign. But here's the other thing. I just think that we tend to think of these things as whether it's the punch or it's Klay. Okay, well now it's over. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's never over. It's never over.
You're right.
This could be this may have to be revisited at some point. I'm not with Klay with the punch. So it's not over. They may have put it behind him for a little bit, or it's not on the front burner anymore. But I think, basically that's what I'm saying. So they got the Pelicans tonight. Zion's playing. Ingram's playing. Warriors have Curry out, Klay out, and Draymond out, and we'll see about Looney and Wiggins. I think you're right. If Wiggins and Looney play, they can win this game.
Yeah. They'd have to play well. And I think the Pelicans would probably have to overlook them. But again, you watch enough NBA, that happens every night. Teams playing down, going through the motions. The Warriors would love for the Pelicans to come out and play kind of like the Warriors have played against some of these other teams where they just want to win 130 to 125. Then you got action, maybe.
Yeah, and then you got numbers. And then we'll come in here and say Kuminga had 24 and 14.
Right. Why can't he play?
A legacy game.
Why can't he play 20 minutes? If and the answer is because he can't.
What do we got? How much we got here, Evan?
You got about 60 seconds left here before Damon Ratto come up with Michael Irvin at 3:30.
Love that.
Oh, yeah, Michael Irvin. It's Monday.
The playmaker. Michael
Irvin. You'll have 2 screens going tonight? I got to figure my stuff out, man. I got to figure it out. The fact that Curry and Klay and Draymond are not playing doesn't necessarily drop my interest level because now we are going to see Kuminga and Moody. But all right. You guys are such a negative Nancy. Can you guys praise Klay's 41 points?
Did it all day.
My God.
You must have missed the last 3 hours.
Thank you. I mean, Klay had a memorable 510. We talked about how we thought Friday's game may have been even more impressive than last night's game because it was the start of him playing the right way. And if he plays the right way, Warriors have action. They have action on 95.7, The Game. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco Beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warrior stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus double O rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Black Friday, where do prices dropping mean upgrade your home shopping? Lowe's, actually. Save big this holiday on some big home appliances, like a limited-time Samsung Bespoke Laundry Pan. Was $2,898, now $1,719, for a total savings of $1,179. Black Friday is here. Don't miss out on savings for the season and deals to get your whole home ready at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/23. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Fresh cut trees are at Osh. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and pick out your perfect tree. We've got firs of all kinds, including Douglas, Nordman, and Noble in sizes from tiny to tall. Whether you're looking to make a statement or simply enjoy the quintessential holiday fragrance of a fir. This year, slay the holidays with help at Osh. Our 14 stores throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast are the place for home, hardware, and happiness.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. It is the least sexy show in America, getting you ready for what is a decidedly unsexy night of sports, but potentially very important night of sports here in the Bay Area. We got an awful lot for you, and we're going to cram it all into the next hour because at 4:30, Ray and I pivot to Warriors Live. We've got mostly Golden State Warriors, but maybe not, considering how important Steph, Klay, and Draymond are. They're all resting tonight. But there's a lot of potential for youth to be served tonight in New Orleans. And speaking of unsexy, Ray, one of the things that you and I got to keep an eye on here in the next hour or so, while we're talking a little bit of everything, is whether or not Kyler Murray is playing tonight, whether or not DeAndre Hopkins is playing tonight. Both are questionable. We might get 49ers versus Colt McCoy in Mexico. Not exactly how the commissioner drew it up.
The hell with the commissioner then.
Well, you feel that way about
Adam
anything.
Silver's been dealing with this for years. So
Other commissioner, another commissioner.
So Roger Goodell can deal with it for a change. I hope they both sit out. I hope they all sit out.
Look,
take the night off, boys. It's the holidays.
It's a double screen night if there ever was one. You got multiple things to pay attention to. And look, I mean, when you really want to talk about unsexy, we got the 49ers starting what is an unsexy 2-game stretch of their season. But it's going to go a long way to determine the path to the postseason. And the 49ers basically have a deal that they're making in real time with the football universe that tonight's game is kind of riding on. They either get to keep competing without a migraine, or they lose tonight as a 10-point underdog, slip back to 5-5, and at that point, you know, what you're setting up to be hopefully a smoother second half of the year isn't off to a smooth start really at all. So this is a sneaky important game, plus it's a division game, which are, you know, by definition important.
By the way, I think you misspoke. It said they're a 10-point favorite, not an underdog.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're a 10-point. They're supposed to win by at least 10 tonight, according to Mr. Las Vegas. By the way, when it comes to Mr. Las Vegas, Ray, you and I are the hottest gamblers on the planet.
Well,
Fade the Public strikes again. We'll get into that a little later.
I'm not by no means the hottest. I got hosed by Winnipeg yesterday.
See, I don't know if you can fade a Canadian public or not, but an American public is certainly worth fading.
Oh, the American public is always worth fading, especially all those people who bet the U.S. on the money line today against Wales.
Dude, the Welshman used to be an intern and producer for the show. I'm wondering if he's having a good day. Big day for Wales.
I guess it was an okay day. Wales was far the better team.
I don't care.
I know you don't care, but I'm killing time because 4:24 comes quick.
No, look, we got a lot to get into here. But look, speaking of unsexy, if we can just continue with the theme of the opening of today's show, it's an unsexy move. The 49ers made a roster move. They have elevated defensive lineman T.Y. McGill from the practice squad, so maybe he is the one who disrupts the flow of Colt McCoy, if indeed this is a Colt McCoy game. We will find out, I guess, in real time. We're keeping an eye on any and all developing news according to what happens in Mexico tonight for the San Francisco 49ers. We've got Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself, is going to be joining us for a recap of what was, a week 11 where I don't know how interesting it was, Ray, but things certainly happened. And we'll have all of that coming up with Michael Irvin at the bottom of the hour, including, I think, a little bit of a question where we have to start thinking, is it officially time for Deebo Samuel to affect an outcome of a football game here by being something other than a decoy or a focus point that never really turns into an actual threat? I was crunching some Deebo Samuel numbers today, and to say that he's having an unimpressive season is a huge understatement. I mean, I don't know if the 49ers have a different record in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if they're better. I don't know how much worse they are if he hadn't played a game this year. Like, that's how little of an impact he has had on this season so far. He's basically, his highlight reel this year is 2 plays. That's it. 2 plays. He's made 2 big plays all season. There was a 51-yard run against Seattle, and then there was the 57-yard catch and run touchdown against the Rams, which was a hell of a highlight for him. You put that in the, probably 5 best plays he's ever going to make in his career highlight package. Outside of that, crickets out of Deebo Samuel this year, Ray.
Well, in fairness, though, the other teams have made him the focus of what they intend to stop. And the only thing that's going to affect this is when they have to start putting that extra guy on Christian McCaffrey instead. Because once defensive coordinators saw what the 49ers were doing with Samuel last year, they made the adjustments that defensive coordinators make, and they made it harder for Deebo Samuel to affect the game. So, and I think that's one of the reasons why they went out and got Christian McCaffrey, because they need somebody to affect the game when Deebo Samuel can't. Now, I suspect at some point...
I hear you. I really do. But do you think that any defensive coordinator has the game plan of, we're going to try to take Cooper Kupp away, and there are literally zero other options, yet still Cooper Kupp does what Cooper Kupp does? I mean, I have a feeling most teams are out there saying, let's slow down Travis Kelce just a little. That seems, physically impossible. Dominating players dominate. And I don't know if Deebo is really a dominating player. He's not having a dominating season. And if you're telling me that's by design of the other coaches, I say you got a problem. If you're saying that that's by design of Kyle Shanahan, I'm saying he's sort of wasting a resource.
No, I think he's not a dominating player. I think he was an okay player, and then Kyle Shanahan found a way to use him in a different way that made him a more important player, and now teams have adjusted to that. I think he's still a good receiver. He's not as good as Cooper Kupp. He's surely not as good as Travis Kelce. So, I don't think those are apt comparisons. I just think he's a pretty good player who you could take out of an offense if you really want to. And I think over the first half of the year, teams have decided that he's a guy they want to take away.
He hasn't caught 8 balls in a single game yet this season. He caught 7 balls in the loss in Atlanta, and then has caught a grand total of 7 balls in the 2 games since. He hasn't rushed for more than 27 yards in any single game since week 3. And again, we've seen that he's got the goods, and he just needs to be more, get more. I don't care how he is more involved. I think the Niners become a better team the more he gets involved. I've been saying the same thing about George Kittle for a couple of years here. It's good to see Brandon Ayuk really become a focal point of this offense, but that shouldn't be at the, otherwise total ignoring of Deebo Samuel. He's turned into just another guy. He gets billed as a big threat without any truly threatening performance to be found this year. And all I can tell you is that if they can unlock that, if they can tap into Deebo Samuel once again here, the rest of the 49ers season turns into something that is so much easier than what we've watched up to this point. It feels like the 49ers make it harder on themselves than it needs to be at times. I don't know why. I don't even know if I'm right in saying that, but boy, it feels like that at times.
Maybe, but I think Kyle Shanahan is like most football coaches. He's going to take what the other team gives him. And I think what's happened this year is the other team has taken away Deebo Samuel. He didn't want to be a running back, and in any event, teams have schemed for that. So I think again that's why they went out and got Christian McCaffrey, because the offense wasn't working with teams loading up on Samuel, and it didn't help that Elijah Mitchell went down either. So that's why they gave up that draft capital to get McCaffrey, so that they had a difference maker again. And at some point, there will be the seeming imbalance of Samuel performances will be addressed one way or the other, mostly by the other team. And I think Kyle Shanahan is smart enough to know that when that happens, he'll be able to employ Samuel again. And it may not be the same way that he employed him in the second half of last year, but I think, there's a solution here that isn't about, Samuel somehow, failing. I just think that defenses play too. And I think that's just it. The 49ers are easier to scheme against. Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, went out and fixed that. Now we'll see what defenses do. I mean, we might not see it tonight because Arizona can't defend, but we're going to see it in 3 of the next 4 weeks. So we'll find out.
look, I don't care whether the 49ers cover or not tonight. The public is not on this game one way or another, which means we are not on this game one way or another. So I don't care if they win by a half a point, if that's possible, or by 20 points. It just does not matter. This is one of those get-it-done football games for the 49ers, especially if there is, a Kyler Murray absence, a DeAndre Hopkins absence. Although I have to say, Brian Baldinger, when he was on with us on Friday, actually said the Niners might prefer to play Kyler Murray rather than Colt McCoy. Here's Baldy.
I mean, if you watch that game against the Rams last weekend, Colt McCoy played a great game. To me, if I was the 49ers, after watching Colt play, I think I'd rather play against Kyler. Like, I know he's a threat to break the pocket and do all the things he can do because he's just, a freak athlete. But Colt McCoy is exactly what would give the 49ers a problem. The guy got the ball out of his hands fast. His two starting receivers caught 19 passes. DeAndre Hopkins caught 10. The second-year player caught 9. He got the ball to his wide receivers, and he got it out of his hands and was barely touched. Aaron Donald had no effect on him because he's getting them. To me, that's what I would want when I'm going up against Nick Bosa and those guys up front. I want the ball out of my hands fast, and I want it in the receiver's hands quickly. And that's something that Kyler Murray kind of struggles with sometimes.
I'll say this. I understand the logic behind everything Brian just said. It makes an awful lot of sense. But boy, what would you really rather bet on? Colt McCoy's heater against the Rams being the thing that undoes the Niners? Or a hard-to-get-your-hands-on mobile quarterback, which has been the bane of the 49ers 3 coaches before Kyle Shanahan even got here. So I don't know. I don't know if I can join Brian Baldinger on the you'd rather play Colt McCoy than Kyler Murray. I hear what he says. I get why he said it. But man, he's got a game or two of evidence of Colt McCoy being a problem, and I think I've got about 10, 12 seasons of Niners football here where you don't want to see an ultra-mobile quarterback playing against them.
When he said it, I was taken a bit aback. I understand his logic, and he's a scheme guy. He breaks down tape. He's a tape eater. And if Colt McCoy can get rid of the ball quickly, I could see them creating some issues, but I don't think they run the ball well enough. I don't think they particularly throw it that well. Zach Ertz is out. What's their specialty? What do they do really well? If DeAndre Hopkins isn't playing, I don't know who their best receiver is. Rydell Moore, but he's ordinary. And their running game is substandard. So I think they have a counterpuncher's chance at best. Do you believe in James Conner? I don't. I think this is a game the 49ers should win. How comfortably? I don't know if it matters. This is a game where you just hold serve. And they ought to be able to do that.
On the Xfinity Mobile text line, don't you remember McCoy torching the Niners last year? I remember him winning. I don't know if I'm going to. I don't know if I'm going to describe it as torching. I can also, what I remember. I think as much as anything, is Colt McCoy doing anything was that the 49ers secondaries was just in shambles, like all last year. So I don't know if you can look at any evidence of last year and apply it to the quality of defense that the 49ers have given you so far this year. I think they're 2 totally separate instances. And I'm not going to kind of tie the 2 together. But I hear you. Thank you very much for listening indeed. Now, there is someone, and by the way, it was a confirmation. Lucas, can we get a definition of torch? Someone's like here, it was torch last year. What did Colt McCoy do last year against the Niners?
He was 22 of 26.
22 of 26. All right, that's efficient. 4?
Give me a second. 249 on a score.
That's a very efficient day. I don't know if I can describe that as torch. Basically, if that is torching teams, then Jimmy Garoppolo by that definition, is the Human Torch? Because that sounds like a Jimmy Garoppolo line for the most part.
Well, 22 of 26, I guess, is the thing that they're influenced by. But James Conner also went 21 for 96 on the ground. So the real takeaway is that they got 437 yards against these guys. And
if you can make a team one-dimensional, they're easier to play against, full stop. So,
yeah, I mean, the fact is, the Cardinals ran the ball and they threw the ball. You know, they had the ball for 37 minutes. So,
by the way, there is one thing. I was listening to Willard and Dibs today. Whitey was in for Willard, and Dan Dibley said something that I did not know. And by the way, I didn't even bother checking to whether or not he was right about this. But when it comes to, visiting locker room locations in mostly international soccer stadiums, I'm not about to argue with Dan. I'm going to assume he's got the goods on that. He said that the visiting locker room at this stadium, to meet NFL standards, was built outside of the stadium and is as far away as a bus ride. Like, there is going to be charter buses taking the 49ers to their locker room at halftime since they're the visiting team. And there's going to be a normal or a longer than normal halftime tonight because of that. Ray, can you confirm, deny anything? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that, but it would crack me up if it was true. Because, they're always talking about, Mexico City's the next great market. Well, not if you have to get a bus pass to go to work.
Well, I do think that Mexico City is, I don't know if I'm going to call it the next great market, as much as I want to bill it as the first great international market that the NFL should consider putting a team in. If Canada's out of the question, then I would think Mexico City is just sitting there. It's in an easy to get to, you don't cross an ocean to get to Mexico City. And I'll tell you this, if the NFL's coming to Mexico City and putting a franchise down there permanently, wouldn't you think that would come with a fancy brand new stadium too? I mean, I that's the way I would think it would eventually be planned out. Maybe you play the first couple of years at Estadio Azteca while the next big thing is being built. I don't know. I don't know how they would pull it off. I just know that as the NFL starts pondering international footprints, it's going to be a whole lot easier to put down a footprint in Mexico City. And I don't want to hear anything about how rabid the German fans were at that game or England fans are. If you want rabid fans, look no further than the country of Mexico. They check all the boxes, all of them.
Yeah. They still have to get both teams in the building at the same time. That would be step one.
We might need buses to do that, in which case they got buses in Mexico.
It's hilarious. I hope they get lost.
Tied up in traffic, and the 49ers have to forfeit because they can't return to the stadium after halftime.
I'm so good with that.
So somebody here, again, on the Xfinity mobile text line says, Damon, didn't you get the memo that the Warriors are sitting all their starters tonight? It's definitely not a 2-screen night. See, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because, I mean, honestly, look, the Warriors just had themselves a game that was finally a win on the road. And I know that there's a lot of talk of a team meeting that addressed some elephants in the room. And we're going to get into all of this at Warriors Live starting at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Steph, Klay, and Dre all resting. Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins both questionable tonight. This, to me, might not open up a path to a compelling victory for the Golden State Warriors, but compelling minutes for younger players who need to absolutely prove themselves worthy of being thought of as difference makers on this team. And, Jordan Poole being forced to start makes me think Jordan Poole's got to be looking at a 35-point game tonight. So that is absolutely worthy of my second screen attention. It might not be a pretty Warriors game. It might not be a winning Warriors game. But I think by definition, based on who's not playing tonight, that game's got a little interesting written all over it if you kind of like basketball the way we do around here.
I'd be far more interested to see if that second unit can play some defense, because that's the thing that's kept them on the bench so far. It's if they can keep New Orleans under 120, that's a win. And I don't care how many points Jordan Poole or anybody else scores. I want to see them do the thing that will get them more time down the road. If they can't do that, then problems are not solved.
No, the elephants in the room have not left the room. But I hope at the very least Klay Thompson has found a turnaround point for him. I saw that John Hollinger over the weekend, he tweeted basically like the best trade the Golden State Warriors could make would be an inefficient, unconfident Klay Thompson for the real Klay Thompson. And look, the Klay Thompson that you just got in Houston, that's not even the real Klay Thompson. That's Klay Thompson on steroids. Klay is not a 41-point dropper on most good evenings from the real Klay Thompson. So he doesn't need to be that. But, man, it was good to see him shake out of it, and it was good to see the Warriors actually, and I don't mean to sound corny, this is something that the coach always talks about, so it's not corny. If it means something to him, it must mean something for real. The Warriors played with a little bit of joy in Houston. They actually had some fun in that game. And truth be told, giving up 120 to Houston is nothing, that victory isn't exactly cloaked in glory in any way, shape, or form. That could have been Houston's win. I mean, there was one play that I thought was huge. At the end of the third quarter, the Rockets got caught with a timeline violation. And so the Warriors had the last possession of the third quarter. They go up 3 points right there. They win the game by 7 points, which means but for, Houston screwing up, getting the ball over half court at the end of the third quarter, this is basically a 4-point game. That was a game with a minute and a half left in it. That was not some, hey, let's talk about how great that game was. There were some really good performances. It was not a great game, but boy, it was a necessary evil for them. They had to find the first road win of the year in Houston, because had they not won in Houston, man, credibility would have been lost in that moment alone.
Yeah, Houston's a tough watch. That lineup is in and of itself, it's way too young, and I think most of their young guys aren't very good. So I found it interesting.
They're team athlete, Ray. That's what they are. I don't know how many basketball players they actually got, but they got athletes everywhere you look.
Well, everybody's got athletes, but they look like they're very unclear on what the goal is. Other than the second quarter, they were handled. And even with that, the late screwing around in the game, I never got the sense. I always figured the Rockets would figure a way to screw it up, because they're 3-14 on merit. And man, that was other than the second quarter, than when they boat raced the Warriors, it was like that again. They got beat by 23 in the other 3 quarters, and it was easy.
When we get to Warriors Live at 4 o'clock, we got some really interesting sound to dive into. And if Draymond Green is finding his voice again, his voice carries through that locker room the way it used to, that's about as good of a sign for things getting back to normal as you could hope to find and start interpreting as things are getting back to normal. Draymond finding his voice, some very interesting sound from him, from Klay Thompson, from Steve Kerr, and we'll get into all of it at Warriors Live at 4 o'clock today here on 95.7 The Game. But coming up next here on Damon and Ratto, it's the greatest football conversation in the history of football, or conversations, certainly the radio, maybe in recorded human history. Michael Irvin, the one and only, the Hall of Famer and playmaker, joins us to break down what we might see tonight in Mexico City. And needless to say, Week 11, things happened all over the league. And we're going to get into a lot of it with Michael, who's got a rousing Cowboy win to be excited about. And an excited Michael Irvin is always good for radio. So stick around. That's coming up. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Canyon Chiropractic.
In Oakland, clear skies overnight, lows in the low 40s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
For the latest holiday tech gifts at great prices, Staples has you covered.
I need unbeatable prices on tech for everyone on my nice list.
Staples has you covered with the hottest tech gifts at Black Friday prices. Right now, the new Apple AirPods Pro 2nd generation is just $199 with the Staples Connect app. Plus, save up to $330 off HP, Lenovo, and Asus laptops. The latest tech gifts are at Staples, the working and learning store. Offers end 11/26. Limit 1 on AirPods. AirPods sale price $229 without app offer. In-store only.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program. Terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty Terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to this one of my favorite shows, Damon and Krabby Ratto. But it's a good show.
I didn't know Guru cut it open for us. Thank you very much, Guru. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's good to be with you. By the way, we got Warriors coming up tonight at 5 o'clock. Warriors are in New Orleans. They are down starters everywhere due to rest. We'll get into all of that. Warriors Live begins at 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. Our only segment and guest that we're bringing you today, he's a one-man army. We don't need more than Michael Irvin on days where we have Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. And it's the rare night where instead of reviewing what the 49ers did, we get to preview what the Niners are about to do because they're wrapping up Week 11 in Mexico City against the Arizona Cardinals on Monday Night Football. Michael, as always, thank you so much for joining us. We obviously want to start with the Niners, but I'm just going to jump right in and say, woo, Cowboys. How about them Cowboys, man? They look fantastic.
Man, they looked great yesterday. You know, I've been playing with it all day on TV, but it really was as close to a perfect game that I've ever seen a team play. I mean, they were great in the run game, great in the passing game. Dak got to his 5th read and scored, and threw that ball to football to Pollard, and he scored a touchdown on it. Those things never commingle. Where you get your 5th read and you're able to throw it, really that outlet pass. That's all it is, outlet pass. But he goes all the way up the sideline and get a score out of it. It really was as close to a perfect game as you can play. But now you also must after playing a game like that, say, why am I not playing like that every week? If I could do that once, why can't I do that every week? So it's a great accomplishment, but also it's self-indicting.
You know, I think that's a great way to look at it. And that self-indictment is something that I want to talk about because I think there is a similarity. There are several similarities between the Cowboys and the 49ers. And we'll start with, you know, both teams have exemplary defenses. We see that, we know that, and those defenses usually show up each and every week. The X factor is the starting quarterback. When Dak plays great, oh my God, the Cowboys look like a great football team. And conversely, when Jimmy Garoppolo plays really well, or dare I even suggest a great football game, the 49ers look like absolute world beaters. And I think that when you got defense that shows up every week and a quarterback who on weeks where he does show up, you look almost unstoppable, That's the same boat that both these teams are kind of in right now.
And you just say, why can't we do this every damn week? What is it? You know, and you want to put it on something easy, like why you got to get mad to play like that? Why'd you let Green Bay get even in your game like that? All of those things, you know, you go back and forth and asking about, but it blows my mind that you can even come up to that level. It really does. It blows my mind. Now, another thing that you guys mentioned that's bothering me here now, about all of these Warriors, all of the Golden State Warriors players resting. You do know now, I've been on a hunt all day today. Now, my sister-in-law, Wendy, who takes care of everybody at my house, you know, my mom and all the people, and I got quite a few people that were Alzheimer's that I take care of, and she has to take care of them. It's the hardest job in the world. I mean, every day you got to be there for all of these people, a number of people with Alzheimer's that you're taking care of them, and I won't put them in a home because, you know, they deserve to be around family, and I pay for nurses to come in, but Wendy's there to take care of everything. And all she wants to do is go see the Warriors when they come play the Mavericks. I've been calling for tickets all day. And those tickets, you know, and I got to get her the best tickets I can get her. She's earned that. She works so hard while I'm out there on the road working, taking care of all my girls and everything. So those tickets, when I was calling around earlier today, those tickets, the price wasn't sounding like nobody was resting. Right? They would say, I can get you down on the floor. It's going to cost this much. I can get you. That doesn't sound like nobody is resting. So now you telling me they're resting players. Why are they asking me for them kinds of numbers for those Warrior seats when they come to Dallas next Tuesday?
Well, here's the thing. Because they're resting, Michael, they're probably playing next Tuesday. So rest tonight probably buys you a full complement of Golden State Warriors at full ticket purchase price when they do get to Dallas next Tuesday.
Okay, no. This is a scalping purchase price. But I'll pay it as long as she gets to see the real Warriors, the real Golden State Warriors. I'll pay it, man. But yeah, I didn't mean to digress from what we were talking about. But I know I've been hearing those.
No, see, these are real world issues. Right. This is what people care about.
I'll be like, wait a minute, I got to get this fixed for Wendy. She don't ever leave. She don't ever go anywhere. She just takes care of the things. She deserves it. I was getting ready to try to get us calling and stuff, man. Listen, I need y'all to play next Tuesday in Dallas. I don't care what you do. I just need you on the field, on the court playing. So I'm glad to hear maybe they play next week.
What are they asking, by the way?
Oh, man, it start. She'll go with friends. So you can start at probably about $2,000 a ticket. $2,000 a ticket to get a pretty good seat close down. You know what I mean? But yeah, and that's why I'm not giving up $4,000 or $5,000. Now I will for her, but not if I ain't gonna get me no.
Right? No, you're not going to drop $4,000 to watch Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. We understand.
Right. Let's stop playing with it. You know, but I will for her. I just hope that she gets what she wants and what she deserves. She deserves the best.
You were talking about the Cowboys before you started trying to hit us up for tickets. And the question I have after what you saw yesterday there and what you saw out of Philadelphia struggling with Indianapolis and the Giants losing outright to the Lions, does this feel to you like the Cowboys might actually now be the best team in the conference?
Well, the team that played Sunday, well, I was boy, that's one of the best teams conference. And you know what, guys? I'm glad because it's perfect I'm talking to you guys because that's the first team I measured on. That's the first team I measured on. I was like, what can they do with San Francisco? You know what I mean? Because everybody else is talking all this other noise. I keep coming back to, listen, what could they do with San Francisco? That's the physicalness in which we were trying to obtain that we got shown last year that y'all ain't physical enough. That they came down, and I remember having Michael Parsons on my podcast, on the Mike Gordon podcast, and he said to me, man, I was sore for 2 weeks after the season ended last week. That's how physical that game was he played in San Francisco. So even when I hear people now always talking about, man, why don't y'all start Pollard? I said, stop. Physical beats beats all of that explosive and all of that stuff every time. You want to start with physical, and they have to start with physical to match what San Fran does. That's just the bottom line.
Well, what the 49ers do tonight in Mexico City and who they do it against, that's still a little bit up in the air. I've got all my screens are focused on pregame to see whether or not the 49ers are going to be playing Kyler Murray or Colt McCoy. DeAndre Hopkins is also questionable tonight. We know the 49ers because we talk about them all the time. You probably watch and know more about the Arizona Cardinals than either we do. So let me just ask you, are there problems stemming from their quarterback in Kyler Murray and what he hasn't done, or their head coach in Cliff Kingsbury and what he's not doing?
I really do believe that the problem comes from no harmony, no consistency. What you just said is a microcosm of their whole season. Who the hell is playing this week? Can we ever get these people playing together for an extended period of time? DeAndre Hopkins wasn't there the first 6 weeks. Then he comes back, and now Kyler Murray's gone. It's in and out, and who's playing and who's not playing. I would love to see them get some consistency on players being on the field and players getting some play together. I think that could be a pretty good football team if they ever did that.
Let me ask you one more question about tonight, because I've been calling for Deebo Samuel to really make his presence felt in a football game. And we have not seen much of him lately. He had a 51-yard run against Seattle. He had a career highlight 57-yard catch and touchdown run against the Rams. Other than that, he's been hard.
That was a beast run, though.
It was incredible.
Right, it was a run, but that was a beast run. Go ahead, I'm just saying.
Hey, but he hasn't caught 8 balls in a single game yet this year. He hasn't rushed for more than 27 yards since week 3 in Denver. We know how good he is. You've confirmed to me how good he is. How is the league so good at slowing him down? Is he getting double covered everywhere he goes, Michael? Is he looking at one-on-one matchups? He's just not winning? Why isn't Deebo Samuel the focus of this offense?
Yeah, and why, as you said, he's just not getting as many targets as you see other top receivers in this league get. There's no question. You have to walk by, and we were talking about this earlier. There's no question. How many opportunities Tyreek Hill's going to get? Tyreek Hill's going to get his opportunities. You saw as Tua's number one. You saw there is no doubt and no question about how many opportunities Travis Kelce's going to get. That's Patrick Mahomes, number one. Deebo Samuel should be getting more opportunities. Now, I have to sit back and play and say, okay, is that something towards Deebo Samuel, or is that something towards Jimmy Garoppolo, that he's not getting those opportunities and not getting as many opportunities? And when you talk about the way he ran, that we talk about that play he made in the ring, why wouldn't you? Why would you not put that ball in his hands more? So that's confusing, I think, all the way around.
As you look at it, though, how much early on did it seem to you that other teams were making a particularly strident effort at trying to take him away and making the 49ers beat them with their other guys? And now that they have Christian McCaffrey, how quickly do you think it will take defensive coordinators to sort of shift their focus and maybe give Samuel a little more running room?
Well, first of all, that's when you asked when it first started. When everybody started making all of these demands and that kind of money, the teams know you can't put that kind of resource into a player and not try to squeeze all juice out of that orange. So when you put that kind of resource, you become that kind of a focus, and that's what he's become, that kind of a focus over there. But it's still Cal is a creative mind. There's no way that you cannot come up with ways to get him more involved and give him more opportunities to make plays. You just got to do that.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So week 11 wasn't the greatest week of football, but some very interesting things indeed did happen. The Vikings going from a quiet 8-1 to the loudest loss of the entire NFL season, 37 points. It was striking. How devastating do you think that ripples through the Vikings locker room? Because that's not just losing, that's getting pantsed at home. And it's like, if you told me that the Vikings lose their next 3 games, I'd believe you.
Yeah, but I don't believe that will be the case. You know, now I said this. You come off of winning a game like they won with Buffalo and all of that, man. That's such an emotional win, all of that on the road, everything. Then you turn back around and you got to come back and you play Cowboys in the middle. You got a Thursday night game coming up here in the next few days. You know, I maybe, and I don't know how the Cowboys took a low or was that unforgotten team between those two. But it was total domination. But I don't take that as believing that that's not a good football team. We've seen too much good football. And I was trying to stop people from even fixing their mouth to say that stuff when you think about it. This team was 8-1. You know, 8-1. Don't come in here saying, well, I guess this team not as good as we thought. That you can say that when you've gone through 3 teams, 3 games in 3 weeks, but not after 9 weeks. So that was the difference. So they're still a good football team, but they got some things to work on. You know, that they you can tell they need some more assets. I think they needed another receiver that they couldn't pick up at the break because nobody was talking about. Adam Thielen just seems to be pretty much done. He's not quite the receiver or the threat or the talent that he used to be right now. So I think they're seeing some of that now. But I think the tight end will help out a lot as he continues to grow in that offense.
I want to wrap up with the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs are basically hiding in plain sight. I mean, we talk about, who do you think the best team in football? The correct answer remains the Kansas City Chiefs. They're 8-2 with 4 road wins, and they've got the easiest remaining strength of schedule the rest of the way. Like, that right there sounds pretty scary to me. And let me just say this too, Michael. Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, that's the best quarter matchup in the league for years to come. Is it not? I mean, good God, those guys got so much talent.
That's just a great matchup last night. It really is now. But I want to go back and push back a little bit on what you're saying about Kansas City. Let me tell you guys something. I want to ask you guys this too, because we talked about it, and I thought it was, wow, what a great question. It was difficult. What question was, we asked today, which is more impressive? Patrick Mahomes with the Kansas City Chiefs and what he's doing there, or what Tyreek Hill has done now in Miami. And I thought, wow, both of those are so incredible because Patrick Mahomes continue to win, even though everybody said, well, he lost his number 1 receiver. No, he lost a number 1 receiver. He never lost his number 1 receiver. He lost a number 1 receiver that he was playing as his number 2. Travis Kelce always been his number 1. And he had the best number 2 receiver that anybody ever thought of in Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill went to Miami and turned them into one of the top teams in the AFC. Turned Tua into one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. And turned Mike McDaniel, first-year coach, into a top coach in the NFL. I said, boy, that's incredible what he has done from the wide receiver position. From the wide receiver position. Patrick Mahomes is incredible, too. But I said what Tyreek Hill has done is even more incredible to change around that whole franchise just by that one acquisition. That just blows my mind.
No, it is amazing. I mean, you can think about how, to stay in one place and do it in one place is really amazing. To just show up somewhere else, brand new system, brand new everything, and elevate an entire organization. It's amazing. It really is.
It's amazing. It's what every organization looks for every off season as they're going through free agency or draft. Every one of them are looking for that, and very rarely, if never, finds it.
Well, let me just say it was great to talk to you ahead of the 49ers and Cardinals. Here on Monday Night Football, we have the news now that DeAndre Hopkins is playing tonight, but it's going to be Colt McCoy. Kyler is officially inactive tonight. So kind of interesting to say the least. Michael, thank you as always. You're always interesting. Good luck on those Warriors tickets indeed. And from our entire family to your entire family, have a very, very happy Thanksgiving.
And thank you guys, man. I appreciate you guys making me a part of your family, man, letting me come in and be in and chat with you every week. And everybody out there under the voice, happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time with your family. I talk about what Wendy does for me and my family and my babies I take care of. I love them so much. Spend the time that you have with them because you never know how much time you have with them. So squeeze it all. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving. Michael Irvin. Just a tour de force performance as always here on 95.7 The Game. God, I love him.
He's got to lay out that dough. He can't quibble about price.
Well, no, look, here's the thing. He's right. He will pay the full boat if he needs to. He wasn't looking for a Raymond Ritter ticket hookup. He just wants to make sure if he's plopping down $2,000 on a front row seat, first 2 row seat game, he's going to get himself a little Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green on the court. And I don't blame him. By the way, tonight, we'll also let you know, and we'll get deeper into this, obviously, in Warriors Live, which starts at 4 o'clock. Count Andrew Wiggins out tonight as well. Andrew Wiggins is out tonight. Kevon Looney's consecutive start streak, what is he, at 128, I think? Is that where he is? Is that where he is? I found this earlier today. He started 128 straight games. Make it 129. Kevon Looney. You can't take him. There's no such thing as stopping Kevon Looney from starting an NBA game. He has the second longest streak in the NBA, and the bruise on his right hand will not slow it down. He has been upgraded from questionable to playing. So we do know that Kevon Looney's going to start, Jordan Poole's going to start, and we'll figure it all out in the next, half an hour or so on Warriors Live. We got Tim Roy taking over with Network pregame from New Orleans tonight at 4:30. Tip-off time is at 5 o'clock. We just found out that no Kyler tonight. It's going to be the Colt McCoy game for the Cardinals. The 49ers are a 10-point favorite in tonight's game. I wonder if we get any line movement between now and kickoff now that we know that. Ray, keep an eye on that. And I need to let people know, Ray, we officially are the greatest tout service in America. I texted Joe Fortenbaugh today. I'm like, I understand that you went to Las Vegas to create this gambling career for yourself. I haven't even tried to do that, and I'm already better than you, Joe. And he said, what do you mean? I said, Ray and I have the single most successful gambling segment in the history of gambling, and it's happening right now, and it's all documented, baby. Fade the Public Friday, Ray, improved to 5-2 on the year now. Steelers +4 were somehow the most heavily bet team by the weekend by John Q. Public, the stupidest public there is. The public put us on Bengals -4 in Pittsburgh. Winner, chicken dinner. The gambling segment on Damon and Ratto is now officially winning 71% of our bets, Ray. You know what we should do? We should start playing these. Are you playing the Fade the Public segment? Because if you and I actually were plopping money down on this thing, we'd be up, baby.
I have not been doing that, but if I did and I made enough dough, you'd never hear from me again.
You'd probably mush the entire segment, though. If you start putting your money down, that's just a kiss of death.
Oh, yeah.
So,
No. Once you've noticed that something's a trend, it stops being a trend. That's a given.
Well, meanwhile, we're still the trendiest tout service in America. By the way, when we get on back here, no more football convo. We go Warriors through Warriors Live for the next half hour, getting you ready for tonight's game. So stick around for all of that. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Bay Area, ready to cheer on the Mexican national team alongside Estrella Jalisco Beer? Because other teams might have an Estrella on their crest, but none of them have the heart like ours behind it. Win or lose, Estrella Jalisco and Mexican starting forward Alex Vega are bringing fans together to cheer on our team. Let's go for the Estrella on our crest with an Estrella Jalisco beer in our hands. Estrella Jalisco. Vive tu selección. Vive tu Estrella. Enjoy responsibly. Estrella Jalisco, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, don't miss the Jim Irsay collection coming to San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th from 7 to 10 o'clock p.m., obviously, at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. If you're a music lover, if you're a sports fan, the night is absolutely for you. Jim Irsay is the owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts. He's got one of the coolest presidential artifact, music artifact, sports memorabilia collections in the world, and it will all be on display, plus a free concert with Ann Wilson of Heart. I believe John Fogerty of CCR is going to be stomping on by. Buddy Guy, a Hall of Famer. So tickets are free. Free $99 is the perfect price point. You can go ahead and sign up for your free pair of tickets right now at JimIrsayCollection.com.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and we are 18-5 on our Pro Football Weeknight releases this season. Last Thursday, over Tennessee Green Bay cashes. Last Monday, over Philadelphia Washington cashes. Guess what we have for you tonight? Side and total, San Francisco, Arizona for free on a recorded message. 888-9. Win now is the number to call. That's 888-994-6669. Not only do we have side and total between San Francisco and Arizona tonight, absolutely free. We're giving out Thursday, Thanksgiving Day action, as long as Black Friday college football action. It is all free. It is all on a recorded hotline at 888-9. Win now. That's 888-994-6669. Hey, 18-5 speaks for itself. It'll be 20-5 after tonight. Call now. 888-9-WIN now, 888-994-6669.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Welcome to Warriors Live. It is good to have you here. Damon and Ratto with you. We're getting you ready over the next half hour for Tim Roy, who comes up at 4:30. At 5 o'clock tonight, we have tip-off in New Orleans here on Warriors Live. Brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. Before we get to all of that, Ray, we have to say... hope you feel better to Dave in San Leandro, who basically let us know here on the Xfinity mobile text line that COVID finally got him, tested positive on Wednesday night. 95.7 The Game has basically been on his radio the entire time. Thanks for helping me pass the time, boys. Ray's line about the 49ers bus getting lost at halftime is exactly why I listen. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, whole station. David in San Leandro.
Get the booster.
You made someone's day.
Well, sorry.
Hey, hopefully he is boosted and it'll be smooth sailing from here on out. But yeah, pandemic's not over. We just like to pretend it is. But stay healthy, stay safe. There's certainly ways to do that these days. Let's just go right ahead with our injury report, because that's where tonight's game is going to kind of come out in the wash. The injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. As I'm sure many of you know by now, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green will not be playing tonight. They're all rest. Andrew Wiggins was listed as questionable. He's been downgraded to out. Andre Iguodala clearly just doesn't play basketball yet, so he is out. And Kevon Looney, who was questionable, has been updated to probable, but we're going to tell you right now, he will start his 129th consecutive NBA game tonight for the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole will be in your starting five tonight. And even though this game is going to lack an awful lot of star power on the Warriors side, it doesn't lack for interesting, Ray. I really don't think it does, because an awful lot of these young guys need playing time to prove that they can earn playing time when the regulars are back. And so it's a little, I think, unfortunate that tonight is a night where James Wiseman could have gotten an awful lot of NBA run, but he's in Santa Cruz. So I wonder if the Warriors didn't think for a second that, sending him down to leave him down there for a long time might have been a little bit of a blown opportunity tonight.
Oh, I think they knew what they were going to do on the second night of this back-to-back when they sent him down. And I think one game of run is not as useful to him as a number of games of run down there, because
bring him up, send it back. Bring him up, send it back. It's not like he's out of options. This isn't like baseball.
No, it's not a question of options. I mean, just, what are you trying to accomplish here? I think you're trying to get him into a notion where he's not thinking about how much time he's not getting on the bid club. I think they want him to focus on the things they're asking him to do and where they want him to do them. It's not, every chance the schedule breaks right, we're going to call you right back. I think they want some constancy in him. And you don't get to be constant if you're continually bouncing him up and down based on your schedule. So I get it. And I know that they knew this game was coming up because they've had the schedule since June. So when they decided to send him down, they knew this was going to be a game where they could have used him, but they chose not to, and I get why.
Look, back-to-backs obviously are not friends of the Golden State Warriors, and tonight will maybe be an unfriendly night because of all that, and we know who's not playing. I want to talk a little bit about what I think is an important development, and we've already seen it pay dividends with the first road win of the year. A 127-120 win over the dreadfully unprepared Houston Rockets in terms of competing. And the fact that the Warriors still had 120 hung on them means the elephants in the room, which I know has become part of the conversation of this year already, there are still plenty of elephants. But one of the biggest elephants in the room was the fact that Klay Thompson, who we all know is streaky and we all know is battling back from severe career injuries and all of that, has been about as inconsistent as Klay has ever looked in his entire career. And basically, this team had a closed-door meeting saying, Klay Thompson, you are part of the problem. Like, I know that our starting five is one of the best units in the NBA, but you right now are hunting way too many shots without being on a heater, and you're basically killing possessions that we might have done something with in games we're losing night after night by a handful of possessions. And the one who spoke up was Draymond Green. Here is what Draymond Green said.
He's being Klay Thompson. He is not worried about what happens with Klay. He's worried about what happens with this team. And when Klay worries about what happens with this team, Klay plays great and we win. I've always said he's the most competitive guy that I've ever played with. And the most important thing to him has always been winning. At times, we all get away from who we are. In a brotherhood, you need someone to bring you back to who you are. And I think, I have no doubt in my mind that if it was me, he'd do the same thing.
All right. So I just want to start with what Draymond said right there, starting with the word brotherhood, because there is a brotherhood. There certainly was a brotherhood that nobody questioned pre-punch. A lot of questioning of brotherhood post-punch. A lot of questions remained based on the way this team lacked a defensive punch and really any of its killer instinct at any point in time this year so far. Draymond finding his voice, a leadership role on this team again. Ray, that's I don't know if it's the first step back to normal, but it is a significant step that must be had to achieve normalcy once again for the Golden State Warriors. Because without Draymond mattering, they'll never be the normal Warriors again. Draymond needs a voice that matters, and maybe this incident and the closed-door meeting, which I'm guessing, he was doing an awful lot of talking in, was a good thing and a step forward for the Warriors.
It sure read, though, in the Anthony Slater piece in The Athletic that he wasn't the only one who spoke up. Because if it's just him talking, that's not really a closed-door meeting. That's just a lecture. So I have a feeling that a lot of people told Klay that he was strangling possessions. And I think he probably had reached the point where he was out of his idea, which is shooters shoot their way out of slumps. That's what got him into the jam. And I think the fact that Green was among those who spoke. I'd be shocked if Stephen Curry didn't kick in. I'd be shocked even if Looney didn't kick in, because he's one of those guys now. He's a made man. And I think several guys probably just told him, without being judgmental about it, you're better than this. The possession isn't defined by whether you get the first thing you can find. Steve Kerr referred to it several times, including when he talked to us last week. It's just, you don't have to take the first shot. You have to take the best shot. And sometimes when people are closing out on you, your best shot's going to come after the ball's, circled. And I think it finally sort of hit him that, the game's going to come to me. I'm too good for it not to. I don't have to hurry the game along. And I think, to the extent that, Green was one of the people who spoke, doesn't surprise me, because I don't know how much he has lost his voice this year. I mean, he's been one of the guys talking after most games, and the Warriors rarely have to have closed-door meetings, because they rarely have runs like this where they're not defending and they're screwing up their own offense, with individual choices. I'd be fascinated to know how many times they've had to have a closed-door meeting, because I'll bet it's not very frequent.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you're right on that. And I'll also guarantee that you're right that there's probably never been and there never will be a moment where Draymond stops talking. The question is, do his words land like they used to? And Klay Thompson specifically said Draymond's critique and criticisms of him did land in an important fashion.
Very constructive meeting. Draymond definitely held the floor, and he's such a great motivator. So we all responded very well, and just looking forward to keep starting a new win streak.
I mean, to me, that's important. Of course, Draymond can't stop talking. He can't. He needs a podcast. He needs a show where he's playing dominoes. He needs Draymond's. He is a consummate gum flapper. He's great at it.
But
are his words landing in the important earlobes that they used to land in the same way? And it feels like now might be the first sign that it's landing the same way. Now, maybe, an awful lot of wars fought between, those three guys specifically and the rest of the NBA means that there is a easier to return to normalcy for Klay Thompson concerning Draymond Green than the younger guys on this team. But the younger guys are going to follow the lead of the older guys on this team, because that's how teams work. So for Klay Thompson to turn around and say, hey, when Draymond speaks, sometimes very important things are said, that means something. And I hope that that's a step back to Draymond finding his voice mattering to other people again, and the Warriors getting better, because, look, solving the Klay Thompson elephant doesn't mean all elephants have disappeared. Hopefully this is a little bit of a turning point. Again, Klay Thompson has played one good basketball game. If that's cause for celebration, this season ends before the Western Conference Finals. A Klay good game needs to become a good week, needs to become a good month, needs to become a good half of a year for Klay. There's an awful lot to still clean up. Don't let one win in Houston fool you. They don't defend the three-point line well. They don't defend the interior well. And it's not that they're, leaving one door open because the other door is getting closed. I mean, it is just a free-for-all to run around or shoot over the Warriors. And it feels like, Ray, I noticed this maybe in Houston more than I've noticed it in other games. The Warriors aren't respecting the distance at which a lot of guys are uncorking their threes at across the board. They'll defend the three-point line when a guy's flirting with it, But if you're 2-3 steps behind the 3-point line, you are just as open as the day is long and unguarded. And I don't know if that's a strategic choice. They're just playing percentages there. But, man, it feels like they need to officially just get more aggressive defensively everywhere.
Well, see, I thought they closed out really well against the Knicks on Friday night. They did not give them a lot of open looks at the arc. They didn't do as well against Houston, but Houston does nothing but jack up threes, and they'll jack them up from ridiculous lengths. So maybe part of what they were doing Sunday night was letting Houston shoot. They were like 15 for, I want to say, 45. 33% is not a good percentage for that shot. And against the Knicks, it was, I don't even think it was 25%. So I think they have taken that part to heart, but it's going to take a while because they spent essentially 15 games not defending. And it's not going to be fixed in 2 games. But they took 2 teams, one that doesn't shoot well ever, and the other one that just shoots like they're on leave off a ship. We'll see what we see when they get New Orleans, when they get when they get better teams. How well are they closing out against teams that are reliable shooters? Because they didn't ruin defense in one night, and they're not going to fix it in one night.
By the way, Zion is probable after missing New Orleans' last 3 games with a right foot injury. So expect to see Zion just posterizing dudes tonight, especially with it basically being Kevon Looney, Jordan Poole, and a grab bag from the bench. Because somebody here on the 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, Damon, let's address that other elephant in the room that is Jordan Poole. Well, I guess that brings us to our Take It to the Bank prediction, sponsored by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. Here's my Take It to the Bank prediction tonight. Jordan Poole plays well because he's in the starting 5. And, people want to hold it against him. Like, oh, well, how come he plays so well when he's in the starting 5 but not coming off the bench, and he's got to get over that? And I would agree. Well, tonight he's in the starting 5. So you got to live up to that billing. My Take It to the Bank prediction tonight is Jordan Poole's got at least 20, 25 points in this game. I'd like to see him eclipse 30 tonight. I think it's the only path to victory for the Warriors. Jordan Poole having one of those, that's why they paid him that much money games. I hope he really has it. He needs one desperately. He has been shy to shoot, and he's been ineffective on the road basically this entire year.
He's been shy to shoot sometimes, and other times he's shot like Thompson, which is the first thing I get, I'm jacking up. It's like he hasn't found his rhythm as a shooter either, and he doesn't have a well-rounded enough game outside that. I mean, he's still a pretty good passer. He's good when the Warriors are offensive, but defensively, he's not going to help them at all. And if he's not going to find a shooting rhythm, and I would argue that he hasn't done that yet, he's as much a liability as he is a benefit. So rather than jack up, rather than take 22, 23 shots, I'd like to see what kind of shots he takes, whether it's in the possession or not, because this is not about, getting a big numbers game. It's about showing the Warriors that he can be relied on for more minutes. Because it's not really about starting or not starting, I think. It's about, can he become a 30-minute-a-night guy? And that means being a more well-rounded player than he's been.
I think he's got that capability. I really do.
Well, he showed it last year, but he hasn't shown it this year. That's the problem.
I mean, when Klay Thompson's shooting poorly, he's, for the most part, going to have a poor night on the floor because he doesn't get to the rim. He doesn't really get to the line very much. I know he had success in Houston doing both things. Jordan Poole has got crazy wiggle on his game. He can get to the rim. He is the second best pure scorer on this team other than Steph. So I think on nights where his shot isn't falling, he needs to just start attacking the rim. That's going to unlock, I think, some good Jordan Poole minutes. And that's a really good time to start kicking out and looking for other guys when people are expecting you to go to the rim. Maybe that's how you create for some teammates because I think he's got that ability as well. By the way, this is Warriors Live. Just for a few more minutes before we get to Tim Roy and Network Pregame at the bottom of the hour. We're brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. So, look, our starting lineups tonight are, well, it's Jordan Poole, Dante DiVincenzo. Big opportunity tonight, hopefully, for Jonathan Kuminga to get some good run. Anthony Lamb, who is, a player that we officially never even talked about or saw coming in any way, shape, or form. And because of that, maybe no one wants to say that they missed him. He's been really good, Ray. Anthony Lamb is the least of the problems the Golden State Warriors are having. He is in the starting lineup tonight along with Kevon Looney, Jonas Valanciunas, Zion Williamson, Herb Jones, Brandon Ingram, and C.J. McCollum for the Penguins, the Pelicans tonight.
Where's Sidney Crosby?
Crosby, not there. This is an interesting game because if McCollum and Brandon Ingram are both playing very well, they don't even need Zion out there. Zion is going to be out there tonight. The Warriors are a 10-point underdog the same way that the 49ers are a 10-point favorite. So we have balance in the Bay Area betting line force. Ray, if I told you had to put this week's paycheck on the Warriors plus 10, where are you putting it?
I think I'd give the 10 and take the Pelicans. I'm still not convinced the Warriors have fixed all the things that they need to fix. In fact, I'm quite sure of it.
Yeah, again, they gave up 120 to Houston.
And you're on the road, second night of a back-to-back against a grossly superior team to the one you played the night before. So, yeah, I think I'd give the 10.
Let me just say, for a 90-minute long broadcast, this was a grossly superior broadcast. I want to thank Michael Irvin for joining us during Damon and Ratto. Thanks so much to Lucas and Grandy for help preparing and lovingly putting out this Warriors Live. We got an interesting game. The Warriors are down. Look at it this way. The Warriors got two good things going on this year. Steph Curry and the starting five. And tonight you get one of the starting five in Kevon Looney and no Steph Curry. Good luck to the Golden State Warriors. They got nothing but opportunity in front of them. We have nothing but the rest of the night off. You're going to need 2 screens. It should be a good one. We'll be back tomorrow at 3. Please do remember, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Dell Technologies Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th gen Intel.